When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat.
Welcome to the final day, the grand finale of the 2021 League of Legends Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Philippines Summer Season Playoffs. By the end of this day, we will find out who reigns the Rift in the Philippines and which two teams will represent the country in the first international Wild Rift tournament. Mika Fabs over here with Autolus and Osiris. We are pumped over here on the panel and ready to break down all of the action for you guys. Thank you so much to our sponsors for making this event possible. Thank you to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league here in the country, for bringing the Sea Icon series over here, and of course for organizing this event. Thank you so much to Mineski and Globe, because with Globe Telecom you can hashtag reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Explore the path of ascension when you top up on Wild Cores at Kodashop via Globe.
Reinvent your world indeed! Picture life together and experience the world of Wild Rift with us with the all-new Oppo Reno 5 and enjoy all-day gaming with long-lasting, fast-charging battery, a powerful processor, and a vivid screen display. Get the Oppo Reno 5 for only 18,999 and Oppo Reno 5 5G for only 23,999.
At syempre, nandito din ang sekreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mukhang na-GG, fresh pa rin at para fresh all day. Bring your clay game with you, Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil to up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master, sekreto ng mga gwapo.
And of course, you can up your game even more as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings you events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. All you have to do is download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated and get hashtag OL together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. Now, you guys, our official mobile partner, Oppo, has something in store for our community. You can get a chance to win some wild cores, can't they, Osiris?
Yes, big thanks to our official mobile partner, Oppo. You can get a chance to win 380 wild cores just by tuning in. And all you have to do is like and follow Oppo Philippines Facebook page, like and share the stream with the caption of the team you're rooting for, so we are getting closer to the final. Make sure your post is on public with the hashtags hashtag OppoGameOn, hashtag OppoReno5, and hashtag Picture Life Together, hashtag OppoA94, and hashtag Live Life at Full Speed. A total of 4 winners will be announced later at the end of the live stream, so make sure to tune in.
And guess what? You can also be the next Autolus or the next Osiris. Now is your chance. Yes, you can express yourselves and you can bring out the game analyst in you and be one of the 15 lucky winners for 790 wild cores. All you have to do is like and follow the PPGL page, like and share this live stream with the hashtags hashtag SISPH, that's SISPH, hashtag SISPH Playoffs, hashtag Sea Icon Series PH, and hashtag PPGL Wild Rift. I know that's a lot of hash and sis and
yes.
Indeed. And during the broadcast, comment your gameplay analysis along with your Riot ID in the stream chat. I saw some great ones yesterday hanging out in our stream comments, and there were some pretty good gameplay analysis over there. You guys should be scared. These people can come into your jobs. The best comment will be pinned after each series, and a total of 15 winners will be announced at the end of the grand finals broadcast today. So stay tuned for that.
Right, so I still remember Mr. Milk from yesterday. Anyway, so last but not the least, are you the biggest PPGL fan? Flex those badges and you could be one of the lucky winners of PPGL exclusive merchandise. Just follow the mechanics. Number 1, you must at least have a PPGL share badge. Number 2, post a photo of yourself virtually chilling out with PPGL while watching the Sea Icon Series PH playoffs. Must be in public, of course. Number 3, tell us what you love about the Icon Series PH and which two teams are you looking forward to seeing in the grand finals. Make sure to include the official hashtags, hashtag SISPH, hashtag Sea Icon Series PH, hashtag PPGL Wild Rift, and hashtag PPGL Best Fan 2021. 5 lucky winners will be announced at the end of the grand finals broadcast this June 6th. today. That's
Absolutely.
today.
Yes, that is today. So you guys better stay tuned. But of course, we have some exciting matches for you guys, and we are so pumped because we are going to be crowning our champion today. Is it Team Secret? Is it Omega Esports? Is it Liab Esports? Or is it Amihan Esports? We are going to find that out. But first, we do have a special guest joining us for our pre-game show over here. Let us welcome from Team Secret. We have James himself joining us for a quick interview before they jump into their series. James, thank you so much for joining us. We know that you are going to prepare for your series, so we'll make this really, really quick. I want to start this off by asking you something a little positive on the side of Amihan Esports. What do you think their strengths as a team are?
I think one of their biggest strength is they're really united as a team, like they move as a unit. But I think we can handle it.
We are looking forward to your series indeed. Otlus, what about you? Do you have questions for James?
Right. So, James, you are dubbed as one of the legendary Pokemons. No, I'm kidding. Legendary players. So, is there a secret to your longevity? You have been in this pro scene for a long time now. So, care to share some tips to our viewers as to how to, stay relevant and stay on top of your game every single time?
You just have to work hard, take care of your health, and then don't let the passion die within you.
Oh, that is so great. What a great way to start out the day. Don't let the passion die, indeed. Osiris, what about you? Do you have a question for James?
So, James, moving in, of course, towards the upper bracket, what's the single mindset you have to continue pushing up until to the finals?
Our one of our most important mindset is that we shouldn't be afraid and scared. Like we're treating each game as a scream game, so that nothing will bother us, and we will just play as we always do. And I always tell my team to keep their confidence up and focus on the game always. That's it.
That must be really unique too, to help make sure that the team doesn't succumb to pressure or buckle under pressure. Just make sure that you guys are in that mindset. This is just a game. We're gonna focus on it. Take it game by game. That is excellent. James, let us know, what is the breakfast of champions over here for Team Secret? What did you guys have for? I don't know if you guys had lunch. It's kind of like right on the dot over here. But what did you have for brunch or breakfast?
Honestly, I still had nothing, so I might still have my first meal of the day after the game.
Oh my gosh!
Ooh.
Somebody send James something. He needs to eat something today if we want to
Just
win
water.
that championship. All right, James, do you have any shout outs that you'd like to give maybe to all of the supporters doing the hashtag Secret Supremacy over there in the chat?
Shout out to all the fans, my family and friends who has been keeping their support with us ever since. We will try to win the tournament today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, James. And of course, best of luck to you guys for this whole day. We are definitely cheering you on as well as the other teams. Best of luck, and we will see you in the Rift.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good luck.
All right, there you have it. That was James, and I think it is really interesting that he said that, Team Secret, they have caught on to Amihan Esports and how united they are. And I have a feeling that Team Secret is more than prepared for that. That is going into our first match, of course. We're getting a little ahead of ourselves. Let's check out first our team representatives over here in the C Icon series. Now, yesterday, we had to say a hard goodbye to Next Play Esports and RRQ. And right now, 4 remain. Yes, they had well-fought matches indeed. But that leaves us with our top 4. We have Team Secret, Omega Esports, Liab Esports, and Amihan Esports. And I have to say, this wasn't exactly the top 4 that we were expecting, but that makes this even more exciting and more unpredictable and very, very interesting indeed. And as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, our Globe Cup is right in the middle over there, burning bright and ready for the taking for whoever our champion might be. Now let's check out our leaderboards as they stand right now at the end of the first 2 days and going into our third day. We do have Amihan Esports and Omega Esports on top with 650,000 Globe Cup points, Team Secret with 600,000 Globe Cup points, and RRQ in fourth with 475,000 Globe Cup points. Now, of course, one Globe Cup point is equivalent to 1 peso. So you can just imagine these teams, they make sure that every single series counts because that is still a lot of Globe Cup points on the line. Each series, the winning team will be getting 100,000 Globe Cup points. And, Amihan Esports over here with that top one spot, they have not been defeated yet. They have not dropped a series. They have not dropped a game. And that is just so amazing over here. Oculus actually called it. He jumped on the, I think you were the first to jump on the Amihan Esports, fan club train. He has a forum, by the way, for the Orthros fan club. So if you guys want to head on over there, check out Oculus on Twitter. And yes, jump on that forum indeed. It's really quick. It's really easy to fill out, in all fairness. Good job on the forum there. And of course, let's check out our brackets as well to see how the things will be moving and shaking for today. It's going to be very interesting to see who our top two representatives will be. And I actually want to throw this first question over to our panelists with our brackets on display right now. Who do you think our top two representatives will be? Just an early prediction over here. We'll start with you, Ataluz.
Team Secret and Amihan.
Okay, again, we're sticking with those in the upper bracket. What about you, Osiris?
Well, I want to see Omega goes up against Liab with all of the improvement in a short span of time with Liab. I want them to unexpectedly defeat Omega, but I'm trying to say that I'm gonna expect it, but there's so many surprises right now at the playoffs, and this is throwing us off board with all of our stats, with all of our prediction ever since from preseason up to the group stage. This is full of surprises indeed.
Yeah, like I mentioned, we couldn't have predicted these top four right now. I mean, I think up until yesterday, we were certain that Next Play Esports would be there. But yesterday, they fell to Amihan Esports. And again, that is something that we could not have predicted, with all of our expert analysis and everything. This is just one of the many, many surprises that the Icon Series PH has for us. Of course, we are starting out our day with Team Secret versus Amihan Esports in the upper bracket, followed by Omega Esports versus Liyab Esports in the lower bracket. Match 3 and Match 4 will still be determined based on the following outcomes. So actually, I want to ask you guys if you want to predict who will be Match 3 and Match 4, or if we want to just sit back and enjoy the show, because this is going to be very, very interesting. And, I would say that each of these teams have every chance to take the championship. They're like on equal ground right now, especially from what we've seen in the past 2 days. And, I just have to say, this is a top four, again, that I think that we were very, very surprised to see. And Oculus, you mentioned this yesterday. We were expecting Next Play Esports to go all the way. I was actually thinking that RRQ might be up there as well, to maybe have one representative from each of the group stages. But yeah, this is one of the many surprises. And I want to ask you guys, actually, before we head into our first series of the day, we asked you who are your top two representatives will be, but I want to ask you guys who you think the champion will be for the Icon Series PH summer season. Ataluz, we'll start with you. Sorry, you're giving a headache.
This is getting harder and harder, but with what has been shown in the past couple of days, I believe that Team Secret still hasn't shown what they're fully capable of, right? So they still have a lot of tricks in their bag. We saw Azar on Darius, and we know that he's a very, very good Baron laner when it comes to mechanics, right? So yeah, I'm thinking that when it comes to who's going to win the Summer Cup, my eyes are on Team Secret.
Interesting. What about you, Osiris?
Oh, someone jumped off the train of Amihan. So yeah, but yeah, let me go ahead and go with, of course, Team Secret. I mean, I greatly respect how Autolus described how good Secret is, and there's no surprises yet. They are a creative team, and they are sticking with their own guns. So there's so many things that they can pull up and then throw everyone out of the window. So I think Team Secret mostly the most or the best team with the attitude of with the confidence and flexibility all around.
No, it is so fitting because I also think that Team Secret will probably be the front runners right now, because with their biggest rivals out of the competition, that's Next Play Esports, they truly
Yeah.
are the favorites right now for that championship title. Creativity and unpredictability have been the key words from Team Secret, with James at the helm. But how creative can they get around the pure aggression? We will find out what the secret to that is in this series. This is Team Secret.
The Kings in the North are still ruthless, pushing aside any doubts and punishing RRQ en route to the upper bracket finals. With one win away from a fated Grand Finals appearance, Team Secret will rely on their full arsenal to push back the threat imposed by Amihan Esports. Azar in the Baron lane, Trevor in the jungle, Tatsuri in mid, Chewy as their Dragon laner, and General James as their support and captain. Aiming to write another page of victory, Team Secret.
And for the solo player highlight, he might be called as a highlight king, as he is showing a lot of big plays, a lot of those montage or micro plays. We have Tatsuri on the mid lane, getting that Galio, Katarina, and Oriana, one of the best mid laners right now at Icon Series, 7.10 KDA. And you can see the damage per minute, that's 1,354. We've seen a lot of his great plays, looking for the right targets with this Katarina assassinating the backline, even getting the pentakill, one of the highest kill. Technically, it's the guy is the highest kills percentage overall at Icon Series. You're loving Tatsuri and greatly expecting that Team Secret is going to win right now.
And I believe he was the first player to reach 100 kills in the C Icon series. And, we have your One Punch Man, we have our 100 kill man right here in the form of Tatsuri. And absolutely, with General James at the helm of it all, I think that Team Secret is indeed the team to beat here coming into our grand finals. But on the other side, we do have Amihan Esports. And yesterday, I had to revoke this team's underdog card because Amihan Esports, they have proven to be a powerhouse, no longer an underdog here in the C Icon series. Without ever having dropped a game or a series, this team from the Visayas group stage is wreaking havoc on even the most skilled teams in the league. Can anyone stop this raging storm from Visayas? This is Amihan Esports.
In this race to ascension, there remains one dark horse. Amihan Esports have yet to lose a series, let alone a game, against anyone. And with their win against NXP, they have solidified their contender status. Now facing another giant in Team Secret, Amihan has to remain in top form to get their fastest ticket to the grand finals. Carl in the Baron lane, Jelson in the jungle, Mitsura in mid, Demon as their dragon laner, and Orthros as their support and captain. Winter is coming? No. A storm has landed. Amihan Esports.
And for our solo player highlight, the man behind the shadows of the great carries, none other than the setup king. You can see Jelson with the Gragas, Jarvan the fourth, you can say it Jelson the fourth, and then Lee Sin with a KDA 6.53, and you can see the kill participation, that's 20%. He is looking for those ganks, making sure that everyone from the squad snowballs, and that's what James respected Amihan with moving as a unit. This guy is definitely one of them, just making sure that they are on point with their timers and with their objectives.
Indeed. And of course, we do have our Globe Key player clash right now in the Baron lane. And I would say this has been one of the most anticipated key player clashes over here in the C Icon series. The moment we saw Carl pop off in the Visayas group stages, we immediately thought, could he handle the Baron laners of North Luzon? Well, one Baron laner from North Luzon is down, but there still is Azar over here from Team Secret. And Carl, he has been waiting for this moment. He already mentioned this during the group stages that he said he could take on Azar. What are your thoughts on this, Otlus?
That's right. So just staying true to his word, right? So another anticipated matchup we have with both players known for being aggressive. Carl has proven that he can stand toe-to-toe against Horizon. With his Fiora pick and willingness to go for risky plays, expect him to demand Fiora in the first rotation. On the other hand, we have Azar. He absorbs so much pressure and outplays 1v3 dives to his advantage. From Evelyn to Darius, his gravity will always and surely be felt. This is a Globe Key player clash you surely don't want to miss.
Not indeed. And we are definitely going to have our eyes on these two. Osiris, what about you? Any additional thoughts here on our Globe Key player clash?
If you're going to check the kill participation, you got 40%, 14% from Azar, for the reason that he may not be the one who's usually joining team fights, but he is making windows of play. He can win 4 versus 1s and can technically zone everyone out at the dragon pit. So you want to make sure that Azar is always on check. Whenever the first dragon comes in, he is already at the mid lane. Everyone is moving as a unit at the side of Carl with that 70% kill participation and fairly high KDA, for the reason that he was able to take down also next play one of the scarier teams that we are expecting to win. But with that, it is a great boost for the morale of Amihan.
You know, we mentioned yesterday that Next Play Esports was the barometer for Miani Esports over here, and they have definitely proved that they can indeed run with the big boys, so to say. Coming in as, let's say, a rookie team from Visayas, they now will be up against Team Secret, you know, a name that is no stranger to any esports fan around the world. So, you know, they have passed the barometer test. This is now their ultimate test here at the C Icon Series PH. So, panelists, predictions over here. Is it going to be Team Secret or is it going to be Amihan Esports? You know, I'm just trying to stall right now because I would love to see Amihan Esports take this because everybody loves an underdog story. But it's been no secret that I have been favoring Team Secret since the North Luzon group stages as well. So I think I'm going to give this to Team Secret, but it is going to be a 2-1. And it's quite possible that this is the grand finals preview right here already. Otlus, what about you?
You're right. You did mention a grand finals preview, right? And I predicted Team Secret to win it all. Why? Because in a best of 5 series, Team Secret just has so many plays in their playbook, and I think that will work to their advantage. That's for later. But for now, I'm going with my man here, Orthros. Let's go, Amihan. All in. Let's go. It's going to be a 2-1 in favor of Amihan, and they will have the fastest ticket to the grand finals.
So I'll fight with that, Otolus. There's a reason why you call him Ham Easy, because this will be an easy 2-0 from Team Secret. As much as I love the young guns playing around and firing all cylinders, it's all about still experience and the creativity, flexibility around the Team Secret. And there's a big reason why. They are the ones who run the Seraphim, the Sona, and yes, maybe on the other side, we can see the Janna going banana with the Soraka pick. So, still, there's so many surprises from both teams, but it's Team Secret.
Honestly, Otolus mentioned yesterday that he would pull out the wallpaper. I thought he was joking, but apparently he just sees the
I don't have the
opportunity
flag.
to go
It's
ahead
secret.
and wave that Amihan Esports flag right there, the Orthros flag too. And yeah, I feel like any way this game goes is actually going to be a win, a huge win for the Philippine Wild Rift scene in general, because again, everybody loves an underdog story, and Team Secret, they are just
Yes.
so good over here. So this is gonna be an excellent series to start off our last day here at the Sea Icon Series summer season. Team Secret versus Amihan Esports. Casters, are you guys ready? Because we're gonna jump into the rift. Over to you guys.
Can I just say that this is definitely a series that a lot of us are looking forward to? The energy is up, the fans are in the stream watching, and this is just series number 1. Again, this is Kings of the North versus the Dark Horses of the Icon series. You'll be your casters. I'm Yukon, and alongside me is Infinity. So, Infinity, before we talked about the meta, the possible drafts, I want to give you a very pressuring question. Who do you think will win, and what will be the score?
It's really a question that is up to casters for the predictions, right? It's just so pressuring for us right now. But I'm looking at Team Secret to win this series specifically for the upper bracket finals, having to run it into a 3-game because how Amihan Esports has played out, and it's gonna be a 2-1.
You know what? Ever since day number 1, I've been voting against Team Secret just because I believe that the other teams can and will step up, but I've been wrong. So for day number 3, I'm gonna give it to Team Secret, but a 2-1, just because we could see how strong Amihan Esports is. These guys, as Atlas would say, they are definitely the storm that is coming. Will the Kings be prepared? Only one way to find out. So let's talk about side of Amihan Esports so far. Perfect run. And as James said, rather, they move as a unit, and that's very important if you're gonna play Wild Rift. They know who to take down, they know how to counter the tactics that their opponents has, and they were able to adjust in the last minute, especially in the draft. They were very much prepared against next play.
Yeah, and it's just the hold of Ortros in the game that is really dominant all throughout the series they've played out. Ortros is really the controller of what happens in the matchup. He used the Rakan in the past with Asaya against Next Play Esports, and that was a dominating run wherein they were just using the CCs of the Rakan to really get a hold of the enemy team, and it was just exponential, and I want to see it once again. And definitely, Yuko, we saw how Amihan Esports were undefeated in their respective group stage and now in the playoffs still. Will this be where they lose their first series is gonna be sort of the question that I have in mind, and it's really up to Ortros for now to try and mold the game in their favor and try to gain those setups for his teammates to actually deal those damage and run the game for them.
And I like how you highlighted Orthros, because I was just about to say that despite the head-to-head matchup being the Brian laners, I would love to see the battle at the Dragon Lane. The supports, James and Orthros, these guys, they just know how to open plays for these teams. And now also you mentioned the win streak for Amihan Esports and Team Secret. Can I just say that these two teams, ever since day number 1, they have been bagging 2 zeros. So now, one of them is bound to break that streak.
Definitely. I think it's gonna be super pressuring because these two teams haven't even lost anything in the upper bracket yet. right? And then Team Secret has dominated in their respective group stage, only losing one or two times against Next Play Esports in North Luzon. So it's gonna be very interesting. You talked about how Mez, which is the shot caller of Team Secret, he calls in for those team fights, he calls in for those objectives, and I think it's a battle of supports here. Who's gonna be the better support coming into the series? Who's gonna be the better team in the upper bracket finals today?
I just cannot wait to see what is gonna happen in game number one. I'm sure you guys can feel our energy here. We're just trying to calm down. Also, a lot of upsets in the playoffs make me feel upset. But that's because I'm also happy to be proven wrong, because even though we did try to analyze the stats, predict as accurately as possible, these teams, they show us that they have a lot of tactics up their sleeve. They can adjust in the last minute, and that's just beautiful. That's a beautiful way to see our teams, how are they able to evolve and all of that stuff. But okay, we talked about Amihan Esports. Let's now talk about Team Secret. There is one question that's in my head right now. Will we see something new from this team? It's their last match before they enter the grand finals. Will we see something crazy from Team Secret?
I mean, it could potentially happen, right? Especially with how Amihan Esports is going to be their enemy team right now. And Team Secret is known to be so creative in their draft. I mean, in North Luzon, they were the ones who emphasized the no AD build, right?
Yeah.
They went in for a Rihanna dual lane and bot lane. So I think we could expect the same thing coming into the series, wherein Team Secret has a secret behind their backs so that they can bring it up into something similar like this, the upper bracket finals, to secure their slot coming into the Super Cup. So I think it's really gonna be a lot at stakes here, Yuko, because if you win this, you're straight going into the grand finals and you are secured for both full split and even the Super Cup. So a lot will be in mind, a lot will be on pressure right now for these two teams.
Man, pressure is definitely up there, and I also would like to see how Tatsuri, this killing machine, will perform in this series. Definitely has a lot of kills in his pockets, and if we're gonna look at yesterday, their communication as a team is on point, especially Tatsuri and Azar. I said this to Riku yesterday. Whenever Azar would juggle a 1v3, there is always a Mega Inferno bomb going his way, and it just displaces the opponent that he is up against. So maybe we could see, just maybe, a Ziggs ban just to deny that possible response from the side of Team Secret. And this is also a chance for Amihan to stall the game, given that Ziggs does tend to take down towers very quickly, thus speeding the games up.
Yeah, I see that, because if you look at it, you spoke about Tatsuri, and Tatsuri is the only one who got the pentakill in the whole run in the Icon series, and I see no reason why Tatsuri can stop today once again. So I think Tatsuri will be one of the key valuable players that we can look at, aside from probably Hamez as well, as we talked about a while ago, because the map control, the map awareness of Tatsuri coming into the map and the spaces that he provides for his team is just amazing. He brings out the Ziggs, he brings out the Katarina before, and he even brings out those champions that can really disrupt the play of the game. So we might expect that once again coming into the series. And you talked about Azar as well. I think Azar, when he is fed up in the early game, it's going to be very devastating for the early game of Amihan Esports.
Yeah, that player can be a beast in the mid to late game if he is very comfortable in the early game. But now this is going to be game number one for our series number one. First ban for the side of Team Secret is going to be a Grago. So no explosive task, no body slam, no one to actually go with a solid disengage. Amihan Esports, they could ban out I was about to say Baron Laner, and they did. That is Darius out of the table.
Yeah, Darius, face rush, gonna be removed to the table of Team Secret. They played it in day number one, and Darius is just speeding throughout the fight. Speeding throughout the 5v5, so banning it away is just a respect against Team Secret for now. But Fiora being banned as well, for the side of Team Secret, removing the 4-1 setup of Amihan Esports means that Amihan Esports needs to go back into traditional onto the 5v5 team comp.
You know what? They did ban out Darius. Now they banned Fiora. And I was right. Amihan Esports, they will most likely ban this Ziggs out. The first pick for the side of Team Secret is going to be a Camille, most likely going over to Trevor. But Amihan Esports answered that with a Janna and a Corki.
Dejana, Corky, enabled the Mini Esports to try and go for the disengage available built in onto Monsoon. So I think that is where Mini Esports is building up, and Corky as well. We all know mid-late is Corky's game. If Corky will have the early game in this matchup, it will be very devastating. But Team Secret, you know what? Leave the Galio open. We're gonna pick it up. And now Team Secret has Lee Sin and Galio both at the same draft, and even Camille to follow through. A lot of engagements for their team.
I want to say something for Team Secret's lineup, but I'm not yet sure. I have yet to see their full lineup before I can say that one line that's in my mind right now. But Amihan Esports locking in the Takali, most likely going over to Carl, and they have a single target jungler just to make sure that they can have the pick off. So Varus is up for grabs. That is most likely going over to Chewy.
Here we go, Team Secret. If you're looking at their draft, a lot of CCs built into it and put in on a Seraphine. And their draft is built on a 5v5. And this is their counter. As Hamid said a while ago, Amihan Esports is a united, aggressive team. And when you have all these CCs built into your draft, it's going to be so amazing and it's going to be so hyped up on what could happen in a 5v5. Because you have Seraphine with the ultimate, with the Encore, you have Varus with the Chain of Corruption, Heroes Entrance, Galio, Lee Sin, Dragon's Entrance. Pretty much everything will be up for AoE CCs for Team Secret.
I actually thought the Seraphine was going over to James, but apparently it is going to go to Tatsuri. But for now, these are the drafts for your game number 1. So, let us now witness the game number 1 for Team Secret versus Amihan Esports. Who will win? Who will be able to take down who? Only one way to find out. So we start the game off at the mid lane. Mitsura using that Garen just to have a tanky champion against Tatsuri. Early game, Seraphine has a lot of pokes. You also have the slows just to make sure that the Seraphine will be silent should they try to go with the 5v5s or pickoffs.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's just a silence game. It's just a disruption from Mitsura to come into mid lane to try and just delay how Tatsuri would scale out. If you're looking at the early game, they're pretty matched up when it comes to the HP disruption. So I think that is where Esports is looking towards that early game.
It's a Byron Lane Lee Sin!
Oh!
I thought it was
We're going.
a Byron Lane Camille. It was a Byron Lane Lee Sin. Alright, let's go. Okay, Team
We're
Secret
going.
definitely putting something new in the table. I almost fell off of my chair. But anyway, Johnson is going with the deep ward. Let's see how will they be able to run this Byron Lane Lee Sin pick. To be fair, Lee Sin is very mobile. So if ever Amihan Esports is gonna try to target Azar, he has a lot of safety net.
Yeah, Lee Sin is a meta that is not known to Wild Rift. It was an MSI meta, but now we're bringing it to Wild Rift Icon series right now, and Team Secret is leading that meta, that off-meta pick that could disrupt Amihan Esports to play this out. It's very exciting, but now Chewy is really low in terms of her HP, forced to back away and go for the recall.
Looks like that is going to be a jump out for the side of Carl. Just forced to play this one out. But you have James being pressured by 3 champions right here. The taunt is going to connect, but he was able to dash out. No casualties still for these two teams. Looks like Jelson still going to stay at the side of Team Secret. It's going to be very quiet. And now you have Carl with the reset.
Yeah, no kills will be done as of yet. I think it was an early pressure from Amihan Esports going into the dual lane, the dragon lane, trying to kill off Chewy. And as you saw a while ago, 1 HP remaining for Chewy. And that is the disadvantage of a Varus. When you pick up a Varus, you need some sort of a safe play for Team Secret. But now mid lane, 2-man roam for Team Secret.
You have just James trying to protect that Suri, given that Seraphine is quite squishy, but that's going to be the Howling Gale not connecting onto anyone at the mid lane. So now Amihan Esports, they're forced to play this one out safely. Now Chewy just trying to keep Demon at bay, and here are the items that our teams did pick up. So now let's see what is going to happen next. You have Mitsura jumping straight at Tatsuri's face, but Orthros is just there at the side should he need to help.
So Varus, we're going back. If you're looking at it, James has picked up Galio as sort of a safe play for Varus to scale out when it comes to the early game. Because Varus doesn't have an invisibility, doesn't have a flash, doesn't have an active spell built into his skill kit that could put him back into safety onto an escape route. So I think Galio is there, sort of a defensive a shield onto Chewy in the early game, and you're looking at the vibe for Amihan Esports. So level 5, you have a Solid Battery that could lock in onto Chewy, and it will state death sentence. So I think Team Secret will be playing it very defensively in the dual lane, while the rest of the lanes are going for an aggressive push. You have Lee Sin into the top lane. That's an early game champion that could really punish Amihan Esports, especially how Akali has been nerfed quite a bit, but more on upgraded onto the energy output of Carl. So I think that could be sort of the balance coming into the Baron lane that we're seeing right now for both Team Secret and Amihan Esports. Though the Mountain Dragon will now be alive, and everyone's going for the reset.
Yep, looks like Team Secret, they really want to have their hands on this first Jake. Or you already have Trevor and James there at the sides. You also have Mitsura taking a quick peek onto where Team Secret is. You have Jelson right there, but he was not able to spot out James. That was too close. I was not able to breathe there. But now Carl, he was forced to buy GA early on, just to make sure that he has this early game assurance. Now that is going to be Amihan Esports already giving the Dragon a start, but you have Trevor at the sides. Ultimates are available. Let's see what is going to happen. You have James. He picked the first punch. You have the Howling. That's going to be the on-card connecting, but you have special delivery being secured by Amihan Esports. That's going to be the blue team be able to steal the mountain. The CCC is just too much for them to bear. James does fall down, and let's see who will die next. You have Trevor at the back lines. He was taken out as well. You have the red team being able to get that double kill, and eventually that is going to be a team ace going over to Amihan. A 5-2 in favor of Amihan Esports this early on.
When's the last time we saw Team Ace in 5 minutes into the matchup? And that is Amihan Esports. And Team Secret has to pay the price at the cost of getting the steal onto the Mountain Dragon. So that is a very interesting mindset here. And Amihan Esports has stuck the 3K gold lead in their team in the first 5 minutes of the game. And something to highlight in this matchup is Akali built GA first item.
Yeah.
And that is something that we do not see often. We saw a Trinity Force Akali first item. We saw a Gunblade. We saw those type of AP builds. But now, GA is a different story. And I think that will be the answer of Carl against a Lee Sin top lane against Azar for today. So that is going to be very interesting with the Twilight Shroud actually quite upgraded in patch 2.3 alongside with the GE survivability. Carl can go anywhere and survive in a 1v1.
Looks like he's gonna go with the lane swap as well, but Azar is still gonna follow wherever this Akali will go. He needs to try and at least shut down Carl this earlier on, but now Amihan Esports being very comfortable with that first team ace. Looks like they already have their eyes on this Raquel. Here comes Team Secret. They were not able to go there yet. You have Rashid, it's gonna be a flash in, being secured by Arthros, but will it be connecting? It's gonna be a yes, but you have James gonna jump in. Instead, that is gonna be one dead virus. James on the turret. A lot of champions chasing him down. He is forced to flash out. That is not gonna connect, but now you have Justin on the side that is gonna connect, and that is gonna be Tatsuri not being able to save his teammate. Now here at the Dragon lane, Trevor and Azar, that is gonna be the whole shot connecting, and you have the judgment being popped by Amihan Esports. A beautiful move is being activated by Amihan right here, and they are just boxing in the sides of Team Secret. That's gonna be a double kill being secured by Akali. That's gonna be a 2-9 on the scoreboard, just 7 minutes in.
James has talked about this a while ago in their interview. Amihan Esports is roaming as a 5-man and are united to go into the bot lane gank, into mid lane gank. And now they are emphasizing that aspect of their game style and their team tendency to go into 5-man roam and get those kills.
Roots will not be enough because you have Mitsura being very tanky. Now he is in the mid lane. You have Carl still behind him, already popping that Twilight Shroud, but in different side of the map, you also can see Vi Jelson being able to get that one Dragon lane turret. 2 turret takedowns for the side of Amihan, while Team Secret still yet to get their first turret.
Mountain
Also,
Dragon, yeah. So that's basically a stalemate for now. Team Secret will be playing it very patiently because Amihan Esports has already took the 5K gold lead away from them. And there is more time that you need to require for the Ocean Drake to come up, for the Baron Nashor to come up, and it's not really that easy to take it down, especially against Amihan Esports with a lot of gold lead. So they need to play it very patiently, wait for Chewy to scale out, especially when it comes to the game. Chewy will not be that strong. He needs to put the chain of corruption there when it comes to the 5v5. And now it's gonna be a fight into the topside jungle.
Mitsura taunted, and will it be enough? The charm isn't gonna connect, but now you have Team Secret Relay B in a better position. That is gonna be a no because they're just forced to jump away. You have Azar here at the front line. That is gonna be a kick right onto Carl's face. That's gonna be the 5 force connecting, and now you have already that Garen. That here comes Demon being able to penetrate that backline. Trevor does get bursted down. Now Gaio was the next to actually fall down. That is gonna be a 1-2 in favor of Amihan Esports. Carl being able to secure his GA, still has that second life, and it is just 9 minutes in. Looks like Amihan, they are in a much more better early game than we've ever expected.
Imagine from a 2k gold lead a while ago in the first 2 minutes of the matchup, Amihan Esports had built it up into a 5k gold lead in the 5-minute mark, and now they build it up into more and more and more 8k gold lead in their favor as of yet. It's gonna be very hard for Team Secret to scale out because you already have Manamune for Demon, and he's now building into a Trinity Force, and the Ocean Drake will now be their next target.
And the next target already going over to their pockets just as quickly. You can actually see Orthros using the Howling Gale just to make sure no one from Team Secret is near the Dragon's Pit. So for now, Team Secret, they need to reset because Amihan Esports, they're just storming all over the map. You have Mitsura alongside Jelson. Let's say they will try and get buff from Trevor, but Trevor was not able to secure it. Now, the Baron is going to be up in 15 more seconds. Hamas did say this, that Amihan Esports like to move as a unit. That's why they most likely picked up Seraphine. But the thing is, Amihan Esports, they actually wait for Tatsuri to use the Encore before they try and go with the Engage.
Yeah, I see that because Team Secret having the Seraphine will build into those shields that can try and disrupt how Amihan Esports would play this out to try and delay and have those prolonged fights, especially with the Encore, as you stated, that is big AoE CCs that can disrupt the 5v5. But Amihan Esports took too early for the 5-man roam to disrupt Team Secret when it comes to the early game, and now they're building up into the mid-game, late game. So with the Lich Bane, with the GA secured by Akali, this is gonna hurt with extra survivability. Garen already built up by Corki, Trinity Force, Manamune already, and Orchards as well with a lot of items. They're now looking so dominant when it comes to the first early game, but now, Baron Nashor.
Trevor is right there. That isn't connect. You have Amihan Esports actually boxing in the members of Team Secret. James' Hero's Entrance did not connect. You have the kite coming in from 2, and he does hurt a lot. James the first one to actually fall down. As are the backlines, they are focusing on Mitsur, but you also have Arthros just popping in that flash to secure that. You have Carl popping in with a 5-4 strike, who was able to take down Azar, and that is going to be a 1-3 in favor still of Amihan Esports. Just 11 minutes in, 4 and 14 on the scoreboard right now. A lot of things in this map and in this game going over to Amihan Esports' favor. You can also see the wards that they placed around that Baron area.
Yeah. Team Secret might have killed off Mitsura, but that was a 3-man trade of Amihan Esports. So now they built up into a 9k gold lead just of yet. So Varus needs to gain those second item. He built onto a Duskblade. So he will play it onto the assassination type of thing, wherein they hide onto the bush, wherein their burst damage will be exponentially increased. I think that is what Team Secret is looking to make a comeback against Amihan Esports because of how delayed they are when it comes to the gold accumulation in this 11-minute mark of the game. And it's just difficult because you are depending on Tatsuri to go for the damage, Chewy to go for the damage, but Amihan Esports has a lot of backline axes in the form of Mitsura and also Carl. So I'm looking at Team Secret coming into this latter part of the stages to try and wait for the right opportunity, wait for Amihan Esports to make a mistake, especially with their 5-man roam. They can make a split push happen if they opt to do so. So I think that is what they are looking for, as now Team Secret collapse top lane.
Position given for Amihan Esports right here. You also have wards being placed by Team Secret. Amihan Esports, they really want to get this Baron, but they need to win or at least secure one clash or one skirmish before they will be free to do so, because Trevor, of course, still gonna be a threat in the map with his hook shot as well as smite that he has. But for now, 28 seconds before the next dragon is up. Mitsura, though, very tanky, the perfect frontliner for Amihan Esports. Not really sure why. I understand the logic for Team Secret here. Take down Mitsura just so they can easily penetrate the back lines. But the problem here is while they're hitting or targeting Mitsura, Carl is just going crazy at the back lines. You also have Orthros with the shields, with the sustains. You also have Demon with the Gatling gun. So it's a lot of layer of CCs and a lot of damage that they have to tank before they can actually take down the key objectives. That is, they were going to be connecting. Taunt will not connect though. So me and Esports, they now know where these two players are. Looks like they will be getting this dragon non-contested.
Mian Esports is now building onto the Permanent Dragon buffs. Cloud Dragon will give them extra mobility in roaming in the map. With tier 2 turrets only once remaining for Team Secrets to actually go for the defense, this is locking so difficult for them to try and win it back. 10k gold difference already for Team Secret and Amihan Esports in this game number 1. To Camille already built up onto a BRK and a Trinity Force though. So I think that will be some sort of their key to trying and break down those tanky champions of Amihan Esports with percentage damage available for the BRK. I think with that, you need the hook shots, as you stated. There is an extra stun to that. If you stun onto key champions, such as Demon, to really decrease the amount of damage, and even Carl as well, that can stay dominant onto a 5v5, especially Hamiz onto the Galio. If Carl goes for the Twilight Shroud, you can go for the Taunt to try and disrupt it, but Amihan Esports now initiating the setup onto the Baron Nashor.
I'm holding my breath now. Mitsura will be able to zone out the members from Team Secret. You have the Moonstone being popped. That is indeed on the game popping in as well. You have that Hexy Ultimatum popping in. Red Team was still able to secure that Baron. Here comes the engage. You also have the first casualty, which is Justin here. Beside Team Secret, they were able to get their proper footing. Now you have Carl, who where is he? Guys going to be the taunt connecting on the Demon, but instead the damage coming out from the Scorpion is just too much. That Fury does get bursted down. Now Hamis was forced to flash out. He is the only one left alive for the side of Team Secret. He's forced to run, but you have Mitsura right behind him, being able to take him down with his consistent damage, and that's going to be another ace going over to Amihan Esports. Death timers are quite high. Amihan Esports, they can actually put a hole onto the base of Team Secret, and they can actually go straight to their Nexus.
Definitely, it's now with the Baron Nashor, even with the 3 cannons, they're now rushing it into the Nexus base. And what a game we have just experienced with Team Secret gaining the game number 1 from this upper bracket finals.
That was first win going over to Amihan, really showing how dominant they are. What a way to control or at least keep at bay from the Kings of the North. Apparently, first Lee Sin Baron pick is not gonna work out given that Carl had the perfect counter to that. Akali, yeah, sure you do have the nerf. Yes, her early game was a bit withered down, but if you use GA, you kinda have that safety net. And when it comes to team fights, they are just truly at the lead, Mitsura being the very sturdy wall that Team Secret has to go through before they can take care of their damage dealers. Just wow, the adjustments that these teams do. That was a 5-19 on the scoreboard. And if I'm not mistaken, Team Secret was not able to take out that much turrets. Just goes to show how much control and power Amihan Esports has.
Definitely, and also having a GA gives you not just the ability to go for a revive after you get killed, you also have the extra armor resistance against Lee Sin, Camille, and Chewie as well, who is building onto the burst damage potential. So Carl having the GA first item means that Carl can go into the backside, go into a team fight without actually considering if he could get bursted down by the enemy team, and matching it up against Azar into the top lane is just the right item to make a counter onto an AD Baron laner for Carl as well. And I think that just enabled him for the safety net, as you stated, for himself. And Mitsura was just so evident across the map. They were 5-man roaming in the first 4 minutes of the game, wherein they got a lot of kills in that matchup alone.
Yeah. And the first ace really helping them with the snowball. Can I just say that in that game number 1, Carl and Orthros did not die. The support and the Baron laner did not die despite of how intense the matchups were. Just goes to show how protected they were at the backlines. And here are the Oppo Unify play of the game. Just to show you guys what are the amazing fights here from that game number one. That was actually a four-man taunt for the side of Team Secret. It just so happened they were not able to go with the follow-up, and this is just the moment where Carl just became crazy. The 5-point shot dishing out so much damage, and at some point, the hero's entrance from James, even though they're good, even though they're logical, there was just lacking when it comes to the follow-up from Team Secret. Not because they lack communication, but because Amihan Esports just keeps them separated from each other. So let's see what could Team Secret do to be able to adjust.
I mean, esports tendency in the game is to play it very early. If you saw a while ago, they're just playing it very on top of each other, which is a 5-man row, which is also a good thing and also a bad thing in some sense. But now in this game number one, this is a knife that was held by Amihan Esports to dominate and slash and dice the enemy team to try and win this game. If you see how they are playing it out, it's just phenomenal. Mitsuru was there as the frontliner and is being targeted by Team Secret. Yes, he is killed down in that engagement alone, but Hamis, Tatsuri, and Azar actually fall down as well, coming in for that trade-offs. And those trade-offs are going to be very important.
This was the fight that Team Secret almost won. But you know what happened? Orthros and Demon happened. Demon staying true to his name, just kiting everyone down, and the damage, all those missiles was just too much for Team Secret to bear. It came to a point that even though James was supposed to be tanky, he was just easily taken down by Amihan Esports. Of course, Team Secret, they need to go with the reset, but this is just Amihan showing us a different side of them, but still the strong team that we all got to know. Also, can I just say that this is probably the reason why Mika revoked the underdog card from Amihan Esports.
Now, what a game one that we have just experienced. I think a lot of us, if not everyone, actually predicted like a 2-0 in favor of Team Secret, but no, it's gonna be the first game for Amihan Esports, and that was just amazing. The type of early aggression of Amihan Esports is synonymous to their name of what they did in group stage.
Master of the match is going to be Mitsura, KDA of 9.00, kill participation 95%, and damage per minute is 1,170. I said this earlier. This guy, he was a walking punching bag for Amihan Esports. Yes, he takes so much damage, but he is just so tanky. Pokes from Tatsuri, pokes from Chewy, no problem. He was also able to withstand the damage coming out from Azar's Lee Sin. So the fact that he will be able to push those skills on cooldown and create space or create time for his team to just free hit from the back lines, this is Amihan's plan being able to outwit Team Secrets.
Yeah. Ritsura was just the frontliners in that match number one. He's just getting all the aggros. He's the frontliners that keeps his teammates safe, especially having Corky there. He's just there, Gatling gun around, missile barrage all around, dealing a lot of damage, and he will not be taken down by Team Secret because of how Mitsuru has been playing it out. He just jumps into a Green man from Team Secret, goes for the silence, goes for the animation justice. He doesn't fear anything, and that is what I love about Mitsuru coming into that matchup from game number one. 5-man roam, Garen leading it through.
And 5-man roam became a 5-man takedown at the Nexus for Team Secret. So here are the picks and bans for game number one in order. So the Darius ban from Amihan Esports really working well for them, and again, I said this earlier, them banning out Ziggs, it just goes to show that they were able to stop the possible early game pressure in the mid lane for the side of Team Secret. James on this Galio still pretty good, but I guess this is the fact that Varus just tends to be too squishy. So whenever Amihan Esports or Demon, just Demon actually, whenever he reaches the back lines, that is most likely 30 to 40% damage already down for Team Secret the moment Chewy does get taken down.
Yeah, I think it's an important to understand what Team Secret has built in their draft because they built on the Wombo combo side,
Yeah.
wherein you have Azar in the Lee Sin, you have Camille as the jungle, right? And these are single targeted CCs onto Amihan Esports, potentially as a counter onto a Corki. And you have Galio, you have Varus, and you have Seraphine to follow up the Wombo combo composition. But as we saw a while ago, it wasn't really able to capitalize onto the encore, not really able to capitalize onto the 5v5 ultimate synergy that Team Secret was planning to go for because you have Mitsur just going for the silence. And that is the key here when you're talking about the Garen, the neutralization of the skills that can be placed out by Team Secret coming into a 5v5 has been exponentially decreased. And if you're looking at them, it's really important that those ultimates will connect against Amihan Esports, which it didn't because of how Garen is doing it. So I think that is sort of what happened in their draft. I think it's what a counter would be for Amihan Esports is having that Garen readily available against Team Secret.
Yep, and think that this was their last pick. So Amihan Esports, they really prepared this fight against Team Secret. Jelson, though, I like how disciplined he was when it comes to the objectives. Would almost always be ahead of Trevor when it comes to Dragon, Rift Herald, or even Baron takes. Also, Carl being able to play aggressively. This is also one of the win conditions from Amihan Esports. Let Carl do what he wants, and when he does that, even in this Akali that recently just got nerfed, he can just take a lot of kills or give a lot of kills for his team. Orthros. Now we understand why Autolus made a Orthros fan club document or form, because if you saw his Janna, that was so good. We only ever saw him perform amazingly in Lux, but of course we won't be seeing much of Lux here at the playoffs, but still him being put on Janna just provides so much safety, so much sustain for his team. The Moonsoon popped at the right time just to heal or at least displace some members of Team Secret, the slows and the shields to protect his teammates and damage their enemies. So good. And if you put all of these things together, it's the perfect puzzle for Demon because he can just go wherever he wants.
Definitely. And now I'm thinking, what if Camille will be played by Azar and Jarvan 4 will be played by Team Secret? Right? Because Jarvan 4 is available, right? And if you have Galio, Jarvan 4, Camille, it's gotta be spicy. And I think that's something that we could expect coming into game number 2. I think Team Secret would now be playing onto more of the safer route rather than going in for the more risky route as they have played in game number 1, because it's too risky to play it against Amihan Esports, which is super hyper aggressive when it comes to the game. With a 5-man roam in the first 4 minutes, that is only synonymous to the name of Amihan Esports. And with how Amihan Esports is playing it out, it's forcing Team Secret to do unconventional things for them as well to try and delay how much they are farming in lanes. And Varus, as you all know, needs those items for that poking potential to actually kind of hurt. So I think that is what they could do in game number 2, play it back into the safe route, put maybe sort of the Wombo combo and traditional picks coming into their draft in game number 2.
Traditional picks, so they could default to the kind of draft that they had way back in the North Luzon group stages minus the no ADC lineup. And I believe that is a possibility because, just default to what works or go back to the meta if ever you are at match point. Even though I would love to see unorthodox picks, I always say this: meta is there for a reason. Maybe Team Secret, they could opt with a much more familiar draft than what they have, or maybe just maybe they can go crazy with whatever it is that they want. But for coming into game 2, I already asked you what Team Secret could do. Looking over at Amihan Esports, what could they do to win this series with a 2-0? Actually, for Amihan Esports, Infinity actually said that it's gonna be difficult, and I just felt the stress that he had. It was so funny. But yeah, he was also saying that Amihan Esports, they just know how to go all in, and there were times where it's kind of difficult to predict. Will this plan be able to connect to Amihan Esports plan? Will they be able to answer the question that Amihan is throwing at them? But Infinity, what are your other thoughts? Yep, and yeah, Team Secret maybe. Infinity said maybe Team Secret could still try to fight fire with fire. And Amihan is a Tagalog term for win, but I do agree that if they want to be able to push this to a game number 3, they really need to fight fire with fire, like match the aggression that they have. To be fair, we do know Team Secret as a team that can just strike their enemies head on. But for game number 1, they were kind of conservative. However, I do see the logic behind that because 3-4 minutes in, they got aced by Amihan Esports.
Yeah, the ace is the start of everything. It was a 5k gold lead immediately after the team ace that Amihan Esports has gotten, which led them to a lot of items in their favor. Right, Akali was able to build up onto a GA in the first engagement that they have and able the sustainability up, especially with a monsoon as well, having extra sustainability. Right, it gives you the HP regen, it gives you the capabilities to just come into the fight, not even considering that you are low HP, because you can just regen it back. And Jana also has a barrier, a little bit of a shield to really just support Garen, support Corki if ever they really want to match it up into a 5v5 and go all in into a fight.
And to think that, of course, logically, you'd also think that you have to either reach Orthros just to stop all those monsoons, those howling gales, those zephyrs, and even Eye of the Storm. Problem here is you have a lot of not layer of CC, literally layer of damage to get through before you can take down Orthros. Maybe that's also the reason why he did not have any deaths for game number 1. But let's see. Amihan Esports, they could still stick with the bans, given that it was able to help them with their aggression and their plan coming into game number 1. But yeah, for game number 2, I won't be surprised if it's still going to be the same bans, but I would love to see a slightly different draft for the side of Amihan Ear. How about the Infinity? When it
Yeah.
comes to Team Secret, what could they do? What should they adjust?
I think we're thinking the same thing. I think there could be the same batch, especially how Amihan Esports are trying to disrupt how Azar would be playing it out. We saw the Darius face rush, and that Darius face rush is just so amazing and so great coming into the quadra kill, the triple kill into the 5v5. So I think that's going to be something that could be banned away by Amihan Esports still. And then when it comes to the draft, I think Team Secret has the potential to go for the red side selection, because now they could play very actively against Amihan Esports and, counter those first few picks of Amihan Esports. They would understand what they're actually trying to build onto and then try to counter those stuff with champions, with items that they are planning prior to the game.
Man, this is just game 2, but I'm already getting the chills. I'm just really looking forward to see what will happen in game number 2. So for the fans of Amihan Esports out there, congratulations, because they are just one win, one game away from sitting comfortably in our grand finals match. But for the fans of Team Secret, do not fret. This is a best of 3. Just hope that these men in black and white will be able to push this to a game number 3. And yeah, I'm agree what you said. Azar just was not able to do the thing that he wanted. Carl being the he was the one that basically led music or selected the music, and Azar was just forced to dance along with him. So maybe we could see a different champion for Azar now. As much as I was happy to see the Lee Sin Baron lane, to be frank, it did not work at all. Even in the early game, Carl was just playing it safely, although there were times that he had a slight goal lead compared to Carl, but other than that, it was pretty much nada. The kicks are good, but there is no follow-up. There were also times that he did some small mistakes here and there, but with all that said and done, we're gonna jump into game number 2. Team Secret still gonna be at the blue side.
They're sticking to what they played in game number one, but playing it a bit more powerful coming into this game number two. I am assuming that they're really locking in onto those high priority picks coming in for this game. But similar bans as of yet, Yuko. We saw how Darius has been banned away by game one because of how Azar has played it through. Now Gragas and Fior will be banned away and removed from the champion pool by Team Secret with huge respects onto the ban lane of Amihan Esports.
I said this earlier. Same bans for Amihan Esports, but also same bans for Team Sika. They're still gonna pick up that Camille, Porky, and Jana still available. I saw this yesterday. Are they really gonna do this again in day number 3? But you know what? I believe they should change the champion for Azar. I'm gonna hold on to what I said earlier. But still, let's see, will they still pick up the Lee Sin Galio this time around? Will it still be Varus and Seraphine? Let's see.
Oh,
Team Secret already securing that Akali.
it's gonna be Akali instead of the Lee Sin. We're playing the similar graph, but you know what? Let's trade. You may pick up the Lee Sin. We're gonna lock in onto Akali, so we're gonna change it up. We're gonna trade in champions for game number 2. But still, Garen will be locked in by Amihan Esports, so Team Secret needs to decide now if they need to pick up the Seraphine or the Varus, because Mitsura is just a dominant player onto the Garen that can neutralize those kills that is being outputted by Amihan Esports. And now, as we see it, they're changing it up. Kaisa being locked in and to follow through. They could lock into maybe a Lulu. We're going back to traditional.
Wait! We saw that the last pick was Seraphine, right? In game number 1.
Yeah.
Is this gonna be a Lulu mid?
No, I think it's Galio mid. Then
Are you
we
sure?
have Azar. No, not Azar. Camille onto the jungle being played by Trevor, and we have Azar playing onto Akali. I think this is just a throw out there onto the Dark Shadows, but this is something that I'm excited for.
I really am excited as well. So you are right, that's gonna be Tatsuri handling that Galio. I thought we were gonna see a Lulu mid. I panicked there for a bit, but now Mitsura already being comfortable with this Ariana, and Carl, what is gonna run is gonna use that Garen. So anyway, this is gonna be game number 2. Team Secret versus Amihan Esports. Still, that is gonna be a tanky Galio against a Oriana.
Oriana instead. Amihan Esports is playing the for the Wombo combo in the mid lane. And when was the last time we saw Kaisa Ludo coming into the Rift? Right? It's been a long,
5
long
years ago.
time. Right? Yeah, 10 years ago, 5 years ago. Even Wild Rift wasn't born yet. But it was just too long ago that we haven't seen this draft. But I think Team Secret is now going to be playing onto Kaisa, but now mid lane.
Ooh, Tatsuri very, very mad. They're already using his Ignite just to make sure that the life of Mitsura will be taken down. However, Mitsura still does have that honey fruit, but at least just we can now see that Team Secret, they have a much more confident, much more comfortable early game. Now you have Hamas coming in with the pokes, Chewy in a much more normal or much more familiar ADC here. Azar is gonna go up against Carl. I'm really not sure. I'm not sure what to feel with this matchup because I feel like Carl can just tank the damage that Azar can dish out in the early game. But still, we have yet to see. You have shields coming out from Orthros yet again. And I just feel love taps here and there for the side of the Dragon lane. Orthros already down to the last bar of his health. And Trevor already having dibs on this Rift Scuttler.
Yeah, Team Secret right now is here for bloodshed. And Amihan Esports does the same thing, so they're waiting for the right opportunity. We all know Camille at level 5 is going to be very dominant, but bot lane,
He still has Valkyrie. That's why he was able to survive that one. But they're gonna be forced to go with the reset. Team Secret, they could get the turret, but I guess Trevor just opted to get that buff. Now you have Bazar, and you also have Jelson there at the sides. He needs to clear the wave ASAP. He does not have perfect execution just yet, so it looks like he is still gonna focus on clearing out the waves. He did get silenced, but there is no follow up from Carl.
yeah. Team Secret right now playing it very safe. 300 goal lead, a little bit of an advantage against Amihan Esports, but it's too early to tell, and it's too little of a difference to actually state what would happen. But if you're looking at it, we're having a different Akali coming into this game number 2, played by Team Secret. But Jelson, 2-man row from Amihan Esports, tries to get a kill onto Azar. What might happen? Azar, what are you gonna do?
there is a chance that he is just forced to pick this Akali. That's gonna be a 1v3 as they're popping in with that Twilight Shroud. And that was a very good response coming in from Tatsuri. See, I told you, the sync of these two players just so good. With that hero's entrance, Amihan Esports is forced to go back. However, that is a lot of seconds for Mitsura to actually have space for himself, given that hero's entrance is not available for Tatsuri.
Hmm. That would be very devastating, especially 3 minutes and 30 seconds will be up soon, and the main esports will be there as well. Although the Dragon Rage will not be available for Jelson, or Cross will not be having the months, but I spoke too early. They're now locking it in. But I think that will be the key here. Ultimates are going to be very important coming into the first Dragon, especially that will be the Ocean Drake that could put in sustainability onto both Amihan Esports or even Team Secret coming into this game number 2, which would be exponentially increased having that sustainability. Even Lulu as well coming in for Team Secret. So I think they really need to play this out. I like though that there will be no first blood as of yet. So they're
Yeah.
waiting for the first blood to happen onto the dragon, right? When there is a 5v5, that is where we may expect the first bloods to come through, the bloodsheds to come through.
Oh, and you were just talking about it, and here it is. Ultimates are available, but Team Secret, they are just being very sneaky at the side. Already have Amihan, already having eyes on this Ocean Drake. You have Mitsura at the back lines. You have to be very careful because he still does have Shockwave. That is going to be the Howling Gale connecting. Why am I whispering? Anyway, so now Team Secret, they will most likely just take a look at the bushes, see if anyone is going to go a sneak attack on them. Azar, Trevor, and Hammers is right there. They pretty much could take this quickly unless Jelson steps up, unless Jelson will be able to go with the steal. You have the Polymer coming in as a
Listen.
kill connecting onto that Team Secret, but now the blue team is able to get that Dragon. That's going to be the Musa being popped, and that's going to be the red team. First blood being taken by Team Secret. Amihan Esports, they're forced to go back. Azar there, the back line, going straight at their face. That's going to be a double kill be secured by Akali, and now that's going to be the Polymer connecting. Paul forced to back away. Kaisa does get taken down. That's going to be a triple kill coming over for Azar. Killing spree for this Akali. Now they are rotating over to the mid lane, but Mitsura forced to stay on their turret.
You have a lot of CCs from Team Secret. And you also have a lot of counters that Polymorpherize onto Carl that's disabled how he could survive that fight. And I think Amihan Esports coming into the first Dragon's Pit was too far away to even bring down and collapse Team Secret in that engagement. So they lost that fight. Now 3-kill lead for Team Secret, having a 2k gold lead as well. Coming into the first 5 minutes of the game, we're now changing it up. We're changing history here for Team Secret.
Changing history indeed. This is, you know what? Carl had a very good early game. Now, Azar having a very good early game. And you have James just being very mobile on this Lulu, just providing so much support for his team. 4-2 on the scoreboard right now. Goal lead now in favor of Team Secret. Amihan Esports, still pretty early to tell, but they can at least try and turn things around.
Team Secret with Azar actually locking in onto the Infinity Orb and also for the Lich Bane. So a lot of damage can be spammed out. And Amihan Esports Corki will go in for the Manamune. Lacking in terms of damage, but you also have the prolonged fight coming into Amihan's favor. But now Lee Sin comes in.
Who that's going to be a non-contested Rift Herald, but Amihan, they wanted to take that. It just so happens that it could be very risky. Did Azar just jump in straight on Mitsura's face? I think he did, but Mitsura was able to get out of there alive. That's going to be the Shuriken Flip connecting and the Twilight Shroud being popped at the right time. Here comes Jason. He does have the kick, but he does get taunted. That is going to be the kick connecting onto Azar, and instead he was the one that got bursted down. That was a misplay from Akali. Should he not have forced to fight Mitsura? But anyway, Carl taking a few third hits right there. That's beat Trevor with a Hextech ultimatum. You have that of course, Atlas as well, but he was able to hookshot his way to safety. Demon now here at the Dragon Lane. Trevor still holding his ground. And you have Demon popping that Gatling gun, but now Trevor decided to disengage.
This is what the answer that we are talking about a while ago. If Amihan Esports goes for the 5-man roam and synonymous to their name to just try and go for Unite, damage in team fights against Team Secret, answer it with a split push. And that will be very dominating against Amihan Esports as they don't have a split pusher in their team. Yes, you have Carl to go for the 4-1 setup, but if Carl will not be there in 5v5, it's going to be very hard for Amihan Esports because they don't have the neutralizers connecting onto Tatsuri on the Galio. You don't have a neutralizer onto Chewy onto Azar, onto Trevor. That's going to be very important. So if Amihan Esports defend, go for the 4-1 setup. You have Lee Sin, you have Oriana, you have Corky and Ortros left with Jana. That is very, very squishy in a 5v5. So I think that is what Team Secret is looking for in a loophole against Amihan Esports to beat them
Indeed.
down in game number 2. So I think this is
know-
going to be very exciting, Yuko. The typical traditional setups that we are seeing right now for Amihan Esports has now been broken down by Team Secret.
And that is just Team Secret stepping up. However, Esports, they can still try and win. This is going to be the 5 points. Try connecting, and Akali is going to default back into her Twilight Shroud. You know what? It made me think. What if this Akali pick was a bait pick for Amihan Esports? Just so they can get Garen. That is a possibility. That is a question that is in my mind for a handful of seconds now. But now the Drake is up. Cloud Drake, in fact, Team Secret already here at the Dragon Pit, and Amihan Esports, they will have to jump all in, but you have so much damage coming out from Chewy. Space located for this ADC. You have the Hex ultimate being taken while being casted by Trevor right here. That's CBA jump in for the side of Team Secret, and first one to actually get taken down is the ADC. Corky says goodbye.
Carl.
You have the slows connecting. Carl does get bursted down. Kaisa being able to take down that Garen. You have Rip Herald being summoned at the Dragon lane, but now here the mid lane Azar, he doesn't have perfect execution, but he is gonna get a honeypot. That is the D. The Howling Gate connecting 5 force is the Hertalize BB. Shockwave connecting onto 2, and now you have that Saturi at the front line being able to take so much damage, but that is gonna be Akali being taken down. Now Jelson is forced to jump away, and Amihan Esports, they are pretty much happy to get that one turret, and they're gonna go over to the Dragon lane. But before they go there, that is gonna be Team Secret being able to wipe out the first outer turret. Chewy gets bursted down. Goodness me, RIP, good sir. But that is just Amihan being very aware of the environment. They want to make sure everyone from Team Secret is able to go back.
So that was a 2-kill trade for 2 turrets in favor of Team Secret. So that will lead them to a lot more gold than would typically be onto just killing out champions. So I think Team Secret is looking into that to try and build up to go for the power spike, especially how Chewy is now having the recurve ball and also the rest of the items that he requires to build onto an upgrade for Supercharge and Acadian Rain. So Kaisa now has the power spike ready, and Akali is now building onto the Rabadon set cap. That will probably hurt against Amihan Esports. Now they're looking for top.
Still waiting for the. Oh no! That is going to be the time connecting as well as the tactical sleep, but he is forced to say golden. But will you be able to get away? The answer is going to be yes, because it's a beautiful monsoon being popped by Orthos. Man, these two teams just releasing the rapper in me. But anyway, that's gonna be Team Secret. They having their eyes on the Baron Demon, just using his Gatling gun. Howling Gale, nope, not gonna connect. But let's see, will they be able to go? We have a TP coming in from Amihan Esports. The blue team being able to secure that Baron National card at the front line. You have so many silences, but will it be enough? The answer is B. No, because Chewy is there at the front line. Now you have that turret right there. He was able to get away. That's to be one kill going over to Azar. That is gonna be the 5 point strike connecting. Demon was not able to survive that when he's forced to jump. It doesn't be a shuriken flip connecting. A double kill for Team Secret. Well, for Chewy, and that is gonna be a team ace in favor of Team Secret. Just 11 minutes in.
Team Secret with a big brain move. He was going in for Jelson, puts him at 1 HP. Yes, he survived that fight, but he cannot go and contest the Baron Nashor. So Team Secret is doing, you know what, let's go for the Baron Nashor. Let's finish the game. Let's go for the Baron buff. But Amihan Esports goes for the 4v5. Team Secret has dominated that team fight, and now they're pressuring in all lanes.
Woohoo! Here you have Kara at the front line. They are targeting James. James was able to flash out, but it is not going to be enough because he got kited by Corky. Now, Team Secret just forced to go back. 12 and 5 on the scoreboard right now. Roughly 10k. Now it's 10k. 10k goal lead in favor of Team Secret. 7 turrets already down for the side of Amihan Esports, while for Team Secret, they only have 2 towers down.
And the turrets in the mid lane and the Baron lane, though, the inhibitor turrets are 1 HP. Sort of, not typically, but it is very, very low if you're looking at Amihan Esports. So they need to play it very defensively to try and make it a comeback in later stages. But 10k gold lead is so huge, and Lee Sin is not a late game champion. He falls off in mid to late. So Team Secret has everything in their power to try and dominate the jungle camps, especially with Infernal Drake now coming in as the third objective in the game for the Dragon. will be looking very good for the scaling champions onto Chewy in this matchup. While Trevor's just split pushing while the rest of the crew is going in other lanes. This is what we're talking about. Having the Baron Nashor and having the super minions will lead you to a very good position to try and dominate and get the lane advantage.
Trevor is level 13. Johnson is level 11. So I guess that's just Trevor being able to have a beautiful early game. I mean, esports, they need to be very wary of jumping in because you still have Tetsuri with the taunt. You have the polymorph coming out from Hammond as well, and he also has Wild Growth in his pockets. Woohoo! Kate and Rain, that is gonna hurt Namitura on the front line. Team Secret slowly just knocking onto the base of Amihan Esports.
Yeah, they're knocking it in, but no one will let them through. Amihan Esports will still survive with their 2 inhibitor turrets left in the mid lane and the Baron lane. Let's look at the items for now. We have the ADC of Team Secret at 12k gold, Infinity Edge, BRK already secured, while Amihan Esports is slowly lacking behind for Demon onto the item build. But now top lane.
That is going to be the Wild Growth being committed on the Chewy. You have the jump in from Tatsuri. That's the IK ring connect. We have the Musa being popped by Orb. But now you have a focus on Justin killing spree coming over for 2. And here comes Trevor right behind you, popping the Hextech ultimate of 5 points against the connect as well. That's going to be a short penalty as well. But you have Orthos popping in with that Howling Gale and Azar being able to jump out of there alive. But he was able to at least take down that support at the expense of his own life. That's going to be a shutdown on that Baron laner. But Team Secret, they are storming onto the base of Amihan Esports. Demon is the only one left alive. Tatsuri receiving a lot of turret hits. Will they try and finish this? The answer is going to be no. They do not want to overstay their welcome. Baron is already up, so maybe Team Secret will fall back to prioritizing the objectives.
Azar, that was a max range hit onto Mitsura in that matchup. That was amazing to see from them. But another inhibitor turret will be secured by them, and it will be a lot of lane pressure for Amihan Esports to defend into, especially if Team Secret will go for the dominance onto the Baron Nashor. It will state the death of Amihan Esports for game number 2, and that is the reason why they're now going in for the Baron's pit.
Woohoo! Looks like Amihan Esports, the moment they saw James, they just jumped back. They just want to play this one out very safely. One of the things they could do though is just create space for Demon to free hit. Make sure Orthros's Moonsoon is available before or in the middle of any skirmish or clash. Also, Mitsura needs to land his beautiful shockwaves. If possible, 3 to 4 champions should be caught in this shockwave. But for now, Team Secret should be rotating over to the mid lane. You have the recalls for Amihan Esports. That's 2 free champions. So Team Secret, I believe they have the luxury to get this Baron, but Orthros is right there. He did get caught. That's gonna have damage from the 5 points. Right? It's gonna be Azar being able to take down Orthros. Goodness me! Chewy with the auto attack as well as being an unstoppable Kaisa. Now 2 champions down for Amihan Esports, the support and the jungler. The death times are pretty high. Hextech ultimate being committed as well. You have that ultimate coming in from interior as well, but that's going to attack to connect. You have the top there as well. That's going to be 2, 3 people being taken by Team Secret, and now Carl is forced to jump away. Demon does become golden, and Carl is there going in with the regen, but will it be enough? He is right at it. Killing Spree coming over for Trevor. A shutdown on Corky, and Team Secret will be able to force this to a game number 3.
What a game number 2. That was amazing to see, and that was amazing to watch. And just how Team Secret has built their lineup from the draft under to come into game number 2 and finish that game, and going into game number 3 against Amihan Esports. It's 2-1, the standing that we could potentially expect coming into the next matchup. So I'm really excited. Although, let's talk about the game. Team Secret was able to utilize and neutralize the early game potential of Amihan Esports. Jelson is not that strong when it comes to the mid-game, late-game fights. So Jelson wasn't really able to do anything in terms of going for the huge setups in the late-game fights, especially how Team Secret has a lot of defensive capable champion. They have the Camille to go for the hook shot if ever Lee Sin comes through. You also have the Galio to go for the taunts, and James with CCs built into his kit as well. You have Pixie transforming the enemy team, and that is what happened when it comes to the game. With that said, Team Secret, they have a lot of power scaling champions. Galio was there, Kaisa is there. You have Akali and Camille built into their draft composition. So when it comes to the late game, it is definitely for the side of Team Secret. You have Corky, yes, for the side of me and Esports, but the early game wasn't looking that good. Now, Team Secret just play the game based on their face that they have the advantage on.
Yes, and this is just them going back to what they're comfortable with. And can I just say that Karen is pretty much a hit or miss here in the playoffs. So maybe here in game number 3, we can see the proper duel between Azar and Carl. I mean, earlier, Azar was using Lee Sin, Carl was on this Akali. He was the one that won that in game number 2. Things or tables were just turned. But of course, this is going to be the upper unified play of the game. It just almost always depends on the first dragon. Whichever team wins that skirmish, that clash, they will most likely snowball towards the mid and eventually the late game. This was actually a good kill for Jelson. It just so happened that after that kill, after the pickoff, they were not able to translate it to any other kills or any other objective takes. And at the mid part of the game, Trevor just hurt so much. They also need to be very wary of the Akali that can just jump in, throw shuriken, kunais at their faces, and dish out so much damage. And by the late game, it is also James. By the way, out of 20 kills, James had 18 assists. That is a lot. But yeah, James just being able to provide the vision, the shot call, and the sustain that his team needed. You did say this, Polymorph was helping a lot whenever, as you know, Amihan is gonna try to go with engage or the jump ins, and that was a very good and very quick adjustment for Team Secret. Amihan, what should they do to win this?
Amihan, it's gonna be difficult because Team Secret has been playing very untraditional drafts, as we even saw in game number 2. Putting Kaisa Lulu back into the matchup we haven't seen for centuries, for decades in the Rift, because of how patch 2.2 has destructed these composition. Also patch 2.3 rather, that just disabled these type of compositions, but Team Secret is making it work. And now the micro plays that you saw from Azar, that was max distance hits onto the enemy team. And that is just the idea and having the knowledge of these champions that enables them to do so. Though I respect how Jelson was risk tolerant coming into the Baron Spit, got the steal onto the Baron Nashor, but everyone collapsed when Team Secret just came down onto the base 5v4 the enemy team.
Yes, and also you mentioned, Trevor, you mentioned Azar. At the tip of the 5-point strike, there's a slow. And at the tip of the tactical sweep, there's also slow. That is most likely why they would opt to just maximize the distance when they would like to target Amihan Esports. And again, all these micros eventually forming a macro that just spelled out victory for Team Secret. And now we'll be seeing a game number 3 for the first time ever since day number 1. But before we jump into that, the master of the match is gonna be Chewy on this Kaisa. KDA 7.50, kill participation 75%, damage per minute is gonna be 1,573. You have the barrier, you had the flash. Kaisa was very, I wouldn't say passive, but she was very conservative in the early game. We didn't see Chewy much, most likely because he was just farming. James was the one that was rotating, making sure that Team Secret is safe and that no one from Amihan Esports can get vision. But the moment mid-game started, this guy, this killing machine, just went off, and that is just him being able to utilize the ADC or the Kaisa at the late game.
And that is when he built up the BF Sword, the Executioner's Calling, the Arcade, and the Recurve Bow that enabled him to upgrade the Supercharge and also the Acadian Rain to deal survivability and extra damage against the enemy team. That was just so devastating when it comes to the mid-game late game. As you stated, wherein Chewy's power spike is already there. The check mark onto the tactics is already there. You know what? So I think that is where Chewy was exploding. That was the mid-game, late game. There was a bit of an overextension when it comes to the early game, but that was just overshrouded by how Team Secret has played very early aggression that got them the 2k gold lead, the 3k gold lead in the first 5 minutes of the matchup that just blew the game number 2 off.
Man, that's if we saw a dominating match for Amihan in game number one, Team Secret being able to win game number two just as dominantly. So here are the picks and bans for game number two in order again. So maybe Lee Sin is just not having the time of his life here at the playoffs, or at least in day three. Because he has been picked 2 times, he has lost 2 times as well. So maybe drop the Lee Sin, just a maybe. However, Justin can still pick that up should Amihan Esports believe that he can just recuperate and perform a lot better in game number three. So I asked you about Amihan Esports and what they could do in game number three. Now, for Team Secret, what should they do?
What should I do? That's gonna be the question that I even don't know. Because now we're down to game number three. It's a 1-for-1 for both Team Secret and Amihan Esports. They have built their draft very well. Maybe a little bit of an untraditional picks here, as Oriana has not been seen throughout the game. Typically and traditionally, what we see in mid lane will be Annie, Twisted Fate. Oriana being there is a 5v5 team composition that we haven't seen so long. So Amihan Esports has that hint, has that mix of having those untraditional fringe edge type of picks, wherein the top of the meta, top of the priority is not being seen thus far, but very comfortable for Amihan Esports onto Oriana, and having the 5v5 comp to match it up onto Agalio, the Akali, and Camille will be there as well. And if you saw Team Secret, Seraphine, Lulu, Lee Sin, Baron Lane, they were doing
Crazy.
MSI meta in Wild Rift Icon series, and that was amazing to see. And now in terms of game 2, I think Team Secret has another thing in mind. They have a hidden trump card. They have like a secret card that they can bring up onto the table to match it up against Amihan Esports, similar to how they did in game 2, bringing up the Lulu, bringing up the Kaisa, which wasn't really that expected. We may expect maybe the Braum instead of Kaisa, because that is traditionally what happens in the patch 2.2 and patch 2.3 in top meta. But I think it's just the polymorph that was utilized by James to target onto Carl on the Garen,
Yes.
which just disabled the neutralization because of the neutralization of Lulu. If that makes sense. It's like a mix in terms of draft, and they traded Lee Sin for Akali. So I think it's a matter of bringing up everything onto the table today, because if you lose this, you will go down into the lower bracket, fight a team to actually go to the grand finals once again. So I think it's really a do or die situation here. A lot of pressure coming from Amihan Esports and Team Secret, and we might expect untraditional picks, and that is what I'm expecting, Yuko.
Crazy, can't even begin to cover this first series for day number 3. I am loving our first series for the day. And to expound on what Infinity said earlier about the lower bracket, whoever will win against Omega Esports or Liab will be fighting against whoever loses this series or this matchup. But yeah, going back into Team Secret and Amihan Esports. Team Secret being very true to their team name, being secret, being secretive, but now Amihan Esports looks like the wind, looks like the storm was forced to wither down. They were tamed so far by the Kings of the North. Now, Amihan Esports, I would love to see more surprise picks or more crazy ideas drafts on their side. And I actually like how you said they neutralize a neutralizer with another neutralizer. That makes sense, I just have to say, because Carl, of course, you team in the front line, and all you just need to do is spend one skill, one Lulu skill, and then your team can just storm the faces of Amihan Esports. So yeah, that was just Team Secret being able to up the game, and Amihan Esports, I don't think they fell short. It just so happened that they were still performing beautifully, but Team Secret had the tempo.
Yeah, it's a difference in draft. It's not really a mistake for Amihan Esports. They play the game absolutely amazing. But it's a matter of draft difference, wherein Team Secret has a mid-game, late-game power spike in all of their champions. And Amihan Esports is sort of lacking into the mid-game, late-game, because Lee Sin will lack off. Janna will be there, but you have a lot of neutralization from Lulu, with also extra sustainability, with a wild growth there, with also more shields available for the side of Team Secret that they could utilize. And I think it was just a bit of a difference in terms of draft, in terms of their very respective power spikes onto certain champions that just decided the game for game number 2.
You know what? It made me think, what will be the adjustments in the bans? There is a chance they could highly unlikely though. But I'm gonna hold on to that very small chance that maybe Akali could get banned. I don't think Team Secret will open Fiora, so if there is a chance, they're still gonna hold on to that Gragas and Fiora ban. But for the side of Amihan Esports, which will you let go? Will you let go of the Darius? Will you let go of the Ziggs? It's going to be very difficult. Will you try and take Camille if you're going to be on the blue side? So it's a lot of questions just popping not only in the casters and panelists' minds, but also in the viewers. But these will no longer remain as questions, not answers, because here is going to be the game number 3. And Team Secret, still on the blue side. First ban is going to be a Fiora.
Yeah, and I mean, Esports is sticking to the red side selection now. Will they ban away the Darius once again? Will they ban away the Gragas for Team Secret once again? With respect onto the Baron laner of Amihan Esports, it looks like it will be a yes for an answer onto that question. Darius will be still removed. They're respecting onto the Darius face rush, which is just so massive in that fight. But now, it's a different ban. Akali now being put it away by Team Secret.
I told you there is a small chance that Akali will be banned. Apparently, that small chance was a good hit. But Amihan Esports, they still did not change their ban. Still going to be a Ziggs.
Gragas?
Camille and Gragas is open. But looks like Team Secret, they still want to get that Camille for Trevor. They could get Gragas, they could get Corki, and they did. That opens Jana for Team Secret if they want to pick this up. And let's see who will be the mid lane pick and Baron lane pick for Team Secret. So it's very mysterious because you don't know what these guys have in their minds.
Yeah, they could pick up the Kaisa Jana. They could pick up the Galio for their team. What else could they pick? It's a lot of champions that they have huge priority, but it looks like it will be a priority onto a Kaisa Galio instead, with synergy onto a Camille in the latter stages, which leaves the Jana open for Amihan Esports to pick up. They could now go for the mid lane for Amihan Esports, but Renekton will be prioritized.
Renekton making his debut here in day number 3. So, okay, that is going to be a Camille Baron lane then? Because most likely Trevor is very comfortable. Oh, Yasuo! Okay. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. My energy popped right here. But yeah, it is a Wukong jungle, most likely for Trevor. But you mentioned this. You were asking for J4, and J4 will be locked in by Amihan Esports. This is the final drafts for our first series. Who will be able to win? Will we see a reverse sweep, or will we see Amihan being able to get the throne from the Kings of the North? Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Game 3. Team Secret versus Amihan Esports. Man, I'm getting chills again. Cannot wait to see what is going to happen. But I'm really loving this Yasuo pick.
We're going back into preseason draft of Team Secret, having Tatsuri on the Yasuo. And when it comes to the mid game, late game, this is where Yasuo and Wukong will spike up. In addition to Hamiz onto the Galio, they picked this up prior to the series in the playoffs as well. So I think this has a lot of potential to go against Amihan Esports. But let's talk about Carl picking up the Renekton. I think Renekton, when you have it into a snowball composition in the early game, that could lead him to early Black Cleaver and the early Blade of the Ruined King, Carl will hurt with that Renekton, especially with a 1v1 onto potentially Azar in the Baron lane. So I think that is something that we could expect later on. But when it comes to the early game, Gragas comes in mid lane for Amihan Esports in this one. So it's a melee champion versus a melee champion in the mid side.
Whew, there's no fights yet, but I feel like I'm already out of breath. But yeah, I'm really liking the draft for this game number 3. Just if I were to summarize it in a few words, it is just them stepping up. That's it. But I'm actually curious about this Gragas pick. That is going to be the taunt connecting from Hamis, but no follow-up for Chewy. Most likely just trying to scare Amihan Esports off, or they're just trying to force the flash out from Demon and Orthros.
They're flashing it out, but 2v2, Dragon Lane, we have Jarvan form, readily available if ever a fight occurs.
You have Jelson instead of Trevor. It is gonna be Jelson already having his eyes on that Rift Scuttler, and he was able to get the gold and the EXP. So just under 2 minutes, Tatsuri rotating over here at the Dragon Lane, but he does not know Jelson is right there.
Yeah, with placing the wards, not getting any vision means that there is someone there, and Tatsuri knows and understand what's going on. You have the jungle hovering onto the bottom side of the map, and that is the reason why Tatsuri just hovered into the mid lane, because there will be no support for Agragas if ever he actually goes for the pressure in. So I think that is a clever idea for Team Secret, though they just gave free 30 gold for a Jarvan 4 to pick up to the bottom side of the map, and now it's pretty much standstill still for game number 3, similar to what happened in game number 2. They're waiting for the right opportunity and not taking huge risk, even though if there is huge benefits coming into the early game, because they know what is at stake here. And you have Redemption now locked in for Janna. Extra information, but 2-man roam for me in Esports.
Here comes Mitsura, but you also have Hamas in the back line that is going to be an was cast being popped by, of course, Mitsura, but Tatsuri was able to flash out. Hamas being able to tank the damage. Still no casualties for these two teams. I guess we will see a full-blown fight once the first dragon is up. So, yes, and now we have Demon just clearing out the waves here, and that is going to be Hamas being executed by the turret, but I heard that we will have a remake. So as much as we would love to talk about the draft, we just have to wait for the players to go back. Infinity suddenly being so tall. What happened while you're
I was
casting
like,
the game?
You know, I was like so hyped up. I was like near my screen, just putting my head up. It was so amazing. It was just a simple patience game in the early game, but I was expecting a lot when it comes to the late game. But now we're just having a little bit of a technical issue. Then we're just gonna go for a remake. So for now, we're just chilling a bit. But we saw the draft a while ago, Ryuko. I want to talk about it. It's regarding onto the Renekton pick from Amihan Esports, a very good scaling potential champion that can dominate the Baron lane, and pretty much it is a lot to expect. We saw how Renekton has been played out. Yes, he is not the priority into the Baron lane, but when he scales out in terms of the items, he will deal damage. In the early game as well, you saw the Gaio putting a lot of taunts against the enemy team that has a lot of early potential. And Jarvan 4 roaming into the bottom side, waiting a little bit, just wasting a bit of a time when it comes to the gold production of Amihan Esports.
Yep, that is true. And okay, I'm gonna expound on what you said about the Renekton pick. The casters and the panelists mentioned this in day number 1, if I'm not mistaken. Renekton, he is very, very reliant on the early game. So not really sure what is or how is gonna pan out, given that he is up against a Camille. Camille has so much pokes, has so much harass in the early parts of the matches. She is also very mobile, so that's why there is gonna be a hook shot available for Azar should he try and chase Carl down. But basically, I'm gonna say this upfront. Carl is a superstar Baron laner. And the fact that he is opting to pick these tanky champions, even though they can dish out so much damage in the late game, yeah, sure. But the fact that you're putting one of your star players at a tanky champion just goes to show how Team Secret is able to at least pressure or just play, or I wouldn't say win, but go around with these mind games against Amihan Esports. Yeah, draft is definitely intense, and I guess that's also the reason why they open Gragas. You have a Kaisa, so I guess that's gonna be okay. You have the Killer Instinct, you have the Void Seeker as well. You can just burst down Gragas whenever and however you want to, but in that mid lane skirmish, I wouldn't say a fight, in a mid lane skirmish, Mitsura really using that explosive cast at perfect time.
Yeah, that was perfect and phenomenal. The explosive cast placed in Tatsuri nearer to them, and Ham is nearer to them as well. That just peeled them down onto HP. They were trading damages, basically, wherein Amihan Esports is hovering into the bottom side. Team Secret is also dominating that lane, but Amihan Esports 3-man roaming to mid lane, just trading those damage up. And I like how you mentioned onto Chewy on the Kaisa. I think if you're looking at it, if Chewy comes in for a Killer Instinct, there is no sustainability, there is no shield, unlike if you have a Janna, unlike if you have a Braum for your team. So I think Kaisa will have a bit of a hard time when it comes to the 5v5, when it comes to a little bit of a fight against Amihan Esports when it comes to the mid game, late game. So I think that was something that we could take note. If Chewy comes in for the killer instinct, you need not to actually have Amihan Esports still onto a member disadvantage or up an HP disadvantage coming into the 5v5. So I think
Indeed.
that is going to be a requirement for Kaisa to lock it in and deal massive amounts of damage to the backside and go for the flank.
I do not know why, but my hands are cold right now. But of course, when we jump into the game, things are gonna get heated. But again, do not forget to invite your friends to watch this live stream. This is day number 3, the last day of the Icon Series PH playoffs. After 2-3 more matches, we will see who is going to be the champions here in the Philippines. And I'm not going to see our predictions because I'm saving that for later. You and Riku will be casting that. But this is just so crazy. Again, it's just series number 1 and it's been roughly an hour. It took us an hour and it was long enough, but just goes to show how these teams they really fought hard and they studied a lot again.
Just imagine, right? We were expecting a 2-0 for Team Secret, but Amihan Esports took game number 1. So pretty much, our predictions are like more or less of a percentage than flipping a coin of a 50-50.
Yeah. Hey, to be fair, I said 2-1 in favor of Team Secret. You said 2-1 too.
Yeah, I said 2-1 as well, but you know what I mean? Like, the upbringing of these teams are so big and undefeated for Amihan Esports. And Team Secret very dominant in playoffs and the respective group stages, now matching it up in the upper bracket finals with a stake of having a slot in the grand finals for this playoffs.
Man, I just can't wait to see what is gonna happen as the day progresses. So let's go back to the draft, however. So okay, you have now the wind wall available for Tatsuri. There is a chance that he will most likely use that defensively. We've only ever seen a wind wall used aggressively. Aggressive, I meant whenever is someone gonna go up against Yasuo, wind wall. No. But now for Team Secret, I feel like it is gonna be centered more on maybe Azar, maybe Chewy, maybe even Trevor, whoever is basically gonna be in the middle of a fight. Maybe Chewy, given that he is the ADC, but yeah, and he does have killer instinct, so it just provides more safety net, more shields for their sides. And yeah, these macros, these small things that Hamas just put together for the side of Team Secret, it's very good. And we mentioned about the Hamas Kaigu chess game. But now, looks like Hamas was able to survive or win that one. Now, they are going to be up against their second to the last opponent before they will have their hands on that grand champion title. Because, of course, a lot of our teams are aiming to get that title.
It's scary. Now I think about it,
is.
Yasuo is a wind. It's like a wind champion. And Amihan Esports is all about wind as well. You have Jana. So who's going to win? A wind versus a wind, right? So regardless, I think it's going to be, you know what, amazing. You talked about the wind wall that's going to be there that could protect onto missile barrages from Corki and also Gragas's barrel. So I think that's something that Hamis could play out, or Tatsuri rather can play out in game number 3 up against Amihan Esports with a Yasuo. And you talk about the aggressive plays of a Yasuo. Is this going to be a 0-6 power spike Yasuo, or is this gonna be a 10-0 power spike Yasuo, which can just go for a pentakill? Because this is what we saw in the past from Team Secret, going for a very aggressive play in mid game, late game.
Woohoo! And we are now back. See, I was too excited. I can't find, or my words became slurry. But now you have Chewy being targeted, of course, by Orthros, by Demon. They know Hames is nowhere to be found, but he was just there lurking at the mid lane. Now he is back safely at the dragon lane, but Chewy was forced to recall just so he can get get back a handful of his life bars. That's big, given that it is just nowhere near 1 minute. But anyway, I guess they can still carry on with that. or go back to their lead. Now Demon being able to clear out the minion waves that is gonna connect from James, but no jump ins, no fights just about yet. It's still gonna be the normal story at the Baron lane. Azar just pushing Carl back, which is on this Renekton. He needs to make sure that this Renekton will not be able to snowball, because should the mid game and late game start, Renekton with the CCs, with all that damage, is going to be a problem for Team Secret. But you
Oh,
have Azar
Carl.
being forced in. He was forced to pop flash, but you have Jelson on the side. He still has that flag and drag. He's actually very near where Azar is, but Azar was able to get the honey fruit, and now he's just lurking at the sides. Jelson waiting for the perfect opportunity. The side doesn't be a flash, even the side of Carl, that is going to be stand connected, but you have the passive coming out from Azar. You have
Oh,
that
no.
shock, that hook shot, but apparently it got cancelled. That's going to be the first blood being secured by Amihan Esports. But now looking at the mid lane, Tatsuri being forced back as well. Mitsuka playing it out very, very aggressively, but still no damages here at the mid lane.
And this is what we're talking about. The snowball potential of Carl onto Renekton is going to be huge when it comes to the early game because of the stun available built into his skill kit. You also have sustainability with the HP steal built into his skill kit as well. So Carl having those potentials onto his skills can really play very aggressive when it comes to the early game and snowball in mid game, late game. That is something that we can expect with 3-man row Amihan Esports.
Ooh, that they're gonna target Tatsuri. That's being knocked up being there, as well as being a flash out being popped by Tatsuri. You have the 100, but will the kite be enough? The answer is gonna be yes, because Demon was able to help his team there. Now you have James. Looks like Team Secret, they are struggling in the early game. You have the flag and drag connecting. That's gonna be James being taken down as well. 0 and 3 on the scoreboard. Just 2 minutes in.
3 kills already means a 1k gold lead for Amihan Esports in this matchup. And Tier of God is already secured by Corky as well. Can build up onto a Manamune first item. And then you also have Jarvan 4 Executioner's calling first. And I think that will be sort of a counter onto sort of sustainability that Team Secret might have. But yeah, it's just a difficult situation for now, both Team Secret and Amihan Esports.
And yeah, going back into the game, can I just say that that flag and drag plus flash was so good for Jelson. Really being an amazing pro player here, but that is gonna connect, but it is not gonna be enough to actually take down Orthros. Orthros is still holding strong with this Janna. We're looking forward to more of those shields and more of those monsoons, and that is gonna be Tatsuri just trying to poke Mitsura towards, or just forcing him to go back into his third area. Now this is basically a main esports forcing Team Secret to play safely. Team Secret, when they play safe, it is smart, it's still viable, but that's not something they're comfortable with. Again, they're much more comfortable with them playing the music, them dictating the tempo. So these 3 kills, they hurt a lot. And now Azar just forced to be passive or defensive against Renekton here. Now you have Trevor making his way back into the dragon lane. That is going to be a tactical sweep being popped just so he can slowly clear out the minion wave. There is a ward at the bush, but now here it is. First Drake, a Cloud Drake is up.
I want to just state that Jelson actually prioritized onto the Mercury Threads to build onto Gargoyles and Chats to go and roam around the map. And that is synonymous to Amihan Esports' strategy to go hyper aggressive, to go for the 5-man roam when it comes to the game. But now, 2-man roam, Team Secret coming mid.
Mitsura was able to just dash his way out of there, and now Team Secret already have their eyes on this Jagged Orthros gonna pop that Howling Gale, but you also have the wheel being popped by Tatsuri. That is gonna be a jump in. That's gonna be a jump in for Jelson. You have D4 popping a catechism, but you have a jump in straight for Team Secret. That's gonna be ready to be able to secure that Cloud Dragon. A beautiful explosive gas being popped by this Dragon as well. Killing Speed coming over for Orthros. James with the taunts, but now you have Carl just forcing his way into Trevor's face, but that was a bit of an overextend because instead Carl was the one that got taken down. That was a 2-1 in favor of Team Secret.
Yeah. Team Secret secured 3 kills instead of only 1 by Amihan Esports onto Azar. And that was worth it for Team Secret. Yes, the mobility will be in favor of Amihan Esports coming in for the 5-man roams when it comes to the early game. But having that gold advantage and having sort of security on trying to match it up against Amihan Esports, especially with first 3 kills already in favor of Amihan Esports a while ago. They needed those kills. They needed those champion deaths for Amihan Esports to happen. And now it's only 600 gold difference because of that engagement alone. But Rift Herald will come up very soon. No Tower First Bloods as of yet. And I think this would be the next objective that would be very important for them to take. Although Gragas, now Lich Bane available for him, massive amounts of damage that can be dished out by Mitsura.
Looks like they want to go with this Gragas that can just make you scream out when he throws his explosive cask. And I guess that's a good matchup against Team Secret, just so he can just burst the HP or life bars down. But Rift Herald is now up. James is now here at the Baron lane. You have Azar at the Dragon lane. Looks like he is just going to help the Siri here at the mid lane. Amihan Esports already having their eyes on this Rift Herald. You have Gels in there as well. You have the Catalysm available. That's going to be the supposed to being popped, and that's going to be, of course, Trevor being caught. And he does have that safety net. And here comes Azar with the Hextech ultimate on the back line. That's going to be Kaisa already being taken down, but they have their eyes on Mitsura. Mitsura was able to take down Trevor. That's going to be a double kill being secured by the Tigers, making a triple kill. Actually, he was able to burst down Mitsura as well. And now Azar, he is forced to play this one out safely. Hook shot to his safety, but Rift Herald is right there. That's going to be a knockup. That's going to be damage. And you have James with a jump in. That's how they're going to connect. Azar is going to make it out of there alive, but you have Mitsura just throwing out his cast. Rampage being or going over to Orthros. That is going to be a good engage for Amihan Esports. 3 and 8 on the scoreboard. But I thought Azar was going to be safe there because of the beautiful heroes entrance from James. Apparently, Amihan Esports, they have a solid re-engage. Damage snowballing. Looks like Amihan Esports, they're looking to end this reverse sweep.
Outstanding movements from Amihan Esports. Mitsura was able to zone out the enemy team, especially onto Trevor. He went for the explosive cast, brought him to the wall, and then the body slam stunned it up. But now, bot lane, once again, 3-man roam from Amihan Esports, but they're opting to back away. They're not going for hyper-aggressive, but mid lane is going to be the next step.
That is gonna hurt a lot. This was a cast beam pop there, and Mitsura alongside this Carl. That is gonna be a taunt connecting, but no follow-up just yet. Team Secret, again, they are yet to get or at least secure their first threat. Chewy, oh no, for champion gang. That's to be the killer instinct being popped as well, but instead he is the one to actually fall down. Looking now at the Brown lane, Carl gonna go up against Azar, but Azar decides to play this one safely. James is right there at the sides. The taunt is not gonna connect. Renekton still having a pretty stable early game. That's gonna be the tactical sweep being used. No aggression just yet, but the next dragon is gonna be up in 21 seconds. Team Secret, they still have to play this one out safely, but Amihan Esports, they're in a much better position to actually take the objectives.
Yeah, 6k gold lead already for Amihan Esports. A huge difference in terms of gold accumulation for both these teams right now. If you look at it, Mitsura is already building onto Rabadon's stat cap, already having 2 needlessly large rods available in his skill kit. With Infernal Reek now alive, it's looking so favorable for Amihan Esports. If they actually get this, they have the capability to snowball in game number 3. And that is the reason why Team Secret needs to actually go for the contest.
Oh, and looks like they will do so. That's gonna be a beautiful explosive casket again. Trevor caught off guard. That's gonna jump in from James. You have the moves on being popped as well. Rampage coming over for Mitsura. Chewy did get taken down. Tatsuri now being taken on this Yasuo. You have the stuns connecting. Azar being taken by Orthros as well. That's gonna be a double kill being secured by this Orthros. And now that's gonna be Amihan Esports securing that first ever team ace. They can get turret and they can get this dragon.
This is it. Amihan Esports once again with an early teammates leads them to a lot more gold. With Infernal Greek now locked in, they have now secured the 11k gold lead in their favor. And Carl already building up onto a BRK. That was so amazing. And the Bramblefist actually counters onto the sustainability that Kaisa is looking into. And now Chua will have a much harder time. If you're looking at the difference in terms of the item lead, the Aether Wisp was already secured by Mitsura to gain the movement speed. Lich Bane, Rabadon, stat cap, that explosive cast is gonna hurt a lot. So I think with the Baron Nation now alive, Team Secret's only hope is to try and make it back onto this objective to try and gain more turrets and make the turret or gold disadvantage that they have, make it back.
Oh no, Trevor was actually seen at SBI Gator. Maybe Papa's without Carl still gonna try and penetrate the backline. Trevor was forced to flash. At least he did not die. But that is gonna be a lot of resources being used by Team Secret, and they're also forced to go back at their base. Now Zara lurking in the sides. You also have Kaisa and Yasuo at the mid Orthros on bodyguard. You have the TPs coming in. You have Carl right there. That's the how you have the Musu being popped. Gauntlet coming over for Orthros, and now you have that turret in the backline. Dominating being secured by this Mitsura, but Chewy will not be able to reposition. Well, Hamed is the next target right now. He's being chased by 3. He does get bursted down. Chewy, the Gatling gun hurts a lot. The Valkyrie for the follow-up. Killing spree coming over for Amihan for this Corki. That's going to be another ace being secured by Amihan Esports. 3 and 19 now on the scoreboard, plus 1 Baron to beat.
3 KH remaining for Baron Nashor. If they take this down, it's gonna be a lot of pressure against Team Secret. And that is gonna be the second ace they've gotten from a while ago engagement of Amihan Esports. So it's gonna be a lot to take in. But Randuin's Omen now locked in for Jarvan 4. The attack speed of both Yasuo and Kaisa will be decreased by a huge chunk. And Kaisa damage will not hurt when it comes to the 5v5 and Yasuo as well, because of this aspect that Amihan Esports is building into. And now it's looking not that great for Team Secret to make it back, as Amihan Esports has secured the 14k gold lead already. And with the Baron buff, I think what they could do is to crash down into every single lane and to try pressure in that aspect and try to get more tier 2 turrets to gain more gold, transfer it to more item lead against Team Secret and try to win the game. But now, Amihan Esports splitting up, pushing in.
Yep, and they were able to get that last outer turret for Team Secret. That's going to be the taunts connecting, and now you have Chewy popping in there, Caitlyn Raid. You have that's going to be the flash out, but that's going to be the another was cast to be one dead Dragas. Though you have the special delivery being popped by Demon, and instead Legendary coming over for Orthos. He was able to take down this Kaisa. A shot down on Dragas, and the kill gonna go over to Tatsuri, but now Demon still popping in the Gatling gun. Hamed was not able to defend that last inhibitor turret for the Dragon side. Looks like Amihan Esports is forced to go back, but at the very least, they were able to put a hole onto the base of Team Secret. That's going to be Jocelyn tagging in a few turret hits. That's going to be the main wave pushing in toward the side of Team Secret.
They're pushing in, got tier 2 turret in mid lane, and got 2 turrets in the Dragon lane as well. Now the base will be open. Very destructive that Amihan Esports is doing. Currently, 20 seconds remaining for the Ocean Drake to come up. It's looking favorable for Amihan Esports to take this down, especially with how much gold that they've already secured. Around 18k gold lead in their favor at the moment. Infinity Orb already locked in by Gragas, and that will crit down the enemy team. Renekton, BRK, Black Cleaver, and the Ruin's Omen now building up potentially into a GE or a Thornmail as well. It is a snowball, Carl, in this game number 3. And Amihan Esports comes to Ocean Dragon.
Speaking of snowball, Team Secret could at least bank on Tatsuri to actually have that beautiful last breath, but then made me realize most of the time, Amihan Esports, they would focus on Trevor and force these skills out of him and force these skills to be on cooldown, and then they go with the re-engage. That is gonna be Kaisa exploding right at Hamez's face. Chewy, oh no, 33 seconds for the timers. That's gonna be no ADC for a lot of seconds for Team Secret. You also have Carl pushing in from the Baron lane, and at the mid lane, you have Demon, you have Orthros, the very deadly Dragon lane duo. Orthros having a beautiful KDA, and now that is gonna be Amihan Esports just knocked onto the base of Team Secret. Looks like they will be the ones to worry about who will be able to win this series. I thought someone actually got taken down there, but you have Carl at the front line. Tatsuri forced to jump back. You have Delson, he does have Cataclysm, still has the Flag and Jag, which he was forced to use just to make it out there alive. Team Secret has somewhat of a sufficient wave clear, so I guess they can afford to pick these fights. That is going to be it was cast connecting, and Azar actually got caught out there. Not enough. Hex ultimate is not going to be enough to save his life. That's going to be connecting, and now you have Amihan Esports going all out. Legendary coming over to Orthros. That is going to be just Team Secret be held right at the ground. Rampage coming over to Gragas. A flash in from Carl. A quadra kill for Mitsura. Unstoppable for this player, and that is going to be Amihan Esports winning the first series.
The undefeated team remains to be undefeated as of yet in the upper bracket finals, defeating Team Secret. What a
Whoa,
game!
the
What
sofa,
a
dude, the sofa.
series. We saw phones being thrown out, we saw phones being destroyed, but now it's gonna be a sofa now for Amihan Esports. But that was amazing. I think it was how they played in the early game. They snowballed. They utilized their flash in the early game to gain the first blood. Having the first blood gives them 500 gold lead against Team Secret. After then, they got 2 more. 3 kills to 0 for Team Secret in the first 8 minutes, first 5 minutes of the matchup. Then into Dragon Fight, they team aced Team Secret. So after then, they already have the 5k gold lead, the 8k gold lead to gain the item advantage. And as we talked about in the draft, Carl with the Renekton is a snowball champion. Give him 1 item, give him 2 items in the early game, you will be destroyed. And game number 3 was just a snowball of a game as 26-5, a lot of objectives secured by Amihan Esports.
And one of the things that contributed to Amihan Esports being able to win this series was the fact that they were able to shut down Chewy. And Tatsuru did not see any groundbreaking last breath. Trevor had a handful of problems with the initiates as well. Just goes to show how well prepared Amihan was, even though they lost game number 2. Looks like the dark horse, they will be making their way into the grand finals.
Yeah, Dark Horses, Amihan Esports will rush in. The wind will not be stopped. Right? The wind will continue to rise and will continue to flow down into the air and bring down every single team that they have touched. Although, we're now grand finals for Amihan Esports, so still a team that they could defeat there. Still potential opening for the undefeated to be defeated. So it's still gonna be amazing. The picks, the draft that we have seen from this series, game 1, 2, 3, was all about mixture.
That these are gonna be the Oppo Reno 5 plays of the game, and just whew, Dark Horse, man. I don't think they're called underdogs anymore. We're just gonna label them the Dark Horse. Our predictions were correct 2-1, but apparently the team that won, we are pretty much wrong. Otoluz, I can see him smiling from here. I can hear him just posting that form for the Orthros fan club. But yeah, Orthros, by the way, in that game, really, I honestly expect Demon to get out of kills, but he is just a killing machine in game number 3.
Yeah, it's just how Amihan Esports is so united and goes for the 5-man roam very early into the game. It just disrupts the early game laning phase. That is typically not what we see, right, in this matchup. This is the hyper aggression that Amihan Esports is doing against the enemy team. And if you're looking at this, Amihan Esports separated Team Secret. 3 members was onto the bottom side river, while 2 was just hovering into the hills, which wasn't really the best ideal situation for them to do it. And Yasuo is a champion that needs setup. If Trevor is getting picked up very, very early into the matchup, the knockup, the Cyclone cannot connect against Amihan Esports, thus disabling how Tatsuri can now come in, go for the last breath, and just dominate one by one, get the pentakill. But that is not what happened. So I think that is where they fell off in the 5v5 that Amihan Esports is doing.
Yep. And yeah, most of the highlights going over to Amihan Esports because they just played phenomenally in game number 3. I actually posted on my Twitter, who do you think will win or at least be at the grand finals? A lot of the answers are actually Amihan Esports. So looks like this team, they actually have quite a following for themselves. Also, can I just say that that explosive cast from Mitsura, the way he deleted Chewy in that moment was so good. Also, I just have to say this is a bit of a misplay from Azar when he forced to chase Mitsura. I think that was Carl, which resulted to him being taken down. The Hex ultimatum was not enough as well. The moment Mitsura got that quadra kill, it just became the Amihan Esports game. But overall, that was a very beautiful series to start the day. And I'm just, again, this is just the first series. The stakes are high.
Yeah.
The teams are at their prime. And I just cannot wait to see what is going to happen as the day progresses. But, of course, the master of the match is going to be Mitsura on this Gragas. KD of 11.50. Skill participation 88%. Damage per minute 1,701. He has the flash, he has the ignite, has the lich bane, the orb, as well as the Rabadons that just hurts a lot and contributed to how Amihan Esports was able to win that game 3.
It's just because of how he has been playing onto certain objectives. He just zones out the enemy team. Explosive cast, the body slam onto the jungle of Team Secret disables how they can steal up onto objectives, and that is what we saw from the Baron Nashor. And when it comes to early game, Gragos was there, body slamming against the enemy team. The explosive cast was there as well. That just puts the enemy team at a huge disadvantage. And this is what I'm talking about a Gragos pick that has a lot of potential to disengage and both engage against the enemy team and is very flexible in terms of roles. It can go mid, it could go jungle, it could go support, it could go top lane if you wanted to. So I think that is how Amihan Esports, this Gragas from the Mitsuri, playing this out very dominantly and very actively to support his teammates for the 5v5 clash.
You know what? It made me think maybe, just maybe, Team Secret could have just stuck with their Gragas ban. Because the moment they opened that, yeah, they do have a possible counter for it. Yeah, you also have the Yasuo, but it's still a different story when you're going up against this champion. So maybe let's see what will be the adjustments for Team Secret once they will be up against whoever is going to win in that finals for the lower bracket. But for series number 1, that has been it. Amihan Esports still being able to win the series that they were going through. You have been your casters. I'm Yuko ng Sims Infinity. So sit back, relax, and wait for the panelists to come back.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it.
Amihan Esports, the undefeated, the perfect storm, takes the first series of the day. They will knock Team Secret down to the lower bracket and they will win 100,000 Globe Cup points. But as Yuko said, more importantly, this dark horse winning the Sea Icon Series Philippines is a real possibility now. They are the favorites to win at this moment, a situation that was so different from a day one and a day two. We are gonna jump into our series highlights because I know there's a lot to unpack with that. First off, Autalus, Leeson, Baron Lane, go.
All right, okay, so Lisa and Baron Lane, on paper, you will see the logic behind it, right? Against the Akali, he has some sort of a detection or some invisibility detector on his skill set, right? On his third skill, if he just pops it off, he will be able to spot out the Akali by Carl. But so everyone's surprised, Carl went for Guardian Angel first item, and that just speaks volume to his flexibility and to play around his team's concepts or win conditions. They want to dive in first, and during the first Dragon fight, it's very evident they will not let Team Secret poke them out. Team Secret drafted Seraphine, Varus, and you also know that they have the Protector, the Galio, and the Lee Sin plus the Camille. So it's very evident that in this particular game, Amihan wanted to win by diving in face front, and Mitsura, again, on the melee champion in the middle lane. First was the Darius, this time the Garen. Very, very genius pick, I would say. And that's just game number one, right? So many skirmishes went in favor of Amihan, but I cannot discount the fact that it was a very, very entertaining one.
Definitely. And you know what? Later on into game 2 and 3, we saw Team Secret favoring more secure picks. We actually didn't see a lot of, overly creative picks because I think they knew they couldn't risk something that wasn't tried and tested at that point because of the blitzkrieg that Amihan was bringing onto them. And Osiris, what about you? What are your thoughts on this? And what do you think Team Secret's weaknesses were in this series?
Well, Team Secret, yes, at the first game, they showed that they wanted to go for the poke type with a Varus and Seraphine. But, this patch, we already got a second win and a bone plating. It kind of removes the fact that you don't want to go those kinds of plays. You wanted to go for big commitments. You wanted to go hard when it comes to team fighting. That's what they changed on game 2. They got the Shredder, and there's a big of a question that Amihan still did stick on a Garen, and as what you could told us, they got a superstar in the hands of Carl, and you opted for a Garen, which is pretty passive and static in the lane. So there's no playmaking capabilities from Carl. So you already lost 1 point of your members. And for Game 3, it has been, of course, Amihan showing again that they are the most dominant one. I really love how that Renekton paved the way, but we are overlooking things. This is Ortho's game with the Janna. You can see repeatedly with a flash into Zephyr. You got a setup coming in from the monsoons and the monsoon, and you gotta respect this Janna pick. And at second game, yes, they were able to nullify it, but you gotta know that he is on a playmaking champions. We've seen this on a Rakan. Even though it's warded, you want to go with a flash setup. So he is surprising everyone with how well he is going for those, even though he is playing on an Enchanter champion.
Orthros was definitely one of the MVPs of that series. And, Amihan Esports, they knew. Actually, Ham has told us this as well in the pre-show interview. They know that they are more powerful when they are together. I mean, we did see that 5-man roam at several points throughout the series, and it was just too overwhelming for Team Secret. Amihan Esports breezes through, and now they are just waiting for the next challenge. They wait in the first slot to the grand finals already. Let's check out our Globe Cup leaderboards to find out how the standings have changed so far after that first series of the day. And, it's coming down to the wire over here and getting closer and closer indeed as we get closer to the grand finals. Amihan Esports, 750,000 Globe Cup points, the most so far, and there's already a substantial gap between them and Omega Esports with 650,000 Globe Cup points. Team Secret with 600,000 Globe Cup points. Amihan Esports here. They are still undefeated. Yes, Team Secret got one of those games from them, but they still took the series. They haven't dropped the series yet in this entire CE Icon series. This is amazing for them. Such an amazing performance. And yes, we are now switching it up. They are the dark horses now. They are no longer the underdogs anymore. Not after how they have performed throughout these past couple of days. And of course, we are going to be proceeding into our second series of the day. And this is in the lower bracket, so one of these teams will be going home. It will be between Omega Esports and Liyab Esports. This is a battle that we have seen so many times during the South Luzon group stages. And of course, Omega Esports, a team that was very dominant in the South Luzon group stages, but they did take a tumble down to the lower bracket here in the playoffs. They are ready to make that comeback though and make a play for that championship. Their fundamentals are in place, their strategy is in place, but they need to take it up a notch. It is now or never. This is Omega Esports.
Omega Esports has started this tournament surprisingly in the lower bracket. After grabbing an all-impressive win against their old rivals in NXP, Omega Esports is one step closer to getting into the grand finals. Surprising everyone with their Galio mid-comp yesterday, Arise has proven once again that Omega Esports can make multiple drafts work. JLC, Baron Lane, impressive, Jungle, Arise, mid, Timelapse, Dragon Laner, stronger as their support, aiming to advance another round, Omega Esports.
And for our solo player highlight, not just this guy, not just being the stronger inside the team, he might be the strongest support that you want to came across here at the playoffs, rocking that Lux, Nami, and Jana. This guy is keeping up with the movements around the team with a KDA 6.05, kill participation of 21%, making sure that they are winning their Dragon Lane, and whenever they are going to snag the objective, his presence will be felt. Stronger will be representing as the support for Omega.
And of course, if Omega wants to progress, they will need to take down their South Luzon brothers, and that will be Liyab Esports. Now, lately, the spark has become a flame blazing through the lower bracket. After winning one of the most exciting games yesterday versus RRQ, they need to blaze through the series to get one step closer to that championship. This is Liyab Esports.
Back-to-back back-to finish for Liyab Esports. Transcending talent and stardom, Liyab is here to stay. With Exosen showing the two sides of Twisted Fate and Fizz, a very aggressive Liyab was born. Exciting times for Liyab and their fanbase. Nixu, Baron, Miggy, Jungle, Exosen, Mid, Gambit, Dragon Lane, and Marita Boy as their support. With their rekindled fire, Liyab Esports.
And for our solo player highlight, of course, none other than we are also going to face the support on the other end, or this will be the Morita Boy that turns into Morita Man just to keep up with the dream. And you got that Rakan Lux, and Alistar. You know that this guy is pulling those triggers, wanna go in for those big initiation with that KDA 5.13 and 23% kill participation. Yes, he may be a jungler by heart, but he is going to protect everyone at this point as the support inside Liab, keeping the fire burning.
And we've definitely been watching this more right man over here because sometimes those jungler tendencies do tend to come out and make him a very dynamic, very interesting support to watch. But of course, we also have to keep our eyes on our Globe key player clash right over here in the jungle, in the Baron lane. My bad for that. That's JLC over there for the side of Omega Esports and Nixu on the side of Liyab. Now, Nixu gave a very, very impressive performance over here. No pun intended for the side of Omega, but a very impressive performance yesterday and definitely stepped up when Liab needed him the most. JLC over here, the bodyguard for Omega Esports. It's going to be very interesting to see who can actually hold their lane, who can hold the door for these two teams with these two players, of course, in these lanes. Odlus, what are your thoughts?
A battle of veterans, right? So knowing the ins and outs of every matchup, these players will try to outskill and outwit the other. JLC showed the two sides yesterday, his serious side on his gameplay and a fun side during their celebration moment. I don't know if you have missed that one, but that definitely is highlight worthy. On the other side, we have Nixu, right? So this guy was able to create a historic moment for Leab Esports, creating that backdoor play. Definitely a player to watch out for. So this is going to be an exciting time, just like the old times for Liab, Nixu, and of course Omega's JLC.
Not to mention that wasn't the first time that Liab Esports actually pulled the backdoor technique. So I think Omega Esports needs to make sure all of the doors are locked on their base over there because Liab Esports have possibly seen a sort of like a new strategy over here that they can most definitely exploit. What about you, Osiris? What are your thoughts on this Globe key player clash?
I really love how Nixu did step up on the previous match or their yesterday's match because there's so many questions as how well he is not the aggressive Baron laner or the ones who's trying to keep up with the aggression of the opposing team. So he's like he's just trying to flow or go with the flow compared to JLC. He knows when to go against it. So there's two different type of playstyle that we're going to witness right now. And yes, you might be seeing a disparity on the KDA, but the kill participation to the JLC is 18% compared to the 17. It means that JLC also wanted to take part with those objectives, going for those rotations, and he is playing as the one who's taking so much damage, the same as how well Nixu at some team fights. So this is something that you want to watch out as both of them is going to deliver different types of Baron lane setup.
And before we head into the predictions, I need some time to stall because I haven't made up my mind yet. But I also do want to ask you guys, we have seen this matchup so many times in the South Luzon group stages. What do you think is different coming into this series? How do you think these teams have changed since the South Luzon group stages? Autolus, we'll start with you.
First off, I think AD Akali is already out of the table. That's a pocket pick of our friend here in JLC because of how 2.3 changed the dramatic. Yes, I know that the Guardian Angel start for Carl did happen earlier, but you will see that he still went for the AP build. So that's one difference. And of course, talking about Liab Esports, they're very confident now, right? So even Nixu is being put on a carry champion in that Fiora. And by the way, Fiora in this playoffs, I think only 2 losses so far in so many games.
What about you, Osiris? What do you think has changed between these two teams and what will we see different coming into this series?
Well, the difference of the tank Akali of JLC and Carl is well known for the aggressive playstyle. JLC is the one who's being known to be the ones who's just zoning the backline. So it's somehow an unexpected pickup for the Guardian Angel because it's all eyes on him. He acted as a distraction on the Akali, but knowing JLC, he wanted to put him on a type of Renekton, which is being utilized by him on League of Legends PC. He wanted to put him on a Face Rush Darius if you wanted to put on that pressure of the damage plus the tankiness around the team. So I think JLC, and let's not miss out with the Singe. So with those being considered, I think yes, JLC may come out on top, but you gotta respect still XSN on the other side of the board that he might do something again for the team and change the tides of the game.
Yeah, and you know what? With that, thank you for that reminder because I think that my prediction is going to have to be a 2-1 in favor this time of Liyab Esports. Just because I think they have unlocked something yesterday. There was something in there. There was that spark, and I think they are ready to turn that spark into a blaze coming into this series. Otlus, what is your prediction?
Yeah, we haven't seen Singed yet, right? All throughout this playoffs, right?
So annoying.
Okay. Well, anyway, I'm just saying, maybe JLC will hear me out on this, but I will have to favor Liyab Esports as well because I really like their new invigorated form. We saw Exosem play the Fizz, which is a counter pick onto the Twisted Fate. We know how bad, in a good way, his Twisted Fate is as well.
Osiris,
Well,
what about
for
your
me,
prediction?
This will be the panel's blessing. I must say that because I'm going 2-0. I mean 2-1. Let's go for 2-1 because it's still Omega, but I'd stick with the Liab, as Liabers right here are watching as well, and Liab all the way. We will be giving the energy
Wait,
for
this
you
is
to,
scary.
We got the 3 out of 3. I think this is a first here.
Oh no!
I think this is a first here. I'm kind of proud just because that's the first time that I think like the
This
three
is
of
the
us have a
underdogs.
grade. But of course, we will find out how the battle of the South Luzon teams will pan out as we step into our second series of the day. This is Omega Esports versus Liyab Esports. Casters, take us into the rift.
And into the riff we will take you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the second series of your casters. I'm Yukon, alongside me is Gigi. So, we started the day off with an intense series. Team Secret versus Amihan Esports, and Amihan Esports able to kick Team Secret down into the lower bracket finals. But now, it is going to be a different story. Omega Esports versus Liyab Esports, and can I just say, I was just about to highlight that they are the only teams in the region that went this far, and the fact that now they're gonna be up against each other, it kind of hurts me, you know.
Yeah, I'm actually also surprised on what the panels have said because they voted for Liab Esports 3-0. Of course, nobody voted for Omega this
Esports.
time, and it kind of makes sense because in the day number 1, RRQ managed to beat Omega in a reverse sweep. In playoffs day number 2, Liab Esports took down RRQ in 2-0 this time. So if you take that into consideration, once that have beaten Omega was beaten down by Liab Esports, and now since they are going to battle up, it has a bit of an impression onto everyone that Liab Esports might actually have an upper hand in this, but we don't know because the panels have also emphasized actually on JLC and how much impact he can make all throughout the game, right?
Yes, and actually we're talking about the rock, paper, scissors here in the playoffs, and that's also something that we have been highlighting for quite some time now. So if we're gonna follow that logic, there is a good chance that Liab maybe could take down Omega. But speaking of our two teams, this is gonna be the pick and ban phase for game number 1. It looks like Omega is now sitting comfortably at the blue side. Gragas is gonna be banned. No explosive cast, no disengage, no Lichbane Gragas Gragas that can just hurt the living hell out of her team. Leab Esports, they could focus on maybe a jungle ban or a mid lane ban.
I'm actually looking forward to maybe
Lisa.
Omega Esports taking out the Galio, because for Liyab Esports, Moraita Boy has been using this champion all throughout since playoffs day number 1, and it has had a significant impact, of course, because Liyab Esports right now are battling against Omega Esports.
And looks like the first 2 bans for Omega Esports is going to be Gragas and Listen. Leab Esports, they took out the Kaisa, took out the Camille, no hook shots, no steals from Impressive. Omega Esports prioritizing that Fiora, which most likely will go over to GLC. So you have Corky, you have Jana, you also have, what are the other first rotation worthy picks? Varus!
Oh,
Leab
wow.
Esports prioritizing Varus and a Rengar. Alright, there it is. There's the cute kitty cat.
Surprising picks here coming in from Liyab Esports. And looking at JLC with his Fiora, actually had a really good performance in Omega Esports 2-0 against NXP. And right now they're going to kind of use a similar strategy. This time, not a Nami, but a Janna support here, of course, for Stronger.
Stronger is a beast in this Janna, and they pair that off with a Corky that will go over time lapse, given that Kaisa is not available. Although, however, it made me think time lapse tends to pick up Corky more, so I'm not sure why Leab Esports opted to ban out the Kaisa. Maybe there's okay, makes sense now. There is a Varus, so they just want to make sure that no one is gonna killer instinct her way behind Gambit. So that's gonna be an Ari and a Garen pick. Okay. And Omega Esports answers that with, you mentioned this, Galio.
Yeah, good steal here actually onto Moraita Boy, since Liyab Esports actually didn't pick a support yet. So Moraita Boy might need to be a bit of adaptive in terms of the picks now. Oh,
Ooh.
Omega Esports even taking the Pantheon. So much aggression on the side of Omega Esports, I must say.
Omega Esports really tweaking and upgrading their draft. So let's see who will be the last pick for the side of Liyab Esports. It is going to be an Ash? Ash support? Wait for it. Wait.
Well,
You know what? It
No.
makes sense.
yeah, it kind of makes sense, but it is just surprising because I kind of know what you're about to say. The front of life, right? The
Yes.
new runes for this Ash
This
support. Oh, it's going to be quite exciting, quite nervous as well for the fans here of Liyab Esports seeing this composition. Woo.
Whew. Whoa, intense. Okay, so I thought I was going to be surprised with the Lee Sin Baron lane. Now, hello to Ash support. So this is going to be the first match between Omega Esports versus Liyab Esports. Now, if we're going to look at logic here, it makes sense, aside from the font of life, because Ash's arrows does provide slows. At the same time, you have Garen and you have Rengar at the front line. You also have the charm coming in from Exocen for extra CCs, extra initiates. So, safe to say that Gambit and Moraita Boy, Moraita Man, is going to be safe, or at least they're going to be sitting comfortably at the back line. Problem here, though, is if Stronger uses the Moonstone at the proper time, and Impressive uses Pantheon here, and they'll be able to at least separate the members of the Liyab Esports, it's going to be a problem for their side.
Yeah, I'm looking at Moraita Boy right now because he has been spamming the Galio, and it was a really good decision by Omega Esports to steal this champion. But with the Ash, so much pick potential is on the side of Liyab Esports. You have Exocen with the Ari for that charm. You have Gambit with the corruption chain, and Moraita Boy this time with the Ash Arrow. Of course, it will allow Liyab Esports to definitely make picks onto the side of Omega Esports as they're looking for a fight here on the Riverside.
You have the Gatling gun being used by Talon. That's going to be the Talon's connecting on to 2 champions. Exocen is the middle of everything else. It's going to be the charm connecting as well. But you have, a rise being taken by Exocen. That's going to be the first blood going over to Liyab Esports. Now Stronger. I thought he was about to be away, but that's going to be the kites coming in from Moraita Boy. Rengar gets taken out by Impressive. That is going to be the kite going over to Varus. Dude, what did I tell you? This
Wow.
combo, kiting duo. Also, Ash has one of the longest range in League of Legends. That's why I'm really liking this Ash support. Let's see if Liab will be able to make it work.
Yeah, definitely. So far, they are making it work. 102 on the scoreboard here for Muraita Boy. And during that team fight, it was a 4-1 exchange. Definitely, it was surprising. But this time, the one surprise are Omega Esports on how Liab Esports are playing this so effectively. And I'm liking the play that Liab Esports have made over that river because Exosen managed to disengage successfully and got a charm on to
Arise.
Arise a while ago, preventing the kill and even setting up for the punish there for the remaining members of Liab Esports.
And now you have Rengar just being very sneaky at the sides. No vision for the side of Arise though. Now you have Liab who looks like they're planning to box in here for Dragon Lane. That is going to be the Howling connecting, but he does become rooted. Strong does become rooted, but now that's right the boy. And here comes Exosen. You thought you're safe? No, he just jumped in and was able to finish off the kill. Now going back here to Dragon Lane, you have Gambit and Right the boy just forced to play it out safely because they already got the kill that they want. Even though that was stronger, that is still a Janna, that's still gold, that is still advantage. But I think Liab Esports, they opted for time lapse, but Corky was quite healthy in that skirmish earlier. Now JLC going up against Nixu. Nixu popping that judgment, but I think it's going to be a pretty tame fight in the early game for the Baron lane side.
Yeah, that was a nice calculation there by Liab Esports. Definitely a stronger thought. He was safe already, but that ulti from Exosen definitely shook that Janna. Now we're having this a 5-1 on the scoreboard. It's just a little bit of a lead that Liab Esports have in terms of gold, about 2k. But as a Dragon spawn in the next 10 seconds, definitely this will attract both teams to respond to this. And when there's a response by both teams, definitely you know that there will be a team fight. But Liab Esports so far have established so much control all over the map. They shoved the lanes and now they have the priority for this Ocean Dragon.
And looks like that is gonna be wait, I thought it was gonna be non-contested. I forgot. Impressive is right there. You have the Kais of Omega Esports. Let's see if they can actually steal this. That is gonna be a no because the Liab Esports Gambit is able to secure that first Drake. And on top of that, they got the Rift Scuttler. So Liab Esports, they're actually being very macro based right now. They don't want to offer kills only if the kills is right there in front of them, and they just want to focus on getting objectives like Drake's, Rift Herald, the Rift Herald later, of course, and you also have the Rift Scuttler, but that's gonna be the Moon soon being popped, but he got rotated. That is gonna be the charm connecting coming in from Exosen as well. That's gonna be impressive. Hello, making his way downtown, but it's a tad bit too late because your team members, your Dragon Lane duo is already gone. That's gonna be impressive. Just going in with the recalls, and Liab sitting comfortably with that 1-7 on their scoreboard. 4k gold lead for the men in white and blue.
Yeah, Liab Esports sending out 4 people to get 2 members of Omega Esports, and they couldn't trade anything out of it. We saw Impressive trying to help out the Dragon laners. However, it wasn't enough. He was too late out of it, and now they're kind of being shocked by not only the picks here by Liab Esports, but also how they are constantly executing, getting the lead, and now it puts them in a very good position to actually start this Rift Herald, which will respond in a few seconds. But that arrow!
Oh, enchanted crystal arrow connecting, and here comes Gambit. So much CCs as well. You have Arise forced to use that. Look at the back line. You have Muraita boy. He was able to flash out. Impressive. The skill range is quite short, so he was not able to finish out the kill. Instead, you have Stronger being bursted down for the side of from the side of Liab Esports, and that is going to be them just getting all of their win conditions for the early game in check. However, I have to say this: Omega Esports, they need to start either doing pickoffs or forcing Liab Esports to do these awkward team fights. They need to have these fights because every time Liab would initiate, it is just not looking well for Omega Esports. Omega, they have the damage. You have GLC, you have Impressive, you have Corky, you also have Moonsiver Sustain. They just need to utilize this. I guess the only I wouldn't say problem, but the struggle is this enchanted crystal arrow is a global ult. So literally it can come from anywhere. And knowing how Maraita Boy is accurate on his skill shots, it tends to be a problem.
There it
See,
is.
I literally just said that. That's even a charm connecting as well. That's gonna be a rampage going over to the X. So you have stronger popping in with that moon soon. It is gonna be enough, but looks like Leab Esports is gonna get this Rift Herald non-crimp, and we have Arise to the side, but that's gonna be Ash being able to get that Rift Herald, and you have Liab Esports just going with this engage. Omega Esports was not even able to get any pick off.
Yeah, not able to get any pickoffs, not even able to contest that objective at all. Liyab Esports have been on point in this game. That Ash Arrow from right above, but Omega Esports ganking in the bottom lane. That's gonna be a bit hard because, of course, a Nixo with so much tanky items already, it will be a bit hard to take him down.
Yeah, and yeah, Nixu Garrett is very tanky. Most likely, JLC should be the one to be up against this champion, and he has to hit those vital points. Now, Exosen, oh, I thought he was gonna jump in. Okay, then never mind. He just plays a ward on the side, but the second Drake is gonna be up in 20 seconds. 1 and 10 on scoreboard right now.
Yeah.
Miggy being very focused on the D ward. There is not much vision. Well, there are wards placed from the side of Omega Esports. So it looks like they are just waiting for them to ramp up their damage, and then maybe they can try and challenge Liab Esports. But speaking of Liab, looks like they're now here at the Dragon Pit. That is going to be an Infernal Drake. So more damage should they be able to secure. This is Exosen actually being able to secure Janna. Okay, that is going to be a no. But that Janna still does have the moon soon. And now Omega Esports making their way at the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, it's going to be hard here for Impressive to take this dragon because he's being forced here by Nixu to go away, and Liab Esports take this Infernal Dragon for free. And right now, they're looking at the bottom lane to secure this outer turret with Miggy stalking the members of Omega Esports. They couldn't answer this composition right now of Liab Esports. They're looking to scale because later on, time lapse is going to hurt. Of course, with this Corky, GLC will be looking to split push on the side lane. However, it's going to be hard because so far, look at that, the Ash Arrow.
Woohoo! That stun and those charms just forcing JLC to go back. Ignite was not available for Exos, and that's why he was not able to finish off that kill. And he believed that it's not the perfect time to use Spirit Rush. I guess he just wants to use that in the full on 5v5 flashes just so he can reposition himself. That is going to be the ultimate from Impressive. Did not hit anyone, did not at least even go near where Liab is. So now Liab are just focusing on getting the turrets. You have, oh yeah, that was very good face check coming from right above. He can just pop the arrows. So going over with the reset because the Barret is now going to be up in 7 seconds.
Yeah, I'm looking at the composition here of Omega Esports. One of their strengths actually is not only for side lane push, because JLC is having a bit of a hard time against Nixu, but they do have so much re-engage. They have the Hero's Entrance, they have the Grand Entrance, but they're having a hard time because the arrows connect.
It's still connected. That is basically the go signal for Miggy to jump right in. Now Liab, they're going all in here at the mid lane. That's going to be Impressive already down. No jungler for Omega Esports for 17 seconds. That's basically one of the green lights that they can receive or see to be able to secure this Baron. You also have Nixu just holding Omega Esports back at the mid lane. Nixu can tank so much damage. He can buy so much time. If he dies, that's okay too. But that's going to be the Gatling gun being committed. And here comes GLC. Not going to be enough. You have the orb that's even popped there by X. You have the exhaust there as well. But GLC was the first one to fall down. And here comes Miggy being able to zone out. Time upside of line up does become golden. That's the virus being taken down. A double coming over from Marita Boy. You have a double being secured by Miggy as well. But you have Minor being chased. And that's going to be a 1v1 against Impressive against Nixu. But you have Miggy at the side. Will you jump? That's the Ash being taken down. Still, 1v1 is going to be up. But that is going to be Impressive being able to jump out of there and was able to save himself, but no, he went back, and now Nixu popping in that ultimate Dimash and Justice. The justice has been served, and that's going to be the teammates going over to Liab Esports.
Yeah, Oppo Reno 5, Team Ace there by Liab Esports. Definitely it was an extended fight, but Mega Esports couldn't find the right position, the right execution to take down Liab Esports. That arrow from Moraita Boy shook the members of Omega Esports, catching impressive right there. And it's going to be hard right now because looking at the gold lead, it's 10,000 so far at 12 minutes in. And slowly but surely, Liab Esports are closing the curtains here for game number one on Omega Esports. They're being very aggressive inside the red side jungle of Omega Esports as the Rift Herald is pushing into the bottom lane, waiting for the next dragon, which is going to spawn in the next 22 seconds. So far, Liab Esports have been on point.
Have been on point indeed. Also, can I just say that it's 12 minutes in, but Omega Esports still yet to get their first third. See, I told you! It
How?
always connects! I don't know why, but I guess that's just Moraita Boy, Moraita Man's experience speaking. Impressive does jump in, but you have another dance being dished out by Mickey. Rift Herald still jumping in at turn, but you have the charms connected for Item to be. Time has to be able to save this stronger, but that is actually a no, because again, the kites from Liab Esports first allowing the around is secured by Rengar and a turret to beat. Now that is no support, no turrets for the Dragon lane, and no more outer turrets at the mid lane. Dragon is up. Liab Esports, they could try and get this, but you have JLC split pushing at the Baron lane, but he is forced to go back to base.
Yeah, that charm by Exosen hitting stronger, and it was up to Miggy to finish the kill. And that assassination onto the Jan allowed them to actually prevent Stronger from healing the other teammates. It took down the inhibitor tower in the bottom lane as well. Took the Mountain Dragon. That's 3 Dragon stacks already for Liab Esports in preparation for this Baron take that they are looking at right now, because they are so ahead. They have enough resources. They have enough anti-healing for the Janna. They have enough damage and even durability, especially on the side of Nixu with 3 core items already to just go with a spin to win.
Oh, okay, spin to win. You finally used that term. That was adorable. I was waiting for someone to say that. But yeah, almost 14 minutes into the match, 4 and 17 on scoreboard. But Omega, they are just okay. I just have to say that's the first ever enchanted pistol arrow that did not connect. Anyway, going back to the game, you have Miki jumping in. He does have GA, but the CCs, the stop from Varus is not gonna connect. And you also have Murai the boy just checking if there's anyone near the Baron pit. That is a no, and he was also able to get that Rift Scuttler. Now Nixu is just trying his best to keep Omega Esports at bay. Exosen, that is going to be the time connecting. He has so much burst, and that is impressive. Down to the last bar of his health, literally. Ignite was also used by Exosen earlier.
Arrow?
The arrow being connected as well. Now you have Nixu at the front line. You have Esports just taunting in the reverse. They are just storming into the face of Omega Esports. You have Stronger forced to use his Moonstone, but a lot of ultimates already down for Omega. They use a lot of resources to survive that one. Now Liab, they're in a much more comfortable position to get Baron. However, impressive, he still has his ultimate. Timelapse still has his ultimate too. Fiora still has the grand challenge. So maybe Omega Esports, they can at least pick 1-2 champions off before they can try and go with the Baron. So that's gonna connect, but now you have Big front line. He just jumps straight onto Timelapse face. That is gonna be the arrow connecting onto 2. Stuns there as well, but there is no follow-up given that they are under turret.
Yeah, JLC is also split pushing in the mid lane, trying to secure this outer turret from Liab Esports. We have a huge wave crashing into the bottom lane of Omega Esports. This gives the signal to Liab Esports to actually start this Baron. It's going to be uncontested, and that's actually a really good macro play here by Liab Esports. That's a Baron for free.
Free Baron indeed, given that Omega Esports was away from the Baron pit. But for now, time lapse. Let me take a quick look at his items. Already has Triforce available though. Fiora already has Triforce as well. You have the Rabadon being picked up by Galio, by Arise. So should Omega Esports try to go with the full on 5v5s? I guess that's a possibility, but the problem is it's a lot of layers of CC that they need to withstand. They need to go through before they can actually take down the key members of Liab Esports. Let's not forget, Miggy tends to literally jump at their faces, time lapse mostly. But now, you have Liab Esports just knocking onto the base of Omega Esports.
And Omega Esports, they don't have a proper front line. Here comes Arrow and Heroes Entrance Connect. Oh,
And that is going to be the initiate from Liyab Esports from the side of Omega. Lot of ultimates being popped, and that is going to be Nix on the front line. He did jump. You have the minion waves just pouring in. That is going to be Moraito Boy just throwing arrows all around. You have JLC already
Here they come.
targeting. You already have him targeting X, but that is going to be Nix who just popping or his judgment just going with the spin and Rooney. But now you have Miggy still jumping onto the Nexus, and we're able to secure game number 1. Look at their smiles. Look at how happy they were. That was a beautiful way to open their series. Very textbook, very well dissected, and this is just them really showing everything, showing all of the power that they have in the playoffs.
yeah, definitely they were prepared for this game because, like what we talked about, Moraito Boy has been spamming the Galio, so it might have been something that they prepared in terms of when the enemy team gets the Galio away from Moraito Boy. They have the Ash very much ready here for their lineup. This is a quite a unique lineup from the past few games that they had, and definitely their execution was really well.
Execution really well indeed. Yeah, Omega Esports, they really struggled in the early game. Impressive was not able to do the steals that we all knew him for. Timelapse had a hard time snowballing. Stronger, even though he did pop those goodly timed moonstones, there are times that Exon would just pop his charm right at his face, and from there it was just Liab, the fire, the ignited fire, apparently being very, very strong right now. So I actually have a question. What do you think should, well, I usually ask this anyway, but what do you think should Omega do to be able to win game number 2?
Well, definitely, I'm looking at JLC's Fiora because as we see here in Operino 5 play of the game, it was Liab Esports constantly being on the aggressive side. Yes, they do have this pick composition, but we don't see Omega Esports being proactive. Normally, we see them kind of reacting to the rotations, and Liab Esports really calculating how many people they need to send out whenever they camp this bottom lane duo of Omega Esports, because definitely they know how much burst damage they can do. They know the weakness of their composition, and they know how to counter the lineup of Omega Esports right now.
Indeed. Also, there were times wherein, let's say Omega Esports, they did go with the jump into the initiates. Flash is almost always available for the side of Liab Esports. Also, they have quite a disengage too. You have Spirit Rush, and you also have, again, Nixu, that neutralizer, very beefier, very buffed Garen that can just tank the damage for themselves. And I believe this was the very prolonged 1v1 between Impressive and Nixu. Should Impressive, I think Impressive went back just to get some of his life back, but at the expense of him actually dying because he did not expect Nixu to be back.
Yeah, actually, I was surprised a little bit because I wanted to see a rise. Because you asked me a question about what adjustments Omega Esports should make. One of which is a little bit on the composition. I'm actually looking for, before the game started, I was looking forward to a rise using a Twisted Fate because it was open.
Oh yeah, it was open. Well, I guess for that specific draft, they wanted to go with the 5v5 fights. But anyway, for the mass of the match, it is going to be Miggy on this Rengar. You can just feel how confident this jungler is. KDA, 15.00, kill participation 88%, damage per minute is only 148, but he makes things work. That GA, safety net, Triforce really dishing out so much damage, and you have the Stasis or the Stasis being there just for, imagine having GA and Stasis though.
Oh yeah, so much protection, especially when he engages, and when Omega Esports try to punish the engage of Rengar, he goes golden. Nope. Here comes my teammates. You gotta wait.
Yeah. it can buy a lot of time for his team in the end. Considering the fact that Liyab Esports, their rotation in that game was very, very clean. They did not falter. Did you see them stutter? No, you didn't
No.
at all. Just goes to show how much they stepped up from their group stages now at the last day of the playoffs. So I ask you what Omega Esports should do. Now, what should Liab Esports do to be able to win the series with a 2-0?
Definitely, Omega Esports will look to adapt. They had a bit of a hard time during game number 1, and they will look to go onto their comfort picks. This now brings a question onto the unique draft that Liab Esports have made, because it might have a struggle on to the usual picks of Omega Esports, and having Exocen and Arise liking the champion of Twisted Fate, it might be a battle of which will prioritize this champion, because so far, well, Omega Esports tried to take away the Galio from Moraita Boy, but it didn't really work out well in this game. So they might leave it open in game number 2. However, I still think Lee Sin should be banned, and Kaisa on the side of Liab Esports still should be banned.
Yeah, that I have
about
to
you?
agree with. Yeah, I guess for Liab Esports, I think they should just keep up with these kind of surprises, because if you can recall, way back in the preseason, we're gonna go 10 years back, just kidding, but way back in the preseason, Omega Esports was the team to actually run the Ash support. They did not have Varus though in their lineup, but they did pick up this Ash. Did not age well, did not work. But now seeing Liab Esports use this support, this champion against Omega, I just love the storylines of these teams, and I just love seeing how they were able to progress or improve from preseason now at the playoffs. Also, I think you knew, but 1 year ago today was the first day release of the alpha test. So it's just nice to see that now this is the last day for the playoffs, the grand finals, and it's the first birthday for Alpha Test.
Definitely. Happy birthday to the Alpha Test, of course. So many people have fell in love in this game, and putting their hearts up, putting everything on the line, not only for just playing the game casually, but also in tournaments like this. And of course, so many people have been following these teams for their growth and how many achievements they will make as they put their hearts out into showing and demonstrating their skills, coordination, and even the smiles on their face whenever they win. It puts a smile on the fans as well.
And it puts a lot of smiles on our faces too. Yeah, going back into series number 2. So if we're gonna talk about the bans, Liab does have the option to fix what's not broken. Wow, you got words. The hype and the clash are getting into my head. The only thing I have in my mind right now are the clashes and the skill names. But yeah, they can just stick to these bans. And I do agree, Omega Esports should not open the Lee Sin. Not give Miggy this very mobile, this very powerful champion, but maybe for impressive, he could rather pick up a different champion. Pantheon is good by the book, but if you're gonna look at the ranges of the skills from literally everyone except Garen from Liab Esports, they can actually kite, or they can actually damage impressive from afar. On top of that, they have CC. That's why he was not able to move around that much.
Yeah, it's a bit of a difficult time there, especially for impressive with a Pantheon, knowing that yes, they do have engage, especially with Pantheon. They have the Galio as well to close the distance, but they didn't have a proper frontline champion. No one was building tank, and knowing that Liab Esports having this big potential, if Moraita Boy catches anyone, literally anyone with the Ash Arrow, it will be obliterated almost instantly. And that was kind of the kryptonite on the lineup there by Omega Esports.
I actually like how you mentioned the enchanted crystal arrow from Moraito Again. That was very on point. Archer skills from
Archer skills.
Moraito Boy. Yeah. And you also have Gambit. Gambit in that game, even though he died a handful of times, he was very well protected. Again, Rengar with the initiate, Nixu, this guy being very tanky in that game, and you have Moraito Boy. Can I petition to call him Moraito Man for at least this
Right,
day?
man.
Moraito Man was able to protect this ADC, and that is something that Liyab Esports will bank on. I said this way back in the South Luzon group stages. Keep Gambit safe, make sure he goes online, and you're good to go. This guy is a beast. This player is a beast at the late game. He knows who to target, he knows who to burst down, and pair him up with a champion that just have so much poke, has so much damage at the late game, you are good to go. So now for the side of Omega Esports, again, tweak their draft. Maybe they could open, just maybe they could open the Gragas, but I guess that means they have to let Fiora go.
It's going to be quite a complicated maybe a complicated adaptation here on the side of Omega Esports, but definitely they will be able to kind of fix what was a bit broken in their lineup in game number 1. But on the side of Liab Esports, I want to emphasize on what you said about Gambit, because yesterday against RRQ, Gambit went against 4 and even managed to stall out so much and allowed Nixu to go with that backdoor, and that's how much pressure this ADC of Liab Esports brings onto the table against every enemy team that comes to face with this team. And right now, Omega Esports, I'm looking at them and I actually want to see time lapse with a Kaisa, because he has been very aggressive on this, and we see the respect here by Liab Esports taking it away in game number 1. If they get a chance onto locking this in, definitely it is a window of opportunity for them.
I guess I did say they could open up Gragas, but if ever Liab Esports is not gonna ban out Kaisa, oh wait, I was about to say there's a chance that he might not need Kaisa, but then I remember Gambit does not play much Kaisa.
And knowing that puts all more to show that Liab Esports should ban this Kaisa, since Gambit doesn't really much use this particular champion. But I haven't seen. Have I seen? I think no. Omega Esports use a Renekton in the Baron lane. I think not. How about you?
No. Initially, way back in the group stages, GLC would just opt with the very tanky champions. Let's say maybe Singe and all of that stuff. Akali even, but now at the playoffs he just transitioned to duelist, and he has been very good with this Fiora. So yeah, those are just our 2 cents for what happened for the draft in game number 1. But now for game number 2, Omega Esports, they really need to set their footing, and they need to have, you're the one who said this, they need to have one very tanky frontliner. Arise, yeah, sure, he can be tanky, he is that Galio, but this player is more comfortable with holding champions that can just burst your life bars down, and you basically just try to CC him to the ground, and that gives you a lot of opening. And make sure Impressive will not be where you are, will be nowhere near where you are. And even yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, or in day number 1, Impressive, whenever there was a major objective, their opponents would just bait him onto the other side of the map. That's another thing you could do. Just keep Impressive at bay, keep your eyes on time lapse, and just basically stop Omega Esports from snowballing. That's it.
Yeah, definitely snowballing. Whenever they get a lead, they never let it go. They push harder and farther. They find the other opportunity to snowball even further and dictate the flow of the game. But speaking of snowball, knowing that Ziggs was actually open in game number 1,
Oh yeah.
I want to hear your thoughts about it, because Arise is so effective in using this champion, but they actually didn't use it.
You know what? XSN uses Ziggs as well. So now that you brought that up, I guess made me think. Because if we're gonna follow literally everything we've been saying about Ziggs, he's all about just steamrolling in the early game. You have a
Mhm.
very good ultimate that can just come from anywhere. You have the satchel charge for disengage. So I'm gonna start with Liab. This is just me formulating random answers in my head, but I believe they just want to focus on the single or double target pickoffs. And even though Ziggs is still viable, I would opt with Ari just because of the charm, just because of the orb of deception. When the
Mhm.
orb goes back, that is going to be true damage, which is most likely why it hurts a lot more. And Ari is much more mobile because she has her Spirit Rush. Should Arise jump in with the hero's entrance. But how about you? Why do you think Omega Esports didn't pick up Ziggs?
Actually, I'm well. I understand that they wanted to steal the Galio away
Right.
from Moraita man, and but I think it would be a really nice adjustment. Especially they had a really good composition. JLC is a monster on this Fiora, but we didn't actually see the monster inside of him in game number one. We're looking forward to it in game number two, of course, and that might be one of the things that will be shown if Liyab Esports still will allow this to be open.
You know what makes me think, are we still gonna be seeing an Ash support in game number two, given that they already put out or brought out their surprise pick? I mean, it is a chance, right? The man performed really well on that Ash. I'm sure a lot of players would love to try the Ash support now after the grand
Oh
finals, after
my.
this series. Why do you sound worried?
Because I think I will be one of those
Oh,
people that will try out the Ash and will get obliterated by the enemy team and be flamed by my teammates.
it's all good. You just gotta trust yourself, man. But yeah, we're just waiting for the
Trust.
players to jump into the lobby before we'll hop onto game number two. Yeah, we talked about the adjustments. Now let me talk about the rotations for the side of Omega Esports. How do you think their performance was in when looking back into game number one?
Definitely game number one is a bit questionable in how they performed. We know them being quite aggressive but calculated, knowing when to engage, knowing when to fall back, knowing when to trade it off with another objective. And definitely it didn't pan out well. We saw them multiple times that Impressive tried to respond, but it was all too late. But right now, it's not going to be game number one, it's going to be game number two. Omega Esports still on the blue side.
Yep, and they're still gonna stick with the Gragas ban. And you mentioned this, Liab Esports, they're still gonna keep that ban on to Kaisa Rengar. Now banned for the side of
Ooh.
Omega. Let's see who will be the last champion that Liab Esports will ban on. This basically leaves Lee Sin open. I'm not sure if Omega is gonna pick up Lee Sin first rotation, but let's see. Liab Esports, they still stuck with their ban from game number one.
Yeah, this opening up the Lee Sin, well, they might have an answer to this Lee Sin. So Liab Esports needs to be cautious about this. Omega Esports will prioritize the Fiora here for JLC. Definitely, they are confident with this champion for this player, and they are looking to have a redemption in the Baron lane.
First rotation pick, Ari, for the side of Liab Esports. Jana is open if they want to pick that up. Lee Sin is open too, and that is most likely going over to Miggy. Now, Mega Esports, they have the option to immediately pick an ADC. The Corky is still open. Gaio still open. You also have Brom, but they did prioritize that Jana going over to Stronger. That can just provide disengage or utility for his team. They can actually pick a maybe a they don't have Baron lane, but that's with the ADC. Saya.
Ooh.
Okay. So, well, we've been seeing Saya in the playoffs now, but surprise, surprise, Omega Esports still gonna go through with this Saya pick.
Yeah, definitely. I'm actually looking at the composition of Omega Esports having, well, time lapse on this Zaya. It's like him saying that, well, I'm gonna teach Gambit how to unleash the power of this Zaya in this game number 2. Well, Liab Esports will secure the spin to win champion again for Nixo. So that's a big beefy boy in the bottom lane to have so much peel for the other teammates of Liab.
Impressive is now mad because they locked in that J4. You now have the Cataclysm available for this. And yeah,
Oh, what?
cinched.
What?
Oh, okay. So is this gonna be a what? My brain. Anyway,
Fiora mid?
are we gonna be seeing a Fiora mid or Singed mid? I'm so confused. Jana mid, just kidding. We'll have to see with the switcheroos later. But Liab Esports still sticking with their Varus and Ashe Dragon Lane combo. So okay. Omega Esports definitely showing something new here. Fiora mid. So go over to Arise. We saw Helios use this, but now it is gonna be Arise on that mid lane. Fiora and JLC sticking to one of the champions that we did know or highlight him at, which is Singe. So now these are the drafts for game number 2. This is match point for these two teams. Will we see a game 3 or will we see a 2-0 in favor of Liab Esports? I cannot wait to see what's gonna happen next.
Yeah, definitely Arise with this Fiora is going to be something surprising, not only for the players but also for the viewers. As I only saw one player use this in playoffs day 2. Actually, RRQ Helios using this and actually did not pan out the best for that game in their team. But this time, Arise here hurting so much. What is that damage?
Okay, I kind of see the logic behind the Fiora mid lane now. I mean, you can pretty much just dodge the orb and the charms coming in from Ekusen, and at the same time, you can just hit those vital points and just wither down the HP bars of Ari. So of course, Ekusen, let's see how will he be able to adjust to that. I mean, it's still under 1 minute, a lot can still happen. Arise, so that's being very aggressive. Also, that is gonna connect, and
Ooh.
Ekusen now down to the 1.5 bar of his health, but he still does have Honey Fruit ready at the side. Now you have Varus just taking that Howling Gale, and now Nixu alone at the barrel lane. He is going to go over to the bush. Exen constantly pressuring Arise. Miggy can try and see if the Sonic Wave is going to connect onto Arise, but that's a Fiora. He can just jump out of the CC.
Yeah, and actually, I'm beginning to understand why Arise prioritized this Fiora for the mid lane. But before that, there's bottom lane.
That is going to be engaged coming in the side of Omega East, but that's going to be Marita Boy receiving a lot of damage, but Timelapse does not have the crits or the damage yet, just forced to disengage. He's also very, very low. Gambit has a tad bit more range compared to him, as well as Marita Man. So now Omega Esports just forced to play this one out safely. Exosen finishing those waves, clearing out the minion waves with his Orb of Deception.
Yeah. Arise, looking back again, Arise with a Fiora. He knows that he can actually dodge the Orb of Deception here from Exosen. And when it goes with the Charm, he can just use the repose and bring back the CC back to the Ari. That's how confident Arise is in this mid lane. And definitely, we might see a lot of outplays as impressive as ganking mid lane. Oh.
Apparently he decided to not give it a go because he was seen by Exosen, and now Muraita Boy just playing out safely at the back lines. Howling Gale is not gonna connect again, but I guess it's just gonna be a few love taps here and there for the Dragon Laners. And now Arise going over with the reset, but at the brown lane though, looks like that is gonna be Nixu just charging right at GLC, but GLC did not falter or did not get taken down. Gambit with the kites, Gambit with the clears. That is basically the power of the Varus and Ashe combo. But now you have Miggy. There is a ward there at the bush. He is just hiding there.
Yeah.
Now, but I don't think Timelapse is gonna try and go with the initiate. Was able to at least evade that CC. That's gonna be the Son of Infinite, and that is gonna be Miggy jumping in. Beautiful Howling Gale from the side of Omega Esports though was able to save the life of their ADC.
Yeah, definitely that was a bit close. Omega Esports doing a really good job hunting down, monitoring Miggy all the way because they know how aggressive this player is from Liyab Esports. And 27 seconds before this Infernal Dragon spawns and no kills yet. We are almost even here in terms of gold, only 500, 400 ahead here on the side of Omega Esports. And definitely early game, lots of pressure can be given from Liab Esports. But scaling wise, I'm actually looking at Omega Esports right now because this Zaya is going to hurt. This Cinch, this Fiora is going to pressure so much.
True. And time lapse with that Saya is actually something that I would love to see go online. We only ever saw it being picked up a handful of times, and in one win, he was only focused on just getting the roots connecting for his team to be able to clean up the dance floor. But now you have Liab, let's begin
Arrow.
the enchanted crystal arrow connecting on to DLC. That's the first one being secured by the side of Liab Esports, and that's being impressive, already being taken down. But now Liab Esports gonna go with their engage. You have DLC the front line. You have Stronger with that Monsoon. You have a jump straight onto the face. That's getting back to be popped by this Nix, but instead he was the one that got bursted down by DLC. Now Lee Sin was disintegrated by this Saya, and now you have Bright Boy. Arrows are gonna connect, but he's just too far rather. Now that's gonna be a 2-1 in favor of Omega.
Yeah, Liab Esports starting that with an Ash Arrow from Muraita Boy. And, well, they got a kill. However, that Monsoon from Stronger allowed them to actually regain most of their health. And time lapse was just kiting all the way. Right now, it's a big fight here in the Dragon Pit.
DLC was in the middle of that, but Liab was able to secure that Infernal Dragon. The charms did connect. That's why he was not able to move. That's why DLC was not able to move. That is going to be Jana being taken down from the side of Omega Esports. And Liab, they're pretty much happy to get that one Dragon and one support kill in their pockets. Refel is now going to be up in 27 seconds. Time lapse going back to what works, but that kite just hurts so much from this Varus.
Yeah, definitely. It's not only time lapse that hurt when he is kiting all the way, especially with this Infinity Edge already picked up, but also Gambit, despite him only having this mana Mew, not even upgraded to Muramana yet, but he deals so much damage, especially with the piercing arrow whenever he tries to poke. And well, Liab Esports, where they are fire, and definitely they are acting like fire. If you get too close, if you play with them, definitely you will get hurt.
Hey, that was actually very smart. But yeah, you do not play with fire because you will indeed get burned. But now that is going to be Miggy still being able to take down that repel. They could most likely someone at the mid or at the front lane. But let's see. Still going to wait for that next scrimmage. And Liab Esports defaulting to their very by the book rotation. That's even the time connected. But you have J4 with that jump in. But he was the one that got bursted down. Arise is now in the middle of everything he did. No, because Miggy instead was the one that was able to take him down. Yes, he was trying to reach for X, and yes, Ari was very mobile, but at the end of that scrimmage, at the end of the day, it's gonna be Lee Sin with so much damage. And I was right, they're gonna summon the Rick Herald here at the Baron lane. Time lapse trying to clear the way, but it is not gonna be enough. It's gonna be the chain being popped by Ari as well. The roots are gonna go, but he was able to flash in to safety. Now, Liab Esports very much happy to take that trade. And now the mid lane, Nixu was just doing his own thing, was able to put some damage into the first outer mid lane turret.
Yeah, look at the reflexes of all the players right now. That was a crucial charm by Exosen, but quickly a time lapse used the Feather Storm to dodge that. And well, Miggy tried to punish. Look at that arrow from Muraita Boy, just hunting everywhere. It's like a roaming arrow, just looking for anyone to hit. And it's kind of, well, right now at game number 2, up to now at game number 2, it's still surprising whenever it doesn't hit.
Right? I mean, it's been a game. but that's just how much of a strong impression that this player gave to us. But going back into, of course, the number two. Now, though, it's gonna be alright. Oh no, the charm connecting, and you also have Miggy there. The side is gonna be the son of a beautiful Dragon's kick, Dragon's rage connecting onto this player. But now that's gonna be impressive. Already popping his cannon blessing, but Gambit does become golden. Now, Morai to boy in the backline. You have the kite, you have the slow, but looking at the left part of the map, you have the moves of Big Pop. But here comes Miggy, already targeting time lapse. Now that's to be the knockup ever for the side of Leab Esports, and they were able to take down Exim, but at what cost? At the cost of your very own support's life. That is going to be a 3-1 in favor of Leab Esports.
Yeah, Miggy was like, well, I may be blind, but I can still sense you. But they're not done. Mid lane, there's a fight.
They're still gonna go at it. 2v1. GLC being very tanky. That beautiful enchanted crystal arrow. But that is gonna be the first kill going over GLC. That's gonna be the alley-oop. So, you know, to move over for this next one, as you get flash incoming from Arise, he'll be able to finish this kill very quickly. But that was a beautiful kill. Great map response, great arrow still from Right Man. But Miggy being able to step up, he is making things work. That's gonna be the charm from Exim. It is not gonna connect, but he did use his spirit rush there. So now Omega Esports, they're in a pretty better position to get this dragon, but still the souls, the champions of Leab Esports is haunting them from the side. But impressive was unfazed. He was still able to secure that objective.
Yeah, early game, definitely Leab Esports have been so aggressive, and still they are making the necessary roams, being the aggressive team that they are. But they forgot the golden rule of League of Legends, and especially here in Wild Rift, you don't chase a Singe. Definitely JLC with surviving all throughout, but look at Liyab.
Oh no! Time lapse! Bursted down. He disappeared from the map just that quickly, and this is the power of the burst from Leab Esports. So that's already one champion down. Are they gonna make it two though? But also JLC just forced to jump away. That's gonna be the charm connecting. I just can't help but yell because whenever I see those spokes, those kites from Varus, it is gonna hurt a lot. But Omega Esports, they could at least try and maybe catch Murayta Boy, Gambit, or Miggy. I mean, Miggy is right there. And you also have Exim with the charm. And that's gonna be a lot of champions to actually focus on. Impressive. Still being very tanky. He is still alive, but that is gonna be the cataclysm at the expense of his own life. Miggy turns golden. GLC does become rooted, but you have Miggy very low. That's gonna be the stun connecting as well. That's gonna be very taken down by this, of course, Arise, and GLC was the first one, was the next one to actually fall down. Now you have Ash in the middle, Arise in the middle of everything. He targeted Exit, but Exit does become golden, but now that's gonna be Tynas back at the party. Double kill for Omega Esports, who was able to take down this lane scene. A shutdown on Miggy as well. That is gonna be a 2-3 in favor of Omega Esports. 8 and 12 now on the scoreboard.
You gotta respect time lapse for that fight. Free hitting, kiting all the way with the help of Stronger and the rest of Omega Esports. And well, JLC, again, so much pressure is being done by this player right now because of the Singe pick, the Poison Trail, even Nixu. We saw him prioritizing JLC just to secure the kill because Leab Esports were having a hard time executing this player after focusing on impressive. So far, they have been making the necessary picks, getting the kill onto Stronger, getting the kill onto Timelapse, sometimes Arise, but when it comes to them trying to get damage done onto the tanky members of Omega Esports, they're having a hard time. Omega Esports might have found the weakness of Leab.
Maybe. Just maybe. Let's see if they'll be able to keep this momentum up. Just need JLC to, you know, just be safe at the front line. And he is just, again, look at the line bar. It's very tanky. It's going to be the arrow coming in from Murayta Man, Murayta Boy again. But Omega Esports, they were able to get the outer turret first, outer turret from the Baron side. Now that's gonna be a Rise, just trying to go up against Nixu, but Nixu decided to just play this one out safely. The Baron is alive. You have Egocentric. If there's anyone there, anyone near the side of this bush from the side of Omega Esports, that's gonna be a time. That's gonna be time lapse. It's gonna be lots of damage, and Liyab Esports just trying to go with the siege. Moonsoon is still available, but you have Grand Challenge already being used by Fiora. I believe she was trying to wither down the life bars of Nixu, or at least keep Nixu at bay, just so there's gonna be no one at the mid lane to tank the damage.
Yeah, definitely it's going to be hard for Arise to try and take down this Garen of Nixu because he's so tanky. Definitely he can take lots of damage even with the Grand Challenge being used. And same goes here for Omega Esports. They have the Jarvan, they have the Singe, and definitely Leab Esports have been having a bit of a hard time executing them. And right now, they need to apply pressure. They need to hunt down the squishy members, especially with Gambit on this Varus. They will try to secure this Cloud Dragon, but Omega Esports pressuring this mid lane.
Ooh, he does become rooted, and that is gonna be the charm and the enchanted crystal arrow connecting. A lot of ultimates actually went over to Impressive. He did not move there, but that's the silence connecting onto Arise right here. Nixu with a spinner Rooney, but now that is gonna be the ultimate being popped by Stronger. That is gonna be the GA being popped from Niggy. Omega Esports, they have sufficient damage, but it will be now that's gonna be a 3-man root from Thailand. And here comes the jump in. Varus able to kite that Saya down. Arise already being taken by this Varus. That is going to be a 3-0 in favor of Liyab Esports. They will get this Baron non-contested given that there is no jungler, you don't have the ADC, and you do not have the Fiora for that split push or that very quick.
Teleport?
Whoa! Okay, quick move in as maybe the TP being cast or being stopped for the side of Omega. Impressive was there, but they do have the arrow to actually stop him from doing anything funny. Very good micros from Morai the man right here. Now you have Miggy making his way back to the mid lane. Howling Gale is not gonna connect, but I guess he just wants to focus on clearing out the wave. Liab, they could storm the mid lane. They could pick a fight. They do have sufficient wards in that area. And oh yeah, but for the side of the dragon lane, you do have the minion waves from Omega Esports pushing towards the Liab Esports side.
Yeah, Moraita boy, Moraita man, I think he is a Moraita beast as at this point with the Ash Arrow connecting, stopping Impressive from having access onto that Baron. And Liab Esports, they got the objective so cleanly, it will allow them to split push pressure all over the map. We see Nixu now starting it into the top lane, while Exosen is leading here in the mid lane with Moraita boy again just roaming, trying to get a position onto anyone that he can snipe out with the enchanted crystal arrow just in time for this Elder Dragon. And right now, they're still going for more.
Impressive jumping in, already committing a lot of ultimates for Nixu, but he doesn't care. But now at the mid lane, that is going to be at least a try and kite down on DLC, but he too was able to stay out of there alive. Now Nixu still being chased, but he doesn't care. He doesn't mind. He's level 14. He's being very tanky. But now you have Gambit just their safety at the back line. That is going to be the Sonic Wave not connecting, but here comes Ezra. He does become golden, and looks like he will be able to make it out of there alive. He does not have Spirit Rush available. He has no flash as well. But now Liab Esports, they were able to get out from that very, very close call. But Omega Esports, their base, their Nexus, still gets to live another day.
Yeah, it gets to live another day, but it's wide open right now in the middle as Liab Esports are slowly, but well, not really surely, but slowly taking everything away from Omega Esports right now. And of course, having secured the first game already, it puts so much pressure on the side of Omega Esports. They need to do something. They need to be creative at this. It's going to be hard because 10,000 gold deficit is a difficult thing to solve from, as Liab Esports, they've been quite proactive, making the plays, trying to get at any angle to Omega Esports. And right now, it's a 20 seconds timer for this Mountain Elder Dragon. When they get this, it's going to be so scary. Even the Ash is going to hurt.
The Mountain Drake is gonna provide shields for the team, and I do not know why, but I can feel I'm gonna yell later on because
I'm
these
gonna
teams
yell
are
too.
being very, very sneaky right now. That is gonna be the ground connect out to Miggy, and that is gonna be it. He did get caught on, but he does become golden. Now GLC receiving a lot of damage. That is gonna be right the boy with the Kai'Sa. It's gonna be the enchanted Crystal Arrow, but he still has that GA. He jumps in, but that's gonna be PR being taken down. Now GLC is actually the next one to actually fall down. Varus was able to get that gem, to get that GLC. Now Lee Sin was the next to actually say goodbye. Now Gambit, GA being popped. That's to be the charm, not connecting on time, not connecting on to Stronger, but that's to be the groups connecting right onto Varus. Impressive. Still gonna try and chase down Murai. The boy Exo does get bursted down. That is gonna be the burn. That's to be the damage being secured for Omega Esports, and he was able to get a double kill. But looking at the mid lane, Nixu is at your base. He does not have the mini waves just yet, but this gives time for actually Stronger to go back onto the base. That was so close. That was so close. Too close for comfort. Now Impressive will be able to clear out the waves.
Yeah, Omega Esports won the team fight, definitely with the 4v5 situation. But Liyab Esports, despite them losing 4 members in exchange for just 3, they also get the inhibitor tower in the top lane. Well, champions will respawn, inhibitor towers will not. And as Liyab Esports about to spawn in just few seconds, Morita Boy with the highest death timer, which is 8 seconds right now, they still might be able to get this Mountain Elder Dragon as Omega Esports now rushing onto this objective. It's going to be quite scary. Nixu has to do something about this to zone them out, but not only are the players of Liab Esports are zoning them, there's also the minions in the mid lane, in the top lane, pressuring, giving so much control in this. And look at that!
Timelapse was forced to use his ultimate just to survive. That is not going to be enough. That is going to be Impressive, forced to jump back. You also have Stronger. The stun is going to connect, but now you have Arise. He is struggling against 3, against 4 champions, but he does get taken out, and that is going to be the opening for Liab Esports. Two things. Take down GLC and take down the Baron. But you know, high death timers, Nixu here at the base. He can actually try at the very least to see if he can damage the Nexus. Nixu, that's one very tanky Garen already popping in that direction. But here you have Liab Esports. They are at the legs, and that is gonna be game 2 being secured by Liab Esports, and they advance to the grand finals of the lower bracket.
Definitely, what a fantastic play by them. Early game, they were quite aggressive and they made the necessary picks. Mid game, they had a bit of a hard time dealing with the Jarvan, dealing with, of course, JLC with the Singe, but they adjusted again. They split pushed around the map, they pressured and prioritized the necessary players on the side of Omega Esports, particularly Arise, Timelapse, Stronger, the squishier members, and when they are gone, it neutralizes the whole composition of Omega Esports, and that outplay that they made, the pressure and getting Timelapse at that Elder Dragon Pit was on point, allowing them to secure multiple kills on the side of Omega Esports and allowing them as well to secure the game.
Man, that was... I need a few seconds to catch my breath, but that was a beautiful series from Omega Esports as well as the Liab Esports. Because here's the thing. Omega Esports, they were basically the kings of the South Luzon leg. They were undefeated, but the moment they entered the playoffs, looks like they just encountered a lot of struggles, a lot of problems, and now being up against the Liab Esports this time around, barely that Ari pick as well as that Ash support. It is gonna be those two champions just spelling out the victory for these teams. XM being able to really control those fights, those matches, and as you can see here for the opening 5 plays of the game, this was a really good Cataclysm. You also have Stronger. He popped Moonsoon just to provide sustain, but he got rooted by Gambit. Gambit, if you're gonna look at it, he was just safe at the back lines.
Yeah.
And again, it was just Liyab being able to play these things perfectly. Time lapse, even though he does have the feathers connecting, it just was enough because he too got rooted, and that just gave the green light, green signal, green flag, I don't know, for the side of Liyab Esports to just jump in.
Yeah, and I'm also loving how synergized these players are on the side of Liab Esports. They have each other's back. And whenever they are trying to kill someone and whenever they are trying to kite out and disengage. This time in what we're seeing right now, it was a really good outplay by JLC that taught a lesson, a very important lesson on to the members of Liab Esports and never chase a Singe. And well, they quickly adapted to it. But look at the plays. Look at Morita Boy, Morita Man, Morita Beast here with this Ash support popping off so much.
Also, the Dragon's Rage that happened right after that was so good. Here's the thing. Initially, before we jump into game number 2, I thought that maybe Omega, they could pick a champion that just gives an AoE CC, and they did deliver. You slap Janna, you now have Saya, and now you have the Cataclysm from Impressive on this J4. But Liab they just stormed, and this is just gonna be the fire still being alive, and the men in blue and white just having smiles on their faces. They were able to eliminate their foe, their top one team that we're up against way back in the group stages. And these two items for Miggy is working really well. Stacy's as well as that GA. And look at that Dragon's Rage. Time-lapse was supposed to be safe, but he just slid his way in and was able to finish off that kill. And that was just very good timing and good aggression. Basically, high risk, high reward. But apparently, they got that high reward.
Yeah, and this is how I am understanding Liab Esports. It's well, they are fire if you give any opportunity to them. If you give any opportunity to them, anything to ignite it or make it ablaze even more, it will blaze. It will become bigger and it will consume everybody on the path. And right now, Liab Esports have consumed Omega Esports in a 2-0 game. That is quite impressive.
Oh, I see what you did there. It was impressive indeed. And yeah, so many highlights from those matches because these two teams they're actually powerhouse teams. They want to be able to win as much scrimmage as they can, and now I can see why there is going to be a respect ban onto Miggy's Lee Sin. Huge improvement from their group stage, and that is going to be the winning moment, the championship moment for Liab Esports, since given that this is the semifinals for the lower bracket. So now Liab Esports will be up against Team Secret, and if they do manage to kick Team Secret off, they'll be up against Amihan Esports. So now, master of the match is going to be Exosen on this area. KD of 6.67, kill participation 91%, damage per minute 1,321. You have those usual items for Area of the Rabadons. You also have Luden's Echo. It just screams damage, it screams burst, and on top of that, he actually has Ignite just so he can finish off those kills as he dashes out.
Yeah, and so much plays were made here by the mid laner of Liab Esports, Exosen, with the charms onto the Janna, not only in the first game but also on the second game, onto Stronger. Definitely, he was making the necessary picks, allowing Liab Esports to capitalize from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow from Morita Boy, and them layering the CC, layering the damage, and knowing when to go in and out actually shows how good this team really is.
Yeah, and actually good doesn't even begin to cover it. I think Leah was phenomenal in that series, right?
On point.
Right. So, so yeah, that was it. my head is still spinning. That's just how my bangs actually got ruined a bit, so I need to fix it for now. But yeah, that was just how intense this match is. Very happy to be able to shoutcast that one alongside GG. And yeah, Liab Esports was able to make it out there alive. All those micros really on point. To be fair, Omega Esports, they were able to adjust in game number 2. It just so happened that the draft for Liab Esports, they really focused on the pickoffs, and they were able to get those pickoffs as well, which eventually just spelled out victory for them.
Yeah. And while it's going to be a bit of a lesson here on the side of Omega Esports, definitely they wanted to respect the Rengar. They really wanted to respect the Rengar because Miggy was a beast right there in using that kitty. It wasn't a kitty, it was a roaring tiger, I don't know, lion, pouncing onto everybody, slashing here and there. And it's a big respect on that champion that he used, but it allowed him to use a much more a scary thing to give to Miggy, because whenever he gets that particular Lee Sin, the blind monk, he will pop off so much.
The Blind Monk became the guide for Liab Esports to pave their way into another victory. We have been your casters. That has been the series of Omega Esports against Liab Esports. And now we're going to hop into a very short break. So sit back, relax, and wait for the panelists to come back.
We'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, go, go. Let us heal and grow. You won't be alone. We're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life. We're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
Yep, Esports, the kings of the lower bracket, take the second series of the day. They knock Omega Esports out of the competition with a 2-0 win, and they will get 100,000 Globe Cup points more to their winnings. Guys, this is the best we've seen Liab in the entire Sea Icon series. I have to say, what a way to ride the momentum that they
Yeah.
got during their first lower bracket win, because the momentum has been onward and upwards for Liab this entire time. Let's jump into our series highlights because I know there's a lot to discuss in there. And we got something really interesting as well, a blast from the past, that Ash support over there. So I know you guys have a lot to say about that. Oculus, we'll start with your thoughts on game number 1 as we jump into our series highlights.
Right, so into the draft, Varus was selected first, and I was with Osiris discussing at the back lines, right, off cam. And we were thinking, Varus first pick, that doesn't normally happen, right? So pair it up with Rengar, so we were actually thinking, what is happening? And then you saw Garen being picked up, and it still is not making any sense up until the last pick, and hola, that's an Ash support. And by the way, trivia to the guys out there, it's not the debut of Ash support here in the Icon series. During the preseason, it was picked once, and it was actually Stronger that picked it. So the other side did show
How
Stronger.
poetic.
Yeah, did show Stronger that, hey, you know what? We learned this from you. This is
It's
how to
viable.
play this. But yeah, game number
We'll
one.
show you how to do it.
Yeah, that's right. So game number 1, it's just the pro composition. We saw Mega Esports again trying to run the Pantheon pick, which we saw was very effective during their earlier games during this playoffs round. But not today, right? Almost all arrows did hit, did connect. I think there was just one missed arrow from Marita Boy. Man, Filipino sniper is real. And Osiris will actually discuss further what that Ash pick brings to the meta right now, because it has just, shifted the meta. And remember, there was a time where we were discussing the no ADC composition. Well, Liyab Esports is now running double ADC at the bottom lane. So this is just mind-boggling, and it was a genius pick. By the way, Exosen is just playing out of his mind using this Ari. His charms is just so deadly. It's just so on point. Props to one of our legendary players here in the Philippine Wild Rift scene. But yeah, game number 1, so much to say, but I will leave Osiris to discuss the Ash pick.
Yeah, and as for the Ash pick, it was entirely at the League of Legends PC. You are going to utilize the Arcane Comet because you wanted to go with the pokes, with the bot lane pokes just to deny the minion score. But this time, as we don't have Arcane Comet at Wild Rift, we are going to have the Font of Light that compensates a lot. So you can see there's the Tear of the Goddess, and then going for the Black Cleaver because they are ahead. But if you wanted to go for the budget meal, Ability Haste, you wanted to finish that Mana Mune, and having a Black Cleaver is a must because it adds more of those Ability Haste and the Sunder that gives you armor reduction with the ones who's being hit by your normal attacks, especially with the volley being counted as the one who procs the Black Cleaver, the Sunder. So you're going to have the 6 stacks of 25% armor reduction, and you're getting those piercing arrows across the board. So on top of that, you are getting a lot of the cross maps with the hook shot, plus the spooky ghost. You can find the right targets, and you can follow it up by the charm and chain of corruption with the enchanted crystal arrow. That's the whole stun lock that you can give. The long range initiation plus the Rengar burst is there. Game 2, it is also the same. You wanted those Lee Sin Sonic Waves be dropping, so enchanted crystal arrow plus that Sonic Wave into the Dragon's Rage will surely kill everyone up. What I love about Game 2, they stick Exocet onto that Assassin Ari that you wanted to utilize onto the Fox Rush. point blank charm just to make sure that someone is getting bursted down. This is a well-rounded team comp. And going back to game one, you love how aggressive the wardings of Liyab can be. They're not going for the defensive ward. It always has been on the blue buff and red buff of Omega. So they know all the rotation. They know the right target, and the lock-on target with that Enchanted Crystal Arrow proves a lot that they are well prepared on playing the Ashe.
And I think that was Nixu's third, almost semi backdoor attempt since Exo
Yeah.
did arrive with the rest of the cavalry. I think it was the third in a row since the games last night as well. And we were saying earlier on Omega Esports, you have to lock your doors, and it did. Lo and behold, it did happen once again. Nixu with that backdoor attempt. But yes, this Ashe was just so interesting because it gave them also a lot of global map presence too. And Moraita man, his awareness made it so effective as well. And then you had Mickey on the lease just kidnapping the members of Omega Esports. They think they're safe, and then he displaces them, and they're back in the danger zone. It was just really such a treat to watch. And let's check out the leaderboards right now after that win from Liyab Esports. And you know what? Usually everything works like clockwork for Omega Esports, but today, on the day it matters most, unfortunately for them, Liab was one step ahead. But for Liab, they have 550,000 Globe Cup points right now, and Amihan Esports and Omega Esports are still in top and second, respectively. Amihan Esports with 750,000 Globe Cup points, Omega Esports with 650,000 Globe Cup points, Team Secret with 600,000 Globe Cup points. These are your top four at the moment. And of course, we are not done just yet. We do have two more series to go, including our grand finals. Now, I do want to ask the panelists for this series, what went wrong for Omega Esports? Do you think they just weren't prepared for the draft that Liab Esports had for them? Do you think that maybe they just couldn't get their ball rolling? Because we do know that they are a team that really does rely on that snowball. What do you guys think? We'll start with you, Otaluz.
Well, during game number one, I will not fault them for not being prepared. That was just very surprising, right?
I think nobody was prepared.
Yeah. Also, one thing to note is Garen is actually a very good counter against Spokes because he has an innate tankiness plus regeneration. We also have to note that there are changes when it comes to the rune setup of this player. So the quote-unquote poke can be countered a bit by second wind. But yeah, it was just too much complex, I would say, or too much surprising for Mega Esports to figure out during game number one. But game number two, though, is another story. I was expecting for them to go all in and run the standard Vi, Ziggs, and Galio, yet they elected not to do so, and their counter to the long-range pokes of the Dragon Lane is to go for Janna by Stronger, which is very, very good, by the way. So it's very ban-worthy. And of course, we know Timelapse went for the Saya. And Saya has shown that it can still dash out the damage, especially here in the playoffs. So yeah, overall, I would say that it still is a toss-up during game number two, but the late game decision-making was so crisp on the side of Leab Esports.
What about you, Osiris? Do you have anything to add to this? What do you think went wrong on the side of Omega Esports in this series?
Well, Omega, it's just how the cheese strats always work. It will catch you off guard, and from there, you're trying to find solutions, but you're going to have a hard time finding because you are focusing into the game. You want it, and then you are trying to solve a different type of scenario. So you are. That's why you practice a lot. That's why you use scrims. That's why cheese strats work, because it's a surprise pick. It's something that it feels like a math problem with no formula. So it gonna take you a lot of time to solve those. And at this point, that Ashe, yes, they really did well around having the tankiness about the initiation, but the no pokes for this patch has been nullified for the reason that of the Black Cleaver with the volley. And if you're going to use the QSS, because you are running an Ashe with a lot of ability haste, the cooldown reduction is fairly strong, that you can have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow at the exact moment that QSS isn't right there yet. So it is really a good read on the patch that you are throwing the armor reduction a lot and then poke it with the piercing arrow and then go for the big engage, followed up by chains of corruption. Because when someone got hit by enchanted crystal arrow, what you're gonna do? You're gonna respond. But because of the chain of corruption, you don't want to spread the virus. You don't want that chains to be caught up by the other team members. So what you're gonna do? You're gonna stay away. And that was an easy kill coming in from Liyab. And it's how Vi, Galio, and the Ziggs. It's how not the complex type of strat. It's just a one-way strat that you need to answer, and it's not answerable by just waiting for them. You are the ones who need to go for the big boy initiation, but despite of that, it was really Omega faltered, really questioned or hesitated most of the team fights. So kind of have a hard time entirely.
And I think that also explains why Omega Esports may have hesitated to initiate many, many times. It's because Liab Esports had those things set in place for them. So it's like, you actually really want to go head to head with this team, you're going to think twice. That's the case. You actually brought up another question in my head here, especially forecasting into the next series, which would be Team Secret versus Liab. Liab Esports, they have shown that they have some wildcard picks up their sleeve, and I think that it's going to be a very exciting series to see how they go up against Team Secret, which we all know have a lot of wildcards up their sleeve. That's for a little bit later. We are getting ahead of ourselves just
I was
a bit over
preparing.
here. But first up, as we have reached our more or less our halfway point right here, we do want to thank, of course, our sponsors. Thank you to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, for bringing the Sea Icon series here to the Philippines, and of course for organizing this event. Thank you so much to Mineski and to Globe, because with Globe Telecom, you can hashtag reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Explore the path of ascension when you top up on Wild Course at Coda Shop via Globe.
Reinvent your world indeed. Picture life together and experience the world of Wild Rift with us here with the all-new Oppo Reno 5, and enjoy all-day gaming with long-lasting fast-charging battery, a powerful processor, and a vivid screen display. Get the Oppo Reno 5 for only 18,999 and Oppo Reno 5 5G for only 23,999.
At syempre, nandito din ang sekreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mo ang na-GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with new Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99% of germs, controls oils up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
And of course, you can up your game even more as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings you events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. All you have to do is download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated, and get hashtag OL together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And of course, we do have a giveaway ongoing, several giveaways actually ongoing. Thanks so much to our sponsors. For instance, you have a chance to win some wild cores. Osiris, how do they do that?
Of course, thanks to our official mobile partner, Oppo. You can get a chance to win 380 wild cores just by tuning in, and all you have to do is first, like and follow Oppo Philippines Facebook page. Like and share the stream with the caption of the team you're rooting for, so we are on the top 3. So you gotta know who's you're gonna root for. And make sure your post is on public with the hashtags hashtag Oppo Game On, hashtag Oppo Reno 5, and the hashtag Picture Life Together, hashtag Oppo A94, and hashtag Live Life at Full Speed. A total of 4 winners will be announced at the end of live stream, so make sure to tune in.
I just realized that as we progress into the day, suddenly the predictions are going to change and then people are going to be switching
Yes.
possibly. But no, of course, you can still vote for your favorite team, even though if they're not in the competition. You can just root for them, and that will still definitely be valid for this contest over here. We do have another one ongoing, though. If you don't want to vote for your favorite team, or if you don't want to maybe put out your votes out there, you can actually just play game analysis over here. Be the next Otlus or be the next Osiris. You can express yourselves, and you can actually be one of the 15 lucky winners to win 790 wild cores. Just make sure to like and follow the PPGL Facebook page, like and share the live stream with the hashtags hashtag SISPH, that's SISPH, hashtag, this is really tricky, hashtag SISPH playoffs, hashtag CICON Series PH, and hashtag PPGL Wild Rift. During the broadcast, just comment down your gameplay analysis along with your Riot ID on the stream chat. Be prepared for all of the friend requests as well. I can just imagine by posting your Riot ID, you have a whole bunch of new friends over here bonded by the C Icon series. The best comment will be pinned after each series, and a total of 15 winners will be announced later on in the show, so do stick around for that.
Yeah, the hashtags, it's just a tongue twister by itself. So I definitely understand. But yeah, last but definitely not the least, are you the biggest PPGL fan? Flex those badges and you could be one of the lucky winners of PPGL exclusive merchandise, like a hoodie, right? So I'm waiting for mine.
Oh, wow.
Just follow the mechanics. Number one, you must
I
at
want
least
one.
have a PPGL share badge. Number two, post a photo of yourself virtually chilling out with us here in PPGL while watching the C Icon Series Philippines playoffs. The post must be public, of course. And last, this is going to be the most spicy one, right? Because you have to guess who's going to the grand finals. We know that Amihan Esports is already part of the grand finals and is just waiting for their opponent. But yeah, tell us what you love about the Icon series and which two teams are you looking forward to seeing in the grand finals. Make sure to include the official hashtags SISPH, hashtag CICON Series PH, hashtag PPGL Wild Rift, and hashtag PPGL Best Fan 2021. 5 lucky winners will be announced at the end of the stream today. So get those share badge now.
And I do think we have a lot in store for them as the stream comes in and in our post show. So I really hope you guys stick around for that. We have, aside from the giveaway winners, we have a lot more in store. So yes, I am telling you guys to stick around. Stick around.
Wink, wink.
For that. Wink, 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 wink. Not saying anything just yet. But yes, indeed, we have come into our third series of the day. And this is between Team Secret and Liyab. I can't believe we actually have this matchup over here, but I was just telling Otlus and Osiris, we've completed the legendary Pokemon of of the C Icon series over here. Exosen, Coach Kai, Guvia, RRQ, and of course Hamez have all encountered each other in some way over here, so that is definitely a treat, a little reunion for them. But of course, Team Secret now. It is do or die for them as we enter the last match of the lower brackets. They were taken down by Amihan Esports' Blitzkrieg earlier, and this is their last chance. Is it time to bring out the wild cards? Maybe. We know that Team Secret has a bunch up their sleeves against Liyab Esports, a familiar foe. That iconic Team Secret creativity might be the very thing that saves them. This is Team Secret.
Though they lost the upper bracket finals, Team Secret is still favored to advance to the grand finals based off of many people's predictions. Down, but not yet out, Team Secret, not a stranger to comebacks, will aim to push forward onto the grand finals. One thing to note from the earlier series is their ability to still play an Akali composition. Watch out for Azar's Ninja to pop out every here and then. Azar, Baron, Trevor, Jungle, Tatsuri in the mid lane, and Shui plus Hamez in the Dragon lane. Aiming for a rematch against Amihan, Team Secret.
And for the solo highlight or solo key player highlight, we all know this guy at the group stages, and we are being told that he is one of the most improved player here at Wild Rift. Rocking that Dr. Mundo, Jarvan IV, and Olaf, this guy got that KD8 of 10.64. Trevor, and you know why? Kill participation 20%. He is all around the map. He knows where to target. He knows who's going down. And with that being said, the adaptation, the flexibility of this guy from tank items to damager if you are lacking enough. You know that Trevor is going to deliver some haymakers this match.
Indeed. And of course, they are up against Liyab Esports. Now, this all star lineup didn't exactly get off on the right foot here at the playoffs. But after quickly regrouping, they are now on top form. They have eliminated the teams from the Mindanao Group Stages and they have now eliminated Omega Esports. As the kings of the lower bracket is a team secret that will be next on Liab Esports' list because this fire is burning bright and showing no signs of stopping. This is Liab Esports.
Now on a 5-game win streak, Liyab Esports is now on a roll. This team is now one series away from being crowned the lower bracket kings, breaking the meta watch with their Ash Varus Dragon Lane. Curious to see if double AD is stronger than double AP in the Dragon Lane. Nixu, Baron, Miggy, Jungle, Exosen in the mid lane, Gambit, Dragon Lane, and of course Murata Boy as their support, targeting to complete their lower bracket run. Liyab Esports.
And for our solo key player highlight, on the other side of the spectrum, we are going to see one of the junglers that really good do amount of setups all across the map. We have Miggy on that Camille, Gragas, and oh my, this Lee Sin. He is showing that he is maybe the blind monk but can see everyone with his own vision. Really good place whenever there's a team fight, catching off guard the right targets, kicking them back into the team. This Dragon Rage can be Dragon Miggy's key to the lower bracket.
And of course, we do have our Globe Key Player Clash. And this is a Key Player Clash that I think we have been looking forward to ever since these guys were announced to step into the Rift. We have James versus Exosen over here. Audaluz, let me know your thoughts on this.
This is so classic, my friends. This is so nostalgic, by the way. So I remember I'm at the backseat, right? You know, cheering as fans of both this gentleman because they used to be teammates, and there's a sense of familiarity with between the two of them. Now on a different role, now on a different team. We know James is the support, and look at that KDA 10.80, just the dubbed as the general of Team Secret, making it easy, easy for his team with his enchanters or with his engagers. Curious to see what picks will be brought out here by James because we know that the playbook of Team Secret is just too big. On the other side, we have Exosen. Exosen finding his orb at the right place at the right time. I almost saw Faker in a glimpse there because that was a very good catch using that Ari onto time lapse to really cement their status here in the lower bracket finals. That charm really won them that game. And so many charms did connect, charming the hearts of the Filipinos once again. This is XSN.
Indeed. And you know, these two guys, of course, they are bringing another level of gameplay, of strategy into the Rift over here. Osiris, any additional thoughts on this epic Globe Key Player Clash?
I really love how well Liab fought their way up until this point because they're the last hope of League of Legends PC, and right now they are a new hope of Wild Rift that they are showing those plays, those creativity that can be on par with Team Secret as one of the star-studded lineup, and really showing that they are the team to beat with. And right now, it's just that, yes, there may be the KDA, but Exosen is clutching every match. We saw yesterday that he just needs to cancel all the recalls, and that was indeed a good play from him. And this, and also give them another chance to fight onto the lower brackets. I'm really excited what XSN is going to be brought up into the table, and how creative James and the squad can be.
Definitely. This is going to be such a treat, especially with these two generals here leading the way. This is Team Secret versus Liab Esports. Gentlemen, what are your predictions? I really am such a fan of both of these teams, but I think I'm gonna have to be play the loyalist card here, and I'm gonna say it's a 2-1 in favor of Team Secret.
Okay, so Team
Oh.
Secret, 1 point for you from Mika. Let's make it 2 points. House of Secret, let's go. Why? Because they still have a Yasuo all-in composition. And if Liab decides to go for the all-pro composition, there is one team that is so confident in running a pro composition, and that is Team Secret. So familiarity is almost always going to be key heading into any matchup. So Team Secret will bag this and will have a rematch in the grand finals.
And yes, now I remembered, because I spaced a little, because I was thinking about the ultimate of Fizz, and that was Chum the Waters. That was the 100k Chum the Waters that we saw yesterday. And there's no questions asked. I'll go with the Liab, and this will be a 2-0 because the momentum is not already in the hands of Secret. They showed that they got an arrow into the knee, and it's time for Liab to ablaze the fire and make sure that they can run into the finals.
Oh, that is definitely spicy indeed. And you know what? Whatever happens, we are going to be treated to quite a series over here. We have James on one side, we have Exocet on the other, and we have two amazing teams over here to conclude our lower bracket run just before stepping into the grand finals. This is Team Secret versus Liab Esports. Casters, you guys are up.
Enter the lower bracket finals. The apex of the mountain can only fit two teams. Who will fall and who will step up to face Amihan Esports in the finals? Will it be Team Secret or Liyab Esports? We will know after this battle. I can only imagine how the players feel right now. GG, I want to know, how do you feel right now, and especially about this match?
I feel nervous for both teams right now because it's so complicated how they are able to meet up right now in the lower bracket finals, because both teams want to get the revenge against Amihan Esports. And well, Leab Esports, like what the panelists have said, they had a rough start, but now they are on a 5-game win streak, and one of those teams that they have dominated are the team that Team Secret actually took down as well. RRQ, both of them, Leab Esports and Team Secret, have defeated them 2-0. But looking at their experience with Amihan Esports, well, Team Secret was defeated 2-1. However,
Right.
Leab Esports was taken down 2-0. So in theory, well, Team Secret still has a bit of an upper hand. But right now, Leab Esports are on fire. They are blazing so much. And it might be too much here for Team Secret.
All right, definitely good point on the momentum that Liab has right now, but it could be a two-edged sword. Remember, rest can be a factor right here, and Team Secret were able to rest, and they were able to study. If they did, they were able to study what are the tendencies of Liab right now. So will the momentum be a factor, or will the rest be a factor? Liab will be playing 2 straight series right now as we go into this picks. Come on, GG, let's get into the game. Let's go!
Let's go indeed. And right now, I'm definitely looking at, of course, for Team Secret Chewy right now, because comparing both ADCs, well, knowing Liab Esports not actually prioritizing the Kaisa and Team Secret, it's Chewy having so much good plays with this champion. They might need to take it away. But so far, it's Leab Esports respecting the Yasuo here for Tatsuri and the Fiora as well for Azar. That is so much pressure being done by the champions, piloted by these awesome players here of Team Secret.
Right, definitely. Yasuo is banned by Liyab Esports. This is interesting. This could be a signal that they're still gonna go for the Ashe and Varus pickup right there. Even an Ashe support is already very strong, and Yasuo is one of the best counters for that. The wind wall of Yasuo, very powerful to stop the arrow, and whatever Varus throws in, Yasuo can stop. So this is precursor for that. Let's see how they're gonna go through with the picks as James and Chewy. Team Secret is gonna go for the Galio and Ziggs. So Galio should be support here.
Yeah, I'm liking the composition here. The first two picks of Team Secret, they took away Morita Boys, Galio, and they finally got the Ziggs here for their team. Definitely, we are going to be looking forward to a Corki, maybe an Ezreal, since Liab Esports has taken away this Corki away from Team Secret. But good jungler pick here on the side of Team Secret. Actually, they are going to prioritize again Chewy with the Kaisa. He has been popping off with this champion, and definitely they are looking with a smiles on their faces as they have taken their comfort picks.
All right, last pick for Liab Esports. Who is it gonna be for Morita Boy? I am looking at. I still think this is gonna be a double ADR. Baron Dragon laner right here. This is gonna be very interesting. No, they're gonna go for the TF. Is this TF mid? The Braum is already there. I missed that one. So Braum is gonna be the support. The mid champion is gonna be the TF right here for Liab Esports. As Team Secret, they're gonna go for the Darius last pick. What do you think about that?
Definitely. Well, Darius, he wants to be aggressive. He wants to match how much pressure this Renekton of Nixu will put on the table. But I'm also looking at mid lane. Tatsuri and Exocen, Ziggs against a Twisted Fate. Definitely both of them have a global presence. Well, with the Ziggs, you have the Mega Inferno Bomb, force huge damage potential, and Exocen with the Twisted Fate definitely has been popping off. We saw the backdoor play in the day number playoff day number 1 against VVV Esports, and right now it's going to be again trying to make the plays as we head down, of course, into the game number 1 of Liab Esports against Team Secret.
All right, definitely. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to game number 1. Liab Esports on the blue side, Team Secret on the right side. Team Secret right now, their balance is looking good. They have good range champions, and their dive is very good also with good front line. Well, Liab has some good pickoff potentials and single target CCs. This is going to be very interesting, man.
Yeah, definitely so interesting because, well, that was a good steal by Gambit onto, of course, the Corki. But knowing that Team Secret is prioritizing the Kaisa, he will try to burst down the members of Liab Esports, especially that they have Azar with this Darius looking to get that decimate, looking to get those hemorrhage bleeding out the fire here for Liab Esports, and ready to execute the members of this team.
Alright, I'm really looking at the top lane right now. Baron laners, it's gonna be Darius versus the Renekton. We haven't really seen the full potentials of Renekton just yet, but as Exocen is very low here in the mid, let's see, he's gonna be okay. There's the gold card right there connecting up. There's not gonna be a follow-up at this point, and Exocen still okay.
Yeah, Miggy is hovering here. They might go for round 2.
Yeah, there you go. Miggy was ready for that, but yeah, no kills so far. Respectable trades right there. Still 0-0 on the board. 1 minute, 30 seconds in. It's going to be the battle for the Rift Scuttlers at this point.
Yeah, it's a good... This is how we know Team Secret. They know how to take control. They know how to pressure all the lanes. And look at the rotations coming in here by all the members. Even sending out a James to gank in the mid lane because they know Chewy can handle the bottom lane. It's very independent, and they can actually go establish vision even onto the red side jungle here of Liab Esports.
All right, double scuttler right now for Team Secret, definitely the early game is falling into their hands. They really wanted to drag this game into the late game, especially that Liab Esports have the Lee Sin. Somehow, this double scuttler will slow that Lee Sin rotation down. So far, so good for Team Secret at this point.
Yeah, actually, I want to ask you a question. How do you think about the Renekton Darius matchup here? Because so much buff has been given, of course, with the Black Cleaver and
Right.
onto the Renekton kit itself. But Darius as well with the Face Rush. That's that's
definitely.
really helpful.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned earlier. I really want to look at this top lane. Who will be stronger? I can't say who's the stronger one right now. This match will definitely answer that question.
Yeah, especially that we're nearing on to, of course, the first objective in a next a minute, of course. It's just going to be a Cloud Dragon, so not much priority by both teams unless they really want to take the stack. However, knowing that Team Secret has the Ziggs, they have a really good chance in terms of stealing the objective, but also punishing with a push onto a tower, wherein, as a Ziggs, its goal is, of course, to accelerate the game and take down the towers here of Liyab Esports, because so far, Liyab Esports, they couldn't find any opportunity yet to snowball in this game.
Definitely. And you're looking at Lee Sin right now. The strength of Lee Sin is really in the early game. And Lee Sin so far is being shut down by Team Secret. So this is definitely going to the Secret side. 0-0 still on the board. But we are the first streak of the game is going to be spawning 10 seconds. Top lane, there's going to be an initiation onto Nixu. Nixu is going to be ready for that. And he's going to be A-okay. But there it is. Resets should be starting as the Windrake is already alive. Blue team, Liab Esports is already starting the Dragon. Dragon is already half HP down. The cavalry from Team Secret is here. Are they gonna be here on time? It is definitely looking not that right now. Liab Esports, 900, 800, 300, done. First Dragon goes to the side of Liab Esports. Well played.
Yeah. Yeah, very good rotation, very good response here coming in from Liyab Esports, knowing that Trevor has been ganking in the top lane, and they answered with an objective take. It's just a Cloud Dragon, but still, it's going to help them, especially in terms of movement speed. And since Tatsuri hasn't really cleared up the mid wave just yet, they couldn't answer back. They couldn't trade it out with some damage onto the turret. So good job here by Liab Esports. We're dead even in gold. Next objective is the Rift Herald. And so far, so good here. Same goes for Team Secret because they want to scale. They want Chewy to have the items. But we're seeing Miggy stalking here in the mid lane, same as Hamid.
Here we go, but there
here
are
comes-
three champions here. Liab, the trap has been sprung. It is going to be Tatsuri already very low at this point. Hero's entrance is going to be used right here to protect Tatsuri. Tatsuri is going to be okay. Still 0-0. Both champions on Team Secret are still alive somehow. Very good defense right there, despite looking at three champions.
Oh!
Here is the punish. There it is. Bai is going to initiate the fight, and that's first blood going on to the side of Team Secret as they take Exosen down, TF down, 5 minutes and 30 seconds in this game.
Yeah, that was a good response by Team Secret, knowing that Liab Esports blew their summoner spells already. Exosen has no way to escape. We saw Morita Boy trying to help out just with the slow, but it's not enough. Definitely with the ultimate there by the Vi, they managed to close the distance, secure the kill, and they actually even now have the pressure for this Rift Herald. But Hamis?
All right, there's going to be setup right here. The taunt is going to be used right here by Hamis. Hamis is still going to be okay. There are 5 champions here in Liab Esports just to try to secure that kill, but somehow Team Secret gets out of that fight. Chewy pressuring the top lane, and that's going to fend off Liab Esports. Rift Herald is available, so the fight is going to be here, and everybody knows where the party is. Let's see what's going to happen at this point.
Yeah, they're just establishing vision, trying to clear up the waves as well. Meanwhile, there has been a swap onto Dragon laners, and Baron laners have priority over this Rift Herald. However, it's still crucial. Despite right now, well, Team Secret has 1k gold lead. Liab Esports still yet to find the right opportunity for them, because they have this pick composition. They have the Lee Sin, they have the Twisted Fate, they even have the Renekton for that pressure onto the side lanes as well. But they still couldn't find a good opportunity to actually execute their composition. Team Secret kind of reading them like a book. And right now, they're starting Drift Herald.
All right, Rift Herald, 3 champions right here. Liab knows about this, so they're sending in champions right now. But Rift Herald is already very low. Rift Herald is going to go down. Fight takes that, but here comes the fight. Rom sends out the ultimate right here. Hero Sanchez to protect the team, but it is going to be
Nixu?
Team Secret on top of this fight as Migi is already down. But Trevor goes down, and also Chewy. Somehow,
Destiny?
Liab is winning this fight. Here comes TF, and the man has a gold card, and that is going to be a good kill right there. And there are in for more blood as they take down the Zigs. That's gonna be 4 champions dead on Team Secret, 7 minutes and 50 seconds in.
Yeah, that was a good execution by Leab Esports. They finally found the right opportunity to engage, and that was when Team Secret were busy trying to secure the Rift Herald. Nixu was already marching towards the top side of the map, leaving Azar quite far away. That's why we saw a bit of a moment that Team Secret were battling against Liyab Esports in a 4v5 fashion, wherein Nixu was dealing so much damage, nearly blows up Chewy already in just one combo, and the destiny there by Exosen allowed them to close the gap and secure more kills. That's why we're seeing now, in terms of gold, it's still even, but Liyab Esports right now might have ignited a bit of fire onto their team as they look to engage for round 2.
There it is. Dragon is going to be the target right here, but they're just going to leave the Dragon behind. Ziggs with good pokes right here. But there it is. The ultimate is going to be casted right here. It only hits onto some of the champions of Liab, so it's not really going to be enough to push away Team Liab at this point. But there it is. Dragon is already very low. Kaisa goes for the Nixu. Nixu is very tanky at this point. Darius gets the Dragon. Renekton goes down in this fight. And so far, this is going to be a 5 versus 3 onto the side in favor of Team Secret. Team Secret is taking the fight. They even summoned the Rift Herald right here. I think they're going to go for a take also onto the mid turret as their reward right now. Big fight by Team Secret, and they get paid big time.
Yeah, that was a 3-for-0 plus a dragon, and now they also got a tower with the help of the Rift Herald. It started with them scattering the members of Liab Esports. We saw Exosen not being able to find a really good position to go for that gold card and a combo onto Azar. Even surviving so much with Sliver of Health with that Decimate. He got back to full health, and right now, Team Secret with a 4,000 gold lead are looking quite strong, even having the Sterax gauge completed here for Azar. The Baron has spawned. Liab Esports are now back against the wall again, 10 minutes in.
All right, we've seen 2 clashes so far. It was back-to-back Baron laners as bottom third is being taken right now, and Liab Esports will take that. First fight, it was Nixu, the Baron laner of Liab Esports, who was the hero of the fight. But the second clash, which was bigger, Team Secret's Azar was the hero of that fight also. These Baron laners are carrying the team, man. This is very nice in this fight, 10 minutes in.
Yeah, Exosen as well, leading the pack here for Liab Esports with 202 on their scoreboard, if I'm not mistaken, even using the Destiny to try and help out teammates in securing that outer turret in the bot lane. 2-on-2, my bad, but there is still some hope here for Liab Esports, but Team Secret not giving them any chance. They're grouping up, knowing that Liab Esports are a pick composition. They don't want to give an advantage, and right now, Gambit's in trouble.
There it is. Gambit will be using the stasis in advance just to protect himself, but they're still A-okay. They need to get out of town. Top third is already down, so there's no need to protect it anymore. Here comes the cavalry. This is going to be a 4v4, but Team Secret wisely disengages. They just get in, get out, and get spade. Third down at the top.
Yeah, Nixu is busy battling against Azar here in the bottom lane. However, you kind of see him struggling a little bit against this Darius, knowing that Azar with the face rush for this Darius is quite fast, of course, getting the right timing for that Decimate, allowing himself to heal back up consistently against this Renekton. And a while ago, during that Dragon team fight, he was popping off, surviving for so long and not even dying despite Gambit trying to attack him all the way, even using the Gatling gun and the rocket barrages for that burst damage. However, right now it might be a difficult time for Liab Esports because of the frontline members of Team Secret. Darius here, piloted by Azar. You have Trevor that goes in all the time onto Exosen and
Right.
Gambit, and Hamis is always ready for that hero's entrance.
Package is just wasted. That's a questionable take on the package right there. I don't know what happened right there, but
Maybe
Orky took
expired?
the package. Yeah, it expired. There is no available objectives for that fight, especially the dragon. The dragon's just gonna be spawning next 20 seconds, so that's gonna be a very big window for Team Secret to take advantage in this game, especially that they're on top of this game right now.
Yeah, definitely. It is a big disadvantage here on the side of Liab Esports because that is one of their zoning tools here, especially that
Right.
package dealing a bit of a damage, especially onto the squishy members of Team Secret. They're gonna enter
All right,
dense.
there's gonna be a
Definitely
fight. There's gonna be a fight right here. Dragon's gonna be taking down the fight in favor of Team Secret, and there's gonna be a fight right here. It's oh no, it's the Ziggs is already very low, and he goes down by the Renekton. Renekton targeting the back lines right now, and it is looking good so far for Team
Azar.
Secret, and they're not done yet. Oh no, there it is. Chewy, very low, is trapped in the pit. One more poke, and he is gonna go down also, and it's gonna end with a 4-4-2 exchange in favor of Team Secret, and they even take the dragon as a bonus. That's Team Secret's fight right there, man.
Yeah, definitely. Azar was on fire right there. Really not scared at all onto the members of Liab Esports, knowing that he can just heal up and blow the faces of Liab Esports. Even going in, trying to chase down Exosen, but however, he managed to escape. That was a 4-for-1 exchange. And Trevor.
Uh-oh. TF, Exosen is going to be chasing this one with the buff of the TF, but Vi will be able to escape, and there it is. Tatsuri, with the power of friendship, helps his friend, and they're okay.
The power of friendship, helping out your teammate when they're in trouble. And right now, definitely, Liab Esports needs the same as well, as they are behind 8,000 gold. As Team Secret are also having their eyes set onto the Baron. Maybe even this infernal Elder Dragon that is going to spawn in the next few minutes. And definitely, whoever gets this will have such a huge advantage. And Liab Esports are yet to find any advantage that they can get to win against Team Secret.
Definitely, indeed. At this point, we're now looking at the 15-minute mark of the game. Gold leads is still in favor of Team Secret, but at this point, Liab Esports has to do something. They want to try to force out a fight, but what can they do at this point, my friend? What do you think the plan is for Liab Esports?
Definitely, they have been constantly looking for picks. They want isolated targets, especially on the side of Team Secret. They also want to get a kill onto Azar. However, given how strong he is right now, he is not the option. They want to get Chewy, they want to get Tatsuri, maybe Trevor, but so far, Team Secret are answering. They have read Liab Esports like a book, and they are grouping up constantly. If Liab Esports go for Azar, Team Secret will just go for this Baron, and it puts Liab Esports in such a complicated and a tight spot right now because they just have to defend. They have no choice but to just clear out the waves and
this.
hope for dear God Team Secret doesn't
Yes.
start the Baron.
Look at this. They're just trying to bait out. This is very wise from Team Secret. They know that they will have to force a fight onto the Liab side. So they went into the Baron, but they're not doing anything to the Baron. They will just want to force Liab to check it out, and they will be turning. But Liab reads that like a book. Also, Liab is trying to prolong the game so that they can gain more gold and fire off more
Morita
options. But here we go. The fight is going to be happening already, and that's going to be Brom down. And with Morita Boy down, what can they do at this point? Force Sporky will be
Azar?
forced to stasis. Right there, he will be okay so far, but they are already down by numbers. Sporky goes down and they're not done yet. Team Secret will take the mid turret. Also on top of that, Miggy, you have to get out of town, but he still is down. And Team Secret is wiping the floor with the blood of Liyab Esports right now. Only Renekton is left to defend this, but 1v5, what can you do but just mourn your teammates as they get obliterated by Team Secret? That's how it's done in the finals. Team Secret wins game number 1.
Definitely, that was a really good execution by Team Secret, punishing even the Renekton pick of Nixu. Azar with a Darius popping off so much, and definitely it will be a huge threat here on the side of Liyab Esports.
Yes, man, what a fight. Team Secret, game number 1 winner. One more, and they're going to go to the finals. On Liyab's side, they have to win this game number 2 to try to extend this game number 2. Here it is, tail of the tape, man.
Yeah, definitely. Lots of damage have been made here, especially by Tatsure. But Azar, I have been looking at him all throughout every team fight. When Azar is not on the team fight, it was a really good chance for Liab Esports. Right. They won the side of the Baron near the Rift Herald fight. However, when Azar was in the team fight, there was no way for Liab Esports to win because they couldn't deal with the Darius. Whenever he's there, he's ready to pull, ready to slice them open, ready to hack them with that axe. And that axe of course, Azar's Darius definitely allows them to win the game.
Right, definitely. I was looking at Lee Sin of Miggy earlier. I usually think that Lee Sin is a very risky pick, usually, because you will need to get online early game as we go to the replays right now. This is Oppo Arena 5 play of the game. This is 7 minutes into the game. Rift Herald is taken, and there's going to be the fight right here. Look at Nixu right here, dashing, marching, running towards the teammates right now. And that was the reason why they were able to win this game, as Azar is late for the fight. Rixu is able to kill one and is going to be chasing for more as TF goes in. That was very important right there. Well played by Nixu as Azar was late for the fight. There it is. Azar just came, but it was already too late. Game number 2. This was Azar's turn to win this fight. Look at Azar here, looking to flank at the sides right there. Brom is gonna be there, so stats are starting onto Azar, and look at that. Azar gets kicked, but he is now at the back line and just obliterates everyone right there.
Oh.
Yes.
Especially with Decimate, he even managed to secure the dragon with an auto attack. That's how scary this Darius has been, and on this team fight at 13-minute mark, it's just a bit of a disaster on Liab Esports. They were trying to get a kill onto Tatsuri. They managed to get it with the help of Nixu. However, again, Azar with his Darius ready to pounce, ready to slice open everybody, bleeding them out, even securing this triple kill. That's just a scary Baron laner on the side of Team Secret as they look for the final moment. They waited patiently for that setup. They got a kill onto Moraita Boy and they just fired. Look at that onslaught here on the side of Liab Esports as they fall back, trying to flee. Miggy using the Dragon's Rage to get away. However, Team Secret, Liab Esports might have ignited the fire, but Team Secret are looking to blow it away once again.
So far, so good for our panels with their predictions. Game number 1 won by Team Secret. What do you think is needed? Right before that, we'll go to the master of the match. Definitely our friend right here on the Kaisa with 5.5 KDA kill participation, man. 85%. That's crazy numbers right there. What do you think about that?
Yeah, definitely he is very comfortable, I must say. Not only comfortable, but so well mastered this champion right here. And that's one of the things we talked about during the pick and bans. Liab Esports needs to be cautious of Team Secret's ADR because he has been popping off with this Kaisa, and knowing that Liab Esports doesn't really prioritize this champion that much, it might be a need for them to ban it out, because if they don't, Chewy is ready to take that opportunity.
Good point right there. But on the opposite side of the spectrum, the Liab Esports, if they want to win game number two, they have to protect Miggy more in this game number two because Team Secret just nullified him and made sure Trevor dictated the jungle and the map better than he did. So this is going to be very, very important for game number two. Let's see how they're going to be adjusting. Let's take a review on the picks right here. Liab Esports, they had a good plan. They banned out Yasuo and then the Fiora, but very good answers right here for Team Secret. The Ziggs was a very good pick. It was kind of silent right there, but the pokes were very important in the fights also. So Ziggs is definitely still very important in the picks. But what can you do? There are only 2 bans in this game, so you will have to give up a strong pick to the other sides nonetheless. So here we go. What do you think Liab has to do and adjust in game number 2?
So many things needs to be thought about and adjusted, especially on the side of Liab Esports, because Team Secret, not only have they taken their comfort picks, they also denied some of the priority champions here of Liab Esports. I'm talking about the Ziggs. I'm talking about the Galio for, of course, for Moraita Boy. And right now, they even got the Kaisa for Chewy, and that led them to get so much advantage in that game number 1. And well, knowing that Liab Esports, they want to respect the Yasuo for Hatsuri, the Fiora for Azar. But right now in that game, looks like there's another champion you have to respect. The Darius there for Azar again against the Renekton. It's I think it's the first time I saw Nixu with the Renekton, if I'm not mistaken. Normally I see him with a Fiora, with a Gragas, and well, both of which has been banned, knowing that Liab Esports want to kind of limit the champions here of Azar in the Baron lane, but also Team Secret respecting Nixu right there, with the Gragas being so proficient in using that champion.
Hey, Gigi, what do you think happened right here? They did ban the Yasuo, the counter for the double ADR Dragon laners, but they did still not go for the Ashe support. Why do you think they did not do that?
Actually, I'm not sure. Maybe it's due to confidence. It's due to the respect here on the side of Team Secret. Maybe they don't really think it might work onto their enemy team right now, because we're not sure. Team Secret, they have been popping up ever since, of course, the playoffs day 1. They have been winning so well, very dominating wins. It actually was just against Amihan Esports, wherein they had a bit of a difficult time, but on their games against Fennel Adversity, it was 2-0. On their game against RRQ, it was 2-0. A very quick win there by Team Secret. That's how strong they are. That's how versatile they also are in terms of adapting their composition, because they don't stick to just one champion. They know how to kind of mix things up and utilize them quite well against their opponents. And in this game against Liab Esports, they are being very dominant right now.
All right, so
what do you think? How about
me.
you?
It still puzzles me. Why ban a Yasuo if you did not want to go for the double the Ashe support right now, right? So it could be the second phase of the banning, which is they got the Galio and they got the Ziggs. Ziggs could be a viable counter for that, because you're gonna have very squishy back lanes, and Ziggs ultimate can just obliterate the HP out of those 2 ADCs. That's why Liab Esports had to adjust. That could be the case, because after the second phase of the picks, they did not go for the Ashe. They on the third phase, they went for the Braum instead. So I think that's the reason right there.
Yeah, and well, they have a really good chance. And I want to emphasize as well, since we don't know yet if Liab Esports go onto the blue side once again, I don't think they should prioritize the Lee Sin, but it kind of they do. You know that feeling, you want to prioritize a different champion, especially on the side of Liab Esports, but there's also a threat of Team Secret using that, because I forgot what game was it, wherein Team Secret actually used a Lee Sin in their composition. But yeah, it's a game against penal adversity, and Trevor actually did a really good job in using that Lee Sin. So they might actually even steal another champion away from the side of Liab Esports. That's how adaptive they are. They like to consume things away from the enemy team. It's like, well, you have the fire for Liab Esports, but it's like Team Secret having that Mangekyo Sharingan that can read you like a book and know what to do to take you down, even dissect you along with it.
Yes, that's the start. That's the strength of Team Secret. Really, their diversity as a team. You don't really know for sure what they're gonna go for. Looking at the picks right now, the Ziggs could have been a big threat for them not to go through with their plans onto Liab's side. Or the Galio was a very good pick, and there's the threat of Galio plus Jarvan 4, and they have the Ziggs. So Galio can Jarvan 4 can catch them in the backlines. Galio can go in, then Ziggs for the ultimate. That's gonna be bye if ever they push through with the Ashe support. That could be the reason why I believe Liyab has been preparing for this pick. I think this is their secret pick, the Ashe pick. They use it in the last game, but since they've already tested this pick, they know what's the counter for this pick, and I think Team Secret responded beautifully on the picks in this draft. Well played by Team Secret. Even in the draft, this is very high level right here for Team Secret.
Yeah, and knowing that they have built a quite an engaged composition. Normally, we see a Ziggs with a Corki, maybe even an Ezreal, but this time they went ham. They went with a Kai'Sa, knowing that Chewy is very strong in using this particular champion, and they went all in. Whenever Liab Esports tries to find an opportunity, they are there. That's how Team Secret plays. Team Secret knows how to dissect the play style of Liab Esports. I'm talking about their play in the mid lane, wherein they secured the first blood. XSN wanted to go back and clear out mid, but Team Secret, knowing that he doesn't have flash, doesn't have any way to escape and survive, they engage there by Trevor. They punish the overextension, they take the kill, and from that on, they went on trying to get more opportunities, not only in getting kills onto Liab Esports, but also denying them from answering back. Because again, Liab Esports have built this pick composition, having the Lee Sin that rotates so well around the map, and Twisted Fate, of course, with the Destiny, is ready to pounce, ready to capitalize whenever there is a chance for that numbers advantage. But Team Secret, we constantly see them grouping up, even allowing Azar to just be isolated, because they know if Liab Esports gank this Baron laner, they are ready to answer with turrets because they have the Ziggs.
Yes, man. These high-level chess match technicalities in the game got me really excited for game number 2. Let's see how Team Secret and Liab is going to be doing their adjustments for Team 2. We saw that earlier. The twin condition really for Liab, and especially in the early game, is to utilize Lee Sin and the TF, as you mentioned. But Team Secret knows about that win condition. They went aggressively for the scuttlers, double scuttlers in game number 1, shutting down the rotation of Lee Sin. So Team Secret somehow, I'm just speaking about game number 1, they were 2 steps ahead in this game, from the draft to the execution of the win conditions, countering those win conditions of Liab Esports. Team Secret got that game number 1 from the draft itself. Well played indeed by Team Secret at this point. Did this game answer your question about who's better, Renekton with the buff himself and the Black Cleaver, or the face rush of Darius?
Definitely, it was answered indeed on how, of course, how Team Secret utilized how strong this Darius pick. And Azar showed it already in the first day of the playoffs against Fennel Adversity, wherein he played Darius twice in the Baron lane against a Garen, even against a Jax. And that's how well they are using that lineup already. They are used to adjusting, they are used to getting the picks away from the enemy team and showing them like okay, we're gonna get your champion and we're gonna show you how to use it. We're gonna deny you from the picks, and we're gonna limit how much you can move into the game, because that's how we work. We want to squeeze you out and prevent you from unleashing your full potential.
Right, definitely. Game last patch was Garen's patch, but this patch, I think this is gonna be Darius' patch right here, man. So very good picks right there earlier. Again, game number 2, Liyab will have to find a way to adjust with the strategy of Team Secret, but it's gonna be a very challenging adjustment for them, knowing that Team Secret has very deep champion pools right now. So that's definitely playing to the advantage of Team Secret.
Yeah, a very deep champion pool, and also the way they execute the fights. They know, well, Leab Esports, we know them having really good experience into the game, but how Team Secret is playing right now, it's like them having a not only bigger experience, but also a better understanding on how to play based on how your opponent is playing. Reading them well. Again, I can't emphasize that well enough because of how they executed game number 1. But there was no way Miggy can't gank, Exocen can't gank that much because of how Team Secret were tracking them down consistently. We see James rotating constantly into the mid lane, Trevor catching them out, and Azar just being that monster into the Baron lane, applying so much pressure, preventing Nixu from split pushing. And that's one of the things that Leab Esports should do. They need this Renekton to apply pressure into the side lanes, but it wasn't allowed by Azar. They need to look out for this person.
Yeah, I think this is going to be very challenging for Leab Esports. What does this mean for Leab Esports? Knowing that their trump card, the Ashe and the Varus, the double ADC Dragon laners, can be easily countered. But we'll see that in a bit as we go to game number 2 drafts. First ban, Team Secret is going to go to the blue side. It is going to be the Gragas for the first ban, and then Leab Esports is going to ban the Kaisa.
Oh, it's well, this time Leab Esports respecting Chewy. I like this adaptation that they have right now, and Team Secret no longer stealing the Galio. They will ban it out. This opens up Camille, and well, so far Leab Esports are leaving the Yasuo. It's up for the take here for Tatsuri.
Ziggs is still available if this is the case right here. So let's see Team Secret how they are going to be doing their picks as the bans are already done. There it is. Ziggs is going to be the priority pick right here. Still mad respects for Ziggs as a champion here in Wild Rift. Very versatile as a champion. So yeah, how is Leab Esports going to be responding to this Ziggs? We'll know for sure. I think they're going to go for the Baron laners first. There it is. Morita Boy will pick the Fiora, but that's going to be for their Baron lane.
Yeah, definitely. Nixu, he is good at using this. We saw the split push at their game yesterday, and also, oh wow, Leab Esports right now. No, it's going to be Exosense Fizz once again. Right. We saw it in their game yesterday against RRQ, wherein they even went for the split push of Nixu and to end the game. And right now, definitely, it's going to be quite surprising, even on the side of Team Secret, as they are going for the standard composition. Trevor right now picks up the Lee Sin. He is also good with this champion.
Varus.
And the common, Corki, and Varus, like what you said.
Varus, is it coming? Is it coming? Ash Varus, I think so. But yeah, Trevor. Now they're gonna be taking the Lee Sin for themselves. What do you think? Is
But-
Ash gonna come out this time? Last pick right here as the timer is ticking
I don't
down
know,
as
man.
Hamis goes for the Lulu support right here, but Azar will not. Will take this seriously and they will go for their Akali. And there it
go for
is,
the
the Ash support once again.
Wait,
No
is this-
counter this time for Team Secret, or I could be wrong. The Ziggs is still there, but let's see, Liab. This should be the second win that they are looking to be under their wings for them to take game number 2 and try to extend this to game number 3. What do you
Oh,
think
it's-
about these picks, man?
It's Miggy with the Fizz. You're right. It's a jungle
Jungle.
Fizz. Exosen will go with the usual Ari against a Ziggs. Definitely to try and assassinate Tatsuri down. But man, this is going to be exciting. It's going to be intense as we head down to game number 2. Team Secret going up against Liyab Esports right now.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Match point for Team Secret and Liab. They have their backs against the wall. If they win this, they can extend the series to game number 3. If not, they are out of this tournament. Stakes are high in this game. Team Secret with the early game, they are gonna go for jungler path, red buff, both as Fizz goes for the blue buff.
Yeah, it's quite surprising how Liyab Esports have built their composition. It happened in the game against Omega Esports, and right now, so far, it's working. We saw how, Exosen is quickly clearing out a mid lane, even on the Dragon lane. Morita Boy and Gambit applying some pressure, but they have to keep watch onto Trevor, of course, with this Leeson.
Yes, they usually do this. They help the mid lane so that they can go for the scuttler with the priority in the mid. Very well played once again by Team Secret. Liab Esports is not doing that just yet. Once this is down, look at Tatsuri. He's gonna be heading towards the top scuttler right here. Are they gonna be able to do that? Take this? No, they're not gonna be able to take this scuttler. So one scuttler each for both sides. Early game is pretty even for both of them.
Yeah, but I'm liking how will this go? They're ganking in the top lane. Azar is quite low, but a Miggy here. Exosen.
All right. Ganks at the top, but ganks in the mid. Both ganked champions are gonna live, will be forced to go home. So still pretty even for both sides. There's a slight gap in the gold, but that's not really big at this point of the game. This is gonna be battle of the pokes right here. I thought Ash was really gonna come out when they picked up Ari, and there it is. Ash, you already know the combo. Ash goes sends out the ultimate. Ari can always go for the charm, or Varus can go for the ultimate right there. So this is gonna be very interesting for Liab Esports. So this is gonna be challenging for Team Secret. That's gonna be the story of the game. I'm gonna be watching that later on.
I'm liking the Ash pick here with the Varus. Like what the panel have talked about. You have the Ash Arrow to get the priority, get the picks, especially with Exosen again, with this Ari. It's a similar composition, but this time they have burst damage with Miggy on this Fizz. And Gambit, of course, with the Chain of Corruption. Trying to scatter the members of Team Secret. That's in theory. We're gonna see the application and the execution later on as well. It's a minute before the Ocean Dragon spawns, and it was a failed gank by Miggy trying to assassinate Tatsuri, but we're seeing Trevor with Hammer
Right.
in the mid lane.
It's gonna connect right here. Good kick right there. But no, it's not gonna be a kick. The ultimate of Lulu is gonna be late. So a little bit of miscommunication right there by Hamis and their jungler Trevor. But still good efforts right there. Still, they know that Fizz is here now. So let's see how Team Secret is gonna be responding. But at the top, Azar is already very low, but the Shroud is gonna be there. It's gonna be AOK. He says, nope, no,
Exosen.
Exosen is gonna be here to try to help, but Azar already has the Mystic Fruit and he's gonna be A-OK. Says, nope, see you later.
Yeah, Liyab Esports constantly, again, being aggressive, trying to make picks all over the map, but Team Secret denying them from those kills. We're still have yet to see a first blood right now as the Ocean Dragon spawns. And well, it's going to be a priority for both teams, of course. They want the sustain, they want the healing, but it's going to be crucial because it will attract a team fight. And when there's team fight, there is going to be casualties.
Alright, so Liab Esports will really want. Oops, there's gonna be a poke right here. Chom the Water is gonna be connecting, but Tatsuri is still half HP up, so he's not in danger at this point. But the dragon is the objective right here. Oh, there it is. First blood goes down, and that is gonna be Liab Esports favoring this fight. But Ari will be a response skill as Miggy is also going down, and as Varus down. That's the power of Akali. You have strong folks, but Akali can go to the backlines. And this is Team Secret's early game as they take the Drake 4 minutes and 50 seconds in.
Yeah, XSN getting the kill onto Tatsuri with the help of Miggy. However, it was a 4v5 fight. Well, Nixu was busy split pushing onto the top lane and with Azar into the fight, obliterating, cutting down the health bars of Liab Esports. Even going onto the top lane, but needs to be very cautious of Nixu, constantly bullying him into the top lane, even looking to chase him down. But that execution by Team Secret, Trevor going against Exosen while Miggy was being chased down by Azar. They got 2 kills and they finished up. They're not done.
Oh, there it is. Charm the Waters is going to be connecting. Charm also connects. Here comes the arrow. But there it is. Ziggs still goes down. No follow-up on the arrow. But it is going to be Trevor for the punish right here. And they get Ari for the trade. 4-2 on the board. 5 minutes and 40 seconds in. Still anyone's fight at this point. My friends, what a fight so far.
Yeah, what about so far with aggression of both teams? Answering back, hitting back and forth here as the Rift Herald has spawned. It's going to be prioritized here by Team Secret as Trevor is getting that Scuttle Crab, but bot lane Nixu going against Azar.
Oh, very strong fight right here, but here comes the jungler Miggy. Oh, Azar, you are dead. That was a good bait right there
But Rift
by
Herald.
Nixu. But Rift Herald is going to be the reward for Team Secret for that bait. There it is. 23k gold, pretty even on both sides. 4-3 on the board.
I'm not sure it's going to be even though, because Team Secret securing this Rift Herald will allow them to push the top lane outer turret. But Arrow again, Exosen looking to punish, but it's going to
no
be
follow-up.
them disengaging. That's definitely, they need to be cautious. Good answer here by Liab Esports, but again, they need to be cautious. Megan for the bomb. Whoa.
There it is. Mega Inferno Bomb is going to be used right here, but Miggy was prepared for that and he's going to be okay, but he will still reset. And Team Secret knows that Liab is going to be going back home, so they can go aggressively here. At the top, Trevor has his sights onto Exosen, but Exosen is safe under the turret at this point. Both teams will just disengage in preparation for the next fights in this game.
Yeah, it's a scary situation right now because Liab Esports, they have been constantly looking for picks. Yes, we see Miggy charging in onto Tatsuri, but again, they have to be very cautious onto Azar because he can just obliterate them since they don't have a proper front line. Again, this is a glass composition that Liab has built up with Moraita Boy having so much pressure with those arrows and needing to connect constantly, because if it doesn't, it will give an opportunity for Team Secret to punish it. And right now, as the arrow fails to connect, it's again a window of opportunity here for Team Secret.
Right. Whenever the arrow is not available, they know that they can go aggressive. Let's say what they can do right here. That Fiora split push is really taking up Azar's attention right here in this fight. So this is already very good. One counter to Akali is already finished right here. But there it is. The bomb is going to be used right here. Liyab is going to go in. The ultimate of Varus is not going to connect. The fight is very messy at this point, and no one will engage because of that.
That was a good disengage by Gambit with a flash. However, Chain of Corruption did not actually land for that punish. And knowing that Trevor still has the kick, going in once again.
All right, there it is. Up. Still no kills. 4-4 still on the board as just Ham is dying right here. But this is going to be very good opening right here for Liab Esports. The charm is just a tad bit miss off. And there it is. Tatsuri is going to be able to escape. Cloud Drake has spawned. Their Team Secret wants to get priority here in the mid. They have the Rift Herald available, so I think they're going to be able to use that here. Let's see what the setup will be as Lulu, who just died earlier, is already marching her way towards the team right here.
Yeah, it's still 1K gold lead here on the side of Team Secret. Leab Esports are yet to scale. Definitely on the later stages of the game, they will have so much damage, but same goes for Team Secret. And knowing that they don't have a proper front line, on the side of Team Secret, they do have the Lee Sin as their front line with the help of James with that wild growth and the shields. But right now, as
Team
the Dragon
Secret is
being
already
attacked.
starting the Dragon. Win Dragon is already half HP in. There's going to be fight right here. Chum the Waters is going to be connecting to Tatsuri. But there it is. The corruption is going to be on point. Package is going to be used. But Red Team, their HP bars are already very low. So they're in survival mode as Gambit goes down. And Mariah Boy goes down. Miggy is almost down right now, so this is going to be a very big win by Team Secret. Not only do they get 2 kills, but they get the Drake and they get the mid turrets. They're not done yet. I think they will take 1 more, and that's going to be their bonus. Liyab Esports is going to try to punish right here, but Team Secret wisely disengages with a big paycheck in their pockets.
Yeah, a big paycheck indeed. A while ago, it was just 1,000 gold. Now we're looking at almost 4,000 gold lead after that good clash into the Dragon. They also secured the Cloud Dragon, like what you said, and it was a good save with the Rift Herald. They didn't spawn it into the top lane. They saved it up for the push in the mid lane, and taking 2 towers definitely is worth it. And as the game progresses, they will become much scary because Azar now, of course, building again, anti-healing. There's no way for them to survive later on into the game. They need to make picks, and like that, Arrow.
CC is going to be connecting, but Chewy is prepared for that. Look at the itemization. If we're looking at the itemization, Chewy and also Lee Sin bought a Quicksilver very early in the game, so that the CC will be will be counted. There it is with that. That is going to be Corky going down also. So one to one trade each on both sides. ADCs are down, but yeah, look at the itemization. Quicksilvers are there. Very, very high level gaming right here. As also Liyab Esports knows that the strength of Azar is her shroud. There are 2 twin shadows right now on the pockets of Liyab Esports. Very interesting itemization right here.
Yeah, they want to track down this Akali, of course, whenever he gets into the shroud, but they're still having a bit of a difficult time dealing with Atsuri and Trevor, always blowing them up, making the necessary plays with Trevor and James rotating all over the map. We saw them ganking Gambit into the top lane. It was a good trade with Miggy, assassinating Chewy. Right now, it's still the same pressure. Again, Chum the Waters, not hitting anyone this time.
All right, so that's Chum the Waters down.
That's a cute penguin.
What? Right there. But anyway, so far so good. 76 on the board, and we're looking at this 4K gold lead onto the side of Team Secret. It's not that much, but you will still feel that in the team fight. So Team Secret has to. Right, there it is. The kick is gonna be connecting onto Exosen. Exosen goes down, and that's a 1v1 kill. That's going to be very big for Team Secret. Let's see what they can take more with this. But this Fiora is taking up Azar's attention, man.
Not only the attention of Azar, but also the whole attention of Team Secret as they look to actually start this Baron, because they have killed Exosen. Right now, it puts Liyab Esports on a very tight spot. A wave is crashing into the mid lane. And Nixo is into the bottom lane. Chain of Corruption. Akali.
It is. Here comes Azar in the backlines, and that is what Akali is for. But there it is, Lulu. Oh no, they're not going to be able to take the Baron. It is going to be Fizz who dies first, and Team Secret will be able to take down this Baron. 10-8 on the board. Azar was there for the fight, and that was Team Secret's formula for that win right there. 10-8 on the board. Baron buff is in the hands of Team Secret.
Yeah, Nixo again with a split push. They want to get more gold. He is the highest gold earner right now, even nearly ahead or even onto Trevor with 12,000. He has almost 12,000. It will be kind of even if they get the kill here onto the turret. Tatsuri nearly getting caught out, especially with that charm. But again, Liyab Esports trying to find a way, trying to make trades because they
Right.
lost the Baron fight right there with Azar. Again, applying so much pressure. And as Mountain Dragon is available to take, Team Secret again capitalizing onto it.
Right. Since they had to push for the mid turret, they're now forced to go back home. That opens up the dragon for Team Secret and wrap that dragon up and put a ribbon on it because that one is a gift for Team Secret. Now Team Secret with the Baron buff in their hands. Let's see what kind of damage they can do. It's a 1-3-1 setup, and now Team Secret is sliding onto the bottom lane. This turret is not looking so well, but here comes the cavalry. There it is. The stun is gonna connect. Big arrow right there for Liyab Esports. They take down Azar, and let's see if they can take more as their mid inhibitor turret is being taken down by Chewy, and that's the base cracked open. Azar died for a cause.
Yeah, definitely that was worth it on the side of Team Secret because they got the inhibitor tower while Leab Esports were busy trying to take down this Akali. And right now, again, Nixu is back on work, trying to split push into the bottom lane before the Infernal Elder Dragon spawns. That's going to be scary if Team Secret gets their hands onto it as they look to push down top lane. That's going to be AO easy as they have the Ziggs, especially when it's piloted by Tatsuri. The arrows connect, but again, they have the Quicksilver stash. They can just deny that assassination, those attempts by Liyab Esports because they have those anti-engage and anti-stuns there.
Anti-CCs, right?
Yeah, they have a Quicksilver stash enchantment for their boots, and right now it's going to be like the kryptonite of the composition of Liyab Esports because they couldn't find the right opportunity anymore.
Yeah, if you're Leab Esports right now, you have to be asking yourselves, now that they have countered our main composition, what do we do to get back into this game? 10-9 on the board, and we're looking at 5k gold. The stun is going to be there. This time, there's no Quicksilver. Let's see. Charm the Waters is going to be connecting right here, and Baron sends out the ultimate, and they erase Chewy just like that. But here comes the punish. Akali is in the place right now, hunting down the Fizz. Gambit goes down because of the Lee Sin. Ari will try to run. I think she's going to be A-okay at this point, but here comes James with the turbo Exos, and you need to get out of town, my friend, but the exit is cut. She will stasis just to try to survive, but that's just gonna delay the inevitable. Ari goes down. Big win once again by Team Secret 16 minutes in, and they want more as our Ash Morita boy goes down, and our boys from Team Secret are now marching towards a free Baron.
It looks like Team Secret has got into the minds of Liyab Esports. We saw them securing 3 kills, punishing that attempt by Liyab Esports to get a kill onto Chewy. And right now, it's Nixu all alone going against 4 after, of course, Morita boy got assassinated, overextending a little bit into the mid lane. And right now, with a Baron buff, Team Secret are looking very strong to end this game. They're going ham.
They are
going in.
sending the big bomb right there. Just poke away Liyab Esports, and one more kill, and that is gonna be it. Exocet is already alive, so he will be left to mourn for the team as his team is obliterated. What can Exocet do? Nexus is already being taken down, and here we go. Liyab Esports goes down. Team Secrets have done it. We have our second finalist of this tournament. Big win by Team Secret.
Yeah, again, this time they're gonna get their hands on to Amihan Esports after they have defeated the revenge game, the revenge series. This time is going to be best of 5, of course, into the grand finals after they have defeated Liyab Esports. And what a better way to do it with a 2-0 game.
All right, what a win right there. Team Secret, they were prepared, man. They know that Ash is going to be coming in. They got the right itemization. You saw that earlier. Even though Chiwe was picked off in the late game, but later part, but at the very least, majority of the fights, those itemizations from Team Secret, that's how you play this game. Very tactical. That's why we love this game, man.
That's why we love this game, and definitely players, the teams, fans putting their hearts into the love of the game, and definitely it was such a good performance here. A dominating game, I must say, here on the side of Team Secret. Despite the attempts here of Liyab Esports making the picks, they have countered it not only into a draft but also in how they executed it. Again,
Right.
with, of course, the Quicksilver Stash enchantment for the boots, countering Moraita Boy's enchanted Crystal Arrow. And Liyab Esports, they have yet to find the right opportunity again to come back as Team
Yes,
Secret dethrones them, puts out the fire again in this tournament.
All right, well played by our friends here over to the side of Esports. Yes, they tried, man. Well played effort right there, but they come up short. As we look at the master of the match right here. But no, let's look at the replay first. This was the first blood right here onto the Ziggs, but this was reversed right away by Team Secret, and they controlled the early game from that point.
Yeah, definitely, as we see here in the Ocarina 5, play of the game, Leab Esports constantly making the plays. Look at that. Moraita Boy with the arrow again. However, with Team Secret knowing what to do in difficult situations, knowing how to answer those strategies from Leab Esports, they constantly make the plays, denies again some of the rotations from Leab Esports. We saw multiple attempts of making those assassinations onto James again, as we saw into the video. But every time there's a team fight, Ziggs, again, Tatsuri blows up the faces of Leab Esports, and it's just a linear strategy anymore for Trevor. Go in, you have James, you have the Wild Growth, you have your friends onto your back, and that's how they
Trevor.
rotated all over the map, making the necessary plays, making the necessary counters, and Leab Esports. It's a difficult time for them.
Yeah, man, Trevor right here just putting on a Lee Sin clinic to show everyone how Lee
Yeah.
Sin is to be carried here in this game. It was his game, man. Look at that. Game number 1, Liyab had the Lee Sin, but they were very effective with that. Game number 2, Lee Sin on the side of Team Secret. They capitalized on that Lee Sin that they have. Here in this fight right here at the bottom side, Team Secret did lose one, but they lost their mid-third after that. Here it is. Up, boom, and then the Chum the Waters. This is the Wombo combo, and then Varus goes for the ultimate right there. They erase Chewy right away, but here comes trouble. Trevor and the Akali of Azar is already there at the backlines, and there it is. Backlines targeted, backlines down. Exosen tries to stasis, but just dies after that, and the game was over from that point. Here we go at the backlines once again. Even Ziggs flashing in for an attempt to kill. That is how confident Team Secret was at this point of the game, and this is Exosen alone left to mourn for his teammates as they get obliterated. Nexus being targeted now, and that is the win. Well played once again, Team Secret.
Definitely, it was a fantastic game, a fantastic series, a way to turn the tides around, a way. This time, I guess it's as they have taken down the fire of Leab Esports. This time, it is Team Secret now on fire after they have dethroned Leab Esports. Master of the match, Trevor, definitely with this Lee Sin. It's like him teaching maybe how to fully unlock the potential of this Lee Sin. With so much skill participation, we saw him rotating all over the map with the help of James and making the necessary plays. It was always initiated by Tatsuri with the Ziggs. However, here comes the follow-up of the Lee Sin, knowing that he has his friends, his teammates on his back, ready to follow up onto the setups that he will constantly make. And that's how they have implemented a really good execution onto that match, onto that series, actually.
Right. Yeah. Trevor just firing on all cylinders in that game. Lee Sin just kicking everybody's behind and taking down names. What a game right there by Trevor, master of the match.
Mm-hmm.
And we are gonna head to the finals, man.
Grudge
But
match!
yeah. I'm very excited for that. But we still have to break down the game. We are gonna be breaking down the picks of game number 2 as we wait for that, man. Liab
Yeah.
Esports heads high, man. Going into
Heads high.
that's a very very big accomplishment right there for Liab. Still. So I want to see Liab. They definitely broke expectations of people from them. This is basically they basically shined in this tournament. We want to see them stronger in the next games. Next
Yes.
tournament, sorry.
Yeah, yes. And right now it's going to be, of course, grudge match of Team Secret against Amihan Esports. But before that, of course, we will go on to a very, very short break. This has been Leoric PH and Giyang Gaming going on a short break. And later on, you will be greeted by our panel. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Let us heal and grow. You won't be alone. Why don't you watch me do my thing? Reinvent and show the world, yeah. Just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve, just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. Thinking you gon' miss a good thing, yeah. Show the whole world, reinvent. Nobody to no sign, it's strong, a good time. 1, 2, 3, ready to try. Why don't you watch me do my thing?
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
I love my curves and the skin I'm in. Switch it up, turn around, take it up again. I know you feel me, new me. Keep up with me. Come on, let's keep winning till the world stops spinning. Come on, now let's get it. I'ma keep winning till the world stops spinning.
When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Sekreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Dear Mother, Light of the Home.
Dad?
Hey, baby! Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math Club tomorrow?
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Dance together!
We can do quiz dance.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
Mimi.
Please, babe.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes!
play League of Legends Wild Rift with Globe.
Oh no, our spot's closed?
No prob. With Go 50, you can play anywhere.
Wow!
Game on with Go 50 and level up with Go Play 10 for even more League of Legends Wild Rift. See ya!
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in.
Team Secret takes our lower bracket final with a 2-0 win against Liyab Esports. They will win 100,000 Globe Cup points, and more importantly, they will advance to the grand finals against Amihan Esports for a chance at that championship title. Let's jump into our series highlights because there's a lot to discuss in this epic series. Let's have your thoughts on this, Otalu. Start us off.
Right, so we discussed this, right? Before the series started, we knew that going for poke composition is kind of limited as an option for Liyab Esports because Team Secret really knows how to play the all-in composition. And that was the response by Liyab Esports. They banned out the Yasuo, they banned out the Neil, if I'm not mistaken. And what was the answer by Team Secret? Just go for the standard by Ziggs, Galio. When it comes to execution, it's kind of it's not flashy, but definitely very effective. You just go for it. The assault and battery and backup will be there. The Mega Inferno Bomb will be there. But not to take away the decision making by Team Secret. It's not a given, right? That you will get a free win whenever you have the Vizig's Galio. I'm just saying that it's strong. And right now, Azar is just popping off with the stars. Look at this. Just those marks will be very good. And this is a one-tap moment from Exos and from the sniping area. All right, so that's game number 1 for you. Kudos to Liyab Esports because they never back down. The draft was still okay. Was still good. In fact, in game number 2, when they went for the Fizz pick in the jungle, that actually is in relation to the patch changes that we have in patch 2.3, where the passive did get buffed against the jungle monsters. But I will have Osiris break that down for us. Overall, though, Liyab Esports, man, oh man, what a run! What a run! That's it.
Yes, I do love how Game 2 worked well. It was the same as how the Rengar with the Fizz jungle that you wanted to burst someone when they hit the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. But the thing is, you got James on that Lulu. So if someone got caught out with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, as easy as that, as easy as how well the targeting is being prioritized, you just have to cast the Wild Growth. And then that's it. You have the defense, you have everything. And even Tatsuri on that Ziggs, if you wanted to go in for someone who got hit by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, you're just going to drop the Mega Inferno Bomb. And it will push you away to not respond. So at that point, it was a good answer coming in from Team Secret, even outclassing them with some team fights. But I really love how Liyab showed their capability. Now, when the group stage came in, there's so many questions about Nexu and Miggy. They really proved a lot that they belong to Liyab's lineup, and indeed they delivered. It was a good Cinderella run, but I believe it's already 12 o'clock, so way past the bedtime, and the magic is already out. So Team Secret really won this one.
The carriage is turning back into a pumpkin at this point.
Yes.
But I am so glad that this matchup happened. I feel like it would have been incomplete if we didn't get Exocet and James meeting each other in the Rift in the Sea Icon series. That would have been so anticlimactic. But you know what? Liyab Esports, what a way to go out. They had surprise picks. They had amazing plays, and they have a lot to be proud of with their lower bracket run. I did pick up something also, watching that series. I do know that Exocet, I think, got a little caught somewhere in the top lane, and I do remember James giving that last blow and having a heart right before doing that. So that was actually pretty nice over there. Little Easter egg, of course, for those in the League of Legends scene from way back when. Let's look at our leaderboards right now for our Globe Cup point system. After that last series, I'm sure things have been moving and shaking over here, especially with that win from Team Secret. We now have Amihan Esports with 750,000 Globe Cup points. Team Secret now not too far behind with 700 Globe Cup points, 700,000 Globe Cup points. Omega Esports in third with 650,000 Globe Cup points. And again, one Globe Cup point is equivalent to 1 peso over here. Amihan Esports still holding that top spot thanks to their undefeated run, and it's been quite amazing actually. This team over here from the Visayas group stages has been impressing everybody in the Sea Icon series, and they really do have a lot to be proud of. But yes, Liab Esports as well, they have really improved from themselves on group stages. And if this is the path that Liab Esports are on, we can definitely expect a lot more from them going into the future. But for now, let's stick with the present, because we are now at our grand finals over here, and that will be between Amihan Esports and Team Secret. My goodness, I didn't think that this would be our grand finals. We all thought that maybe Next Play Esports was somewhere in there. We thought that maybe Omega Esports would be somewhere in there, but this is Team Secret versus Amihan Esports. This is quite a story in itself. And yes, Amihan Esports, no longer the underdogs. They are the dark horses. They are a powerhouse that has been hiding somewhere in the Visayas region and suddenly coming out over here to challenge Team Secret. This is pretty amazing. But of course, before we head on over to our final series of the day, we do have to thank our sponsors, because this is going to be quite a run indeed. This is a best of 5 over here. So thank you so much to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, for bringing the Sea Icon series to the Philippines. And of course, thank you so much to Mineski and Globe for organizing this event, because with Globe Telecom, you can hashtag reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Explore the path of ascension when you top up on Wild Course at Kodoshop via Globe.
Reinvent your world indeed. Picture life together and experience the world of Wild Rift with us with the all-new Oppo Reno 5. And enjoy all-day gaming with long-lasting fast-charging battery, a powerful processor, and a vivid screen display. Get the Oppo Reno 5 for only 18,999 and Oppo Reno 5 5G for only 23,999.
At syempre, nandito din ang sikreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mo kang na-GG. Fresh pa rin, at para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99% of germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All in one. Bring your clay game with Master. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
And of course, you can also up your game even more as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings you events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Just download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get hashtag OL Together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. There's the hashtag right there. Hashtag OL Together now. And of course, we do have several giveaways ongoing. Stay tuned to the PPGL Facebook page to find out how to win some awesome PPGL merch, and of course, some Wild Course as well. I think we have some comments over there pinned on our stream, so do check that out. If you are on Twitch, you can head on over to Facebook if you want to get some Wild Course into your accounts, of course. And everybody knows that skins give buffs over here.
Yeah.
So, of course, not to the pros, just to us. Just to
I
us,
saw your post. You
here.
were asking for some birthday gift, right?
Oh.
I'm just saying. I don't have. I really like that the Blood Moon Diana skin. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm just saying. Maybe. But
I
of
will have a
course-
bet with Osiris here. Osiris, whoever loses the prediction for this grand finals will have to
Oh!
give Mika her skin of choice. Are
Well,
you following or are you
I like
folding?
that.
I'll
I
double
like that.
down. If my prediction's wrong, I'm gonna give you and Mika a new skin. Well, how about
Whoever gets
that?
the prediction wrong, we have to give each other a skin.
Yes, as
Okay,
long
I
as
like
three of
this.
us is going
I like
to
this.
be happy.
And we gotta screenshot that and we have to post it on our social accounts just so that everybody knows, because we have a lot of people watching. We have accountability. Okay, this
Yes.
is our little panel game over here. We have to discuss this. Okay, I wasn't aware I was signing up for this, but it looks like it is so. But
Not
anyway,
scripted, by the way. Not scripted.
Not scripted.
not scripted.
Nope.
I blame Autolus over here. But of course, we are going to be getting into our grand finals. And again, this is something that we haven't been expecting in a while. There is a lot of speculation on this, and one of the things that I've been wondering is Amihan Esports. They have this very hyper aggressive sort of style in the Rift, and this is going to be a best of 5 series. You guys think that they can actually have that endurance to carry over to a best of 5 versus a best of 3? They have been doing best of 3s throughout the group stages and in this playoffs, but a best of 5 can be a little different. What do you think, Autolus?
Yeah, it's the same concern that I have. You know that I have my heart and my eyes out for Amihan Esports, even during the Visayas group, because they have been playing so well. But when it comes to Team Secret and their experience advantage, I will really have to. Well, this is a spoiler, right? I'm going to tip my hat over to them because in a game five scenario or in a 5 game scenario, you will have side switch and where priorities on the champions will be changed over the course of this 5 game series, and anything can happen, right? We could see a reverse sweep, right? A silver scrapes moment for Philippines Icon Series. That is also one thing to behold. And yes, I'm actually rooting for this series to go the distance and go 5 games because, man, oh man, they are evenly matched.
Yes, and after 4 group stages, I feel like we need that 5 games. I'm sorry, casters. I know the casters are like, oh my god, we're going over to a game 4, a game 5, but I feel like we deserve seeing this, the very best of the best here for the summer season. Osiris, what do you think that Team Secret has to do? I mean, there is that possibility of them downloading sort of Amihan Esports' play style going into this series. And once they have done that, what do you think they need to do in order to shape their strategy around this super aggressive style that Amihan Esports has?
Well, as what you've told us a while ago, it was already the preview or the teaser of the finals. And yes, they were able to take it to 2-1, but this time I believe that the game 1 will be going in hands of Team Secret as they got already the good read, the momentum up against Amihan. But Amihan will strike back. Both of them got this fairly flexible drafting. So at this point, with that best of 5, you can put this different type of champions that kind of change the taste or the spices into the games. Both can go for those big surprises, and I'm expecting for some bigger surprises for best of 5.
See, this is what makes the best of 5 so interesting because it feels like there is that more of a possibility for a reverse sweep because there is more of that time for your opponent to download that information to get into your head as well. So this is really the true test of Amihan Esports over here. And as we do get into our grand finals over here, ladies and gentlemen, strap into your seats indeed because this is Amihan Esports versus Team Secret, and Amihan Esports over here, the only team with an undefeated run here in the CICON series. Such big names all around.
So
they dropped to 1 game.
Yeah, they dropped one game, but Osiris is kind of hinting that he's going for Mian. Okay, so I cannot wait to push out.
Are we planning the skins?
Oh, I'm not saying going for Amihan. I didn't sign up for the fan club.
Okay, all right. But anyway, I actually would like to shout out as well the other 2 teams that we have, right? We have Liyab Esports and Omega Esports because we will see them come fall season, right? Because of the system and the mechanics that we have here, Mika, correct me if I'm wrong, we have the top 4 Globe Point getters as direct invites heading into the fall season. That's going to be very interesting as well.
That is absolutely right. They are going to be straight into the fall season, and you will definitely see these 4 teams over there. Of course, the fall season is happening a little bit later on, and you guys can definitely bet that we will see a more evolved version of these teams. Summer season over here, I cannot wait to see what Liab Esports does and sort of like builds after their series from here. Omega Esports as well. They performed really, really well in the group stages and here in the playoffs. How does that look like coming into the fall season with a few more months of practice and training? It is going to be epic indeed. And once again, of course, Amihan Esports and Team Secret as well. What are they going to look like in the fall season after refining what we're going to see even more? But of course, they have to get through this best of 5 grand finals first. And right now, we do have Amihan Esports. And again, with big names all around, even in the qualifiers and the group stages, this team definitely was an unexpected surprise for the Wild Rift scene, even the esports scene. We've called them the oncoming storm. We've called them a Category 5 typhoon. And all of these have been so accurate with Amihan Esports' blitzkrieg, their hyper-aggressive playstyle. Can anybody stop them, or will they be our summer season champions? This is Amihan Esports.
Defying all expectations, Amihan flew under everyone's radar and is now a series away from being the summer season champion. Now, in a winner-take-all against Team Secret, they will again bank on confidence and aggression to counter Team Secret. Key point, Carl needs to pop off and must be put on damage champions. The upper bracket finalists, Carl in the Baron lane, Jelson in the jungle, Mitsura in the mid lane, Demon in the Dragon lane, and Orthros as their support and captain. Ladies and gentlemen, Amihan Esports!
And for our solo player highlight, none other than the man on the mid lane that doesn't think about what he wants. It's all about the draft, and it's all about the adaptation that he wanted to take down the mid lane. We have Mitsura on that Akali, Darius and Diana with a KDA 6.13 and a kill participation of 21%. A staggering damage per minute with 1,307. And for the reason that this guy can shut down anyone into the mid lane as long as he got the right champions, he got the right way, and the enemies got the wrong decision to face him.
Definitely a scary, scary player to face in the mid lane. But of course, the entire team will be facing against Team Secret, this revenge match that we have over here in our grand finals. And Team Secret right now, they do have revenge written all over their head. They do have their eyes locked on that series win. And Team Secret, they have been favorites, top dogs from the very beginning, even during the preseason. And I do not think they are throwing away their shot at being the first summer season champions. They have the momentum, they have the skills, they have those crazy drafts. And it's time for all of those to come together because it is grand finals time. This is Team Secret.
They have been unraveled once, but make no mistake, Team Secret remembers and will surely fight to take back what's theirs. Acknowledging Amihan's cohesion and teamwork, expect Team Secret to show their full arsenal in this best-of-5 series. Key point, Azar's ability to deny Carl's favorite champions must be one of many focuses of Team Secret. The lower bracket finalists, Azar in the Baron lane, Trevor in the jungle, Tatsuri in the mid lane, Chewy as their dragon laner, and Hamez as their support and captain. Aiming for revenge, Team Secret!
And for our solo player highlight, this guy got the name of Caster. First name, for the reason that he also can manage to play at the Dragon Lane Mage champions. And you can see that Seraphine, Draven, and Saya, notable also that he can play Orianna on the Dragon Lane. 7.10 KDA and kill participation of 19%. Damage per minute of 1,073. And this guy, no questions asked, also one of the best player who can adapt, who can be flexible, and that's what Team Secret affords to reckon with.
And of course, heading over into our Globe Key Player Clash. I feel like this is incredibly apt over here as we do have our head to head here. The captains of our teams. We have Orthros for Amihan Esports and Hamez for Team Secret. How do you think this is going to go down? This is down to the strategy, to the brains, to the gameplay led by these two captains. Autolus, we'll start with you.
Orthros fan club is still open for everyone to hop on because Orthros with the KDA of 16.21. Note, it's not a drill. This is really the KDA of our support prince here for Amihan Esports. You can expect that he will be at the right place at the right time. Did you see him flash Zephyr on the Janna? That's because he knows the summoner spell timings, right? He knows who is very vulnerable and he will not hesitate to lead his team to victory. On the other side, we have Hamez. Hamez is a very decorated player when it comes to experience. Hats off to this guy. This has been 5 years already or 6 year already by Hamez in the competitive scene, and this will definitely be an advantage with Lulu being reintroduced by Hamez and a KDA of 8.72. Expect him to channel his inner Mamba mentality with 24% kill participation.
Yes, indeed. And again, Team Secret, you're not exactly sure what they're going to throw at you. Yes, they were playing a little bit safe, a little bit more of the tried and tested champions and strategy a while ago. But right now, since it is down to the wire, we're not sure if they're gonna be that unpredictable Team Secret over here. Osiris, what do you think?
Well, as much as I love how both of the teams, that one will be crowned, and the KDA of Orthros is not a big of a question, 16.21. And he's getting those big plays, as what Autolus told us, Flash Zephyr, and not just that. He also getting those Flash Grand Entrance with how he's surprising everyone on those tower dives. And Team Secret, that's still James. You got the veteran status, you got the experience power, and it feels like I'm solving a string theory whenever there's the prediction question bringing it up. Because I believe that the viewers are also pegging me in as the young Sheldon, so I love you guys. So yeah, so I love both of the teams. That's just it.
Well, you're not gonna get away from this one. We love both of these teams indeed. And, some of our favorites, of course, we had to say goodbye to, very, very tough goodbyes to. But now it is down to Amihan Esports versus Team Secret. I'm stalling because I know there are skins on the line now, thanks to Autolus's suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
But I think this is a best of 5, so I think this is gonna be a 3-2. I want that game 5 in favor of Team Secret.
Okay. Well, I kind of predicted what Osiris will go with, and it's kind of anticlimactic if I go the same route as you guys. So to make things spicy and to make me loyal to the fan base, I will go Amihan all in 3-2.
Oh, Amihan. Okay. I'll go with Amihan as well. Bazinga, of course. I'll go for Team Secret all the way. This will be a good series to watch, but it's secret. It has been secret ever since from North Luzon. If there's no next play, there will be more of those Team Secret play styles that we're gonna see. So let me go with 3-1.
Ooh, 3-1. Spicy indeed. And you almost had me there. But yes, now I'm nervous because there are skins on the line first.
Yes, more skins for Autolus if we got on the wrong side.
And Autolus, of course, representing for the Orthros fan club right there. He has to represent the brand. He has to represent the brand well indeed. But of course, we are gonna find out because this is our grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. Amihan Esports versus Team Secret. Casters, get ready. We are jumping into the rift. Over to you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, Water fans of all ages, welcome to 2021 Water Sea Icon Series Philippines Summer Season Grand Finals between Amihan Esports versus Team Secret. Both of these teams were dominant coming into this event, and I cannot wait for this best of 5 final. I'm Infinity, and I'll be joined by Riku for this series between the two kings. And Riku, are you ready?
Them over to the lower bracket, but now Team Secret was able to knock down Liyab. Now they're up here back into the grand final at the upper stages of this tournament. It's going to be so exciting whether or not Amihan is able to settle, or rather keep this score into a 2-0 in general, or will Team Secret create a 1-1 and take revenge after getting sent down there into the lower bracket?
Yeah, will history repeat itself? Because in the upper bracket finals, it was Amihan Esports beating Team Secret in a 2-1. And now, it's up for Team Secret to bring it back, or up to Amihan Esports to make an undefeated run throughout every single series in the Icon series. And I'm so excited, Rico. Is Team Secret able to beat the undefeated team for today? Or will they fall down and bow down onto the undefeated? So now, we talked about the foundation, the expectations coming into the Rift. And I want to ask you, Riku, let's talk about predictions. And we haven't talked about it for quite some time now. Let's bring it back.
Okay, this is going to be a very, I guess, you know, the panelists were pretty torn as well. You get to see both Amihan sides and both Team Secret votes. So me, I'll go for, of course, it's a BO5. It's the BO5 of the grand finale. So I'm going to go 3-2 in favor of Team Secret.
And I reverberate your thoughts, Riku. I will go 3-2 in favor of Team Secret. I smell their intent to win this game, to win this series, and how they showed us in the lower bracket finals was dominating. And I want to see that happen once again for the day. And Amihan Esports, although we have predicted this 3-2 in favor of Team Secret, Amihan Esports has everything in their power to bring down Team Secret in this series in grand finals. And both of these teams will represent the Philippines in the Super Cup. So they will clash it out on who will be the better team coming into the grand finals.
Yeah, it's so exciting. At the end of the night, we'll find out who will be the #1 team in the Philippine region. And again, looking at Amihan's track record, they have, 18 out of 19 games. They have won all of those 18. So it is going to be very exciting whether or not Secret can replicate what they did earlier into the series, where they were able to create a dent, destroy the win streak basically of Amihan. The only loss that Amihan has ever suffered was up against Team Secret. So this is a different ball game now. It's going to be a BO5 series, not the usual BO3 that both of these teams are familiar with. So it's going to be a test of how the draft will evolve within the series, and as well as a test of stamina. Considering the fact that, again, when we look at both of these teams side by side, they both have, these huge obvious strengths. When we talk about Team Secret, they are, very, very creative when it comes to the draft. They are the meta changers. They will usually when we see something new, it is gonna be coming from Team Secret. On the other hand, from Amihan, their style is a flat out, straight out brawl. They want to fight. Look at the 1 minute mark. Possibly we get to see a 4-man roam from Amihan looking for first bloods at level 1. So I like to see this two concepts clash into this series for sure.
Yeah, they contrast in terms of their player tendency and their team tendency overall. I think Team Secret is more on the methodical play and really controlled when it comes to aggressing against the enemy team to try and take those advantages, while Amihan Esports is all in fight. And we talk about all in. We talk about those aggressive type of gameplay, game style. And I want to talk about Orcros, speaking of the same team for the side of Amihan Esports, because I think this is their lead of the pack, wherein they are going through with the help of Orcros to initiate fights, to initiate setup. And I want to ask your opinion, Rico, on what your thoughts is on Orcros, the support of Amihan Esports.
Yeah, Arthros is absolutely insane. I know you guys have heard his name time and time again, especially coming from Otoluz. I think he managed to create such a huge impact on his first few games on the Visayas region group stages, especially his lucks, to the point that teams ban out his lucks just because of how he's so good at initiating the fights for the whole squad. He has a huge champion pool as well. He's the only player so far in the playoffs that has played Soraka as well, which we've only ever seen twice from Orthra. So very curious what he will play for this entire series. Maybe we get to see something new from him.
Definitely the champion pool that uses a Rakan, a Janna, a Soraka, as you stated, a Lux, Braum, right? Think of a support. Orthros can use it. And it is just so dominant, especially as we saw in the past on how Rakan is being utilized by Orthros himself. He just dives in under the turret, doesn't care about a thing about the turret damage, because he knows he can jump away with the third skill available in the skill kit of a Rakan. And that's just the knowledge, the micro, and the mechanical play present onto the support of Amihan Esports. And now, we talked about the support, the leader of the pack for Amihan Esports, and I want to talk about the same leader for Team Secret, Hamiz, the support, the first member of Team Secret Wild Rift team for today, and he will be the shot caller. He will be making the shots, he will be making the call, and now I'm really excited to see what champions will be present for Hamiz coming into the series, and also what will be the expectations that we can set. And I think, Riku, you have some insights coming into this one.
Yeah, exactly. He is the first core member of Team Secret. So basically, they got him first and then conducted tryouts around January to fill up an all-star cast for the Team Secret super team. And this is the result. Here now they are in the grand finale. And yeah, we're talking about years of experience. You know, Hamiz has been, before Team Secret, he was in Mineski, now Liyab, since 2017. So we're talking about experience on an SEA level and shot calling experience as well. And I think that is one of the huge strengths that Team Secret has, definitely, especially again when we're talking about the series, and as well as again his experience back in League PC days as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how this BO5 will unfold. And again, we talked about the ever-evolving meta that we saw during the playoffs, because when we look at Team Secret, they were the first ones that brought up the Varus pick in the duo lane.
Yeah, and that Varus is just a poking champion that has dominated the series in the past. The Team Secret has played out. It's really, really strong, especially with the buffs already up. With the rune changes, he is quite capable of actually dealing burst damage potential against the enemy team. And this is what we're saying a while ago. The meta changers, the meta breakers, the knowledge of Team Secret to think of another champion to bring into the current meta and how they adapt in the game is just phenomenal to see. And before this game, before this cast, we talked about how Amihan Esports is sticking onto traditional. And now the question would be, if ever there is an untraditional pick, what will Amihan Esports do? Because they're sticking onto what they know best, and Team Secret has the potential to bring in now their secret cards. What are they hiding from their enemy team? What champions do they have into their champion pool that they can still bring up against Amihan Esports today? And that will be something that we can find out. Although, now we talked about the champions, we talked about the supports, we talked about the captains of these two teams. Let's now talk about the champions that can show up. What will be some of the champions that you can expect, that we can expect, Riku, that you think coming into the grand finals?
Yeah, that's the thing, Amihan didn't get to reveal too much in the, since day one, day two, and even their fight up against Team Secret. It has been, the standard so far, especially for Jelson and Mitsura and Demon as well. Jelson would usually fall back into the tank to serve as one of your primary or secondary engage for the whole squad, usually a Jarvan 4. Next up, Mitsura would always fall back into this Orianna pick, which works well with the Jarvan 4, which again, it's so interesting how Amihan, this whole squad, just spells out hyper aggression. So no matter what they pick, even though it's utility, even though it's just there for a little bit weaker in the early stages of the game, Mitsuda plays an Orianna like, I don't know, an assassin, to put it a better way, I guess. In the meantime, Demon cycles through three different AD carries. Normally the Kaisa, normally Corki, and then right after the Saya. So these picks in general, I will be expecting come when we come into the draft, because again, it has been working. 18 out of 19 games they have won throughout from the group stages up until the playoffs. So don't fix what is not broken.
Definitely. I love how you mentioned about these champion pool of the ADC of Amihan Esports, right? The Saya, the Corki, the Kaisa, these are mid to late game power spike champions. Now, when you're looking at the champion pool of Chewy, he has brought up the Seraphine AD. Or not Seraphine ADC, because that will not happen, but Seraphine Dragon Lane. Right? They brought in the Draven in the past and also the Saya. And these are sort of the early game champions that can defeat those mid game, late game champions that Amihan Esports can bring up. And now I'm excited. What will be the counters onto this duo picks? What will be sort of the tackle that Team Secret will go into against Amihan Esports coming into the day, especially with the information that they've downloaded in the upper bracket finals, with how they are defeated in a 2-1 best of 3 series in the upper bracket finals. And we saw how that turned out. We saw an Ari in that series. We saw how aggressive Amihan Esports came to be. First 10 seconds, oh my goodness. First 10 seconds of the game, they were going for the 5-man roam already. And this is the statement that Amihan Esports wants to say against Team Secret even before the grand finals has begun. And it's going to be very interesting. And Riku, I want to ask you on the same player. Chewy, what are your thoughts on this player, ADC of Team Secret?
Yeah, we saw earlier, Chewy's a player card. You saw him play the Saya and then a Seraphine. He did manage to play. That means his champion pool is that wide. So there's a lot of available choices for Team Secret when it comes to the composition that they so desire. Again, the shifting of dynamics is a lot. For example, Azar can be an insane carry player, can be an insane assassin player, but at the same time can serve as a tank. So these things too is going to be expected as well. You swap carries and utility, and I think that's one of the biggest strengths of a Secret as well. So if you ask me if we're going to be seeing a mage bot lane again, we haven't seen it in a while, and I feel like there is, especially we get to see an Olaf being paired with these mage utility bot lanes. And Olaf's performance in the tournament has sadly dipped down, so I don't think we may see those picks again. We may probably see a Varus ban or a Varus pickup that has worked with Chewy in the past.
And now it's all eyes on the screen because Game 1 draft will now be locking in. And both Team Secret and Amihan Esports cannot afford to underperform. A lot at stakes on the line for the grand finals. And now Gregas will be banned away from Team Secret as their first to follow up Ziggs for Amihan Esports.
Yeah, this is a no question ban at all. Because of how Team Secret is so good at the macro play, they do not want a pick that will accelerate the game. Now, Team Secret, lots of respect towards Jelson's Jarvan 4. We mentioned this before the draft and they remove it. First pick Camille, Fiora is open for the taking. They can put that to Carl. Carl is such an amazingly talented player. He can 1v3 if the situation calls for it. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do lock this in. Meanwhile, Corki now towards Demon.
With those two champions locked in, we have Team Secret now going in for an Olaf Gallo. And boy, oh boy, it's Team Secret going back into classic Olaf, going for the anti-CC champion that can disrupt the potential of Amihan Esports, with Ortros being very aggressive onto the support role. And Rakan will not be very great against this anti-CC.
I just said that maybe we wouldn't see Olaf because his win rate took a dip onwards towards playoffs, but now we probably get to see maybe the mage bot laners. I wonder what they decide to pair up with an Olaf again.
Oh,
There it is, the mage bot laners. Welcome back. We missed you from the group stages. And now, what will Amihan pick last? It's gonna be a Katarina. I am all smiles right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Wildgroup fans, it is back into North Luzon group stage from Team Secret, bringing back the no ADC draft. And now it's gonna be game number 1 of grand finals of the summer season Icon series, and this will be hell of a match and a banger of a series. We're diving in to game 1.
This is gonna be absolutely exciting. The return of Chewy James on the Sona and the Seraphine, and back at Trevor once more on this Olaf, the unkillable composition. Excited to see how this pans out.
Definitely, and now we're starting in the game. No 5-man roam for his first 10 seconds for Amihan Esports. They're gonna play it safe, but what I am afraid of is the dual lane right now for Team Secret. It is gonna be sustainability all around, and that will be very disgusting when it comes to the mid game, late game. Sustaining Trevor, Tetsuri, Azar when it comes to the 5v5, and that will be something that will be afraid or fearful for Amihan Esports. Although we have an early invade for Amihan onto the top side. Blue buff gets a steal onto Team Secret.
Curious to see if whether or not Trevor will do the same thing as well. I mean, Team Secret does have priority over the lane. That is going to be, again, these two utility mages, Chewy here, and as well as James. We talked about this in the draft. You know, this team in general can shift dynamics, whether or not they can go support. And this is what we're seeing right now. Chewy on that support role for Trevor and as well as Azar. Again, we're looking at Tatsuri as well to get that hero's entrance on the Venn diagram. Maybe Azar starts with a Hextech Ultimatum, or when Trevor activates Ragnarok and just go ham. Amihan though, this is pretty standard for them except for Mitsura. Mitsura this time around on the Katarina, whereas not on the Oriana from what we've seen before.
The 4-man roam for Amihan Esports are now collapsing. It's now going to be collapsing onto Tetsuri with a taunt onto Jelson. And now Wrist Cutter will now be secured for the side of Team Amihan Esports. And James will be forced to back away low HP. And that will be Amihan Esports getting the good end of that curator. They're going back.
Trevor, a little bit low on HP already, decides to back away. And the fact that James doesn't have any mana anymore, so Team Secret decided to back away instead as they didn't have any ammunition left for that fight. A really good call. Amihan though, excited to see, because Mitsura, again, we're talking about Mitsura on this Katarina. And when we look at the composition of Team Secret, they have so many punish potential. They have so many lockdowns. Crescendo, and as well as the taunt coming from Tatsuri, and as well as the encore from Chewy. So this is Mitsura, might be cornered and will have to time his entrances well enough for Amihan to capitalize on a Katarina pick. Because we've seen Katarina either hit or miss, either starved or super duper fed to the point we get to see a pentakill. So curious to see if this is going to be which Katarina are we going to see today?
Yeah, a lot of snowball potential from a Katarina. We saw how it was played in the past by Team Secret, and they could be poisoned by their own medicine for Amihan Esports today, especially how Mitsura could build up into the early game. But now it's going to be the mid lane. Mitsura now coming in, jumping with a Shunpo. Tatsuri will just put him back away into safety. Team Secret and Amihan Esports, no first blood as of yet.
This is because there's two things. Usually Amihan game number 1, they get to get first blood basically in the first 1 minute of the game, 3 minutes of the game. They're always out for blood. Usually game 2, this is the usual game state that we see for game number 2. And now, because of, again, this composition that Team Secret has, basically unkillable. Look at all their lanes, a ton of healing, a ton. There is that magic shield coming from Tatsuri.
But now, top lane, it's going to be the 1v1. Azar will still be safe against a Fiora, but Fiora will be 1 HP. So he will go back to safety just with a sliver of health. But with the Honey Fruit, he will be back into the Baron, matching it up against Azar.
Azar having that HP lead, so Carl should be a little bit careful here. As we get to see, though, no summoner spells already for the side of Azar, rather. He does have Flash. Ignite already used, but Barrier a little bit defensive from Carl's side. So with that said, I think for Azar, definitely won that lane. Amihan, though, with the first dragon.
They're setting it up, and now Team Secret will try to contest it. 2.5k HP remaining for the dragon to actually now be secured. 1.2, and that will be Amihan Esports taking Cloud Dragon. And now Team Secret wants to take a kill, wants to take a trade. Heroes that runs in, no one will be knocked away. Mitsura will get the ultimate in, and that will be massive amounts of damage. That will be the 3-4-1 in favor of Amihan Esports. Make it a 4, as now it's gonna be Chewy being put down to the ground of Amihan, and that will be a 4-1 and 2k gold lead for Amihan Esports.
Amihan is able to take advantage again of this early game. They have a lot of damage sources versus Team Secret's composition, so that's the reason why they're confident.
And now Azar trying to go back away. Grand Challenge will now be forced away by Carl, not going through under the turret. And
Carl
that will
still
be
has
safe.
Flash and Barrier, though.
Now, though, we have a Solemn Battery onto the backside. Hextech Ultimate on Jess to save his life. And now, it's a flash. Gonna be a wait for Jelson to go back. And Carl will be dead. Mitsura now coming through to go for the quick response. And that will be the ultimate from Mitsura. Now, two-man taunt from Tatsuri. And that will bring down another. Mitsura will fall down to the ground as Team Secret will take 2 kills aside from 1 from Amihan.
Really good response from Team Secret.
Demon trying to get the trade once again. Tatsuri will get the knockback onto Demon, but Demon will be there to bring him down with Redemptions in, and that will be another kill equal trade for Amihan Esports.
Yeah, Demon, he is huge right now. 4-0-1 already. Manamune already starting to stack up. And now Amihan does have first dibs on this Rift Herald. For Team Secret, though, I guess they're happy with this first Blood Tower, as they did lose that dragon on the board. And for Team Secret, they are definitely not yet prepared to take this fight for sure, as they are not in the position to do so.
The information game is lacking for Team Secret. They don't have any information that Amihan Esports was actually going in for the Rift Herald. And now, it's going to be Rift Herald now spawned into the Baron lane. Might potentially go for a dive here. 3v3 right now. Amihan Esports, Team Secret, who will take the win? Who will take the loss? As now, the taunt will secure onto Jelson as Matsuri comes into the back end. Hero's entrance in. Goes for the knockback onto the Rift Herald, but that will not be a champion. And Encore will not reach against the enemy team as Amihan Esports will be forced back away. No turrets will be secured.
There we go. Amihan decides to call it off. I mean, that looked pretty good for Amihan, considering the fact that Team Secret basically has blown 2 important ults.
Azar, 2v1. No. It's just a little bit of a trade there for the damage, as 2 will be safe.
Going back towards top side, I guess there was still that Encore or not. So Amihan still has a lot of respect for the punish potential. I mean, there is still that Olaf. There is still the taunt coming from Tatsuri. So Amihan decides to just back away, and they're satisfied with that. The thing is, though, look at that. All Executioner's Calling and Morelos secured right away coming from Amihan, because they know Team Secret has a lot of healing sources. So they try. I mean, it's pretty effective so far at the early stages of the game. Trevor, it can't exactly go ham as from the group stages Olaf that we've seen before. So now, though, Demon over here with the rest of the squad.
Well, we have a response from Hamiz, 2v2, as we have Jelson just hovering, but that will give an information for Team Secret that there is a 3-man roam for Amihan Esports, and now with the information that they have secured, they're going back away. They don't want to fight a 3-man roam for Amihan Esports, and another turret will be secured by Amihan.
Team Secret right now wants to take control over and get that dragon for themselves. As again, Amihan got their first. At the moment, this team composition, they have to be together. This 4-man in general, maybe minus Azar, they're going to be fine. This 4-man should stick together because this is a complete piece. Never separate. They need to pour all resources onto Trevor, and now Dragon Fight.
Information will be set by Amihan Esports, and now Jelson comes through as Olin Battery, who will get it. Team Secret will secure the Infernal Dragon. Monsoon will be cancelled out because of how Team Secret is playing it out. Hextech Ultimate will make the knockback happen, and now Hero's Entrance will go for 3-man knockoff, but that will be Mitsuri taking the game, decimating the enemy team. That will be the triple kill for Amihan Esports, and Mitsura is there to go for blood as he sees Chewy hovering into the bottom side. Mitsura, Shunpo ready, coming in, knockback is there, but the stasis will keep him alive as there will be Ortra's 1 HP, and that will be Amihan Esports getting the good and getting kills, getting turrets.
Wild fight for Amihan. Despite, Team Secret was able to get that dragon for themselves, they're still unable to fight because, when we look at it on paper, coming from Team Secret, of course, it looks good coming from the group stages, but damage source-wise, Amihan is ready to brawl. The fact that Demon was able to get early game kills, he has now the Triforce on the board. Muramana fully stacked already. And again, Mitsura with 414. And all these answers to the healing based on their itemization from Amihan is not looking too well for Team Secret. And Amihan is just so confident going into these fights.
And once again, Team Secret doesn't have any information onto the Baron split. If you're looking at the map, it's all eyes on Amihan Esports in terms of the information game, and they're lacking that aspect. If they want to win this, they need all those information that they can secure each and every location of the map, because that information could lead them into a huge lead when it comes to considering what they need to do next. But now, Amihan Esports is just chilling by with Jilson now trying to initiate onto the Baron Nashor.
This is going to be a very, very fast Baron. Amihan, though, look at that, already half HP. Team Secret moving their way towards the Baron already.
Oh no, it's gonna be too late. Team Secret will be late to the party. Now Amihan Esports will get onto the Baron Nash. Hunter will connect onto 2. Crescendo to follow up. Hero's entrance to go for the no-man knock-up. And Olaf is decimating backside of the enemy team. And Jelson will be next. 1 HP remaining. Ball Breaker will save his diamond. Surge comes into the backside. That's we the enemy team. And that will be Stacy. 1 HP remaining. He will still survive. But that will be a kill onto a Galio. But Galio will remain defeated as that will be a 2-4-2 left remaining for these two teams. As one more will be secured by Team Secret as Jocelyn will fall down, and the support alone will be surviving for Amihan Esports.
Team Secret, while it may have been too late, it was a 4v5 still that Team Secret was able to win at the end of the day. Now for Amihan, they do still have Orthros though.
Oh, 2v5. That will be the turret secured by Team Secret. But Carl is actually so aggressive. The Grand Challenge will not proc, and Team Secret will be happy with the turret secured in the mid lane.
For Team Secret, they will be happy taking down that tier 1 tower in the mid lane. But again, good news, semi-good news, I guess. Orthros still has that Baron lane intact. Although, not sure if they can do anything much with that. So for Team Secret, that is a huge win. Big denial. Now that the items, the supportive items are now going... are stacking rather, and as well as more magic are coming on the board for James and Chewy. More of their skills, or more of their abilities rather, and as well as their healing are becoming chunkier. So for Amihan, they gotta be careful. But the fact still remains that Demon and Mitsura are in a very good place. 615, 625 for the carries. Amihan, this is their game. But for Team Secret, they're doing a good job sort of stopping this potential snowball from Amihan.
Yeah, when Amihan Esports got the Baron Nashor, they were quick to respond onto that one, got 4 kills on top. So now, Orthros will be the only one to get the Baron buff to try and pressure in all lanes. And getting those 4 kills was so valuable for Team Secret. If you're looking at the draft a while ago, it was a lot of 5k gold lead for Amihan Esports taken down against Team Secret, and now it's only down to 3k gold. So that will be very valuable. And now Team Secret will set up onto the Ocean Dragon. Amihan Esports will get the information, and now gonna be the 4v5 as Fiora will be late to the party. Now 3k 8 remaining. Jelson will not go for the ball breaker. Hexagon will come through. Team Secret will get the Ocean Dragon though, and now it's gonna be Carl going to the backside. Grand Challenge will now go in as Chewy will remain undefeated. Now 1 shot remaining. That will be the Stasis, keeping him alive. Treble will still stay alive as there will be Hamis taking 1 more kill. Seraphine will fall down though, and now Azar is trying to go back away. It's now gonna be Tatsuri going to the front lines against Amihan Esports, but Carl and Orthros and Demon will stay alive, and that will be the 2-4-1 trade.
They get the Baron to boot. Team Secret is heading back into this game. Their fighting spirit right now as they're getting over towards this 2nd tier tower. And unfortunately, Amihan just has to watch this go by despite the low health targets. This, again, Team Secret has a ton of healing. So even though you see that you can potentially outplay because of the HP lead that you have, you might just end up getting baited.
Yeah, it's like immortality right now for Team Secret. They never die with this draft. Like you have James with the heals, you have Seraphine with the heal and shield as well. It's ×2 alongside with it. Trevor also has lifesteal built into his skill kit as well. And in addition to that one, you also have Death's Dance. So how can you get killed by Amihan Esports at this point? The answer to that is to isolate each member of Team Secret and go from there. If they do that, that will be very devastating for Team Secret to make it through.
Exactly, this is the very strong form, and never separate, as Team Secret would want to keep Trevor alive here on this Olaf. For Amihan, in the meantime, again, they still have these carries to work with. And Mitsura, of course, the key is the timing of when he enters the fight, or else, we talked about this, once he has to find his timing, or else a CC will lock him down, therefore instantly removing him off of the fight. Therefore, they only have Demon to sort of follow up with when it comes to the damage. But the difference is Demon is this AD caster AD carry, not the auto attacker that we usually see Kaisa or Azaya. So this might be a little bit tricky when sustain comes into play, because Team Secret has a lot of heals that will eventually overwhelm the poke of Demon.
Definitely, if the stun will also connect, the casting will be halted for Demon to go for the missile barrage and Gatling gun to finish down onto Team Secret. And now it's going to be the 5-man, 4-man row for Amihan Esports coming on top. But Team Secret will be happy onto the tier 1 turret. They're going back away. They don't want to fight. And now they're back into a 700 gold difference against Amihan Esports.
Without Azar, a big piece of, despite having a very strong 4-1, they definitely need Azar for that another way of initiation, another way for Tatsuri to follow up, another way to lock down any of the, I wouldn't call it Fed, but any of, Mitsura or Demon, any of the carries coming from Amihan to hold them down. So Team Secret, this is their game. They're very patient, but something to worry about eventually when we talk about the later stages of the game, they will eventually run out of damage.
Definitely, and now Amihan Esports is actually baiting onto the Baron National. Team Secret will come through, gets the information that Amihan Esports is thinking to go for the Baron buff, and now they're really continuing it. This might be very devastating for Team Secret to actually punish Amihan Esports now there. Encore will connect onto 2, Crescendo will connect onto 1, as Justin will now try to fall back away. Grand Challenge will connect onto the Tatsuri, going for the Hero's Entrance, will not connect onto any. Demon will now go for the Stasis because he will be the next target, as now Mitsura actually go for the Golden as well, flashes away, but here the Flash from Flash will be connecting onto Seraphine. Seraphine will fall down as Mitsura and Arthur will be the only one remaining. Make it a 1 more as Tatsuri will get the dash away, the knockup against Amihan Esports, and Mitsura will be the only one remaining. Team Secret is back into the gold lead.
Imagine, that was a 4v5 situation. Azar was busy split pushing at the bottom portion of the map, and that was Team Secret working with the 4-man that we just mentioned in Amihan, struggling to find these opportunities. We saw how Mitsura just wanting to play the patience game, wait for low health targets from Team Secret, but the exchanges, if you wait too long, it's just gonna get healed by Team Secret.
Oh, but information will be given to Amihan Esports that Team Secret is actually starting on to the Mountain Elder Dragon. They're falling back a bit, as of course, the information is going to be key here. There is a lot of potential to go for the TPs, but will not up to, as Treble will be still safe. Mountain Dragon will be left alone to stand for a little bit longer.
Looking good right now for Team Secret with 2 dragons on the board. And just as you mentioned, they do have eyes on the Elder Drake. But Amihan has different plans. They want the Baron for themselves. But Team Secret is going to be fine with this exchange for sure.
This will be a difficult situation because that will be the Elder Mountain Dragon traded for the Baron Nashor. That is true damage instead of lane pressure, traded by Team Secret against Amihan Esports, and this will be very, very devastating when it comes to the mid-game, late-game, especially if Baron buff will not be utilized very well by Amihan Esports. And now, we're expecting pressure in all lanes by Amihan.
Team Secret do have the capability to fight this. They do have decent amount of wave clear coming from the side of Chewy, and as well as James on the Sona Seraphine pick. So this is going to be fine. I For the bottom side, though, it is going to be a little bit difficult to defend because, again, your only options for a wave clear is these two champions, and of course Tatsuri as well, but they decide to give it up.
Yeah, it's important to prioritize onto one rather than split their manpower, but they have lost another tier 2 into the mid lane. So they have opted to try and go for the bot lane, but they were falling back a bit, that enabling Esports to get more turret damage onto tier 2, secure it for themselves. It's now going to be even 5-5 turret for these two teams at the moment.
The 1-2-2 being done by Amihan. Curious to see if that...
Tatsuri, Flash, Taunt will not connect though, and that will be another inhibitor turret secured by Amihan Esports. 80 HP for the bottom lane inhibitor turret. Jelson will flash away, Vault Breaker will be readied up. It's now going to be the top lane. A fight will probably occur as Azar will try to defend. Hextech Automated will connect onto Mitsur Golden as will save him. As now, it's going to be Team Secret will dominate onto Mitsuru. That will be another kill for their team to get the lead against Amihan Esports, but still the 5k gold difference from an inhibitor turret will just secure Amihan Esports into getting more item advantage.
Yeah, Amihan was able to maximize the use of the Baron buff, almost removing the bottom portion of the map as well. So this base is already wide open, and we've seen a couple of, Fiora backdoor potential that can happen, as Carl is that man, would definitely go for that play when needed. Look at him. He's sneaking around. He's in the dragon pit. I don't think Team Secret knows this. This is the backdoor we were talking about. This is dangerous.
Ooh. But the ward will actually spot him out. This will be the ninja moves for Fiora to try and secure onto the inhibitor. That will be very devastating. And now it's Amihan Esports getting the lead onto the natural lane pressure, getting the dragon lane as well. And Team Secret needs to think what do they need to do, because Carl is just cutting the lanes.
You're definitely creating pressure throughout the map, and he's doing a lot of work for Amihan here, forcing Team Secret to back away and chase him.
And now, that's gonna buy time for Amihan Esports to actually pressure in lanes to delay the push that Team Secret is thinking. And Amihan Esports has stated their dominance time and time again. 4k gold lead for them as well. So now I think it's a battle of minions. It's a battle of turrets. Who will get the better leader? Who will have the better control? Because the Baron Nashor will now spawn up in 20 seconds. Whoever gets the better lane and who gets a Baron buff will win the game.
Absolutely dangerous territory here right now. You're right, it is these situations now where one mistake can end the game, and that is the reason why we see how reserved suddenly Amihan is, Team Secret is as well. But of course, the Baron has spawned. They're going to use this to bait out Amihan.
With ultimates already ready for Team Secret, they can actually go for the contest here, but Jelson will actually get the steal onto Team Secret, and the Baron buff will go to the side of Amihan Esports. Now the TPs are now coming into the bottom lane. You have Carl going for the split push, going for the back door. The super minions are now coming through. They don't care about the fight, and now it's going to be the Nexus base going for the target. Flash will be secured. The taunt will not connect against Carl, and now 1.5k HP remaining. It's 800. That will be the base raise, and won by Amihan Esports. Game number 1 will be secured by Amihan.
What a game number 1 coming from Amihan. It was so close. We mentioned one mistake could be the end of it. But on top of the minion waves, super minions building at the bottom portion of the map, that steal from Jelson as well onto the Baron was that extra cherry on top for Amihan's victory.
And this is what we're talking about a while ago, right? The lane control, the wave control. If you get the Baron buff, it's over. And that is exactly what Amihan Esports did. And it might not have been the dominating clear onto the Baron's pit, but it was a steal from Jelson. And I like the confidence. And yes, he is 0613, but that will be negated on how he was playing it out as the jungle role, getting those secured objectives for his team to actually scale out against the enemy team and finish the game with a bang.
Exactly, that was, again, the kicker. With that Baron buff getting stolen means Carl's split push at the bottom portion of the map, his attempt to go for that backdoor just made things even stronger and easier for him to do. And that sneak on towards the inhibitor tower at the bottom portion of the map did really open up and did huge as it built up again the super minions after again destroying that.
Yeah, and It's just how Team Secret was going in for the risky play. As you mentioned, how Carl went into the bottom lane to go for the split push, to go and secure the inhibitor turret, and that just bought time for Amihan Esports to go back away, to gain the gold lead, to gain the item advantage against Team Secret, to think what way they could get. In addition to that one, delay how Team Secret was actually trying to push in to the mid lane and onto the dragon lane. And speaking of, now let's look at the Oppo Arena 5 play of the game.
This is the first fight that we witnessed where Mitsura and Demon were able to garner a lot of these early game kills. And this basically sped up the process of what? Getting towards the path of going for your third item, your IE, and having Mitsura in a bursty lead. And this served as a problem because actually this helped get the anti-healing items, the grievous wound items. We're talking about these Morellos, these executioners calling early and not exactly sort of suffering their damage just because, again, they got these early game kills. They were still on the right track, and this made things harder for Team Secret to utilize.
Definitely, and you're looking at this right now. We're in 3K Gold League already for Amihan Esports, and they're taking the fight against Team Secret, and it's gonna be a difficult situation because they will just be crashing down onto them and collapsing. And typically when it comes to the early game, no ADC will hurt a lot because the range advantage will come to the side of Amihan Esports.
Exactly, the lack of this AD carry composition, we mentioned it. It looked beautiful on paper, you know, the unkillable composition with all the heals in the world. But eventually, as the game progresses, I mean, this is one of the best parts, I guess, for when we look at Team Secret's composition. At the 13-minute mark, things start to go in their favor. But at the end of the day, they were slowly losing all of these objectives, these towers. They were able to trade the Baron over the Mountain Elder Drake. But at the same time, they were also running out of time here.
And that's so difficult. When you're looking at Amihan Esports' draft, they're going for the 4-1 setup. And the one will be Fiora. And that Fiora is gonna split push all around. If you get the secure onto the brand buff, it's gonna hurt a lot. So if you're trading the Altar Mountain Dragon, you need to secure that all inhibitor turrets will be remain safe. Because the super minions are that just strong. Gives you the lane pressure against the enemy team, even if you don't even take care of that lane because of how much advantage and how much super minions can affect the state of that lane. And that is what Amihan Esports utilize. You know what? Get the Elder Mountain Drake. We're gonna secure the Baron buff and make it a win for us. If you're looking at the minions, it's Fiora going for the split push. It's Fiora going for the backdoor. And with how Amihan Esports is playing, they're not letting Team Secret go back to the base. Just enabled Carl to go back into the base, used up the flash to stay away from Tetsuri, and that game was pretty much over.
Yeah, the fact that Carl still has riposte for, you know, another sort of CC coming his way to slow him down. He's a Fiora. He's pretty slippery with the dashes that he has. And wow, Amihan, what a game there. I mean, I'm sure it was a sweaty game for them based from their reaction as they were jumping around as it was super close because it was back and forth.
And now the master of the match will be Jelson onto the Vi. And this is what I'm saying. Jungle Steel.
Yeah, the jungle steal here coming from Jelson. And, you know, Team Secret even respect banned his Jarvan 4, fell back into this Vi, but at the same time, it didn't really change as he was able to still get the steals and initiate for the squad. And what a ride for sure coming from Amihan. Gotta say though, it is definitely one of their closest games so far in the entire tournament. But at the end of the day, they got the steal, they were patient, and their choices, they secured 3 Barons in that game? I believe it was 3 Barons. Yeah. They have secured 3 Barons in this entire match.
Yeah, every single Baron that you can pick up from game number 1 was secured by Jelson and Amihan Esports, and that is how dominant they are. And yes, the first Baron was not that dominant because we have Team Secret going in for the 4 kills that left Orchrus with a Baron buff alone, and that just enabled Team Secret to now scale up. But it was, as you stated, it was up and down. It was a roller coaster ride wherein Amihan Esports gets, the early lead, but lost against Team Secret in the mid game, but lost continuously until they got the Baron buff that just changed the whole game. And that is what we tell in the prior stages, in the prior series, that one mistake can change the whole game upside down, regardless if you have all the dragons, regardless if you have all advantage in the world.
Exactly. Basically the base of Team Secret was pretty much open. So they are pretty much torn. They are not free enough to move around the map as they would want to. And I think that held them back to create more space, to create more opportunities for themselves. They were always having to think about the front and the back end of things, which is their base. And props again to Amihan for creating a lot of pressure over to that map. And Carl's 007 mission, hiding in the dragon pit, and then basically dodged a number of wards as he was not spotted. And besides, even though he was spotted, that tower was basically one auto attack away from falling. And I feel like it may be too late for Team Secret to go back. Maybe a punish was possible, maybe a temporary 4v5, but at the end of the day, it was the combination of things. The Baron call, the steal from Jelson, and as well as the open base coming from the bottom side of the map with the super minions already building towards that part.
Now let's look at the draft from game number 1 of Team Secret and Amihan Esports and how they came to be and won game 1 for Amihan. Now let's talk about Team Secret. Rico, I want to hear your thoughts on it.
Remember before the draft I said I don't think we're going to be seeing an Olaf. His win rate is just plummeted down from the beginning of the South Luzon group stages up until the playoffs. His win rate is absolutely very sad. So that is the reason why I concluded that maybe the mage bot laners will not make an appearance, but Olaf being picked, therefore the possibility of the mage bot lane to appear coming from Team Secret. The reason from what I see, teams have learned how to face the Olaf, and number 2, the games have been incredibly long, so you eventually fall off, you don't have any more sources of damage, and Amihan does have a lot. So for Team Secret, they were only on a very short window to make this composition work before Amihan sort of built up all their grievous wound items, and as well as ramping up damage over Team Secret.
And you saw the respect from Amihan Esports, right? In the first 5 minutes, they already secured a Morello for Katarina. They already have 2 executioners calling, so I think that was just the amount of respect that they're giving to this type of composition coming from Team Secret. But unfortunately, it was a counter to it, and Team Secret wasn't really able to capitalize on what they have in terms of their immortality, in terms of their undefeatable Olaf, their undefeatable Tetsuri, and their undefeatable Azar. So I think it's just a matter of counterplay. Adaptability will be the name of the game for this grand finals. Who will be the better adaptability of a team can win this series, can win the grand finals, and make it as a champion for the summer season playoffs.
Yeah, it's very exciting to see because this is not a BO3 series that we usually get to witness from the group stages. This is now a BO5, a test of, again, the evolution of the draft, as well the test of stamina, especially for talking about the long haul, maybe game number 5, because we saw Team Secret again is the only team that was able to take 1 game off of Amihan out of, again, 19 games so far. This is the 20th game that they've had already. The thing about the draft about Team Secret, it's so hard to predict what they're going for because they usually do a switcheroo at the end of what composition that they want to do. I think the good news coming from Team Secret is that I think they're the chameleons of the tournament. They're able to sort of blend in and match different sort of play styles. Before, when we look at Team Secret, of course, creative draft and as well as very intense macro play. Sometimes it's intense, but their decision making in game really does shine, especially when we saw what we witnessed in the playoffs. But Amihan puts them into this test, puts them into a corner whether or not they want to match fire with fire, which this is the draft that they wanted to do. They were expecting fight, and that is the reason why they wanted to assemble this unkillable composition. But just as we mentioned, Amihan was able to get the early lead, getting all those anti-healing items on the board earlier than expected. Basically, Mitsura and as well as Demon getting those important items on the board, which made things much harder for Team Secret.
Yeah, definitely the counters, the plays are going to be very important, and that just stated the game number one. And I love how you mentioned how Team Secret is sort of the chameleon of this series, is the chameleon of the Icon series. Because if you look at their draft, if you look at the team prior to the grand finals, they brought in the Lee Sin into the brown lane. When is the last time, or when is the first time that we saw Lee Sin? It's only up to them. Right? They were bringing in these new metas, they're bringing in these new champions into untraditional roles, into untraditional picks. That just states how they are so creative in their draft. But we're still looking for a win for the Lee Sin down lane. And I want to see it happen. You know what? Ranked games, I want to expect that to happen. But going back, we talked a lot about Team Secret. Now let's look at Amihan Esports. What do you think? What happened? How Amihan Esports beat Team Secret with this draft?
I think their brawl style is just so strong. The way that they're so confident coming into these fights, no matter what they pick, whether or not they have a more defensive pick or an offensive pick, they're going to fight no matter what. And this composition from Amihan are pretty squishy. They seem to be very primed targets of Team Secret's composition. But again, the positioning, the way that they move around these fights, their target prioritization as well, and how they're able to sort of, reset fights, go out of the battlefield, wait for cooldowns, and then come in. Their battle sense, basically, is just so up there for Amihan, and I think that is one of the biggest strengths for this team for sure. And it does show. I mean, the fact that they're still undefeated series-wise. We've witnessed 14 series already from this team, and they're still undefeated. I think that is the biggest. I thought Team Secret would be the biggest challenge for Amihan, but now it is the other way around.
Yeah, and you talked about the in and out of Amihan Esports, and if you're looking at the draft, they all have mobility champions. They don't have anything else. Katarina can go for the Shunpo. Jana can have extra mobility. We have Vi with a Vault Breaker as well, and even having Corki with a Valkyrie and Fiora with a Lunge. So everything all around is up to them for the mobility's sake. So it's a lot of mobility to take care of, especially how Olaf needs to try and reach onto their enemy team to try and bring them down. It's not going to happen because of how they drafted their draft to really counter onto Olaf's potential to try and catch up onto them when it occurs.
Yeah, so now I wonder what the plan is now for Team Secret. I mean, we talked about how they are very versatile when it comes to the draft, and the virus this time wasn't banned at all. So maybe we get to see that back again. Maybe a switch of different dynamics, perhaps. Maybe back on Trevor on the Lee Sin, because we've seen how crazy he can be in creating all of these early opportunities for Team Secret. And when he's on that Lee Sin, and the fact that he is, I guess, he is definitely one of the most consistent jungler when it comes to split pushing, doing the 1-3-1 with a squad, especially when they're ahead. And I'm looking forward to see that happen again.
And ladies and gentlemen, we talked about champions. We're now diving into draft for game 2 with Gragas being banned away.
Team Secret stay on the blue side still as Amihan stuck on red. So I am guessing that this is going to be the same bans. Nothing will change, especially the Ziggs. Team Secret has been utilizing the champions so well. Again, their macro play is just so good. It's another respect ban, of course, for Jelsen's Jarvan 4. Really works well with Mitsura's Orianna. So, the Amihan doesn't want to see Azar's Darius once more, so a Camille is open for the taking if Team Secret decides to play that draft once more.
Camille will definitely be locked in by Team Secret as their priority pick, but Amihan Esports has a lot of opportunity to pick up the same champions that they picked a while ago. Fiora, Corki, available for their team for this game number 2, and they could put this game 2 into game number 1 history once again.
No! There we go again!
Oh?
Olaf and Galio! I don't think it's going to be mage bot lanes now. I could be wrong, but this is going to be very difficult if they play the mage bot lanes again, because they saw what happened already in game number 1. But now, it is going to be Mitsura's Orianna, so this might change things up a bit for Team Secret to sort of adjust. We know possibly Galileo can still go for James, and as well, as Tatsuri. So this could be a support Galio and then pick up a mid lane. You know, never mind. I should really...
Soraka!
They're going for the main bot lane and Soraka. So they also have another healing bot on their side. So it's their time to go unkillable.
No, it's who's gonna be the better healer for game number 2 coming into the series. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be hell of a ride coming in for game 2. It's gonna be a roller coaster as we see in history will repeat itself.
Very curious how this will turn out. Team Secret loving their unkillable composition coming from the group composition rather from the group stages with the double mage bot lane. Heals for days is the name of the squad, but the difference is now Mitsura on this Orianna.
I think it is a lot of potential, right? Because Mitsura into the Orianna still has the mobility that typically is being used by the draft of Amihan Esports in game number 1 to match up against how Team Secret is playing onto the diving composition. So at the very least, Mitsura has that movement speed to try and go away and go for an escape route. And if you're looking at it, Orcros coming in for Amihan Esports is definitely a good pickup here. Because the silence onto Hamas and Chewy, if that connects, you cannot have the immortality in for Tatsuri, for Trevor, for Azar, right? Because there is no sustainability available.
I know. I mean, the fact that Team Secret, especially these two supports, Hamas and Chewy, all their skills require you to be in close quarters with whoever you want to buff. Mainly Trevor in this case. So that silence, if you put it at the right time and at the right place, Team Secret will either be zoned out, forced to separate, or again, trap them into this silence hell where you cannot pop Ragnarok, you cannot pop any of your skills. So Amihan upping up the difficulty against Team Secret here.
Although they're gonna lose a bit onto the sustainability edge of Amihan Esports from game number 1, but I think Soraka is a huge work for their team coming into this game number 2. They have a lot of silence that they can utilize, and pretty much I think right now it's a stagnant game. Team Secret's strength is not in the early game. It's onto the mid game, late game. We're in. Trevor is there with a lot of sustainability, building up to a Bramble Vest. You also have the Black Cleaver. And Hamas and Chewy already builds up onto the Harmonic Echo, builds up onto the more sustainability that can give them the edge fighting against Amihan Esports. So now, expectations, Team Secret will play it very patiently.
Exactly. We talked about game number 2 of Amihan. They usually
Grand
get a
challenge.
little bit calmer.
Hexig Ultimatum actually will cancel out by Riposte, and Carl will stay alive, and Zar will actually go back away to safety, still low HP. Recalls will now be forced.
I was about to say, usually there's not a lot of action, but of course it is a Fiora versus Camille matchup. So we have to expect fights there, especially, you know, Azar and as well as Carl, both very talented and a lot of mechanical skill in especially these duelists, these split pushers on the board. So for Amihan, game number 2 is usually the calm before the storm, I guess, where their aggression is usually dialed down by 2. And then when they're ready for maybe dragon fights, then that is the time they are ready to fight. We talked about Mitsura's Orianna, where even though, let's just say, he is more on the control mage side of things, he can play it as an assassin because that is how Amihan plays.
Definitely, if you build up onto a Seraph's Embrace, build it into a Rabadon set cap, have the Luden's Echo, and even an Infinity Orb, it's gonna be over. He could obliterate enemy teams with Command and Attack and even a Shockwave that can just disrupt the damage against Team Secret by a lot. And on top of all that, you have big AoE CC total that can bring down Team Secret in a 5v5.
That is the reason why, you know, Team Secret will not play the damage game. They will play the high sustain game rather. And for Amihan, they do have a little bit of that as well. No double healers, but Soraka has a bunch of thick shields on the board, especially the global healing will be very important when we look at the split pushers. Imagine a 1v1 and you get a global heal on the board for that advantage. For sure, Azar should watch out for that later on.
Absolutely. It's going to be so obnoxious. Imagine you're low HP already. The enemy team is trying to kill you. Then out of nowhere, you get a heal. he doesn't get to kill you. So that is gonna be the annoying tier from Soraka. Yes, he is very squishy, but I think the benefit will outweigh the risk that Amihan Esports is taking. So right now, Infernal Rake will now come up. It's actually so peaceful and quiet in the first 5 minutes of game. It's shocking to see how Amihan Esports is playing this.
Exactly. This is the typical game number 2 of Amihan. Especially when we look at BO3, the BO3 series. Game number 2 is always a dial down, wait for Dragon. No pre-4-minute fights.
But now, Infernal Dragon will be set it up by Amihan Esports. Team Secret will get the information, and now it's jumping in. Azar will take the in, and now Amihan Esports will take onto the Infernal Dragon. Now Avdar actually went in to try and get the kill. First blood will come in for the side of Team Secret after we get through, as they have secured another kill. Now it's going to be Demon trying to go back away onto safety, onto the bottom third, but there will be the triple kill for Trevor, and they will secure the 2k gold lead, and now they're jumping into the mid turret.
What a fight for Team Secret there! I mean, it looked pretty dire. Well, not too dire, because the dragon wasn't stolen, because the silence of Orthros was placed strategically to the point where Team Secret is just forced to walk over there. But now, they are able to take, the first ace of the game? Almost ace, rather, as Team Secret is able to get 4 on the scoreboard, even getting that first blood. And now, again, when we talk about Amihan, the only time they're able to suffer a gold deficit, the lowest one would be 3k. It was up against Team Secret or Liyab last time. Normally,
Jelson, Volt Breaker onto the Tsuri, and that would be the 2-man roll coming from Team Secret, trying to go for the defense onto the top lane, but we have Ham coming in. It's got to be the 3-man roll, and the Amihan Esports will now be forced back away. Rift Herald will still stay alive.
Still pretty okay. Coming from the side of Amihan, they decide not to pursue that. And going back to gold deficits, Amihan, they're in trouble when it's, around the 10k gold lead or 10k gold deficit, rather. We've never ever seen them play from behind before, as they're very used to, gaining a very stable gold gap. Either a loss or a lead, but never beyond 10k. It's usually Amihan onto the back end and not used to that situation. So for Team Secret, curious if they can replicate what they did in game number 2 in the BO3 series at the upper bracket when they first faced Amihan. Now Rift Herald being started this time around.
Yeah, and Team Secret is not halting just ever. Amihan Esports is now going to force the back away. Team Secret will get the Rift Herald coming into this game number 1. Game number 2, rather. A 3k gold lead currently built up by Team Secret.
Amihan, still a lot of respect to this composition for sure, and I think the biggest difference is that because their aggression is toned down to a minimum now compared to game number 1, they weren't able to get the lead, because around 7 minutes, this is the time where usually, Demon was on a 3-kill lead already, and Mitsura also had 3 kills on the Katarina. So this is a different scenario for them. They are not able to do hyper-aggression Amihan things right now.
And doing Amihan things is to just go for the passive play, because they are in a 1.5k gold deficit, or maybe 3k gold deficit, because how Team Secret has played out in the early game on how they secured the Rift Herald, how they secured the Tower of Blood, and how they secured the 4 kills. And now Amihan Esports doesn't have any kill yet. Especially they're waiting for Corki to build up onto a Trinity Force to get that Tower Spike already up and running. Especially how Fiora is currently building onto the BRK. They need those items to gain the lead when it comes to the damage aspect against Team Secret.
Exactly, they are now hovering or hoping to complete the Triforce after Manemune. Now, top
1v1.
lane.
1v1, Azar trying to get a little bit of a poke here for Carl. And Carl will do the same thing, but will opt to back away. Cloud Dragon will now spawn up in 20 seconds. And now that will be another objective for anyone to take. Here at the bottom lane, it's going to be Chewy Hamnes just trying to poke down the enemy team. Not will do. No kills will still be done.
Completely different from what we've seen before, especially when we talk about Amihan and Team Secret. Again, Team Secret not exactly pressured to start fights, because they want the fights to come to them. And for Amihan, this is a very contrasting playstyle for them, where I bet the audience, or rather everybody, I assume is definitely not used to seeing this kind of Amihan, but we talked about it. Game number 2, a little bit toned down from the usual, and the fact that they haven't got an early lead at the first, 10 minutes of the game makes it even harder to do the usual that they do.
Team Secret is playing chess, right? They're doing what they do. And what they do is to dominate in terms of the strategy. If you've seen, they spawned up the Rift Herald into the base because the rest of the crew was actually hovering into the Cloud Dragon for them to secure it. And after that, because of the massive member party of Team Secret into the bottom side of the map, Amihan Esports hovering into the top side to try and defend on the Rift Herald. And Team Secret just went for the trade. Let's go for the bottom lane turret, tier 1. And they secured it. And now 3k gold lead still for Team Secret, and it will not falter anytime soon. The Baron Nashor will still be alive. Don't know information for Amihan Esports.
Yeah, Mian being pretty patient rather on their position, but they spot this Baron out.
Johnson will be there. Khan will now be readied up. It's now going to be Tatsuri coming into this map. Hexic Ultimatum coming into Mitsura. Mitsura will not fall back away. It's Orchard flashing away. Crescendo wins. That's going to be 2-man stun. It's going to be the Encore connecting onto 3. And that will be the massive play for Team Secret. But that will be the counter engage for Amihan Esports, bringing down 1. Treble will fall down. And that will crumble down to Treble Team Secret. Now Demon comes in. Valkyrie in. That will be another kill for their team. And Team Secret will get 1-for-1.
What a fight for the side of Amihan. I mean, they were able to scare out Team Secret from their play, from the fight that they wanted to start. And with that said, I think it is going to be a pretty sweet deal, considering the fact that Amihan was able to close the gold gap to a 2k gold deficit instead. Team Secret, on the other hand, the problem that they can encounter with the comp is that if Trevor dies first, they will have a little bit of trouble on the damage department.
TPs are now in. Amihan Esports is now going for the 5-man taunt here for Baron Nashor. Will be forced to back away. The 5-man shockwave will connect from Mitsura, but that will be a lot of damage coming through, and Mitsura will now be deleted. A little bit more HP. Gully will bring him down. It's now going to be Crescendo going for the 2-man stun, but a little bit HP advantage for Amihan Esports will bring down 2. Treble will fall down, and Zara as well to follow up. It's going to be the 2-for-1. The fight will not be over. Amihan Esports wants more kills, wants more blood shed against Team Secret, and now they're looking for the mid tier 1 turret.
That is the problem with, I wouldn't call it, I keep saying problem. Okay, that is the potential struggle for Team Secret, because again, Chewy and Hamis had Flash at the time, but they would always want to keep Flash as a defensive spell, not as an offensive spell to jump over the wall and join the rest of Azar and as well as Trevor. The reason why they lost that fight is because, again, Azar and Trevor were basically kind of far away across the wall, where Chewy and as well as Hamis were afraid that if they hugged the wall just to support those 2 players, they might not be able to get through that escape route, and they might get collapsed upon by the rest of Amihan. So I think that was definitely the struggle when we look at that fight. But at the end of the day, it's still a lead for Team Secret, and this Baron has been that map pressure, has been that hotspot for both of these teams.
Yeah, a hot spot with a hot pot. Well, everything actually falling down in terms of the 5v5 team fights, because that is where everything was baited out. Team Secret baits out the Baron Nashor. Amihan Esports comes in, and time again, Amihan Esports comes in for the second round, going for the boxing round, right? Going for the Baron split. Team Secret is now baited out, and now Amihan Esports got the lead there. But now it's got a 4-man roll coming from Team Secret on the top side of the map. No kills will be done. Amihan Esports is quick to move, quick to respond, and they will be safe.
Nicely done, Silence, to deny any of the Justice Punch and as well as the potential dash, as Demon was pretty far ahead of the lane. But now it is going to be the 3rd dragon spawning, and Team Secret does have first dibs on this area.
Yeah, no information from Amihan Esports just yet, but there you go. Jelson will have the sights on to Tatsuri, and now Team Secret will go for the Mountain Dragon. And Amihan Esports will not give this for free. Redemption will be there, sustaining his life, sustaining them. Azar now hovering into the backside, trying to zone out the enemy team. Jelson comes in. It's going to be the steal coming from Amihan Esports with a smite. Coming through, Hero's entrance in. That will be no knockup. Connecting against the enemy team. Crescendo will connect onto 2. Mitsura will go golden for a little while, delaying the fight. But that will be another kill for the side of Team Secret, and that will be Azar coming into the front lines of that map. Carl will try to go back away, and Team Secret will get the good end as they look for the Baron Nashor.
Yeah, no jungler. Amihan, Jelson, Mitsura, and Demon are gone. So the carries and the jungler are erased. Team Secret has that 20 seconds more or less to secure this Baron. And Amihan has no choice but to watch this fall. And Team Secret found the fight that they needed with especially that their dragon has been stolen once more by Jelson.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation. Team Secret was able to bait out the Amihan Esports, and I love how Azar was trying to bait out and zone out the enemy team, and I think Azar was one of the main key players there onto the Mountain Dragon engagement, where Amihan Esports got the steal, yes, but they lost 4 members, especially with Baron Nashor live, which is not worth the risk, and Team Secret is back at it again in a 3k gold lead against Amihan Esports.
Yeah, this has been incredibly close. We usually get to see games, especially when we talk about Amihan. 15-minute games, usually this is the point where closing happens. But this one, Team Secret and Amihan, this is incredibly, very nerve-wracking for sure for both of these teams. And now for Amihan, they are going to go on that defensive route as the Baron empowered minions march towards the base.
Ooh, clever move from Demon. Actually using his special delivery to delay the super minions coming in. On minions rather, not super minions. But I guess it's super because of the Baron buff. You know what, regardless, I think it's still minions that Demon has protected. It's now going to be Azar 1v1 against on Carl. And there will be another tier 2 turret, make it a 2 for the side of Team Secret. As Inhibitor turret will now be the only one remaining for Amihan Esports. Now go for the defense. Rebel will now go for the 1v2 on the top side. Now make it in mid lane. Secures the Inhibitor turret for Team Secret. Now actually fall down. 7 turrets now secured. As now it's going to be the Baron lane. Next target here is going to be Assault and Baron actually puts him down. Jelson will be deleted from the face of the earth. Amihan Esports will try to go for the defense. 4v4 against Team Secret. As another Inhibitor turret will now be secured by them as well. As that will be 2 turrets down, make it a 10k gold lead for Team Secret.
What a siege from Team Secret. That is a lot of value from the Baron buff. And unfortunately, Amihan just had to watch everything fall down. I mean, they had a pretty strong, lineup of wave clear. They've got Mitsura, they have Demon. But at the end of the day, Team Secret is in that lead. They do have a lot of damage on the board. Magic, I mentioned that maybe if they kill Trevor, they would lack the damage, but Tatsuri building this full magic on the Galio. So his damage when he enters the fight is full burst, even though he's going to be a little bit squishier. It doesn't matter. He enters, Amihan's composition is full of squishy targets for Tatsuri to just, smash in.
And it's a lot being forced away by Team Secret. If you look at the item build, it's Amihan Esports trying to gain the counter onto Team Secret to sustainability. But also, if you look at the item build of Team Secret, it's not all about the healing of Team Secret. It's all about the magic or AP damage as well. If you're looking at Seraphine from Chewy, he built up onto Luden's Echo, Rabadon's Stat Cap, and even then, a lot of damage from Tatsuri as well onto the Roa AP build of a Galio. So a lot is being forced. You need to build onto the magic resistance and at the same time, try to punish onto the sustainability of Team Secret. It's now going to be Azar going for the hook shot back away. He will be safe for now, as now it's going to be Amihan Esports going for the collapse onto Azar. They're trying to go for the Baron Nashor. This might be another difficult situation for Team Secret once again. And the Ocean Drake will now be secured by Team Secret. But now it's going to be TP in. Team Secret will now try to go for the contest here. As now it's going to be Azar going in for the safe play here. Galio will take the kill onto Demon. It's now going to be a 5v4, making a 5v2 as there will be obliteration in the party all around for Team Secret. As Carl going for the launch. 1 more HP. He will potentially be defeated. It's going to be the quadra kill for Tatsuri. It's now going to be Carl. The wonder one minute. It's not going to be enough. As repose will come in. Carl will stay alive a bit longer as that will be Azar going for the kill, going for the ace, and they're now marching into the Nexus base and punching it all around, and that will be the 1-for-1 Team Secret Games Game 2.
What a calm celebration coming from Team Secret. All in a day's work, taking it to a 1-1 in the series. And what a, it was looking like a deja vu ending, Elder Drake exchange over a Baron. It looked like it could have gone the same fate, destiny, whatever you call it. But it was the difference in call. Team Secret decided to split their resources. Trevor's still hacking down the Elder Drake, and then the rest of Team Secret moving over to the Baron, denying Amihan despite the 4v5 situation. And they were basically really ahead in this game.
Yeah, I think Team Secret, because they got the early lead, because they got the early game, they were able to scale out very early. And Tatsuri was able to get the Roa very early into the matchup as well. That enabled Team Secret to just deal a lot of damage against Amihan Esports in game number 2. And that is the reason why they were able to scale out against them and were able to take the win for this game.
Absolutely insane how, Team Secret, they know that Amihan likes to fight. Why not just draft this composition, basically? Unkillable composition, and try to get those punish on the board. Can I just say, Tatsuri, at the end, quadra kill.
That was amazing.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and now, speaking of amazing, let's look at how Team Secret amazed everyone to get the 1-for-1 with the Oppo Arena 5 play of the game.
This is a completely different scenario for Amihan. This is unfamiliar, uncharted territory for them. The fact that they weren't able to get an early lead, a 5k gold lead in the first, 4 or 5 minutes into the game, because they usually try to strong arm the early game and get these fights in their favor. And therefore, this is uncomfortable for them. But this is comfortable for Team Secret. This is definitely in their favor. Despite the fact that Jelson had amazing steals in the game, the fact remains the same where Amihan fell like dominoes slowly. This is the prime example for this. Trevor was able to get early game kills and basically scare off Amihan back to their base.
Yeah, and the zoning of Azar was just mind-boggling. They were just trying to fight against Amihan Esports in a 5v5 on the Dragon's Pit, but just the zoning of Azar was phenomenal. And with that, they got the lead. They go for the Baron Dasher, secures 2 inhibitor turrets, and now they're crashing down to the Baron's Pit, trying to go for the clash that they need to get to finish the game, which it did in this time of the game.
Yeah, the encores coming from Chewy were very spot on. And the fact that, again, Tatsuri here with his full magic build was just punching everybody else. Of course, the Azar chasing Carl scene. It was very long, but at the same time, the base was already in shambles as the rest of the dual laners just went and joined in towards Azar and to settle the score. And now it's a 1-1. Very exciting series so far.
Yeah, exciting. And it's just the first 2 games of this grand final series, right? It's just the first 2 games. We're not even up to the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th. What excitement, much more can we expect coming into those 3rd, 4th, 5th pick? But now it's gonna be Tatsuri, gonna be the master of the match on game 2 using the Galio.
There we go with a lot of damage on the board. And the squishies on the side of Amihan, it was definitely dinner for him for sure. I mean, it's 8 o'clock already in the Philippines. They were dinner for Tatsuri. And again, the timing on the stuns and as well as his heroes entrances basically were very crucial in scaring away Amihan in their own game, which is they were looking for fights, and Tatsuri was the big golem standing in the way. And again, 93% kill participation, and of course, don't forget his quadra kill at the end.
Yeah, it's a quadra kill Tatsuri. It's a quadra kill mid lane Galio coming in from Team Secret from that game too, and I can't believe it. We're going in very toe-to-toe, very even coming into the grand finals, and they're really matching it up like it is grand finals. And it's just coming into me that this is the reality right now, Riku. And now, it's a bit of an edge here, but now let's look at how Team Secret, with the same draft from game number 1, defeated Amihan Esports in game 2.
Very curious what the plan is for Amihan, because of course they lost game number 1 with their usual hiccups. The Fiora has been a huge pick for Amihan, especially when we talk about the Visayas group stages. It was Carl who was able to do 1v3, comfortably and winning all that. But he is not going to be in the same environment anymore as they're up against Team Secret this time around. And because of this unkillable composition where Amihan banks on kills to get in the lead. So the biggest question is, of course, Team Secret is going to keep playing. Well, I would love to assume that they're going to keep playing this composition. But what will Amihan change up this time to force Team Secret to evolve, or to change as well? Because for Amihan, they have this formula of strong arming the early game. So we're looking at early to mid game champions on the board, especially for the top jungle and mid lane. The mid and jungle synergy has been incredibly strong, and that is the reason why Team Secret sort of removes an important cog of a pick, which is the Jarvan 4. Jelson is just so good on these engaged champions for his team. So now forced on towards the Vi. Mitsura, on the other hand, interesting choice that they went over this Orianna instead of the Katarina. They figured maybe, we're probably not going to get the same situation as game number 1. So let's play it safe and play the Orianna.
I think they were hoping the Team Secret goes for an ADC and typical traditional support dual lane. But no. Surprise, surprise. Team Secret is going to go back, right? It's going to go back into the game 1 draft. And now I'm very curious to how it would turn out for game number 3. Is Team Secret gonna change the things up right now? Especially how Amihan Esports is now getting the download information game, already playing this against them in 2 games successively. And similarly, what will Amihan Esports change for game number 3? So it's a matter of change. And I want to ask you this difficult question, Riku. What are you expecting in terms of the change in Team Secret's draft and also Amihan Esports?
I have a feeling we're gonna see a Mundo. The thing about the Team Secret composition is that when you see an Olaf, it's so hard to predict. You mentioned this. It's so hard to predict whether or not they're going for the mage bot lane duo again, or are they going standard with the AD carry? And maybe Amihan will pick up a Mundo jungle. I mean, aside from Garen being one of the tankiest picks in the meta right now, Mundo can be that shield up against the very tricky magic damage on the board. You got 3 magic damage on the side. His build path is so perfect for this Team Secret composition with the Galio and the Seraphine and the Sona. So I assume maybe we get to see the Mundo jungle. I just not sure if Jelson would be comfortable with that, because again, Jelson plays a lot of these engaged tank champions, and Mundo isn't exactly that.
Yeah, and hear my thought here, because I think the reason why they lost this game exponentially, even though we have the same draft coming in from Team Secret, is do take note that Lotus of a Katarina gives off grievous wounds, right? That gives off grievous wounds. So if you do not have that, you're forced to buy Executioner's Calling, you're forced to buy Morello to try and beat them down to the ground, even without those Katarinas that can just come into the fight, not really being able to force you to buy those forced items to try and counter this healing sustainability draft for Team Secret. So that Katarina loss for Amihan Esports changed the whole thing.
Exactly. I mean, they had the choice. They were on red side. They could last pick mid lane for Mitsura, and to see whether or not they're going for a standard AD carry or a double support bot lane. So I think there was a choice for that, I suppose. But they did want to secure this Orianna for the side of Amihan for Mitsura, or not reveal too much on the last pick, I suppose. But Soraka is... I don't know. I don't think it is an impactful last pick, a last side red pick. Last side? Last red side pick. There we go. I keep messing that up. So maybe we'll have to see. I think if Amihan goes back to, if they're still on red side on the next draft, I think they can gauge a little bit what mid laner they want to put on Mitsura. You mentioned the grievous wounds, the innate grievous wounds that Katarina has would be at most helpful up against Team Secret's fully unkillable squad here.
And on top of all that, it's also a Varus that has the grievous wounds built onto the rain of arrows. Are we gonna see the Ashe Varus here today for game number 3 to try and counter how Team Secret, if they play this out once again in this series with the same draft? And I'm excited, right? Because Varus with a Katarina can just delay how much sustainability the Team Secret can gain for Game of the 3 if they're going for the same exact graft. And what Amihan Esports can do is to just have a champion that could lead Ash to a very safe composition, to a very safe state in the early game, because Varus, as we all know, doesn't have an escape route, doesn't have any invisibility, doesn't have any dash like an Ezreal does. So it's really nothing for Varus to go for an escape route. So having that Varus Katarina to go for the grievous wounds cancels out the amount that heals comes from Team Secret, and also the sustainability and the defensive capability that can really survive and put in a safe composition and a safe play for a Varus in the bot lane will definitely be something that Amihan Esports can bring out for Game 3.
Yeah, exactly. I think that would be a very good option as well for them. Biggest question is, will, Demon, we haven't really seen Demon on any other AD carry. It's usually just his own trinity, the Kaisa, the Saya, and as well as the Corki. And now he seems to have this preference on Corki this time around, as again for Amihan, they like their fast games. They want this, they expect to balloon up already at the 10-minute mark and then basically do Amihan things, just fight, and balloon up the gold lead even more. And this composition in general sort of enables them to do that. So most likely we're not going to be seeing a Kaisa. Maybe we get to see more Corki, maybe a lot of these things that work well to the early to mid game with faster spikes. So for Amihan, I guess, Soraka, very, very cool. If you of an addition from the Mundo suggestion from earlier, Soraka Mundo, I think that is also another unkillable pair.
True. But maybe, what if Team Secret gets the Dr. Mundo and switch for an Olaf? Hey, that's gonna be like unkillable for Team Secret. Or maybe not trade in onto Olaf, put Dr. Mundo into a Galio or a Camille instead. That would increase the amount of unkillability for Team Secret. Maybe put in put in Soraka as well. Let it go into the mid lane. Going for the pure unkillable draft. But kidding aside, I think that will be something that we could expect coming in for game number 3. Although Dr. Mundo is not really on the top priority list, and as you've stated, it will just give extra sustainability for Amihan Esports with how much healing, with how much regeneration the Team Secret would have. So definitely that will be something to consider. And something to consider as well, with Amihan Esports losing in game number 2, are they opting to go for the red side selection, sticking to that, or are they going for the blue side selection? That will be the question today, because those side selections will switch the draft exponentially, leading the blue side selection to have a priority pick onto the top meta picks that are flexible, and the red side selection can go in for those obnoxious duo synergy.
Yeah, exactly. It will force either team to switch it up a bit, mainly Team Secret, because it was Amihan who basically also stuck or did a little bit of difference here and there. We didn't get to see Orthros in the same pick, and as well as Mitsura. So those are like just a little bit of changes, but same concept nonetheless. Just a little bit more of survivability, just a little bit more of the heals on the board, just to sort of match the sustain even just a little bit up against Team Secret. So with that, for sure, both of these teams are one game away from match point. So, but looking at how this is going so far, I think we are really going to a game number 5.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a pattern. You know what? Let's put Amihan Esports in game 1, Team Secret game 2. Well, game 3 would probably be Amihan Esports, and Team Secret will take it. It's not gonna be a trade.
So Amihan will win.
With that mindset, maybe. But yeah, I think it's really gonna be up to a really, really intense matchup. It's a grand finals, a lot of stakes on the line, right? It's not about the 2K USD or 100K Globe Cup points alone. It's a matter of putting yourself on top 1 position in the Philippine Wild Rift esports scene, regardless if these 2 teams currently has already secured their spot onto the Super Cup. So I think it's really a lot to put in mind right now. Who will be the king of the Philippines? Because right now, they're only king of the North for Team Secret and only king of Visayas for Amihan Esports.
Exactly. This is, you know, the first ever Philippine Icon series. We've got the preseason back in what, March. And this is where NXP was the crown champions. But now they have been eliminated by Amihan, or rather by Omega in the lower bracket. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this is going out. We're going to have a champion for sure at the end of the night, and it has been super close. Preseason, it was a 4-0 next play versus Sunsparks, but this time it's very different in our BO5. It is a 1-1 so far, and I am expecting the meta to evolve within the series for sure. But I mean, this works so well for Team Secret because Amihan, we've never seen them in a different form. This is always them being the brawl style of a team, and has worked for so long. They're undefeated currently in the series. That's how strong they are in that kind of play style.
And now, keep your eyes open, because we're now diving into the draft of game number 3. Because there is a potential that the meta will change today, with Dragons now being banned away by Team Secret, the same respect that they have against Amihan Esports.
Yeah, no questions there. Ziggs as well. I'm not going to be surprised if the Jarvan 4 will be banned out again by Team Secret out of respect for Jelson's performance on this champion. For Amihan, what did they choose to ban? An Olaf? Would be a different choice, but they were able to defeat Olaf.
Ooh.
There you go, an Olaf. So
Olaf.
this opens up, what do you call this? This opens up the Camille if Team Secret desires to do so.
Definitely gonna pick it up, very flexible in the map, especially how Azar has played in game 1 and game 2, very dominating with Azar. But what was that? Is this gonna be the Darius face rush for Amihan Esports instead of Team Secret picking it up? And now Corki being locked in, this will change everything in this game, because Darius is very tanky, is very sustainable, and now Team Secret needs to think, what do they have to try and counter this champion?
Exactly. We still don't know if Team Secret wants to put this Camille over towards Trevor or not. That could be a Tatsuri Akali, by the way, still. And they can play a Garen and play the Garen-Darius matchup at top. Trevor gonna be... Never mind. Well, still, they can switch it up. This flexible draft so far coming from Team Secret has been a lot of mind games, been playing a lot of mind games throughout the draft.
Oh?
But we're going to see this iteration again. No Olaf this time around, but we're going to be seeing Trevor on this Camille and as well as Azar back on the Akali.
How would this work for Team Secret? And Amihan Esports is looking to match it up. They're going for the 1-3-1 setup with Fiora and Darius available for their team. Jana and Corki will be into the mid lane. Vi will be the jungle. It will be the fight. It will be the trade. Coming into game number 3, it's both even. But now, it will change today as game 3 will now officially start.
The Olaf then is going to change things up a bit here. Well, not up a bit. I mean, it is a little bit because we get to see Sona and Seraphine again. The mage bot lane. We're not going to be seeing Chewy on a traditional AD carry for 3 straight games already.
Yeah, as we stated in the draft, it's going to be the 1-3-1 because it's a 2-barrel lane champion secured by Amihan Esports. And Team Secret will be playing this out as well into a dual lane mid lane to match it up, make it even a 2v2. But Carl, very low, unimaginable mistake coming in from Carl, going into an overextension to try a matchup against Gazar, especially into level 1. You can just go for the shurikens and peel down the HP. That is what happened, but now no kills, no first blood will still be made.
Right, Azar's lane definitely won that one. He does have honey fruit advantage, HP advantage on paper. So Carl shoved a little bit on towards his lane. Looking at the summoner spells brought though, Carl is opting for a little bit more of an aggression as the ignite has been carried. Azar has been doing well in his lane so far, especially he's carrying on that barrier on his side. Amihan though,
Trevor has the sight onto Amihan Esports. It's going to be the 3-man roam for them. Actually goes in, tries to get this tactical sweep, trying to get the steal, but that will be a no-no. The first blood will come through for the side of Team Secret. Hammers will take them down, and Jelson will fall to the hands of Team Secret. Now it's going to be Hortons going in for the Howling Gale with a flash as well, but no one will get through, and that will be Flash burned by Orcros for nothing.
Yeah, Orthros was out for blood. He flashed to get the Howling Gale knockoff, but the angle was a little bit off because Team Secret went a little bit forward towards the mid lane, instead towards the walls of the Raptors. So, man, that is huge. No flash, no ignite for Orthros. You will definitely need that for the extra safety in case Amihan pulls the trigger on another fight, because the lane is different. You mentioned it is going to be the dual lane setup in the mid lane instead.
1v1 though, top Azar actually getting a lot of damage coming in from Carl and forcing out the ignite as well to try and bring him down. But Trevor is now here to the party, actually trying to go for the support onto Azar coming in on top. This might be a potential second kill, but I like the discipline here that Trevor is doing. It's now going to be the hawk shot tactical sweep actually coming in, and Carl will be forced to back away. Grand Challenge will be there, but that will be the extra momentum to bring him down, and Team Secret will get the second kill.
Wow, Trevor was level 4 at the brush. He waited for level 5. Try to get that soak in. Once level 5 kicked in, Trevor, that was the go signal for the Hextech ultimatum. Carl, unfortunately, has no escape. Akali is just so slippery. Despite the nerfs, especially on her early game in general, the poking in the lane in general still doesn't change the fact that, especially on Azar, Akali can be absolutely insane.
Yeah, Akali fighting against Fiora, going for some smokes, so Twilight Shroud, and even the Shurikens as well. And considering that Akali was a bit of adjusted in patch 2.23, Azar, when having the Twilight Shroud, increases his energy by a lot, which means that he can play onto the Twilight Shroud, match it up against Carl, and get a lot of damage in, even having the extra sustainability and survivability in a 1v1 basis onto the Fiora. So that is what I love, how Team Secret is matching it up in a 1v1 situation. But still, the interesting part here is Olaf getting a good alternative here onto an Akali instead. That will still be the question right now with Mountain Dragon now alive.
Exactly, a very slippery composition, or well, not exactly slippery. Half unkillable, half slippery, I guess, on the in Trevor and Zar side, I suppose, with their pick. So curious to see what Team Secret decides to do now, 4 minutes into the game. Still no First Blood Dragon, as Amihan is trying to eye on that part. They do not have priority over the lane.
But bot lane, it's going to be the 3v1 situation. Chewy will be forced to back away. Redemption will be there as well to get the information. And the Amihan Esports will get the HP advantage.
The barrier still up for Azar, or Chewy rather. Hamas still has that heal. A very dark nap for Amihan though.
No information. Amihan Esports will be forced to back away because Team Secret will now jump into the Dragon's Pit. Amihan Esports will try to go for the contest here. It's now going to be the Hawkshot connecting onto Demon. It's Jelson trying to go for the Assault and Battery. Encore will be there, and it's going to be the Hero's entrance, but being cancelled out. Monsoon will just sustain themselves. It's going to be Akali trying to go back after to get the kill onto Mixer. Make it a 2 as Jelson will fall down as well. Team Secret is going for the raw damage against Amihan Esports. Will be forced to flash away. Now the flash for flash will now occur. Tatsuya will try to get a kill, but Demon will stay alive a little bit more longer, and Team Secret will try and get the Mountain Dragon as they have secured the kill lead.
This is another first fight win for Team Secret. No First Dragon just yet, but this is again Amihan hoping to get the early lead. They were hoping to get Mitsura with his resets, perhaps with his guillotine. They were hoping to get an early lead again where Demon was able to get 3 kills in that fight. But you mentioned this Akali is I wouldn't call it a mystery, but a new factor for this unkillable comp that Team Secret played back in the group stages. The thing is, Team Secret never played this comp in the playoffs up until the grand final. So that comp was basically absent for a long time.
Now it's Carl going for the lunge onto Azar. Azar will be forced back away. No trades will be done by Team Secret with a turret. Now being secured by Amihan Esports. That will be the Tower First Blood, alleviating the kill disadvantage that they have received prior. Rift Herald though will be the next step for Team Secret. Will get to secure 300 gold in the pockets of Trevor.
Team Secret can equalize the map score by taking this tower down and then releasing the Rift Herald. Rift Herald is absolutely important for them because they don't have an AD carry to try and help the siege. You'll have to rely on again, getting the kills, possibly aiming for tower dives before being able to siege. So I wouldn't call it a weakness, but it's definitely a little bit of a different setup for them. For now, though, Rift Herald's still not unleashed in the world.
Yeah, I think Trevor wants to hold in a bit longer with the Rift Herald because the Rift Herald is not as much as about, you know what, let's go for the push. Let's go and bring it down as fast as possible because the Rift Herald actually gives you a faster recoil, similar to having the Baron buff in your favor. So I think Trevor wants that so that he will be able to roam into the other side of the map very quickly if ever a fight may occur, if ever something into a relatively shorter range to follow through into having the recoil instead. So I think that is what Trevor is doing right now, with the third trades now coming in 1-for-1.
Amihan forced to respect the fact that there is still a Rift Herald on the board, so they were afraid, instead of pushing it further downwards, maybe possibly get a trade on second tier tower, they wanted to go back.
Definitely, but Darius will actually get the hook onto 2, actually go for the Hex Ultimate and try to zone out the enemy team. That will be the Encore connecting onto 2 as well. Heroes Enter will go for the 4-man knockup. A very huge deal for Team Secret, as now it's going to be Trevor laying down by the hands of Amihan Esports going in. Mitsura will get the zone against Team Secret, and they will bring it back into a 4-3 in favor of none when it comes to the gold.
Amihan, this is what I mean. Team Secret, we talked about this. The Siege will definitely be a challenge because you don't have that range 80 carry. So Amihan primed their position under the tower, basically exposing Team Secret's melee on Mitsura's apprehend. And they were afraid of the resets. Good thing though, they are, again, the heal is there to deny the burst coming and the resets coming from Mitsura. So I think there is sort of that factor that comes into play. But at the end of the day, the Rift Herald still was able to get a second charge over towards that second tier tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, that 1-for-1, Team Secret gaining the tier 1 turret into the mid lane means that the map control will be in their favor because the tier 2 turrets and the inhibitor turrets will be the only ones remaining for Amihan Esports to defend into. And if you're looking at the vision game, Team Secret has it all in terms of the deep wards against Amihan Esports into their very own bottom side jungle. But 30 seconds up, it's going to be the Baron Nashor and Infernal Ray coming up at the same exact time. This is going to be spicy, as now it's going to be Team Secret trying to defend the top side map. Amihan Esports will go for the jungle invade. That will be Trevor going in, having the information against Amihan Esports. That will be the Hexic Ultimate connecting onto Mitsura. Hex will put him down with a Hero's Entrance, going for the 2-man knockup. It's now going to be Tetsur going into the backside, gets the taunt onto 2, and that will be the 1-for-3 trade of the fight. Will not be over, as that will be another kill. Might potentially be the ace here, as Ordros will stay alive a little bit much longer, but the brand buff will be there for Team Secret to take, and they will take it with no contest.
Yes, no jungler coming from Amihan there, and Team Secret can just take this away from Amihan. And the thing was, this was Amihan basically in Team Secret's territory. They were expecting the fight. They were hoping to win that fight. But remember, Team Secret's unkillable composition, and the fact that, again, you are in enemy territory, and the fact that you weren't able to finish or spot out Azar out in all of that fight because he came in late.
Tactical sweep now coming into the Dragon's Pit. Red team will slay the Infernal Dragon. Amihan Esports will get the advantage onto the objective, but now it's going to be Trevor coming into the fight, going for the Hexic Ultimatum onto Jelson. It's now going to be the special delivery from Demon going in for the knocking back against the enemy team. Mitsura will be the next target for Team Secret to actually put down. That will be the Guillotine not being able to take the kill. Jelson will fall down. It's a 1-for-1. But now the fight will not be over yet, as we have the Encore trying to get it done for Amihan Esports, but the Valkyrie will put in Demon and stay spot, and that will just be the 1-for-1 in favor of none.
There we go. Team Secret wins another fight once more. In fights, it can be a little bit worrisome when Azar falls, because again, you mentioned this is the type of team that wants to keep Azar alive as much as he can, just do Akali things, assassinate.
Oh, was that the flash? Actually goes for the hook, but not actually connecting. Mitsura will now fall back away because the initial setup will be devastated by Team Secret. It's now going to be the Baron Leno now pushing in for Team Secret with the minions. And Amihan Esports goes for the Fireman Roam to just clear it out. But that leaves the bot lane open for them. If you're looking at the minions, they're now crashing down onto the tier 2 turret in the Dragon lane, forcing out another member for Amihan Esports to go and defend it. And with that, Team Secret will be able to take down tier 2 turret into the Baron lane.
Team Secret once more getting a lot of value off of the Baron buff. They're able to remove the second tier tower in both lanes, in the mid and as well as the top. And I think that is the huge value of the Baron lane for this composition. We talked about how sieging could be a challenge for this 80 carry-less comp, but because of the Baron, it definitely helps sort of compensates from that lack of that ability, basically. So, gotta love how Team Secret's way of things there, prioritizing the Baron right away, right off the bat. And Amihan, again, they were basically the one wanting a fight, but they lost that engage over there.
And that is why aggression is a double-edged sword. If you go for the aggression, there is a big risk connecting onto it, but also has big rewards. But Amihan Esports has experienced the big loss in that fight. And I just want to commend how Team Secret is playing still the vision game against Amihan Esports, having some deep wards onto the top side jungle against them. So that will be something that we could expect later on, especially onto certain objectives the Team Secret opts to go for, as now they're just going for some roam, waiting for the right opportunity to tackle in.
Amihan now has no choice but to play defense over here. Package is available, so that's the reason why we get to see Demon already going home and getting that reset. So they're hoping they can capitalize on another siege attempt by Team Secret under the tower and play around that and punish there. Biggest issue is, of course, Baron has already spawned once more, so most likely TS will play a little bit more over this side, maybe get a pick first before going and committing fully. Their target is Jelson for sure.
Yeah, if they put down Jelson, that will be over for Amihan Esports to try and get the steal onto the Baron buff. And we saw how Jelson steals onto the Baron Nashor. That was evident onto game number 1. So I think Team Secret really wants to go for the jungle of Amihan Esports to try and get the secure.
Meanwhile, the two Baron laners might get in trouble though as Azar.
1v1, Grand Challenge will now be procced out by Carl. But now, here we go. Assault and battery against Azar, bringing him down. The ultimate will stay him alive for just a little bit longer, but the top side will have another fight. It's going to be Mitsura will be forced back away because of low HP. The Turi flashes in. That will be the taunt connecting onto Waters. Encore will not connect onto anyone, and that will be Amihan Esports taking the kill onto Azar with no trade.
45 situation for Team Secret now. And means the Cloud Drake will be available for the taking for Amihan. That will be their third dragon already. In the meantime, though, I guess they decided to back away from the dragon instead and start a fight.
Jelson is planning to go for the flank here into the Baron's pit, trying to go in and disrupt. How Team Secret is now going in. It's got to be the ball breaker connecting onto 4, and that will be Darius heading into this match, heading into the fight. But sustainability and no damage will be dealt onto Team Secret. They will still remain full HP.
Non-killable comp, indeed. 2 sources of healing. You've got that really beefy, well, not really beefy, considering the fact that we're seeing Tatsuri again going over this magic build.
Oh, but now it's Vault Breaker connecting onto Tatsuri. The taunt will not be procced out really soon, and that will state that sentence for Tatsuri as Amihan Esports takes 1 kill.
Now another 4v5 here. Team Secret is getting picked off by Amihan. They do have the capability of doing so. They have a ton of damage on the board as well as single target CC in the form of the Assault and Battery. And if you're, again, we talked about how Tatsuri building this magic-based Galio, so he's not a tank. He will definitely fall once he gets caught. Now, because it's a 4v5, 14 seconds on the clock, Tatsuri buys teleport, so they can play around this.
Azar now leading the pack. It's Trevor going in as well. But Azar will be melted down. It's got to be the Encore connecting onto 4. That will be a great initiation for Team Secret, but no follow-up will put them down. Azar will be deleted from Amihan Esports. Now the TPs are coming into the middle of the fight, trying to zone out the enemy team. That's going to be the taunt from Tatsuri, but that will be the knock-up, actually decimating each other, and that will be another death for Team Secret with no trade whatsoever. Coming back, and Amihan Esports is slowly picking up Team Secret down.
Remember, Amihan's playstyle is fight, fight, fight. They're basically removing someone off the board first, make it into a formidable or favorable rather situation, which is in this case a 4v5 situation in the Baron buff. The Baron pit. They want to get the Baron for themselves, deny the sieging capabilities away from Team Secret. Take 2.
And this will be their main key to victory. But it's not going to be the 3v4 here. Exec Automaton to lead onto the fight. Whoa. Heroes entrance in. That will be the 3-man knockup, actually delaying how Amihan Esports actually wants to go for this. Jelson is going to be very low. Anchor will connect, and that will be the jungle obliterated for Amihan Esports. But that will be the 1-for-1. 3-for-2 as Amihan Esports will take the lead. You will be the only one remaining, and Azar as well, as that will be Amihan Esports going on par against Team Secret.
It's already a 1k gold deficit coming from Amihan, so they're going closer and closer to the point that, again, this is what they're comfortable with. Again, this team composition of Team Secret, you kill Azar. That is your main mission. That is their main big boy damage source. So this is going to be very important. I mean, don't forget that Sori, especially when he buys that Rabadons. But this doesn't change how Amihan will get their 3rd dragon, unlock that trigger towards the Elder Drake. Team Secret gotta be a little bit worried here. They gotta be sweaty.
It's a 1-for-1. They got the 3rd dragon in their favor at the moment. And that's a lot of dragons. And as we talked about in the past, how every single dragon will be very important, regardless of the advantage that you have. If you have these key dragons, you can scale out much more faster, much more quicker, and much more bigger than the enemy team, even if they have the advantage. So now, that is how Amihan Esports is playing this. They are stating risk-tolerant gameplays against Team Secret, and now they're waiting for the right opportunity to set up a Death Brush.
This is the same Death Brush that we saw back in game number 1. They don't have vision of this. They're just waiting for somebody to go forward. You spot out Azar a little bit. His head was poking outside the brush a little bit, but Team Secret doesn't take the bait as they play the waiting game for now. But again, they have to be worried here. If Azar is the first one to get eliminated,
now, Trevor comes in. It's a 1v1. It might be a 1v3, as now it's going to be an Encore connecting to. Heroes entrance will go for the 3-man knockup. Monsu will just sustain themselves. It's though we have Mitsura coming into the backside with a flank coming into the backside. That will be Team Secret falling back away, forcing away Amihan Esports as well. It's a standstill for these two teams.
But look at the waves. It's shoved in Team Secret's favor. And now Amihan's port will be delayed a little bit. Now they have the ability to sort of chunk down this tower. But again, they don't have an AD carry, but now it's down.
And the Bitter Turret will be removed from the mid lane for the side of Amihan Esports. Now it's going to be Matur going into the backside, going for the flank. And now it's Zestimate. But the knockup is there. The Grand Challenge will be forced away, but Carl will be there to bring him down. It's going to be double kill. Azar and Tatsur will be deleted. It's now Jelson trying to gain it back, but Team Secret will still be safe and still leading in the pack with a 1k gold lead.
This is still very risky. You don't have Azar with you, but they do have Trevor. So, Baron being started.
Baron Nashor will be set it up by Amihan Esports. Hookshot will connect onto 2. That's going to be a massive stun. Justin comes in, but also the Barry crescendo, and Encore will connect onto 2. That's going to be pretty massive for Team Secret, but no follow-up in terms of damage. And Amihan Esports will get the kill, will get the 4K, as Trevor will be the only one remaining, but not for long. And Amihan Esports will take the team ace. They're going for the Baron Nashor. They're going in for the Baron buff to try and finish the game. But Team Secrets, we have the backer available. Akali is now TPing in into the mid lane, trying to finish the game. It's going to be the Nexus. It's going to be the base race. Who is going to take it home? The Baron Nashor will not get through, as now it's going to be a bit late. 2k HP remaining. It's going to be Team Secret trying in. It will be game 2 for Team Secret as they get game 3 with a massive play onto the back door.
Holy balls of fire! What a finish coming from Team Secret. That was a 20-minute game. They were so close to losing because, again, the fights weren't turning in their favor. They kept losing these 1v1s, these 4v5 situations. But that call towards the mid lane to rush, and Amihan wasn't able to prep the waves before committing towards that Baron, meant that the teleport play was available. We saw Tatsuri buying the teleport boots, Azar buying those teleports as well. And that was the formula. The shot calling from Team Secret just created an opportunity for that finish.
I can't believe it, Riku. It was a sliver of HP remaining for Amihan Esports to get the Baron buff, finish the game with a bang, but with the base open, Team Secret Super Minion natural lane pressure is on their side. The TPs was phenomenal. The mindset, the mind games that Team Secret has played was amazing against Amihan Esports. And now we could say that Kali is a good alternative on Olaf, how Team Secret has played Game 3.
Exactly. This unkillable composition is intact. They just need another really good damage dealer, whether or not that's AD based or magic based. And we saw how Azar was just so confident with that, Akali pick. And again, this unkillable comp with the double mage to double support bot laners is so effective because, again, Amihan's playstyle is fight, fight, fight. If they fight and no one dies, you deny basically what they've been doing for 20 games already, therefore putting them in an uncomfortable position, therefore forcing them to try something, maybe something we've never seen before. So because this is a new situation for them, it is now, again, pressure is building. Team Secret is now in match point. They're one game away from taking the championship title, and now I'm interested to see what Amihan will change this time around.
And speaking of which, let's now look at the Oppo Reno 5 play of the game and how Team Secret has beaten Amihan Esports in 3 times in a row on the same draft. Maybe a little bit of a change onto Azar on an Olaf.
Yeah, there is that Akali pick, and we've seen how scary it is for Team Secret when Azar falls first in the fight, therefore putting Trevor mostly on that damage pressure. But at the same time, these are one of the situations where Azar was able to survive because of the heals, and this was one of the struggles, I suppose, the sieging that we talked about. That's why Rift Herald is so valuable, that's why Baron is so valuable, because under tower punishes is possible coming from Amihan. You can apprehend Team Secret because the only damage sources, AD damage sources, or rather damage sources in general, is gonna be melee. So you can easily apprehend and punish them with their positioning.
Definitely, the positioning is going to be very important. The sustainability of Team Secret alleviates that pressure in against Amihan Esports on how they played in that game number 3. They were really pressuring in. And the amount of CC, if you can understand it, is how James has the crescendo for the stun with a huge width and a huge radius. Chewy with the Encore, reaching so far away for the charm as well. Trevor with a Hexic Ultimate. Tatsuri with the hero's entrance in Azar as well to be the front liner, to be the runner of Team Secret, to get those kills, to get the win, to get those plays for Team Secret.
Exactly. I mean, look at Amihan too. They tried as well with the 4v5 setup. This was the perfect arrangement, but we got to see the macro in play. The waves shoved in favor of Team Secret. Top lane or bottom lane was building, and it did serve, as a padding to slow the game down. Even if Amihan, let's just say, wins a fight, they can't exactly push because the towers are pretty much still intact. Whereas for Team Secret, if they win a fight, they can easily march down as the waves are prepped up for them to push. And yeah, it was going in Amihan's favor already, especially this fight, but mid lane was open. Tatsuri and Azar buying the teleport boots, already swapping and selling out their boots, and prepared for that teleport, basically.
Yeah, and Trevor's role in that was not to 1v4 the enemy team and try to even get a kill. It was to delay the Baron Nashor, because if you look at it, it was Amihan Esports trying to go for the Baron Nashor initially, but with Trevor there, they were all hands off onto the Baron's pit, which enabled Team Secret to now wait for the death timers to come in, two-man TP into the Nexus space and finish the game.
Exactly, you're right. It is, he served his purpose just to serve as a distraction to most likely quote tunnel vision on removing the jungler. You remove the jungler, no potential steal on the Baron, but your base is in danger.
Yeah, base race all along. It's gotta be master the match for game number 3. It's gotta be Azar onto Akali.
Look at that, Azar, the primary carry. That composition. We talked about shifting dynamics, and this time around, it's not Trevor, it is Azar on this Akali. His role on this comp in game number 3 was so crucial, to the point that he cannot die first in the fights when they start, and it worked out so well. Especially he tag team with Katsuri on that teleport just to circle around towards that Nexus and finish the job. What an incredible game for Team Secret, and now they're one match away from taking the championship title. Very exciting things.
Definitely exciting. Will be this gonna be another win for Amihan Esports, or will this be a sweep right now for Team Secret, going in for the momentum, riding the roller coaster, going in for game number 4? Will they be able to take the win by then? Will be the question today, and I'm excited, Riku, on what they have in store. Again, are they gonna change the draft, or are they gonna roll with the same draft time and time again?
I know, it is one of those things where what will Amihan do now? The pressure is on their side. And with that said, maybe we get to see Mitsura on the Katarina again. And these picks mainly that we see, the Darius, the Katarina, these things rely on a lot of these resets, on a lot of low health targets to be very effective. So with that said, again, the healings sort of deny that sort of setup. So excited to see what Amihan comes up for game number 4.
A lot of mysteries on the line here, as one more win for Team Secret, as they can be getting the Grand Champion title. But for now, we'll be stepping away. I'm Infinity, and this is Riku, to wait for game number 4, as this will be hell of a game.
Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, into the rift for game number 4, readily waiting for us to dive in. My name is Infinity and this is Riku, and we're in for a treat because this is going to be an intense match, a lot of pressure for Amihan Esports as one more game secured as Team Secret will gain the Grand Champion title, and Amihan Esports needs to think of a way to bait them down for game number 4.
Yes, Sari, it is Team Secret now on that match point. And Amihan, biggest question is, will they change up them around? Because Team Secret's unbreakable wall, unbreakable composition has been that, struggle, that challenge for Amihan so far into the series. Again, Amihan, this is uncharted territory for them. They're used to being in the lead earlier on. So I wonder, we've never really seen them play from behind. Usually if it's a 5k gold or 10k gold deficit, it is already an automatic loss for Amihan, as again, we've never seen them play from behind before. So maybe a switch up. Maybe we get to see Demon back at it again with a Kaisa pick, perhaps opting for a late game ins for Demon.
Now, what's interesting, you talked about the gold difference, the gold advantage for both Team Secret and Amihan Esports. They were trading it off. Team Secret got the 5k gold lead in the early game, right? And Amihan Esports slowly creeped back in, 1k gold difference. And at that point in time, after then, it was just pretty 2k gold difference, 1.5k gold difference, 800 gold difference. They were pretty close in the late game, and I love the banters here from these two teams right now. Now, let's look at the draft history on what had happened in game number 3. I want to hear your insights, Riku, on why Akali could be a very good fit on how they were playing this sort of draft. Unkillable.
Yeah, Azar, the fact, again, you count the heals, but Akali is also such a slippery champion. So added mobility plus shields plus heal just basically enables him to do Akali assassination things twice or 3 times. And the fact that everyone from Amihan is squishy is a prime target for Ali, maybe except Mitsura here on this Darius. But majority of Amihan's comp is just a bunch of juicy targets basically for assassins like an Akali pick. And again, what Team Secret always have to keep in mind, keep Azar alive, and they basically win the fight there. And the damage output basically is enough. A good supplement, I suppose, a good alternative for that Olaf pick. Probably not the same because you can easily CC lock an Akali, I suppose. Especially you do have a Vi on the opposite side of things and the Apprehend. But doesn't change the fact that he is still pretty mobile. So having to dodge every single, maybe Apprehend, I suppose. But again, the shields really does help mitigate the damage, the initial damage coming from the side of Amihan.
Definitely, and that was accelerating, Riku. And you talked about Mitsuri. I think you mentioned about it, except for like having all squishy champions for Amihan Esports. I want to talk about it because we saw how Darius wasn't really able to scale it when it comes to the game, and Darius is known to be a snowball champion. So if the early game doesn't connect onto a Darius when it comes to the game, he won't be able to buy the sustainability items that he wants, the Bramble Vest, the Black Cleaver that he will need coming into mid-game to try and go for the Decimate. Try to go for the guillotine that could pentakill enemy champions. But that was not going to be the key here. And also, with Team Secret having extra sustainability by themselves, even if Darius puts down a low HP onto Team Secret, sustainability up, that ultimate will not bring down the enemy team. So that was just interesting, and I want to hear your thoughts, Rico, about the Darius pick here for Amihan Esports.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there are a bunch of options to counter out the healing, but there are not a lot of options to counter out the shields coming from the side of Team Secret. So there is that second layer of defense for the side of Team Secret, at least. I mean, what? Renekton would be the shield killer at the top of my head, but it wasn't picked in this scenario. But maybe we get to see him in this time around in the draft, maybe.
Definitely, I think Renekton is a dual champion that is really, really strong individually in a 1-to-1. So, if Amihan Esports or Team Secret opts to go for a Fiora or even a Camille, a Renekton is a good answer to go for the 1v1. But now, we're diving into the draft for game number 4. It's going to be Gragas Jarvan 4 banned by Team Secret. Similar to their previous game, Ziggs Olaf removed away by Amihan Esports as well.
Honestly, I'm not going to be surprised if we're going to be seeing the double mage. Unless... Now Amihan changing things up a bit here. No Fiora this time around. Now getting the Akali and Darius for Carl. We know how Carl is such a talented member of Amihan. But now it's Fiora, Camille being given over to Team Secret.
This is gonna be extra health for Team Secret. Grand Challenge of Fiora gives you extra regeneration for your HP, extra survivability, and this is gonna be a hell of a game. But Amihan Esports, Syra Khan.
Syra Khan now, the lovers duo, now changing it up now on the draft, and now we get to see Chewy on the traditional AD carry after so long. It feels long because that is two consecutive games rather, three consecutive games for Chewy on that Seraphine, and now this is a test. This is what is going to happen as Amihan still lacking their jungler. What is open as as Jelson will still fall back into this Vi.
Definitely trying to go for the counter lock-in onto a Kai'Sa, but having the Rakan available for the side of Amihan Esports. Team Secret has the knowledge that magic resistance has been buffed up, and now they're going for the traditional pick. So now it's going to be game number 4. One more win for Team Secret is going to be match point for them to take the champion title, and Amihan Esports needs to take them down to reach into game 5 and have an opportunity to bring down Team Secret and steal it away for the title into the champion of the playoffs.
Gonna be an exciting game for sure. This is the traditional setup coming from Team Secret. In the meantime, Amihan, we talked about this. Do they want the switch up? What will they change in the draft? No core key for Demon anymore. Orthos will now be in his scary Rakan. The lovers duo will be that switch for Amihan.
Match point. Team Secret going for the 1-3-1 in the early game. 3-man roam for Team Secret mid lane.
Very interesting start. It has been a while since we've seen the 1-3-1. The Kai'Sa Braum has been the prime pair, I suppose, when we look at the 1-3-1 setup. Just very good in sort of invading these jungles. The enemy jungle, rather. As now, Mitsura forced to sort of be back on this Darius. But a little bit tricky now, as there is that ranged on the side of Team Secret, so he can be kited now, unlike before.
Map will be split vertically for the side of Amihan Esports in the same way, but Jelson will not get the good end because of how Team Secret has removed the red buff in their very own jungle, and Jelson wasn't really able to go for the counter trade onto similar red buff for the side of Team Secret. So now Team Secret is ahead of the pack.
The triple buff start for the side of Trevor, which is going to be huge. We'll have to see whether or not they still try to invest their resources on the blue side. Actually, they will contest the first Rift Scuttler. They have the capability of doing so. They have the Braum, they have the Kai'Sa, and Jelson is pretty low.
Definitely, and Jelson doesn't have a red buff as well, but this is going to be the 4v3 situation in favor of Amihan Esports. Tactical speed, dealing off damage. It's going to be first blood going to the side of Team Secret. And now it's going to be Hamid, still going to be alive. Flash will be forced away. Double kill for Kai'Sa as he will now be fed up. First minute 2 game of the game.
That is definitely not what you want. Chewy getting 2 kills in first blood at that as well earlier into the game. And that is the exchange that you get. Shifting over your AD carry here in the mid lane with the 1-3-1 setup, was able to be more involved in the fights, which is, again, what Amihan would like to do, actually. But they decide to go for standard lanes, keep Mitsura on the mid lane instead. But for now, Team Secret is able to get that early lead.
Early lead, definitely. It's indeed 1K gold. And that's on to Chewy. Majority of that gold is for Chewy. So now, when he comes back, I assure you, it's going to be a lot of items secured by him as well. Potential to go for the BF sword. Executioners calling in the longsword. And you know what, Kaisa, get ahead of me. Got ahead of me. Oh my goodness, but this is gonna be an upgrade onto the Acacia Brain immediately for Team Secret. So that will hurt a lot coming into the 3 minutes of this match. A lot of potential to go for security onto skirmishes and ganks as well, because level 5 is now the running level of the game.
Yeah, for sure. Especially 1 minute on the 1 minute after, there will be that dragon as well. So this is gonna be a little bit tough for Demon here on the Saya, especially he has been sitting quietly over his lane. This is a complete switch up. This is not the usual Amihan that we see. This is, again, Team Secret because of their 2 consecutive wins. Amihan is forced to play a little bit more reserved in comparison to how many games? 19 games so far from the group stages of them strong-arming the early stages of the game. But this is a different situation. But I feel like the tempo will start to be more apparent after this first dragon fight. Who will get that ace? Who will get that almost ace first? And it will definitely set the confidence of both of these teams.
And Amihan Esports has did it in game 1 and game 2. They had the ace in the first dragon fight, and they can do it once again for today if they wanted to. And as you stated, Amihan Esports is playing very passively, not very actively. They're not going for the aggressive plays. This is not the Amihan Esports that we saw the undefeated team to go for the early aggression, the 5-man roam in the first 3 minutes of that matchup. And Team Secret is controlling the whole game in their favor, and that's gonna hurt a lot into how Amihan Esports is gonna play this out. But it's gonna be the grand entrance from Rakan into the bottom lane. It's now Trevor and Tatsuri going in for just the river security key. It's now a fight. Jelson comes in. Vault Breaker onto Trevor. No one will get the kill, but Team Secret will gain the vision into the river bed, as that will be a Rift Scuttler secured by them as well.
Look at that damage, the Arcadian Rain, just as you mentioned, chugging down the health of Demon already, forced to eat a honey fruit.
Honey Fruit will give that extra HP, but Team Secret will gain the Ocean Dragon. Encore will connect onto 2. The Quickness though will connect, and that will be the charm for charm, as that will be Chewy going in for the triple kill. But Kali went in and slain him out, but that will be Team Secret getting the good and getting 3 kills against Amihan Esports.
Exactly, doesn't matter if Chewy has fallen. He is able to cash in more kills for himself, therefore garnering more items on the board as a 4-kill lead over Demon already at the beginning of the match. IE already completed, but it doesn't change the fact that we talked about this. Whoever wins the first dragon fight will set the tone, will set the confidence, especially how we keep bringing this up in the draft, or rather in the, pre-draft, where Amihan is using the early gold lead, the early kill lead most especially, and this is uncharted territory for them that they haven't overcome yet.
But Amihan Esports will be cited by a Vision Ward from Team Secret in the river, which means that Team Secret has the knowledge that there is a roam ongoing by Amihan Esports, which just led Chewy and Hamis to stuck under the turret because they don't want to fight a 2-man against a 4-man for Amihan Esports. And now, still stand still, Amihan Esports will not get the success onto the roam on top.
They're able to dodge that one out at least. But the thing is, though, Amihan is doing a good job evening out the gold lead. Just a 1k gold difference for both of these teams. So it is not, a big, not a significant lead as we saw, even though the fight was incredibly in Team Secret's favor. For sure, we're talking about these 2 teams. There are more fights to come.
More fights definitely is now. It's going to be the 4-man roll from Amihan Esports into the bottom side of the map. It's Azar, the next target by Amihan Esports. I think they're going for the trade instead, for turret, and that will be similarly ideal for Team Secret because they have the dominance onto the Rift Herald. After they get the Rift Herald, they can go to top and get the turret then. So this will be a 1-for-1 potentially onto the turret that can be secured by these two teams.
Exactly, this is going to be the plan. Amihan?
1v2 right now. Azar will be the target. Launch actually tries to go in for a little bit longer. Pose will save his life, but the turret will put it down at 1 HP. Jelson will make a clutch happen, and that will be the miracle that Amihan Esports is looking.
They're able to take down first Blood Tower and as well as take down Azar process and give a little bit more gold to Carl.
Twickness onto mid lane, onto Seraphine. As Seraphine goes for the encore, the Decimate and the Guillotine will bring down Tatsuri. It's now going to be Trevor going into the mid side, go for the trade. That's gonna be the Guillotine once again.
Wow.
And now the grand entrance, the micro play from Trevor. The Hextech ultimatum was calculated to a T. And now Jelson will be forced to back away. 3-man roam from Team Secret will fear them away.
Trevor is playing out of his mind. He was able to dodge that knock-up coming from Orthros with the Hextech ultimatum. Fearless, the trust from Team Secret with James using his ult just time just to make sure, you know, minutes and as well as the rest of Amihan stays in the mid lane for Team Secret to clean up sweep. Despite that Suri falling off from that fight, it is fine because Team Secret is able to exchange it with 2 kills.
Definitely, that was a 1-for-1, 2-for-1. The Mountain Drake will be the next target, though. 2k gold difference in favor of Team Secret. The Rift Herald will be stunned in mid lane. Now, Amihan Esports need to think, what do they prioritize? Is it gonna be the Dragon or is it gonna be the Rift Herald? But it is gonna be the Dragon, but Team Secret will get the steal onto the Mountain Dragon. Gets a 2-stack now onto the objective. It's now gonna be Chewy going in for the Catron Brain, and Rift Herald will be punching onto the tier 1 turret into the mid lane. Gets the map control for Team Secret. And it's not going to be over as Rift Girl is still going to be alive. It's going to be the Hextech ultimatum from Trevor connecting onto Darius. It's going to be the root from Tatsuri as well, trying to delay the fight. It's going to be Azar falling down, making a triple kill for Amihan Esports. They counter-engage, and they have counter-engaged successfully as Chewy will be the only one remaining. It's 2v1 as Chewy will fall down. It's going to be the teammates for Amihan Esports.
And it's going to be the Baron. There's 4 seconds on the clock. We'll have to see, but they decide to push instead. Never mind, they're making a beeline already towards the Baron as Jelson just wanted to go back to base, port back to base. No threats whatsoever. Thomas buys a teleport though. They're going to be teleporting all towards mid lane. Will they make it? Baron is half HP.
They need to. They have to. It's not going to be Azar coming in. It's going to be Hammers as well. It's the pack coming into the fray. And now, with the HP advantage, they're coming into the Brand's pit. They have to engage. They have to disengage. And Amihan Esports will fall down to the hands of Team Secret as the Baron Nashor will now be the calming of Team Secret in this game. Number 4 as they secure the first Baron Nashor in the game. And Amihan Esports has to pay the price by their greed into the Baron Nashor.
Exactly. Team Secret says thank you very much for the leash as they bought all of those teleport boots just to make sure.
Trevor,
as Jelson.
Tactical sweep onto the Hextech ultimatum as well. It's Jelson gonna say goodbye, but we have the crew coming right up for Amihan Esports to try and bring him down. The GA will now be popped away. It's Azar going into the backside, going for the flank, but no, you will not get a kill. But Team Secret has another thing in mind. It's gonna be an inhibitor third into the mid lane. It's Darius gonna get slain. The charm will connect onto one HP, a sliver of health to try and get back to safety as Team Secret will get the inhibitor turret into the mid lane.
Team Secret gets the Baron buff, loses Trevor's life, but it actually created a heat spot at top lane where Amihan is torn whether or not they want to go for mid lane and defend their tower, or do they want to funnel more resources to catch Trevor and punish him basically. And now, though, they are lacking 1 member, but the wave clearer is...
Oh, it's a 2-man hook coming in from Mitsura, coming into the mid lane. Actually, a very good play. That will bring down Tatsuri and Chewy. 3-man roam coming in from Team Secret, the only one remaining for them to try and beat down Amihan Esports. But they will not successfully do it. Amihan Esports will take down tier 1 turret into the mid lane, and that will be the miracle that they want, the miracle that they need. And Team Secret will put to a halt in terms of their dominating game against Amihan Esports.
Now that will stop Amihan off their tracks, but they're able to at least get a lot of value off of that downtime of Team Secret. But the fact still stands that mid lane is already open. Now we get to see a lot of our players from Team Secret reselling their teleport boots, moving over to the usual that they were wearing before. But we get to see Hamis sticking with his TP boots, and as well as Azar. We'll definitely use that later on. Maybe a take two of what we saw in the mid lane where the backdoor happened for Team Secret. I mean, the setup is quite similar. Mid lane is open.
Especially with the Infernal Drake alive, I think TPs will be very evident for Team Secret coming into this. How Trevor is going in for the split push top is synonymous to how they want to play this out. A 4-1 competition that can punish Amihan Esports later on. 8 seconds remaining for the Infernal Drake to come up though. It's now going to be the 1v1 into the top side. While rest of the crew for Amihan Esports is now coming on top. It's Darius, it's Saya being sided out, and this gives the information for Team Secret to come into the Infernal Drake. 2-man remaining for Amihan Esports coming into it, and this will be a chaos of a match.
No vision for Team Secret though, but they do have a little bit of an idea, I suppose, where Amihan is.
Matsura having the front face first of danger, gets the hook onto one, onto Trevor. Hexic Automaton will be there as well. Encore will connect onto two. The Fair Star will now be forced away. It's gonna be Darius trying to go for the Decimate HP steal, but that will not be enough, as now it's the Surrey gonna be falling down to the hands of Amihan Esports, making it 2 as Chewy will fall down as well. It's now gonna be 3v5. No trades will be traded by Team Secret, as Team Secret fall to the hands of Amihan Esports, make it a 2, make it a 3, as Team Secret will be the only one remaining to make this match available for Amihan Esports, as Trevor will fall and cripple back away, as the fear of Amihan Esports to snowball in this game is happening.
Mitsura is unstoppable now, and Amihan, are they aiming to get more out of the base on Team Secret? There's a teleport coming in.
Oh, it's gonna be the TPs. What will happen? I think they're just waiting for the right opportunity, but nowhere are they going in for the hyper-aggressive, especially how Amihan Esports got the advantage already. They're going for the Infernal Drake instead.
Denying that third Drake away from Team Secret. Now it is even. Amihan is able to open up the base already for the side of Team Secret's mid lane. And now Baron may be the next juicy target. Both of these teams are definitely going to eye on that. And now we're reaching the 15-minute mark. And with that said, Amihan slowly building their lead with this 6K gold lead already on the board. And this is starting to be another familiar scenario for them. Look at Carl. He's absolutely huge. 6-0-11 on this Akali. And I think that's going to be a huge problem for Team Secret.
Definitely a problem, as Amihan Esports now actually went in for the jungle invade Trevor 1v2. 1v4 potentially if he stays much longer, as now the Baron Nashor will be the next step for Amihan Esports to try and finish the game.
Team Secret, though, not in the best position to contest this, as the Baron is slowly going low.
Orcross good zoning capabilities, the quickness will just secure them. And now the Baron Nashor will be secured by Amihan Esports as well, as this will be the key to victory and make it a game number 5 for Amihan Esports to bring down Team Secret. But a lot of opportunities still for Team Secret to make it back, as they should just delay how Amihan Esports will try to bring them down in this 16-minute mark.
Exactly, there is that Baron that Amihan would love to utilize. They do want to keep opening up the base of Team Secret. Especially, we've seen them plant a couple of advanced wards in the mid lane, possibly looking for an opportunity to teleport into, maybe get that backdoor on the board as well. Of course, get that vision as well where Team Secret is going to be coming from. As Amihan, now a little bit separated for now, as they do want to utilize every single lane for that Baron buff. Vision-wise, Team Secret, that is, rather Amihan, a little bit of a dark map. For Team Secret, there is a couple of deep vision in their own jungle.
Yeah, and look at Jelson. He's playing very safe. He's hovering onto the wall because he doesn't want to get killed. But now, top lane, it's going to be 2v1. Natsuri is there to try and bring down the enemy team under their turret secured by Amihan Esports. potential fight may occur as group will now be secured onto Carl as tactical sweep coming in to just clear the wave. Amihan Esports trying to finish the game. It's now another inhibitor for turret falling down in the Dragon lane to the side of Amihan Esports. The only remaining 4 Team Secret is the Baron lane. They have to defend this. And Mitsura will be there, missing the hook.
A lot of value from this Baron buff.
Definitely Decimate will be there as well. Anchor will not connect to anyone, just the minion wave. 700 HP, Inhibitor Turret will fall down. All Inhibitor Turrets will now be away for Team Secret. And Amihan Esports will now try and finish the game. It's going to be the 3-man knockout from Rakan. And the Hextech Ultimatum will be there, but that will not be enough. And we're jumping into game number 5. And Amihan Esports takes game 4.
And Amihan's demons, inner demons, have been conquered. No early game lead for them. Lots of fights in favor of Team Secret. They are unfazed at all. They were relying on Carl for, he was basically almost unkillable. And as well as Mitsura's resets here on this Darius pick. What a wild game for the side of Amihan. This is a game number 5.
Yeah, it's just so intense. And this is what we're saying a while ago, right? You know what? Amihan Esports wins game 1, Team Secret wins game 2, Team Secret wins game 3, Amihan Esports back at it at game number 4. And it's now jumping into game number 5, Rico. And it's all down to this. But before then, let's analyze what had happened in game number 4. How Amihan Esports went back into Team Secret. And I think it's a matter of how Team Secret overextended in the mid-game. They were at an advantage already. They got the inhibitor turret in the first 12 minutes of the matchup, but they were overextending. And Amihan Esports Mitsura was able to scale out, having the Trinity Force, the Dead Man's Plate, and also the Face Rush to be in utility. He's just speeding in a 5v5.
Exactly. It was just a lot of chase potential on the side of Amihan. And you're right, Team Secret basically overextended a couple of times. Despite having, again, 2 wins on fights, they were wiping here and there. But again, we did mention, despite the fact that Chewy got an early 4 kill, it was Amihan that was still able to even out the goal.
Speaking of which, let's look at the Oppo Arena 5 play of the game in game number 4.
This is what we're talking about. The first few fights where Team Secret is wiping Amihan off of the map. But at the end of the day, they were still able to close the gap lead, gap deficit, goal deficit rather, when we're talking about this match in particular. And we brought up how constantly or how they were struggling when they were playing in the back pedal. But I think, 3K gold lead, 1K gold lead, I wouldn't call that playing from behind just yet. But still, a pretty amazing job from Amihan of, again, punishing Team Secret in plays like these.
And this certain engagement from Amihan Esports, they were lagging down behind. This is what I'm saying. They were really falling down a bit. But Team Secret overextended. Amihan Esports countered it with their CC. Like, Orcross has the Grand Entrance, they also have the Quickness, Mitsura has the Hook to try and beat down the enemy team. And Orcross was just keep on pressuring against the enemy team. The Quickness was just there, just delaying how Team Secret could play a 5v5 against Amihan Esports.
Yeah, the backline access of Amihan is just so massive to the point that they needed Tatsuri to be alive for the shields for the heal. But it wasn't enough as, again, he was, again, targeted by Amihan. And the fact that, sadly, James here on this Braum is not enough for the disengage.
The disengage was there, and how Team Secret was trying to play this out was so difficult because every single inhibitor turret was already falling down in their team. Minions were pushing in. 5-man row for Amihan Esports was there, and they got the win. They got game 4, and we're jumping into game number 5. It's gonna be intense, it's gonna be spicy, and the pressure will be on. But the master of the match from game number 4 will be Akali from Amihan Esports.
For sure, this guy is incredibly talented on this Akali as well, most especially. He was dancing around the battlefield. Basically, okay, Azar, you're playing Akali, I'ma play Akali too, and he was unstoppable. No one was able to, again, get him close to his death even. He had 0 deaths, and again, he had this Guardian Angel at the end of the game, which made it even harder for the side of Team Secret to eliminate. And he did a lot of work there on the punish, on the team fights, especially when Team Secret was basically overextending, and no one can lay a finger on this guy.
Yeah, definitely. Twilight Shroud as well. Synergizing with how he was sneaky, how he was playful, and how he was mobile in game number 4. How he was able to punish Team Secret because of the backline axes. If you saw the Team Aces that was coming in for Team Amihan Esports, we have a Kali to answer that. And now, looking at the draft history for game number 4, Team Secret against Amihan Esports, what happened there, Riku?
I think for Team Secret, they look pretty solid. They got Chewy with an early 2 kills, 4 kills, but it was that overextension. This draft isn't, a protect the carry sort of draft. This is basically, we will win the early game fights and see how we go from there, because there's not a lot of protection and peel for the Kaisa. With what we witnessed, James on the Braum is definitely not enough. And the backline access from Amihan is just so overwhelming. We saw the knock-up, the quickness, and as well as the Vi assault and battery. And don't forget about Carl's massive Akali in this game in particular. So there is that struggle, considering the fact there's 4 squishy targets on the side of Team Secret. And it was just a late dinner time for Amihan to basically munch on, to feast on.
Yeah, late supper for Mini Esports coming into game number 4, right? So I think it's just a late game composition that they played it out. And now we talk about the Darius with a lot of scaling potential, with a lot of snowball potential. And I think Mini Esports utilized that to a T. They utilized it to a maximum. And Darius face rush is just so broken, right? Darius can go for the decimate, connect onto 3, face rush will be there, and they could just go from there. He will speed down onto the backside and gain backline access, and Team Secret will need to think, what do we have in store to try and counter this Darius, right? Because Chewy with the Kaisa, Tatsuri with the Seraphine will be very squishy, and despite having Seraphine with the extra sustainability with a shield, will not be enough to defeat how much backline access in CC Amihan Esports has in game number 4.
Yeah, basically, the face rush doing a lot of good work for the weaknesses of a Darius pick. You basically lack that gap closer, so that movement speed will be very important in resetting the fights for your guillotine. And with that said, though, just as you mentioned, it is going to be a little bit difficult for Team Secret now that they were close to ending at this match point from earlier. And now it's the time to pull up things we've never seen before. Team Secret is usually the one that plays a lot of these first time picks, so perhaps we get to see more maybe the return of the mage bot lane. Perhaps think it might be a little bit too risky, but it was the comp that worked. It was the composition where Amihan was having a difficult time on. But I think the biggest factor for this draft is, not putting Carl on this Fiora anymore, putting him on this Akali.
Yeah, definitely. It's gonna be very hard to think of a way to try and bring that back, because Team Secret is the blue side selection, I am assuming, into game number 5, wherein they could pick up the Camille, but it leaves the Akali open for Amihan Esports to kick up. Right? The Darius is there as well. And I think it's a mind games that Amihan Esports is playing against Team Secret from game number 4, which was so amazing to see. They removed the potential for Team Secret to go for the dual mage setup because they picked up both Akali and Darius in their team. And then Team Secret was forced to go for the Fiora, forced to go for the Seraphine. After that, they were not really able to go in for more. And especially with Rakan being locked in by Amihan Esports, as we all know, patch 2.3, Rakan was buffed up into the magic resistance of himself, and the magic resist level per increase, right? So that is a huge counter onto the dual mage setup of Team Secret that they were planning a while ago. That is the reason why they did not pick up the Galio and picked up the Seraphine instead, go mid lane.
Exactly. It is, again, that survivability, a better survivability of what Team Secret has been doing for the past 3 games into the series. So Team Secret was forced to go back into this usual state of these carries. That's the why we saw Tatsuri in this utility support, just to make sure that Chewy has a lot of shields, has a lot of sustain. But the difference is that there are 2 other squishy targets, 2 other duelists on the board, which is Camille for your main engage. So there's a lot of these single target. Only AoE that I could see would be the Braum, would be the Seraphine. And basically, there's just so many. Carl is basically so hard to pin down because of this. And if they don't pin down Carl right away, again, I think it's because of the overextension by Team Secret. It looked pretty good, honestly. It looked pretty solid earlier on. They got Chewy in the 2 early 4 kills. And Amihan is just so good at that punish game. You have a Vi with that single target. You have the quickness, the knockups as well with the apprehend. So they have so many CC tools in case Team Secret just tries to overextend once more.
Absolutely, it's 100% how Chewy was able to get the 3k gold already in the first 1 minute and 50 seconds of the matchup, was able to secure the Arcane Rain upgrade because of his item, already 3k gold in the first couple of minutes, first 1 minute, first 2 minutes, right? And that was just a lot of damage coming in from Chewy, and that was evident on how they were playing against Amihan Esports when it comes to the early game, and they were just obliterated with raw damage from Chewy in that matchup. But overextension was the key to the fall of Team Secret from that game number 4, despite already having the inhibitor turret secured by them as well.
Yeah, again, they're doing a chameleon thing, I guess. Fight fire with fire, fight aggression with aggression. But unfortunately, it was either you or Yuko. You or Yuko.
You or Yuko.
It comes over aggression, the potential of punish as well, especially when you're going down in enemy territory. So now, what are the options of Team Secret? Something that we haven't seen in a while is the Varus. Varus, it has been banned mostly when teams go up against Team Secret, but not Amihan. Amihan is ready for that because Mitsura and Carl play these heavy backline access champions to the point that they're not really worried of the Varus pick. We know how Varus is very vulnerable, very low on mobility. No, there's not a single dash in the world comparison to an arcane shift of an Ezreal or just like a rocket jump of a Tristana. So that is most likely the reason why we don't get to see the Varus pick with Team Secret, unless they go with a Liyab route and pair it up with an Ashe support, which makes kiting more easier, which makes the poking more easier. More vision means more punish potential against Amihan because they like these death brushes. Remember, they like to set up these death brushes, and that can potentially be countered by these things that I just mentioned.
Yeah, and Varus is a champion that has a skill that has Grievous Wounds built into it. So if you're fighting against Darius, you can pick it up and try to decrease how much Darius gains in terms of doing the decimate against the enemy team. And on top of all that, I love how you mentioned how Orchrus is playing very backline access type of champion if Varus is being picked up by Team Secret. And I see it happen, especially onto Archon. Grand entrance into the first level in 30 seconds of the matchup. Varus will not have a great time when it comes to the early game. But if you have the Ashe, when you have the Varus, you can peel down these champions. You can peel down Sai, you can peel down Rakan when it comes to the first 2 minutes, 3 minutes into the matchup and gain the lead against them. So there is still an option for Team Secret to pick up the Varus, even pick up the Ashe if they wanted to go for it once again, similar to how they played prior to the grand finals.
Yeah, it has been, again, they are the first ones that were able to pick the Varus, and it was the very first Varus ever in the Wild Rift Icon series, at least for the Philippines. So we may get to see actually maybe something new. The biggest question is, what will that be? Because I believe we've already drained out the champion pool expectations of new picks. Renekton has been picked, Fizz Jungle has been picked, Pantheon has been picked already, but it is still an option that Team Secret could take, especially the Pantheon with the armor pen.
A lot of options, a lot of picks for Team Secret's Team Secret and Amihan Esports stick. But this is going to be the grand finals last game, last time. An opportunity to bring down the team and gain the title of the grand champion. It's going to be the draft for game 5.
Same band so far. Will the Camille be first picked? On the side of Team Secret,
Darius.
the Darius is open once more,
Darius.
just as you mentioned.
Azar having the Darius will be key, but Camille will have the priority here. I think we're gonna have the same type of draft from a while ago, having the Darius and Carl onto an Akali. This will be sustainability and sliding to the hands of Team Secret. But Rakan will be new, will be amazing for Team Secret to take and punish Amihan Esports.
Yeah, they could pick up the Lovers duo as well over here, but never mind. They're gonna give that away over as Chewy will now be on this Corki. Definitely faster power spike for sure in comparison to the Kaisa that we saw earlier. Just get that Triforce in. Question, what will Amihan pick?
Definitely, it's gonna be something that will be a mystery today. Team Secret still needs to get the mid lane up and also the Baron or a jungle up. And it looks like it's gonna be a Camille jungle because we have the Fiora coming into the Baron lane, a Kaisa Corki. We're back into classics onto a Corki mid lane and an ADC Kaisa.
This is absolutely insane coming from Team Secret. You're right, it is the throwback. First the 1-3-1 setup, and now the Kaisa in, again, the Corki in the mid lane, which, you know, out of everyone in the playoffs, the one that would pick it is EXO from Liyab. So Tatsuri this time around back on this Corki.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be something that will not be known to us previously for the Icon Series playoffs and even in the Mindanao Visayas because it has been nerfed. How Corki doesn't have the package remaining into fast putting it up. And that will be a huge loss if this will happen in this game. But now it will be the game number 5 of Team Secret and Amihan Esports. The last opportunity to take the title of a grand champion in the summer season playoff in the CI Icon Series Philippines.
Lots of exciting stuff for sure on our game number 5. It is going to be the first ever BO5 that we've reached here in the, in the Wilder Icon series because the preseason had a very strong 3-0 ending. But this time, it's super close.
Super close indeed, as we have a traditional setup wherein everyone is staying a bit more patiently for Team Secret and also Amihan Esports not going in for the hyper aggression. And yes, Amihan Esports doesn't actually want to play this hyper aggressive because of how Camille would be there. Azar is there as well, and Corki will decimate them at level 3 when it comes to the Gatling gun if ever something may occur in the first minute of the game with a hyper aggression for Amihan Esports.
That could be possibly the name of the game once more. But the difference is the matchup in the mid lane, no lane swaps now, but it is a range versus melee matchup. So this is gonna be a little bit tough for Mitsura. Good thing he does have at least some form of sustain. But you mentioned, you know, the face rush will be, you know, the key for him to reach more targets right after, get the chase on. But we'll have to see, though, because, again, for Amihan, they've been playing a little bit more reserved than what we usually see in comparison to before. You know, 2-minute mark. Like, what, 3 or 4 kills already on the board. We'll have to see what the adjustments now for Team Secret as well.
Jelson will take the Rift Cutter into the bottom side of the map, gains information on whether a gank will occur, especially how Tatsuri has the Corki up. A lot of opportunities to go back into the bottom side, and I love the vision game of both Amihan Esports and Team Secret. A lot of wards placed. And now Amihan Esports goes for the jungle invade, similar to how Team Secret is doing it. Grand entrance in, goes back away. Team Secret will still be safe, and Amihan Esports does as well.
We do have a little bit of information now. What the plan or what the rotation is, what the path is coming from Jelson. So Trevor sticks a little bit around in the mid lane, assuming, or rather, he's gonna get the blue buff for himself. It is gonna be, you mentioned really great vision for both of the rivers because again, Trevor and Jelson are in pretty aggressive junglers.
Yeah, Definitely, having the information means that you have knowledge on where every enemy team may go. But now Team Secret will fall down a bit onto the vision game, while Amihan Esports has the bush secured into the bottom side of the map, gains information onto the hill as well. So now this is going to be very interesting. It's going to be the 2v1. Azar will be the lead, and that's going to be the first blood for Amihan Esports.
Wild from Amihan. They did a lane gank, basically dodging the vision game of Team Secret. And Azar did not see this coming. The first part is they baited out the riposte. No riposte, no safety for you to actually use your flash right after blocking the wave of CC. And well played by Amihan on their first blood.
Definitely how Vi was able to stay on that bush for so long was actually detrimental as time goes by. But thankfully, or gratefully for the side of Amihan Esports, they secured the kill, which alleviates the amount of gold that Jelson would have lost staying in that bush. So now, Amihan Esports Team Secret having a 500 gold difference.
Exactly, that is the plan in mind. They want to get going again. And whenever he is on a carry assassin champion, it 100% works. This guy is absolutely scary. I mean, he was the master of the match earlier. Now, first dragon of the game, Amihan, does have the first area. And Team Secret does have the package, but looks like they will concede this.
They're playing it very safe. They understand that if they actually come into a very aggressive play, Team Secret may fall down, especially how Trevor and Azar is onto the top lane. So 3-man Roam is not going to exactly state how they could win the Dragon take. So now Cloud Dragon will be to the side of Amihan Esports. Cloud for a win team.
Pretty cute. Cloud for the win team for Amihan. Now they want the dive.
Now Hexic Ultimatum onto Carl. It's gonna be the special delivery, dealing a lot of damage with the knock-up as well. But the Twilight Shroud will put him in a good spot, and that will be another safety for Amihan Esports, and the trades will not be happening just anytime soon. But now, into the bottom side, it's gonna be Assault and Battery onto Chewy, onto the bottom lane under the turret. It's now gonna be the quickness onto Demon as well. No trades will be done, and Amihan Esports is now hovering onto the bottom side. It's Mature going in for the huge fight. Coming into this, it's Hammond. Gonna be the target. Chewy will now fall away. Amihan Esports will get 2 kills. It's the tactical sweep. Trying to zone out the enemy team as Hammond will now fall down as well. That will be the tap first blood to the side of Amihan Esports. Every single thing, Amihan Esports will take it down in their favor.
Orthros is everywhere. First, you saw him at top side with a really good response on the potential dive. That is the reason why Carl didn't die from that 2-man engage. And now we get to see Orthros create more space and defense. Suddenly, all of Amihan members are at the bottom portion of the map. So even though Team Secret had a pretty decent response as well, Amihan was one step ahead of TS.
Rift Herald now alive, and having, as you stated, Amihan Esports having one step ahead of Team Secret in this matchup. But now
Chewy!
it will be the 4-man roam coming from Amihan Esports. Chewy will now be the target here by Amihan. That will be the hook from Mitsura, and he will say goodbye to the face of the earth as he will get the raw damage of Amihan Esports, as that will be another kill for Amihan.
Spider senses are tingling.
As that will be Team Secret falling back away.
Yeah, Rift Herald. Carl though.
Carl, 1v1 against Azar. That will be the difficult situation as he will be charmed away as Carl will be targeted by 4-man team. It's going to be the flash away. He will secure his life much longer with a shuriken flip as well to help him out.
We get to see more gold over Amihan. This is the Amihan game. This is what they know. This is what they do. This is an absolutely scary.
Oh, Mitsura now goes for the Proto Belt, actually goes for the hook onto Chewy Decimate. That will be the guillotine, bringing him down with a one-shot from Archers with a normal attack, bringing Chewy decimated again. And now it's a 1v1, make it a 2v1 as Team Secret now comes in. It's Azar coming through. Trevor will be there as well. Hookshot will defend the tier 2 turret into the top lane. The Baron lane will now get ahead for Amihan Esports.
Amihan solidifying their lead in the first 7 minutes of the game. This is what they like to do. This is their play style as Amihan is getting every single thing off the map. First Dragon, then Rift Herald, and basically funneling over Chewy's life. Look at him now, 0-3-0 and 2k gold deficit over Demon right now. And this is definitely not the path that you want. Good news, though, there's a triple Triforce power spike on these three champions, Azar, Trevor, and Tatsuri. So we'll have to see if that's going to be enough for the next Dragon fight.
League of Triforce now secured by Team Secret. In this game, number 5, a lot of gold disadvantage and deficit from Team Secret coming into this one. As Amihan Esports now coming right through, waiting for the depth push once again.
You're spotted out.
Oh, Prada Belt Hook coming in from Mitsura. Now actually get the hold of Trevor. But now it's got good quickness coming into Mitsura once again. Saves off Trevor's life. But well, when will it be so long as Tatsuri will get the kill? But he will not be able to survive that fight. Amihan Esports will take the 1-for-1.
Amihan hammering down with her lead. Relentless, pure aggression. And now they're aiming towards the second dragon of the game. Mitsura is huge right now. Carl is has been still unstoppable, killable so far. And now Amihan just keeps, pressuring Team Secret's part of the map to the point that Team Secret's still not very ready for any of the fights that Amihan brings to them.
And they have all the real estate to do so, because now they're up into a 7k gold lead. They have the Cloud Dragon to be in synergy with Mitsura with a Face Rush coming in against Team Secret, and Infernal Dragon going for the 6% damage bonus for Amihan Esports. A lot of benefit right now for Amihan Esports to bring down Team Secret in this game number 5. But I do think the Team Secret is waiting for the right opportunity for a mistake to happen from Amihan Esports and might probably go for a force against Amihan Esports later on to the matchup mid-game, late game, especially with Baron Nashor now alive 5 seconds in.
It's gonna be a little bit of a challenge though, considering the fact they do have Orthros here on the Janna. It's been very masterful on that champion, serving as your peel and disengage for Demon. Mainly, has been doing a good job ever since the start of the group stages, to the point that, again, teams start to ban him out, remove the Janna, remove the Lux. This time around, Team Secret fighting from the back foot. We'll have to see how they can recover from this lead.
Definitely. It's a 7k gold deficit for Team Secret. And Amihan Esports has a lot of gold, has a lot of objectives in their team to try and dominate this latter part of the game. Mitsura, actually a scaling champion, can go for the hook, decimate each and every single one of Team Secrets coming into this. But a lot of respect here for Amihan Esports as well. But hold on, I spoke too early, as they have no respect, as they have all the real estate, have all the gold that they need to actually go for the Baron Nashor. But that will be Team Secret going in for the steal onto the Baron Nashor, and Amihan Esports will now be onto the edge of the table. Even though if they get 2 kills, that will delay their win. They're coming into the mid lane for Team Secret, going in for the tier 1 turret. That will be the map control pretty much even right now, and Team Secret will make it back bit by bit, step by step.
And there we go, that steal from Trevor was huge, and the call for Team Secret, take it to the mid lane, but the fight.
Mitsura, speed actually going in to the bottom side of the map, going for the flank as well. Tatsuri will be deleted from the face of the earth. Azar will be there, but the flash will be in from Mitsura, and that will be the 4th kill for Amihan Esports.
Team Secret have delayed and take, but it doesn't stop me from pushing the side lanes. The mid lane played, but still, mission accomplished for Amihan to siege and take away turrets from Team Secret.
And that's 2 tier 2 turrets taken by Amihan Esports from a 7k gold lead. It's now ballooned into a 10k gold lead for the side of Amihan Esports, and takes 2 more tier 2 turrets. Now they have all the capabilities to actually go in for an inhibitor turret if they wanted to, right? And that will split up Team Secret, because if you're looking at the map, tier 1 turret is still alive in the mid lane for TS. And if that occurs, if Amihan Esports takes the time to go for the 4-1 setup, split push into a Baron or a Dragon, Team Secret will be forced away. Manpower will be divided, and Amihan Esports can dominate this lane. It's now going to be hooked from Mitzer, going for the flash as well. It's going to be collegiate time for Amihan Esports, going in for the kill, learning how Team Secret is doing their game. Tactical sweep, damaging a little bit long. It's Protocol coming in once again from Saya. It's going to be Carl dominating the game. It's a Kali though in the bot lane, going for the split push for Amihan Esports as they have secured the map control against Team Secret.
I gotta say though, I thought he was gonna make a right and join the fight via flank, but he turned left, I suppose, or yes, he turned left instead, just to push the wave and use a little bit more of his presence elsewhere. Maybe try to find an assassination pickoff, as Carl is in a pretty comfortable spot, 102 already with a Lichbane and Rabadon, so he is going to hurt a whole lot with his burst. And now Team Secret having to fight this huge gold lead on the board, the 11k gold lead that Amihan has over Team Secret. And usually, 100%, when Amihan is in this gold lead, they win.
And the Goldie just gives items onto Darius, a snowball champion, a Kali, a very strong individual champion as well. And if you're looking at it, Mitsura has decimated the lane into the Baron lane easily. With a blink of an eye, it's gone for the minion wave. So that is what Amihan Esports is playing. They're playing the split game, and Team Secret will be forced to split as well if they want to defend the inhibitor turret. And if they split, Amihan Esports can have the signal onto go for the tier 2 into mid lane.
Exactly, they do have the capability of diving aggressively for Team Secret. Now, this could be their last chance, their last fight. As now the Baron's being started by Amihan, but the waves are not in their favor. They still have to babysit the waves on the side.
But now, it's Team Secret having the vision on what Amihan Esports is doing. It's gonna be the hook from Matsuri getting the kill onto Trevor, and that will be the security of the Baron Nash because the jungle will not be available for Team Secret. Now, they're crashing down onto the top side of the map. That will be the guillotine, actually hitting him at the sustainability, and that will be the 3 kill for Team Secret. That will make it a 4 as Amihan Esports takes every single thing for Team Secret as they have the Baron Nasher. They have the capability to finish the game as they are now hovering at the top side of the map. The TVs are now coming in. They're diving under the turret. The super minions are now coming through. The minions are now marching into the Baron lane as they look for the Nexus. Fiora will be forced to back away. 2k8 per remaining Grand Challenge will be there, but you have to be the best if you want to be the best, and that will be game over as Team Amihan Esports will be your Icon Series Philippines Summer Season champions for 2021.
Look how happy they are. They're jumping around. They a well-deserved win for Amihan, taking a Team Secret into a game number 5. They were the new kids on the block, forming their roster by, again, their tagline, "We build talents." They were able to build this super team, taking down Next Play, taking down Team Secret as well, taking on the grand finalists, taking on this title of their champions.
And Team Secret has to pay the price. They left Akali and the Darius open for Amihan Esports to take up, and with that, they are at a huge disadvantage when it comes to sustainability and the snowball potential. And Amihan Esports came down and only gave 1 kill for Team Secret in game number 5.
What a huge start! Amihan basically went on a hunting spree. They searched for Trevor, they searched for Tatsuri, especially Chewy has been dove time and time again under tower. They were relentless. They never stopped. They had all of the tools assembled to, again, get that early lead, deny any sort of potential for Team Secret to sort of have an equal gold lead. Nah, forget about that. 5 minutes into the game, they were in such a significant gold lead already, taking it into a very difficult hurdle of a 10k gold lead on the side of Amihan.
It's hard, because if you also look at it, when you give the Cloud Dragon onto a Darius Face Rush for the side of Amihan Esports, he's gonna be more speed than speed, right? If that makes sense, because capability of Mitsuri actually going in to that game number 5, Decimate, Face Rush will be proc. Cloud Dragon will be there as well to give him extra movement speed, and we saw it take effect when it comes to the late game wherein Team Secret was trying to scour in back into their base to go back into safety. But Darius was there, hovering into the backside, going for the flank, and was able to reach even though he was falling down behind a while ago. And that was just the dragons that gives you the permanent buffs that increases your damage, movement speed, and also the defensive capabilities of Amihan Esports. And with that said and done, it's going to be the Oppo Arena 5 play of the game on the last match. Team Secret and Amihan Esports.
Yeah, look at this. 5 minutes into the game, non-stop dives. And because you have a Vi here on Jelson, it's definitely one of those tools. And look at this. The minion wave wasn't even anywhere. Wasn't even near the tower. They just went straight under the tower. Chewy isolated. And again, they targeted Chewy time and time again. And whenever he's all alone, that means James is not going to be there to peel and rescue him. And by the time James arrives, it's usually too late. Mitsura already building towards the resets. And Carl, basically, I wouldn't call it babysat because it was Jelson, or rather Orthros, just visiting that one time.
Yeah, and the Baron Nashor in this 11 minutes was stolen by Team Secret. But at the cost of having 2 kills for Amihan Esports and making it more because how Mitsura has been playing it out. And this is the time that I was talking about how Face Rush and the Cloud Dragon took effect for Amihan Esports, swaying it for their team, speeding through the map like it was nothing. And it was just the distance that was secured by Amihan Esports. And then Baron Nashor secured, kills were secured, they got the teammates, they got those kills that just enabled Amihan Esports to now crash down onto the inhibitor turret into the Baron lane and finish the game.
Exactly. They sent Team Secret into their playing field. They wanted the kills, they wanted aggression. And Team Secret definitely not prepared for that because I think it's a whole series setup. We saw how Amihan played so reserved in the past 4 games to the point that the 5th game, it was a complete boom of a surprise.
Definitely, and now it's going to be the master of the match for game number 5. It's going to be Jelson on the Vi.
Jelson, throughout the whole series, has stolen so many dragons away from Trevor, basically. And despite, having the Jarvan 4 banned in the whole draft, in the entirety of all these 5 games, he relied on this Vi, which worked so well, which worked similarly, and has, matched with a lot of these carries on the side. Mitsura, either on the Orianna or the Darius. Carl, here on the Fiora or the Akali. Demon as well on his go-to AD carries. Maybe the Corki, maybe the Saya. And it worked out so well, especially when we take into account the dragon fights, most especially. And don't forget, this actually also enables them to be extra aggressive with tower dives.
Definitely, Vi is also a champion that decreases the armor of the enemy team. So if Vi just comes in, punch all around, the armor resistance of Team Secret will be decreased. And as we all know, you'll have Darius to the side of Team Amihan Esports that can utilize the armor reduction that the Vi will be doing. So that was just a good play from Jelson from Amihan Esports, utilizing the Vi to the max in game number 5.
Exactly. It was still Amihan with their strong arm brawl style of their game style, basically. And very excited now looking at Amihan's track record. They're basically undefeated series-wise still. How many series is that? 12, 14? This is the 15th. So 15 series undefeated from the group stages up until their finish line here, taking the grand champion title for themselves. That's crazy.
That is absolutely insane. They were undefeated and now they have brought it into the grand finals, undefeated grand champions for the summer season. And it's just a lot to take in right now. It's a banter, it's a trade-off for Team Secret and Amihan Esports. You know what? let's just give you a win for now. We're gonna take win back. We're gonna get the win back. We're gonna get the win back. It's a trade-off from Amihan Esports and Team Secret from the grand finals. And it's just a good thing. It's an intense series that we have just casted, Rika. That was amazing.
Yeah, it was an absolute bomb of a 5-game series. And of course, what else could we ask for? Of course, we want the full length, the
More
distance.
games. More games.
More games, basically, of that Game
More
5
series.
finale. And it was absolutely a deserving 5-game finale. The draft was super interesting. You know, we got a little bit of a throwback of Team Secret's Mage bot lane. And, you know, you think that they had the solution up against Amihan's aggressive playstyle with the unkillable composition. But the draft changes, and as well as Amihan sticking to this red side and was able to pick up basically their Akali for Carl. He was just amazing on that champion, basically, and on any of the duelists, on any of the split pushers, basically, the assassins mostly for Carl. And it's so nice to see, you know, a lot of these, you know, fresh new talent coming into the Wild Rift Icon series, you know, transitioning here over to the Wild Rift esports scene, and Viola winning the Grand Championship title.
Yeah, and it's just so big, so great that we have seen as of yet. And I think Carl is worthy of his title, of being the immortal Baron Lane champion, of being the immortal Baron Laner for this team. Because as you've seen, his Fiora is unkillable because of the Grasp Undying, that he is just jumping under the turret, even into the sized region that they have played out. They have dominated that, and he was not getting killed. And I think Carl was just so amazing. He was so dominant into grand finals as well. It's so intense that we reach into a game number 5, best of 5 finals.
I know, it's now going to be extra exciting looking at their playstyle, especially they are, again, our representatives for the Summer Super Cup. So they have to, you know, excited to see their growth within the tournament as well, because you know, they've grown a lot within the Philippine Icon series as well. You know, a little they were aiming for and banking for all of these early game kills, but they showed that they can put a little bit of restraint, you know, calm the waters, calm the winds for a little bit, and then find the right timing to strike. And the fact that even though they are able to like sort of give away these early kills to Team Secret, they are also, they have that ability to even out the gold lead through farm, through other ways as well. So there is a lot of potential for this, again, new organization coming in to Wild Rift.
Yeah, and they came into the Icon series being the dark horses, and now they have proved us wrong, being a grand champions for the Icon Series summer season. So it's an amazing feat to see. And once again, for the viewers watching at home, a quick reminder, the Team Secret and Amihan Esports are both representing the Philippines in the Summer Super Cup. Super Cup. Oh, it looks like it's like a food Super Cup, but it's a Super Cup that Philippines will be having Team Secret and Amihan Esports.
Exactly. This is, you know, an extra 100,000 peso, 100,000 Globe Cup points. Said pesos because you can convert the Globe Cup points to 1:1 peso. So that is absolutely huge. Excited to see what the breakdown is going to be, because that's a lot of Globe Cup points, basically.
Yeah,
that's
it's
a
a
lot
lot.
of Globe Cup points. So with that said, you know, Amihan has definitely earned their title of the champions, the very first champions of the summer season for 2021. Now we get to see their 2 team names on the board for championship titles. You know, got Next Play, the preseason champions. And now next to them is the summer 2021 champions, which is Amihan Esports, who, you know, wasn't even on the preseason. Their name were known, their Wild Rift a team basically were known through the group stages, and they started with a bang. Their debut is insane. They started with what? Banning out champions that aren't really in the meta, in the competitive meta, like Timo and Tryndamere. That is how, either they want to open more choices on the board for themselves, or that is how comfortable that they are, that they can take whoever on. And that is a huge statement for their debut first few games on the group stages of the Visayas region.
What a wonderful series, what a wonderful grand finals that we have just experienced, Riku. I want more of this. Can we have like an extra game? Can we have like 3 more games?
Super Cup,
4
maybe.
more games? 5 more
Super
games?
Cup.
Definitely gonna be something that we can expect in Super Cup coming in later this month. So it's gonna be very exciting, Riku. My name is Infinity, and this is Riku together with me for the grand finals. And we will step away for now, but when we come back, it's gonna be the interview for Amihan Esports.
Thank you so much, casters, and an awesome job today. My goodness, it was amazing. This best of 5 series was everything we could have asked for, indeed. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen, again, we could not have predicted this outcome. And yes, Autolus, hats off to you. We owe you a few skins apparently. And yes, guys, you can join the Orthros fan club over there. So there'll be a few questions. We are serious. The link is on Autolus's Twitter page. Go give him a follow and sign up. But let us get down. Let's break this down just a little bit. Looking back at everything, you know what? At some point, I thought that Team Secret were able to get a read on Esports. But at the end, even though they did have that read, it was just too much. Amihan Esports, this hyper aggressive playstyle that they have, nobody can seem to stop it. Let's talk about it a bit. We'll start with your thoughts, Autolus.
Okay, so I think my key champion heading into this series is still going to be the Akali, right? During game number 1, yes, Amihan was able to win at the backs of the back door. By the way, guys, we had 2 backdoors here. So very, very good for our 5-game series. Very intense. But yeah, you saw the impact of Akali being prioritized by Amihan come game 4 and come game 5. And that's warranted because every time that you go against the Enchanter supports, the Akali can just do so much damage onto the back line. It's not just a single target assassin that we're talking about. It's the AoE effect, the fact that you can split things up, and that's the key thing here. If Sona and Seraphine isn't split up, they are very effective, and that's the reason why you have the Akali on your side. Kudos to Team Secret. They have shown every page in the book by bringing back the Sona and Seraphine. It was just a very, very good series to watch.
Definitely. And you know what? Hats off as well to Carl, the Immortal. My goodness, how he was able to keep the attention on him. At one point, I believe all 5 of Team Secret were just trying to chase him and he was still running away. My goodness. Osiris, what about you? What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, the Carl, the Immortal, doesn't have to carry the Guardian Angel, opted for a Lich Bane into the Rabadons and Leandris, and then the last one would be a Guardian Angel. That's how confident everyone was. Going back to the game, you know that, yes, Akali is one of the champions of Azar, and he is technically good at playing Darius. But what Amihan did, they took the Darius, put it in the hands of Mitsura, which is someone who knows also understands pretty well. And at that point, it was just them. And we've seen also from the viewers that they are looking into the Cloud Drake being given up by Team Secret, and it also amplifies the power of the Janna. So whenever they wanted to go for the chase, they wanted to go on for the initiation, it was easy for Darius to go for those big plays, apprehend, and Rakan isn't really fitting for James at this point. So I was expecting for them to go back at their Game 5 Sona Seraphine, because it was Amihan doesn't bat an eye on the Sona and Sarah. There's no ban from it. Yes, Olaf, but you can still run it with the Mundo. You can still run it with the Galio. There's so many potentials for Team Secret that I was caught off guard. At Game 5, it was hyper aggression if Amihan favored them. And at that point, yes, I really love how it ended. Congratulations to Amihan.
Going back to that game 5. At what point do you guys think Team Secret lost the game? Do you think they were outdrafted? Do you think with their draft they were still able to they could have made a comeback? What do you guys think? Otterlus, we'll start with you.
I wouldn't say that they lost during the drafting phase, but I will definitely say that it showed that they were the ones who were adjusting to Amihan Esports. They wanted to take away the Rakan from my boy Orthros, by the way.
Yeah.
and that's the thing, right? So if you play into the hands of your opponent, your playstyle will be changed. And to me, Amihan Esports just stick with their blitzkrieg compositions and went for the knockout punch, the KO punch. I can't say it, but yeah, the KO punch for to Team Secret.
No, we are definitely left speechless by that grand finals. But again, it was everything that we could have asked for. And this was a storm we never saw coming, but one that raised all other teams in the Icon series to the ground. An undefeated win streak, no series drop with their hyper-aggressive playstyle, a blitzkrieg that nobody could counter, and now everyone in the Rift knows their names. Carl, Demon, Mitsura, Jelson, and Orthros. Amihan Esports, your 2021 League of Legends Wild Rift Icon Series Philippines Summer Season Champions. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome to your screens over here our champions, Amihan Esports, right there with our Globe Cup. Woo. Let us welcome them to the screen over here and celebrate with them as we welcome our new champions over here for our summer season. Amihan Esports, congratulations!
Thank you, po. Thank you, po.
Well deserved indeed. Now, I have a question for you guys. It was the same question that I actually asked Otterlus, but I want to hear the answer from you. Game 5. At what point did you guys know the series was yours? Can you give us a peek into the minds and what was going on in that very exciting boot camp of yours?
Para sa amin po, hindi po namin kinakampante. Talaga pong nung nasa Nexus na nung wala ng HP Nexus, dun lang po talaga kami nag-celebrate. Kasi po alam po namin na kailangan pa rin po namin irespeto yung kalaban nun at that point. Kaya hindi talaga kami nagse-celebrate na maaga.
That is amazing. So you had that it ain't over until it's over mindset. That is so cool. Otterlus, do you have questions for Amihan Esports? Maybe for Orthros over here and the plans for your fan club?
Yeah, he knows. But yeah, hey, Amihan, Otterlus here. Congratulations on winning the summer championship. Just a question for the viewers. How did the team come about, right? So where did you find each piece from the battle lane to the support? How did you form? Did you form as friends first into a team? Or were you former rivals?
Yung starting po kay Carl, po siya ata dito. Naging magka-team na po kami once in sa isang tournament po, sa international po. Then na-realize ko na sobrang fit siya sa team, kaya po kinuha ko din po siya. Ako po talaga yung pinakaunang nakuha dito sa Amihan Esports. Then ayun po, sinama ko na din po yung best ADC na pinagkakatiwalaan ko dati pa. Back in 2018, talagang gusto ko talaga po siya isama. Ito po talaga yung the best para sa akin. Tapos po, ito pong mid namin napakalakas. Dati ko pa pong gusto din kunin. Tapos sakto po nung may tryout sa Amihan. Siya po yung nag-shine and siya din po talaga yung nakuha. And ganoon din po yung jungle. Never give up yung mentality, talagang lumalaban. Tapos nag-shine din po siya sa tryout. Siya po yung napili namin. Ayun po.
Wow. Stars align. Stars align.
Exactly. And it's an all-star lineup as well. It's like the very best of the best from all the tryouts, just came together. And of course, you guys have that amazing chemistry. Osiris, what about you? Do you have questions for Amihan Esports?
Yeah, how does it feel that you run through the upper bracket and also winning with those big teams? How does it feel? I mean, is there any bigger morale or confidence that you've acquired from it, or is it something?
Ano po, kami. Na-overwhelmed po kami, hindi din po kami makapaniwala. Pero sobrang proud po kasi hindi din po kami makapaniwala eh. Nito lang din po kami nabuo tapos yung mga teams na nakalaban namin, ang dami ng experience. Pero ayun po, yung tiwala namin sa isa't isa saka yung nag-enjoy. Nag-enjoy lang talaga kami.
Number one talaga, nag-enjoy lang talaga.
Apo, nag-enjoy lang kami. And yun po, sobrang overwhelming, sobrang saya, sobrang proud po kami.
Wow.
Matalo. Bawal po kasi hindi talaga mataya dito.
Opo.
Tulad nung sinabi ko dati, pag hindi mataya talaga, sinusuntok sa ulo.
Opo.
Oh yeah, the same. That's why they're celebrating a lot because no one wanted to get that punch. So I understand. Congratulations, guys.
And it certainly looks that way whenever you guys win. We see you jumping up and down and hugging each other. It's very infectious indeed. Now, this is a two-part question for you guys. How are you guys celebrating? What are you eating for your celebratory night? And what is next for Amihan Esports?
Wala pa nga.
KK Burger. Yan, nagpapalakas po sa amin, KK Burger po talaga.
Good, very nice.
Mga abangan.
Tapos,
Depend.
Ano pang abangan?
Wala. Hinaan nyo kami sa words.
abangan mo kami.
Words sa tuloy.
Okay, there you have it.
Kami talaga mag-abang sa mga kanto-kanto kasi po dati kami na.
Well, there you have it. Amihan Esports preparing for world domination. Last but not least, do you have any shout-outs that you'd like to give maybe to all of the tireless supporters out there?
Hindi ako pinakonte. Shoutout sa family ko. Yun lang. Mahal na mahal ko kayo. Thank you sa suporta. Sobra. Thank you talaga. Mahal na mahal ko kayo.
So, ako na, shoutout po sa family ko, sa Villanueva family, sa best friend ko, si John Percy Nagar, sa Nagar family, sa Diamond V2, si Hiro Kobayashi, si Chowa, si Christian, si Ainan, sa mga sumusuporta po sa akin, sa Matter family, sa FCPC family, sa HIC family, at sa mga Gonzales family. Thank you po sa mga sumusuporta.
Shoutout sa Castardo family na sumusupport sa akin. Tapos shoutout din sa mga nakakaalala pa sa akin yun na lang. Tapos sa Amihan family na susuporta sa amin dito. And kay Elias, I love you.
Tapos sa bebe ko din, kay Pam.
Sa bebe ko din po, sa asawa ko, mahal na mahal kita.
Ako naman. Shoutout sa family ko, sa aking family. Shoutout sa buong management ng Amihan. Shoutout din lalong-lalo sa girlfriend ko. I love you. Ayun lang.
Ako din. Shoutout po sa family ko, Bautista family, Luyan family. Sa mga sumusuporta po sa amin, sasod po namin si Primo.
Shoutout kay Snow. Shoutout din po kay Otolus. Saka po kay Nagawag sa akin.
Salamat po sa mga caster. The best. Finally, lahat po. Salamat.
Oh, thank you so much. Congratulations once again, Amihan Esports. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, your C-Icon Series Philippines Summer Season Champions, Amihan Esports. Oh my gosh. Such an epic series. We had one last round over there celebration and it's so fun. And you know what? I think they really do deserve it. What an amazing playstyle, and you could really tell they were so happy. Every single series actually that they won, they would always celebrate, whether it was in the group stages or here in the playoffs. And what a way to conclude the first ever Sea Icon Series summer season. And guess what? We owe Autolus a few skins now.
I know, right? He was talking about the pool party Renekton.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta
Thank you
get
for
ready
my-
that wish list. You better get ready with that one.
Let's go, pool party. Let's go.
Yeah, he already started messaging in our group chat and everything, and started enumerating all of the skins. But of course, you know who else can get a few skins? Our winners for our wild course. Not just Autolus, well, he is already somewhere up there. But let's pull up our winners for 380 wild course. Of course, thanks to our sponsors. And the winners of 380 wild course are Jason and Tria Montaron, Do Celeste, Anjo Cornes, and Ashley Diocton Tesoro. Congratulations, you guys. You get 380 wild cores. But that is not all. We still have winners of 790 wild cores. And the winners are... Autolus, you want to take it away?
Wait, Soya Milk again. But yeah, sure. Mr. Milk is always milking our raffle. Anyway, okay. Wendell Lipana, JR Chris Tanyakin, Rufili May Sagisa, Soya Milk, Cosco Baez Reyes, Pat Owana Aureliano, Mark Joshua Obial, and Kathleen Loste. Alright, Osiris, can you do the half part?
Sure. It's Peter John Camantog, Rob Florence Andrino, Casco Baez Reyes, and Jonas Avanzado Tiana, John Legit Nicomedes, John Aldre Navarro Tolosa, and Eric John Milaya Soto.
Congratulations to you guys, and hello again, Soya Milk. And
Mr. Milk.
we also have Mr. Milk, indeed. We also have our winners of some PPGL merchandise, and the winners of these are... We have Jer Acurato, Adrian Flores, Kevin N. Apostol, Ron Angelo Zapanta, and Mark Kevin Urbina. Congratulations to you. Wow, those jackets look really nice.
Yes.
Those jackets
Drip
look really
is life.
nice indeed. Yes, so you guys will get some PPGL merch. Make sure to send a message to the PPGL Facebook to find out how to claim
That
your
looks nice.
prizes. I know! It looks nice! I mean, maybe we can get some too.
I
But
wanted that.
Of course, maybe in order to get that, we have to, of course, thank PPGL, the largest and the best multi-game esports league here in the country, for bringing the Icon Series over here. And of course, this event is organized by Mineski and by Globe, because with Globe Telecom, you can hashtag reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Explore the path of ascension when you top up on Wild Course at Coda Shop via Globe.
Of course, to our official mobile partner, Oppo. Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94 with its Helio P95 chipset, 6.43 inches full HD plus AMOLED screen display, 4,310 mAh and 30 watts VOOC flash charge 4.0. Victories and ranking up will be easy. Live live at full speed with the all-new Oppo A94. Get yours now for only 13,999.
And of course, at syempre, andito na ang sekreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit kung araw na naglalaro, hindi mo ang na-GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with New Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99% of germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-One, bring your clay game with Master. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
And of course, the summer season might be over for now, but we can still hang out virtually via Globe Virtual Hangouts, because Globe Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings you events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. All you have to do is download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated and get hashtag OL together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. So now summer comes to a close here in the Rift. With Amihan Esports sitting on the throne and a new season will begin, we've gotten to know 8 amazing teams in the playoffs, 16 amazing teams throughout the group stages, and we'll get to know them even more as we gear up for the fall season and perhaps welcome a few new faces as well. We're all looking forward to the fall season, but I think we will be seeing each other a lot sooner because we now know who reigns supreme in the Philippines, but there are other champions out there. For now, though, Mika Fabs over here with Autolus and Osiris signing out, and on behalf of the casters, on behalf of the whole production, thank you so much for supporting the first ever Sea Icon Series summer season. Stay safe, stay healthy, and we will see you in the Rift.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
you.